হ্যালো হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ ভাই ব্রাদার্স, চলে আসলাম আজকে একটা ভিন্ন ধরনের লাইভ স্ট্রিম নিয়ে। আজকে হয়তোবা প্রথম দিন আমি কো স্ট্রিমার হিসেবে যুক্ত হয়েছি ইডব্লিউসি 2026 প্যারিসের। আজকের দিনে দেখা যাক, আজকের দিনে ফ্রি ফায়ার গ্রুপ স্টেজ ডে 1, মোট 12টি ম্যাচ হবে। 12টি ম্যাচ আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে উপভোগ করব এন্ড দেখবো কোন টিমের পারফরমেন্স কেমন। আমরা গ্রুপ পর্যায়ে যদি বলি, গ্রুপ পর্যায়ে কিছু টিম থাকবে। আহ দেখা যাক সেই টিমগুলো কি কি। আমাদের প্রথম গ্রুপে যারা থাকবে তা সেই টিমগুলোর তালিকা যদি আমরা দেখতে যাই, গ্রুপ এ তে থাকবে টিম ইভো ডিভাইন, থাকবে অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল, অরোরা গেমিং, বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড, থাকবে টিম ফ্যালকনস, লিকুইড স্নেকার্স, লাউড স্নেকার্স, টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং, কুন্টি নাস্টি, টাইটান ই স্পোর্টস ক্লাব, বাংলাদেশি টিম টিম বাংলাদেশ। দেখা যাক আজকের দিনে কেমন পারফরমেন্স দেয়। থাকবে ডিআরএস গেমিং, ডেমন স্প্রাইট স্পোর্টস, প্যারাডক্স গেমিং। এবং সন্ধ্যা 7:40 গ্রুপ বি এর ম্যাচ হবে। থাকবে ফ্লুক্সো, W7M, থাকবে টিম সিক্রেট, টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড, থাকবে আর আর কিউ কাজু, টিম ভাইটালিটি, MIBR ডট লস, SBULE স্পোর্টস, টিম লিওন, স্ট্র হ্যাটস, আরো একটি টিম টিম বাংলাদেশ। দেখা যাক আজকের দিনে তারও কেমন পারফরমেন্স করেন। আন্ডারডগ টিম থেকে উঠে এসে একদম চ্যাম্পিয়ন হওয়ার সেই মুহূর্তটা আমরা উপভোগ করেছি তাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে। থাকবে টিম টোটাল গেমিং স্পোর্টস, অ্যান্ড থাকবে আল আহলি স্পোর্টস অ্যান্ড মিয়া কর্প। দেখা যাক এই টিমগুলো আজকের দিনে টোটাল 12টি ম্যাচে কারা কেমন পারফরমেন্স দেয়। আপনাদেরকে নিয়ে চলে যাব সেই লাইভ স্ক্রিনে এবং উপভোগ করব সেই লাইভটি। দেখা যাক কারা কেমন পারফরমেন্স করে। চলুন কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই আমরা চলে যাব আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে উপভোগ করতে। এবং যারা যারা লাইভে আছেন অবশ্যই কমেন্ট করবেন, শেয়ার করবেন, লাইক করবেন, এন্ড আপনাদের ভাই ব্রাদার্সদের নিয়ে চলে আসেন লাইভে এনজয় করার জন্য। আলিফ মিয়াকে কমেন্ট করতে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, হাই এন্ড হ্যালো ভাইয়া। এন্ড বিস ট্রাক আস কমেন্ট করছেন ফা, আপনাকেও ফা ভাই। যাই হোক, আপনারা লাইভে যুক্ত হয়ে যান, শেয়ার করে দেন লাইভটি, আমিও শেয়ার করে দিই আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে আমাদের যত গ্রুপ আছে সেই গ্রুপগুলোতে। এন্ড আপনারাও আশা করি শেয়ার করে দেবেন। আমরা চলে যাব ম্যাচ শুরু হলেই সেই স্ক্রিনে। যারা যারা আছেন লাইভে আছেন কমেন্ট করতে থাকেন এন্ড শেয়ার করতে থাকেন আপনাদের ভাই ব্রাদারদের মাঝে। এন্ড আপনাদের ফুল সাপোর্ট অবশ্যই দেখতে চাই। এন্ড কোন টিম কেমন পারফরমেন্স করবে বলে আপনারা ধারণা করছেন, অবশ্যই অবশ্যই আহ বলেন শুনি আপনারা যে কাদেরকে গ্রুপ এ তে যে টিমগুলো আছে সেই টিমগুলোর মধ্যে কারা ভালো পারফরমেন্স করবে আপনাদের মনে হয়, সেই অনুযায়ী একটা বলেন, আমি দেখি আপনাদের মতো আমার প্রেডিকশন মিলে কিনা। টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব, তাদেরকে নিয়ে অনেকটাই আশা আছে। দেখা যাক ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে ইডব্লিউসি তে তারা কেমন পারফরমেন্স করে। আশা অনেক আছে এই টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব এন্ড স্ট্র হার্টস কে নিয়ে। আজকের দিনে তারা যদি একটা আশানুরূপ পারফরমেন্স আমাদেরকে উপহার দেয়, অবশ্যই সেটা বাংলাদেশি দর্শকদের জন্য খুশিরই হবে। এন্ড যারা লাইভে আছেন অবশ্যই শেয়ার করতে থাকেন। ভাই তোমার নাম কি? ভাই আমার নাম, ভাই আমার নাম উপরেই দেওয়া আছে আমার ক্যামেরার স্ক্রিনের, তামিম ইসলাম রনি। যাই হোক, আপনারা লাইক করবেন, শেয়ার করবেন। ও আচ্ছা, ক্যামেরার সামনে ওয়্যার চলে আসছে, আমি তো খেয়ালই করিনি। যাই হোক, আপনারা কমেন্ট করতে থাকেন, শেয়ার করতে থাকেন, লাইভে যুক্ত হতে থাকেন। কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই ম্যাচের লাইভ স্ক্রিনে আমরা চলে যাব এন্ড সেই টিমগুলোর পারফরমেন্সও আমরা দেখব। দেখা যাক, আর মাত্র 1 মিনিট বাকি আছে, আপনাদেরকে নিয়ে সাথেই সুইচ করব এন্ড কমেন্ট করতে থাকবেন আপনারা, আশা করি। সেই কমেন্টগুলো আমি পড়বো আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে। আই থিঙ্ক কিছু একটা নেটওয়ার্ক ইস্যু। যাই হোক, আপনারা সাথে থাকেন। কমেন্ট সেকশন কি শো করছে না নাকি? আই ডোন্ট নো। দেখা যাক। আম, চলেন আমরা গেমিং লাইভ স্ক্রিনে চলে যাই। সেই লাইভ স্ক্রিনে কি চলছে, কি হচ্ছে, কোন টিম কিভাবে প্রিপারেশন নিচ্ছে সেই ইন্টারভিউ গুলো দেখবো আমরা, এবং ম্যাচ শুরু হলে ম্যাচগুলো আমরা উপভোগ করব আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে। যাই হোক, আমি সেই গেমের ইন্টারভিউ সেশন চলছে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, এন্ড সেই গেমের ইন্টারভিউ সেশনে দেখা যাক কারা কেমন পারফরমেন্স করে। টিমগুলো প্রস্তুত আছে অবশ্যই, এদিকে আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি সেই পারফর্মার গুলো আছে। ও মাই গড, CR7। যাক, একটা ইন্ট্রো আমরা উপভোগ করি আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে। সেরা ভাই, EWC আসলেই সেরা। পর একটা ইন্ট্রো, এন্ড সেই ইন্ট্রো পরেই আমরা আবারও সেশনে চলে এসেছি। এই লেফট সাইডে যে ডেনিম পরা, তাকে কিন্তু আমরা চিনি সবাই বলতে গেলে। তাকে আমরা দেখেছিলাম সেই FFWS 2025 এর গ্র্যান্ড গ্লোবাল ফিনালসে, এন্ড তিনি কিন্তু আজও যুক্ত আছেন আমাদের সাথে। দেখা যাক। যারা লাইভে আছেন ভাই, মনিটাইজ আছে কি আপনার? জি ভাইয়া, মনিটাইজেশন আছে আমার, আলহামদুলিল্লাহ। আমার বেশি সময় লাগে নাই মনিটাইজেশন আসতে, এন্ড EWC থেকেও অ্যাপ্রুভাল পেয়ে গেছি আলহামদুলিল্লাহ, এন্ড সেই অ্যাপ্রুভালের কারণে আমরা লাইভটা করছি আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে। অবশ্যই সবাই শেয়ার করবেন, লাইক করবেন। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল থেকে শুরু করে প্রত্যেকটা টিম কিন্তু এন্ট্রি নিচ্ছে। থাকবে প্যারাডক্স, টিম প্যারাডক্স কেও দেখতে পাচ্ছি। টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব, আপনাদের সবার প্রিয় টিম TEC, দেখবো আমরা তাদেরকেও দেখা যাক তাদের ইন্ট্রো কেমন হয়। গেম সেশনে কিন্তু ইন্ট্রো একটা অন্য লেভেলের ইন্ট্রো হবে, এন্ড আমরা সেটাও দেখবো।
Team, things are about to get real spicy. Yes, but let's not forget we still have our reigning champion. Hello once again, Esports Divine is back, and I think they're so ready for it. Yes, and Barum struggled actually in EWC last year, and of course they are going to change things here, but they did get the win in the Free Fire Global Series. So yeah, I feel like they've got a little bit of a vengeance. Yes, I did had a chance to chit chat a lot with Wasana before, and he did say
মাইকটা অনেক সমস্যা করতেছে আই থিংক, এন্ড সেই
yes, and if that doesn't help you guys, we have a tournament format explainer video for you guys to have a look at.
Free Fire will once again make its mark at the Esports World Cup. So let's take a closer look at the tournament format and how the teams can reach that final booyah. 24 of the best Free Fire teams from around the globe will enter the arena and throughout 4 intense days battle for a share of a $1 million prize pool. The competition is divided into 3 stages: group stage, survival stage, and match point finals. We start in the group stage, where our teams are split into 2 even groups of 12 participants.
hello মাইকটা প্রচুর সমস্যা করতেছে আজকে, আই ডোন্ট নো ওয়াই, বারে কাহিনী করতেছে। যাই হোক, আমরা আমাদের সেই কিভাবে কি রোড ম্যাপ থাকবে এই টুর্নামেন্টের, সেই টুর্নামেন্ট গুলো রোড ম্যাপ দেখতে পাচ্ছি। সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজ 12 টিমস নিয়ে গ্র্যান্ড ফিনাল হবে 10 ম্যাচ। ও না, গ্র্যান্ড ফিনাল না, এটা হলো ডে 3 আই থিংক, এন্ড ডে 3 থেকে গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালে যাবে ম্যাচ পয়েন্ট ফাইনালস এর পয়েন্ট সিস্টেমটাও আমরা দেখবো।
For the ultimate glory of becoming the Esports World Cup Free Fire champions. Here there's no map cap.
নো ম্যাপ ক্যাপ মানে কোনো ম্যাচ লিমিট থাকবে না। প্রত্যেকটা টিম যদি 90 পয়েন্ট করে তারপরেই কিন্তু আপনার নো ম্যাচ লিমিট। যে যতগুলো ম্যাচ গড়ায়, যদি 10টা 20টা ম্যাচও গড়ায় তো 10টা 20টা ম্যাচই হবে। বাট আই থিংক হাইস্ট গেলে 8টা 9টা ম্যাচ হবে, কজ আমরা FFMAI তেও দেখেছি সামার 2026 এ অসাধারণ 9টা টিম কিন্তু চ্যাম্পিয়নরা আনলক করেছিল, এন্ড ম্যাচ 9টি হয়েছিল। অসাধারণ ছিল সেই ক্লাস। সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমি বলতে পারি টিম ইন্ডিয়ান টিমগুলো অসাধারণ পারফরমেন্স করেছে, লাইক টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং, এই টিমটা অসাধারণ খেলেছে। দেখা যাক আজকের দিনে কেমন পারফরমেন্স করে। প্রত্যেকজন উপস্থিত আছেন, টিমগুলো প্রিপেয়ার্ড আই থিংক, এন্ড সেই সাইড থেকে আপনারা যারা যারা লাইভে যুক্ত আছেন অবশ্যই চ্যানেলটিকে সাবস্ক্রাইব করে দিবেন, লাইক করবেন, শেয়ার করবেন, কমেন্ট করবেন, এন্ড আমরা ম্যাচ শুরু হলেই ম্যাচের স্ক্রিন তো আমাদেরকে দেখাবেই, সেই স্ক্রিনেই আমরা দেখতে পারবো সবার পারফরম্যান্স, অ্যান্ড আই থিঙ্ক ভালো একটা পারফরম্যান্স তাদের থেকে উপভোগ করব। টিম বাংলাদেশ লাইক টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অ্যান্ড স্প্রো হ্যাট, তাদেরকে নিয়ে অনেক আশা নিয়ে আছি। অবশ্যই সেই আশা নিরাশা করবে না তারা। দেখা যাক, রাইজ অ্যাবভ। এন্ড প্রত্যেক টিম থেকে শুরু করে যারা যারা ইডব্লিউসি এর টিকিট নিয়েছে খেলা দেখার জন্য, লাইভ ল্যান্ড টুর্নামেন্টটি এনজয় করার জন্য, তাদেরও এন্ট্রি দেখতে পাচ্ছি আমরা। এন্ড তাদেরকে নিয়ে ডিসকাস চলছে। প্রত্যেকটা টিম 24টা টিম, গতবার ছিল হয়তো 18টা টিম ছিল, এন্ড এইবার এসে 24 টিমস। এন্ড ব্যাটেলটা কিন্তু অবশ্যই মারাত্মক লেভেলের হবে, কজ মাত্র 4 দিনের মধ্যেই ফ্রি ফায়ারের একটা অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট শেষ হয়ে যাবে। 4 দিন, আজকের দিনে প্রত্যেকটা টিমকে 12টি ম্যাচ খেলতে হবে। 12টি ম্যাচ খেলা একটা ডেতে, তাও আবার একটা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে। সেটা আসলেই অনেকটা প্রেসার, অনেকটা প্রেসারাইজড করবে সেই অ্যাথলেটগুলোকে। অবশ্যই সেই অ্যাথলেটগুলোকে প্রিপারেশন নিতে হবে সেই রকম ভাবে। আশা করি বাংলাদেশি টিমগুলো সেভাবে প্রিপেয়ার্ড হয়ে গেছে, এন্ড সেই প্রিপারেশন গুলো আমরা দেখবো। প্লাস ইন্ট্রো দেখবো। ইন্ট্রো দেখার জন্য আমি আসলে অনেকটাই মানে আশার, কি বলে এটাকে ভাই, বাইজা গেছি। যাই হোক, যারা লাইভে আছেন অবশ্যই শেয়ার করতে থাকেন। আমার গেস্ট কো-কাস্টার হিসেবে, কো-স্ট্রিমার হিসেবে আসতে পারে কেউ একজন। ইয়াল কমেন্টার্স থেকে কমেন্ট করছেন, লাভ ফ্রম ইয়াল দি ব্রাদার। থ্যাংক ইউ ব্রাদার ফর ইউর heartwarming love. And Kiyoma Takaso, ভাই congrats for your first co-official stream. Thank you ভাই, thank you so much. লিখন তুমি এখনো পাশে আছো। যাই হোক, তুমি লিখন চাইলে আমার স্ট্রিমে জয়েন করতে পারো। আমরা গেম অ্যানালাইসিস করি, চলো একসাথে। জয়েন করতে চাইলে অবশ্যই ইনবক্স করে দিও, আমি তোমাকে এই ডিসকর্ডে লিংক দিয়ে দিব নে, দেন আমরা গেম অ্যানালাইসিস করব। কি বলো? 7 উইকের ম্যাচ ইডব্লিউসি, 7টা উইকে একটা 24, আই থিঙ্ক গেম তো 24ই ছিল। 24 গেম নিয়েই এই ইডব্লিউসি, সেই গেমগুলো 7 উইকে, মানে ধরতে গেলে 1.5 মাস, প্রায় 2 মাসের মতো সময়ের মধ্যেই 24টা গেম তারা শেষ করতে যাচ্ছে এইবারে। অ্যান্ড প্রথমত ইডব্লিউসি 26 কিন্তু সৌদি আরবে হওয়ার কথা ছিল, বাট সৌদি আরবে বিভিন্ন কারণে আপনারা সবাই অবগত আছেন, যুদ্ধ ময়দান হয়ে গেছে। সেই কারণে সেই টুর্নামেন্টটি আমাদের প্যারিসে নিয়ে যাওয়া হয়েছে, অ্যান্ড সেই প্যারিসে বাংলাদেশি টিমগুলো চলে গিয়েছে খেলার জন্য। অবশ্যই সেই 2টা টিমকে ফুল সাপোর্ট দেবেন আপনারা, এবং আমরাও সাপোর্ট করে আসবো। কিয়োমা তাকাসো, লাঞ্চ ব্রেক ভাই, আসি লাঞ্চ করি দেন আসি। জি ভাই, ইনশাল্লাহ আসো, আমাকে ইনবক্স করো, আমি তোমাকে ডিসকর্ডে লিংক দিয়ে দিব না, দেন আমরা একসাথে গেম অ্যানালাইসিস প্লাস উপভোগ করব গেমটা। কি বলো? যাই হোক, আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি বস রাশিয়াকে। রাশিয়া কোনটা? রাশিয়া। আমি বলবো ভাই, মন থেকে এই ছেলেটাকে আমার অনেক ভালো লাগে, অনেক ভালো পারফর্মার, অনেক ভালো পারফরমেন্স করে, বলতেই হবে। অসাধারণ খেলে ছেলেটি। এন্ড 2025 এর চ্যাম্পিয়ন টিম ইভোস ডিভাইন, তারা কিন্তু আবারও চলে এসেছে, আবারও রাজত্ব করার জন্য। দেখা যাক তারা কেমন পারফরমেন্স করে। ইন্টারভিউ সেশন দেখতে পাচ্ছি এই মুহূর্তে।
So, how do you think about them? Jadi kan ada tim secret kan. Jadi gimana perasaannya dengan mereka itu?
I'm feeling like I want to prove to them like EWC is our place. EWC it's mean Esports World Champion, not Esports World Cup.
Oh my god, wow. I feel the intensity is really much here, but overall that is all we can hear from Russia, and I would love to see more from Evo's Divine, and of course
আমি রাশিয়া বলছিলাম যে রাশিয়া।
See you guys later, and
আমাদের ব্লেডকে কি দেখাবে? কি বলেন আপনারা? দেখতে
Welcome,
পাচ্ছি
ladies and gentlemen, to the Free
অলরেডি
Fire
শুরু
at
হয়ে গেছে।
Esports World Cup 2026 live from Paris. We're finally here. By the way, my name is 7WG. I'm going to be your studio host, and I'm joined by some amazing talent, none other than Conchita and Neptune. Neptune, I'm going
দেখতে
to start
পাচ্ছি
with you. How are
EWC
you
এর
enjoying Paris so
নেপচুন
far?
গার্সিয়া, নেপচুন ভাই, নেপচুন থেকে চলে আসছে নেপচুন, নামই নেপচুন। এন্ড সাথে যারা ছিল তাদের নাম আমি পড়তে পারিনি, অনেক কষ্ট হলো। যাই হোক,
The crowd energy. How about you, Conchita? How are you enjoying
It's
Paris?
also my first time in Paris.
প্রত্যেকেই
and it's been
আসলে
amazing. I
এক্সাইটেড
just can't
এই
wait to see how the
মোমেন্টটার
competition
জন্য।
goes this year,
EWC
and yeah, having a great time so far.
EWC
I mean, you know
এর
what, let's
এই
let's
এক্সাইটমেন্ট
just dive
প্রত্যেকেই
right into
আসলে
the competition because we have Evos
নাড়া দিয়ে
returning
দিয়েছে। প্রত্যেকে আসলে
really good
এনজয় করার জন্য
league,
এটা
back-to-back
একটা ভালো
champions here at EWC,
যোগ ছিল
Neptune.
স্পোর্টস ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপে ফ্রি ফায়ার, এন্ড সেইখানে বাংলাদেশি দুইটা টিম। দেখা যাক, ইসরো হেডসকে আই থিঙ্ক আমরা 7:30 পরে দেখতে পারবো। এন্ড বুট 38 কমেন্ট করছেন প্র্যাকটিস টুর্নামেন্ট কবে থেকে শুরু করবেন? জি ভাই, প্র্যাকটিস টুর্নামেন্ট শুরু করবো ইনশাল্লাহ। আমরা ম্যানেজমেন্টে প্রপার একটা প্ল্যানিং যদি এক্সিকিউট করতে পারি, ম্যানেজমেন্ট গুলো যদি ঠিকভাবে প্রপার একটা প্ল্যানিং এর মধ্যে নিয়ে দিতে পারি, দেন আমরা একটা প্র্যাকটিস টুর্নামেন্ট প্লাস পেজ প্লাস গিভওয়ে, আমরা কিন্তু গিভওয়ে টুর্নামেন্ট দিতে চাচ্ছি। এন্ড সেই গিভওয়ে টুর্নামেন্টের জন্য অবশ্যই আপনাদেরকে সেইভাবে সাপোর্ট করতে হবে। আমাদের গেম এন্ড টুর্নামেন্ট অফ হোমিস অবশ্যই আপনাদের সাথে থাকবে, সেই জন্য অবশ্যই আপনাদেরকেও সাথে থাকতে হবে, সাথে থেকে লাইক করতে হবে, কমেন্ট করতে হবে, শেয়ার করতে হবে। এন্ড আমাদের স্ট্রিমটাকে ওয়ার্ল্ড ওয়াইড যাতে রিচ হয় সেই ব্যবস্থা আপনাদের করতে হবে।
Can I go
Might be.
first? I think I'm gonna sound a little biased because again, Indonesian, I can't help it, but I really want
যাই হোক,
them to
দেখা
go
যাক
straight and
ম্যাচ
not go
কখন
to the
শুরু হবে।
survival.
আসলে ম্যাচ
Not
টাইম
because
দেওয়া
I have that
4
much
টাইম,
confidence,
তো
but also I'm
4টা
really
পর্যন্ত
worried
আমরা
actually.
অপেক্ষা
I
করি
think
আপনাদেরকে
we're
সাথে
going
নিয়ে।
to go to the
ততক্ষণ আপনারা
survival
লাইক
stage,
করেন,
so
শেয়ার
it
করেন,
may as well
সাবস্ক্রাইব
be,
করেন।
you know, do
এন্ড
it
আপনাদের
quick,
ভাই
do it
ব্রাদার্সকে
better,
নিয়ে
do
চলে
it
আসেন
correct,
একসাথে,
and then
আড্ডা
go
দেই।
straight to the
আপনাদের
next
কমেন্ট
stage.
সেকশন আমি দেখতে থাকবো। বাংলাদেশি টিম নিয়ে আপনাদের এক্সপেকটেশনও শুনতে চাই, এন্ড সেই টিমগুলো কেমন করতে পারে গেমের দিকে গেম অ্যানালাইসিস করব, প্লাস গেম প্ল্যান প্ল্যান অনুযায়ী এক্সিকিউশনটা করতে পারবে কিনা বাংলাদেশি টিম। সেই ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে বাইরের টিম, ব্রাজিলিয়ান টিম, ইন্দোনেশিয়ান টিম, ইন্ডিয়ান টিম, প্রচুর পাকিস্তানি টিম আছে, সেই টিমগুলোর বিরুদ্ধে লড়াই করতে পারে কিনা ভালোভাবে একটা প্রপার স্ট্র্যাটেজি দিয়ে, সেটাও আমরা উপভোগ করবো আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে। দেখা যাক সেখানে বাংলাদেশি টিমগুলো কেমন পারফরমেন্স করে। বুট 38 অপেক্ষায় আছে। জি ভাই, অপেক্ষায় থাকেন, বেশি দেরি নয়, আমরা খুব শীঘ্রই সব কিছু শুরু করব। প্র্যাকটিস, পেইড, গিভওয়ে একটার পরে একটা থাকবেই আমাদের এখানে ইনশাআল্লাহ ভাই। জাস্ট ওয়েট করেন, আমরা আমাদের সর্বোচ্চটা দিয়ে ট্রাই করছি।
Yes, I'm very proud of Buriram United. I think winning the global finals in 2025 really gave them the confidence they much needed. And EWC is something they've been looking forward to finally have in their store, you know, because it's something that they don't have yet. And Wasana, I think Wasana has been showing a bit more maturity in the way that he's playing, the role that he's taking. I hope that he can be one of the best players that we can see at the EWC 2026.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Risana being consistent, being
দেখা যাক, সবাই আসলে সাপোর্ট করবে আশা করি। ফুল সাপোর্ট একজন বলছেন ফুল সাপোর্ট কারেন্ট 1 ঘন্টার মধ্যে। তামিম ভাই, কারেন্ট যাবে না ভাই, কারেন্ট যাবে না ইনশাআল্লাহ। আপনি এই সব বদদুয়া দিয়েন না, বদদুয়া দিলে কাজ অকাজ হয়ে যাবে। তৌহিদ ভাই, যাই হোক, থ্যাংক ইউ তৌহিদ ভাই for support. And আপনারা ম্যাচটা শুরু হওয়ার জন্য আসলে ভাই আমি অনেক এক্সাইটেড। এই ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে বাংলাদেশ এফএফএমএ সামার 2026 এ বাংলাদেশের পারফরমেন্স তেমন একটা আশানুরূপ ছিল না, বাট আশা করি এই EWC তে এসে বাংলাদেশ সেই রকম একটা পারফরমেন্স আমাদেরকে উপহার দেবে।
They show consistency. They finally won the World Series and in the global semifinals. It's just a perfect run for them. This would be a full circle moment for Buriram United Esports.
Oh, they're just missing that EWC championship.
I know.
Another team that's actually missing that one too, that I know a lot of Brazilian people are going to be happy about, is going to be Flux. So
মানে
Flux is
ম্যাচের
coming in
জন্য
from one of the
অপেক্ষা
MVPs too out of the region.
কখন ম্যাচ শুরু হবে, কখন ইন্ট্রো দেখবো টিমগুলোর, লাইক টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব এন্ড স্টোহেডস ভাই। এক্সট্রপকে নিয়ে আপনাদের কি মন্তব্য? স্টোহেডস এর এক্সট্রপ ভাই, ওর খেলা অসাধারণ, বাট ওর যে শরীর ভাই, ওর শরীর দেখলে মনে হয় ভাই দাঁড়াইতেই পারবো না, বাতাসে উড়া যাবে এরকম একটা অবস্থা।
Well, that's one thing though. I mean, Team Falcons, at some point after not like losing a few of their players, they lost their identity.
সবাই শেয়ার করে দিও লাইভটি, এন্ড আমরা
some fire similar to what we've seen.
টিমগুলোকেও দেখবো,
But it's not that
এন্ড
aggressive.
শেয়ার করে কমেন্ট করতে থাকবে আশা করি।
Win for them. So it's really difficult to tell if they're just playing with us, just pulling our leg right now, that they're not that strong, and then later that's when they bring in those booyahs in the champion run. Because again, it's one of the things that I noticed from some of the teams, they choose some stages or some tournament wherein they really want to pop off because they don't want to give out that much of strategy on their regionals.
So I think it's a bit of an unpredictable situation when you talk about Falcons. So yeah, we might have just wait and see.
Okay, talking about unpredictable, I mean, we got India coming finally.
তাহলে কখন ম্যাচ শুরু হবে, কখন আমরা ম্যাচের অ্যানালাইসিসে যাব, ম্যাচগুলো উপভোগ করব, দেখা যাক। আসলে এত সময় পাইনি আসলে। আমার জানা মতে 3:30 আই থিঙ্ক লাইভটা শুরু হওয়ার কথা, আমি সেভাবেই প্রিপারেশন নিয়েছিলাম, পরে দেখি 3টা বাজেই শুরু হয়ে গেছে ভাই। মানে আমার সাথে নাইনসাফি হয়ে গেছে, এক প্রকার নাইনসাফি হয়ে গেছে। আমি খাওয়া দাওয়া করতে পারিনি, এমন একটা ব্যাপার। আমি হঠাৎ করে ইউটিউবে ঢুকে দেখি যে এই অবস্থা, শুরু হয়ে গেছে লাইভ, দেন আমি দৌড়ে চলে আসলাম আপনাদের মাঝে। আজকের দিনে সেই টিমগুলো, আশা করি টিম বাংলাদেশ ভালো পারফরমেন্স করবে। ভাই এত কথা কই থেকে আসে ভাই, এত কথা।
But I'm pretty sure that they have a little bit of their back pocket that they can bring in, because this is some of the teams, the aggressive teams coming from India, and it's tough to say if what they've shown already is what we're going to expect, because they have been preparing for this after a lot of rest out of esports scene from India. I'm really looking forward to what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, and once again, it's the EWC. Of course, it's going to be different. The spirit is also very different. So yeah, looking forward to see how they are playing this year.
Yeah, Southeast Asia is just dominating EWC. I know a lot of the other regions, once again, Brazil wants to see if they can finally get that championship, Flux especially. And then we have other regions as well, right? We got Pakistan, we got some of the other ones. And I'm looking at the teams from Group A. And
I don't know আমি কিভাবে EWC এর আসলে কিভাবে অ্যাপ্রুভাল পেয়ে গেছি। জাস্ট আমি ফান হিসেবে জাস্ট অ্যাপ্লাই করেছিলাম, যে আমি হয়তো পাবো না, তেমন একটা আশা ভরসা ছিল না, কজ 2000 সাবস্ক্রাইবার আমার চ্যানেলে নেই, প্লাস রিচ এখন একবারই ডাউন। তো আমি সেভাবেই বলেছি যে আমার রিচ ডাউন, সেভাবেই অ্যাপ্লাই করেছি, ডাউন দিয়েই যেন একটা সত্যতা থাকুক। দেন সেভাবে অ্যাপ্লাই করার পর দেখি আমার জিমেইলে মেইল আসলো যে আপনি অ্যাপ্রুভ, আপনি স্ট্রিম করতে পারবেন। তো সেই স্ট্রিমে আমি চলে আসলাম আপনাদেরকে নিয়ে অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টে। দেখা যাক সেই ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে বাংলাদেশি টিমগুলো, আসলে আমি এরকম একটা জিনিস এক্সপেক্ট করেছিলাম সামনে করার, বাট হয়ে গেছে। তার জন্য আমি অনেক খুশি, আপনাদের সাপোর্টের কারণে আজকে এত দূরে আসতে পেরেছি, এবং সামনে আশা করি আরো ভালো কিছু পাবো আপনাদের কাছ থেকে, এবং আমিও আপনাদের জন্য ভালো কিছু করার ট্রাই করব। অবশ্যই লাইক কমেন্ট শেয়ার করবেন। আমরা সেই পারফর্মার বাংলাদেশি টিমগুলোকে নিয়ে আপনাদের কি মতামত অবশ্যই কমেন্ট করবেন। লাইক টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব এন্ড স্টোহেডস, তারা কেমন পারফরমেন্স করবে অবশ্যই কমেন্ট করবেন, আমি দেখতে চাই সেই কমেন্টগুলো।
I'm going for Aurora Gaming at this point from Group A. Coming from Malaysia, also a first contender in here. I think they will be on fire right now.
I thought you were gonna go with Evos. I'm not gonna lie. She's staying with Buriram. I was like, for sure he's gonna go with Evos. But let us know in the comments below for everybody watching. Who do you think is gonna be taking the first booyah? Because this is day 1 of Free Fire at Esports World Cup. You know what? Let's get started.
স্টেজ দেখুন, জাস্ট 25 কাউন্টডাউন চলছে, কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই হয়তো আমরা ইন্ট্রো দেখতে পারবো। হ্যাঁ, কাউন্টডাউন চলছে 20 সেকেন্ড, এন্ড সেখান থেকে দেখি ভাই স্টেজটা সুন্দর হয়েছে বলতেই হবে, অসাধারণ স্টেজ বানিয়েছে। গ্যাপটা দেখুন, জাস্ট একদম ডিসিপ্লিন, অসাধারণ ভাই। 3 2 1 লেটস গো। EWC 2026 প্যারিস ফ্রি ফায়ার গ্রুপ স্টেজ ডে 1 এ আপনাদেরকে স্বাগতম। আমরা কি সাউন্ড বাড়িয়ে দিব? জাস্ট আপনারা সাউন্ডটা উপভোগ করুন। জাস্ট ইন্ট্রোটা দেখুন ভাই, ঢাকঢোল বাজা শুরু করে দিচ্ছে। বুম, সেরা সেরা ভাই। এই থিমটা আমার কাছে আসলে অসাধারণ লাগে। মিউজিক প্লাস আপনার মনে করেন যে ব্ল্যাক অ্যান্ড গোল্ডেন থিমটা, এই থিমটা অসাধারণ বলতে হবে। মিউজিকটা সেই। ড্রেস আপ গুলো সেই ভাই, কঠিন ড্রেস আপ নিয়ে আসছে সবাই। আমার মনে হইতেছিল আমি স্কুইড গেমে ঢুকে গেছি। শুরু হয়ে গেছে ভাই, এই মারামারি ভাই, এখানেই ব্যাটল শুরু হয়ে গেছে, এখানেই ব্যাটল হবে আজকে, খেলা হবে ময়দানে। অসাধারণ ভাই, এটা দেখে আমার ABCD 3D মুভির কথা মনে পড়ে গেছে। কঠিন নাচ হয়ে গেছে। আমি জাস্ট ভাবতেছি যারা আর কি এখানে একদম লাইভ দর্শক হিসেবে দেখতেছে, মানে লাইভ বসে আছে ল্যান ইভেন্টে, তাদের এক্সপ্রেশনটা কেমন। নুমায়েত ইসলাম রাফসান ভাই আছি, থ্যাংক ইউ ভাই, থ্যাংক ইউ থাকার জন্য। সাথে থাকেন পুরোটা লাইভ স্ট্রিম জুড়ে, আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে আড্ডা হবে।
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadir City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb.
150 million
player for this 2026. 33 million players play these games every day. But today we will have the 96 best player coming from all around the world.
That's right, from all corners of the world, ready to go
96
toe
best
to
player.
toe until they are the last team standing. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the incredible Luti. And without any further delay, it's time to introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure, of course. Like there is so many young players and they are coming from all around the world. And you know what? Like I think for a lot of them, it's the first time in Europe, the first time in Paris. So they are far away from home. Hopefully they're gonna make it right for this first day here at EWC Paris. However, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our first 12 teams, starting with Demon's Pride!
কেমন ফ্রাইডের ইন্ট্রো হবে ব্রো, দেখেন জাস্ট ইন্ট্রোটা দেখেন। কেমন স্প্রাইট ফ্রম পাকিস্তান।
Titan Esports.
ও টিম বাংলাদেশ ব্লেড, কুট্টুস, নেজাত, রাহাত, এন্ট্রি দেখেন জাস্ট, ব্লেডের এন্ট্রিটা জাস্ট দেখুন।
Loud Sneakers!
লাউড স্নিকার্স। এরপরে কোন টিম আসবে? বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড, ওয়াসানা দ্য রাশার। ভাই ওয়াসানারে আমার সেই লাগে ভাই, একদম অসাধারণ পারফরমেন্স করে। দেখা যাক আজকে EWC তে কেমন পারফরমেন্স করে অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল। ভাই এই টিমটা আসলে সিএস মোডের জন্য একদম এক নাম্বার একটা টিম বলতে হবে। এই প্রত্যেকবারই চ্যাম্পিয়ন মারতেছে সিএস ফরম্যাটের টুর্নামেন্টগুলো, ক্লাস মাস্টার থেকে শুরু করে সব। অরোরা গেমিং, প্যারাডক্স গেমিং চলে আসছে। এই টিম থেকে আমি তেমন একটা দেখা হয়নি, দেখা যাক আজকের দিন এদের পারফরমেন্স আমরা দেখব।
Gun Dynasty.
গান ডাইনাস্টি। আচ্ছা, ব্লেডের জার্সিটা একটু অন্যরকম ডিফারেন্ট লাগলো না? যে ব্লেড রেড কালার জার্সি পরলো এন্ড সবাই গোল্ডেন কালার জার্সি পরলো।
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
টিম ফ্যালকনস, ভাই এই টিমটাও অসাধারণ। এই টিমই তো হয়তো 2024 এ
Team Apex Gaming.
EWC জিতেছিল। অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং ফার্স্ট টাইম ইন্ডিয়ান টিম EWC তে, তাও 3টা স্লট পেয়েছে। ভাই আমার কাছে এটা অনেকটা কষ্ট লাগছে যে বাংলাদেশি টিম আগের থেকে খেলে তাদেরকে 2টা স্লট এনে ইন্ডিয়া সেই 3টা স্লট পেয়েছে। এন্ড চ্যাম্পিয়ন টিমের ইন্ট্রো দেখুন যা 2025 এর চ্যাম্পিয়ন টিম ইভোস ডিভাইন। ও অসাধারণ, তাদের ইন্ট্রোটা জাস্ট অসাম বানাইছে দেখেন। ও হ্যাঁ, টিসি 2জন গোল্ডেন জার্সি পরছে এন্ড 2জন রেড কালার জার্সিটা পরছে। এন্ড ইভোস ডিভাইনের এন্ট্রি দেখেন, কাপটা রাখবে।
We've got $1 million on the line, a legacy to forge, and a champion to crown. So today is your only chance to make a first impression. Make it count.
The first day of Free Fire in EWC Paris begin now!
EWC কাপটা কি ইভোস ডিভাইনের হাত থেকে অন্য কেউ নিয়ে যাবে? এই যে গত 2025 এর সেই কাপ জেতার মুহূর্ত।
To rise above and be the best.
এই গ্র্যান্ড ফিনাল টিম ভাইটালিটির বিপক্ষে।
And how hard is it to stay at the top?
Aurora versus what? কিভাবে আসছে আর কি প্রত্যেকটা টিম কিভাবে কোন বেস
The
থেকে
ability to thrive under pressure. It requires consistency.
4 booyahs in a row.
And as the kingdom grows, so does the number of contenders. With familiar faces returning and entirely new forces knocking at the gates. But in the end, there can be only one king, one champion, and one booyah. And no king
আজকে
rules
কি করবে
forever.
বাংলাদেশি টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব? অবশ্যই কমেন্ট করেন।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages.
সবাই সবার সিট বেল্ট বেঁধে
to the
নিন,
most
ম্যাচ
awaited
শুরু হয়ে যাবে
event
কিছুক্ষণের
for at least the
মধ্যে।
first half of the year. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are in Paris, and I expected a heat wave. It was quite cold
Rajbani
here, but
and
now with the game
Hema.
starting, Tash, I think we're gonna just bump
এত
the heat up a
সুন্দর
tad
সুন্দর
bit
নাম
higher.
ওদের,
It's going
মানে
to be intense. It's going to be
কাস্টার ডেস্কে
mad
তারা
hot.
থাকবে, থাকবো
We
আমিও
saw the
আমিও
reigning
মাঝে মাঝে
champions
কাস্টিং শুরু করে দেবো,
walk
আড্ডা
in
দিতে
and
দিতে। কি
question
বলেন?
marks on whether or not they can defend that crown.
Oh yeah, and you know, for the first part of the competition, it's all about survival. We are in the group stage, and for the first time ever, we have got 24 teams from around the world hopping on into a global battle. Never before. This is the first time we've got so many of them, which means there are going to be a tad bit more heartbreaks out there. The first day, you got early qualifiers, but you definitely want to avoid the bottom of the leaderboard.
For real. Now, as you go into that as well, eliminations are coming through. And
ফোন
as we
কিন্তু
go
জমা দিতে
through
হইতো আমি
this,
যে
we after
স্টোরেজের পেজ
eliminations,
থেকে
only
ঘুরে এসে
top
যা
4
বুঝলাম যে
will be going straight to
তাদেরকে
the
গতকাল
finals,
রাতেই
and the
ফোন
rest
জমা দিতে
into
হয়েছে
survival stage.
প্র্যাকটিস করতে
absolutely. But
পারেনি
today
3
is
ঘন্টা
just
সময় ছিল
day
তাদের
one.
হাতে দেন তারা
Both
প্র্যাকটিস
groups
করেছিল
A and B will only play the
এই
first
প্র্যাকটিস
6
করেই
matches,
ফোনটা
right? So
জমা
it's a
দিয়ে
little bit
দিতে
of a
হয়েছে
prelude. It's a little bit of a preview.
অনেকক্ষণ
And
পরে
thank
হয়তো
God
তারা
we have
ফোনটা
the
হাতে
preview
পাইছে
because
তো
some of the teams here
অবশ্যই
are
আগে কিছু
absolutely
প্র্যাকটিস
clueless
ম্যাচ
about the
হবে
regions
হয়তো
who have not really shown up on a stage where
নাকি
you're able
প্র্যাকটিস
to go
করে
in
এসেছে
and really
আই
check
ডোন্ট
out
নো
what their drop spots are like, exactly what their rotations are like. So they're left in the dark. And these underdogs could just be exactly what surprises even the big dogs, right? Because we know for a fact when you go on to the Free Fire Global Finals, the gameplay there is just very different. The Titans will rule as always. But here at the Esports World Cup, we actually have the capability of underdogs having a dream, right? So far, the winners that have been able to run away with it are winners who haven't been able to achieve much on the global final stage.
Yeah, it's
দেখা
really
যাক
exciting
সেই
when you think
প্রত্যেকটা
about that
টিমকে
because
দেখতে
it's
পাচ্ছি
such
সেই
a
চাবিগুলো
different
কিন্তু
moment, right?
ভেঙে
It's a
গুড়িয়ে
different
দেওয়া হবে
bond.
যারা
It's a
পারবে না
different capability.
কিন্তু এরকম
And
কিছুই আমি
again, there are
দেখেছিলাম
also, whispers about these new teams coming online. The differences in regional styles of
Team AG
play,
Global.
whether or not you can adapt to that. That day one, trying to figure out, like you mentioned, right, the drop spots. Are we going to be taking the early fights, or are we going to be avoiding these teams? So those are the questions these teams are going to be
আমার
asking
এই
themselves.
হেডফোনটা
Are you
লাগবে ভাই
brave enough
যেই
to
প্যারিস
take a
গেছেন
gamble,
ভাই
or
আমার
are
জন্য
you
নিয়ে
going to be
আসেন
playing safe all the way till the
হেডফোনটা আমার
end?
লাগবে
Absolutely. We just saw
আমাদের
the
বাংলাদেশি
league of
গর্ব
EGAL. They have already
নেজাত
shown their prowess in Clash Squad thus far, global finals champions, and recently at the Southeast Asian Clash Masters as well. But that's Clash Squad. In Battle Royale, they have been doing absolutely fine for themselves as well, right? Just very quickly climbing up the ladder, but they have not achieved a championship in VR for themselves just yet. Second at Sea Spring 26, second at
তারাও
even
আমাদের
the Free Fire Max Asia
ইনভাইট
Invitational,
করতে
where
হবে
we threw in
একজনকে
a bunch
তিনি
of
আসছেন
super
আমাদের
teams from
এখানে
Southeast Asia up against the South Asian teams, where they also
আমাদের
found
ডিসকর্ডটা
dominance at.
ওপেন করতে
Yeah,
হবে
and I think that when you are in that situation, you are trying to think, okay, how exactly am I going to be matching up with these other players? Some of them are very, very new. I would say, sometimes people say, right, the younger players have a little bit more drive. They're hot-headed, they're hot-blooded. They
yeah.
want to go for these early fights.
Yeah.
But in this situation, when you go high risk, the high reward moment, if you lose it, you lose it all. And in this situation, you want to avoid being at the very bottom of that ladder. What can we do to make sure that we don't go super high risk,
লিখন
not
চলে আসো
overheat?
আমরা
Well,
একসাথে
if
আড্ডা দিই
you do end up at the bottom today,
Yeah.
the risk is there, but
Yeah.
fairly low.
Not yet.
Tomorrow, you definitely have to avoid it at all costs. But obviously, not every single team can do that. At the end of the day, you're going to have some winners. You're going to have some teams down at the bottom who are going to be at risk of relegation. But I'm looking at the rise of the underdogs here, mainly at the
Right.
Esports World Cup, right? Because this is where dreams are made. And again, this guy, he dreamt for many, many years. I'm not so sure exactly what he's trying to do right now, but he's dreamt for many, many years. He's trying to think of a hand sign that he wants to flash on the screen
Yeah.
the moment he gets a booyah. And AJL's just the kind of squad who's capable of walking with a booyah. And
Yeah.
speaking of which, this is Group A. Many have termed this group the Group of Death
Yeah.
because of the number of Titans
আই
that are in
থিংক
this group.
আমাদের
Right,
সেই
and I think that when you think about Group of
Athlete,
Death,
Silicon.
there are so many situations that,
Yo,
for
but
me
Silicon.
personally, I think last year we had this conversation, right? We were saying, hey, it's going to be the rise of the
Hello?
Brazilians this year, and we were
Hello?
knocked out of the park, and we were
ভাই,
surprised.
কি
and it
অবস্থা
wasn't
তোমার?
at all our
অনেক দিন
expectations.
যাবত
Now
কথাবার্তা
for
হয়
this
না
year, the capability of that happening
এই
again
সময় হয় না, তোমার হয় না, আমার হয় না।
is going to be happening. I would say is because there are so many teams.
আরে ভাই যেই প্যারার মধ্যে দিয়ে যাচ্ছি
on the bigger stages. Maybe
এর মধ্যে
regionally
আবার এই
we haven't
অ্যাপ্রুভাল
seen their
আজকে
powers
হয়তো
because
রাত্রে
maybe
12টা বাজবে
regionally
12টা
maybe
ম্যাচ
they're not the best there.
টোটাল 12টা ম্যাচ তো এক একটা ম্যাচ কমসে কম আধা ঘন্টা টাইম তো লাগবে শেষ করতে।
Exactly, right? So
Hmm.
it's just such a
তো তোমার
interesting
সাউন্ড কি
factor
ইকো মারতেছে
that the
নাকি
teams that perform well on the global final
হ্যাঁ
stage,
সাউন্ডে
the
ডিস্টার্ব হইতেছে।
Titans of our competition just don't find a good run here
দাঁড়াও
in the
একটা মিনিট।
Esports World Cup. You look at Buriram, you look at even AGA.
দেখো ঠিক করো না আমার এদিক
This
থেকে
is
ঠিক
the
করা
good
লাগবে
year here, and both of the Esports World Cup in 2024 and 2025, they've placed fifth.
ঠিক আছে এখন ঠিক আছে।
It's weird that they are
not
এখনো
able
তো
to take
লাগতেছে
a
আমার
step
কাছে।
forward, but the underdogs on the other hand, they always manage to rise up to the occasion.
তাহলে হয়তো
I
বা তোমার
wonder
ওইখানে
what's the
প্রবলেম
difference
হইতে পারে।
gonna be like this time round.
এখন বলো তো,
Look at the
এখন
teams. Yes, the teams have grown.
হ্যাঁ এবার
Yes, the
চেক করো।
mechanical skills of these players
হ্যাঁ
have
ঠিক আছে, এবার
been
ঠিক আছে।
sharpened up, but we also have to
আমি
take a look at
আর
the
কি
meta. This is
ওবিএস
the
স্টুডিওটা
season
অন
for
করে রাখছিলাম তো, দুই সাইড থেকে সাউন্ড আসতেছে।
Yeah, the snipers
যাই
have
হোক,
been
এখন ঠিক
buffed
আছে।
this
তো কি
recently,
অবস্থা,
and
কি
I think that
করতেছো
what's
এখন?
really good about this as well. I think they were like,
এখন আর কি
whispers about the
করতেছি,
Indonesian
তেমন কিছুই না,
squads, right?
গেম
Like
টেমও
double
অতটা
sniper.
আগের মতো অ্যাক্টিভ
See,
নাই।
that is going to be fun. But again, as
এসপোর্টসে
we
আপাতত
go
নাই ওরকম
into
ভাবে,
this first
বাট
game, I
ট্রেন্ডিং
am
করি
ও
মাঝে
curious to
মাঝে
see
পেলে।
what
ওরে ভাই, ম্যাচ
exactly
শুরু
is
হয়ে গেছে।
going to be happening. Is it going to be double
আহ,
snipers? Is it going to be a different kind of
কোনো
meta?
কথা
What
নাই,
do you
বার্তা
think?
নাই, ধাম করে ম্যাচ
I
শুরু
think
হয়ে গেল।
everybody's going to be aiming for
যাই
win
হোক,
this time round because of the
আমরা
high-tier
ম্যাচটা
loot zones.
উপভোগ
What
করি, কি
could
বলো
also
লিখন?
be a potential
জি জি ভাই।
avoidance of these high-tier loot zones
দেখি
for the
গেম অ্যানালাইসিস
underdogs of
করি।
the competition, just so that they avoid early annihilation from the
ভাই দেখ,
বেসিক্যালি আমার মনে
Things for
হইতেছে
sure,
যে
we're gonna
টেক
spot
আজকে
quite a
আপনার
number
একটা
of hot
বিল্ড
drops
আপ প্লে
because of
করার
the
ট্রাই
fact
করবে,
where we haven't built
পজিশনের
dominance
দিকেও
on these
অতটা বেশি
compounds
একটা
just
ই
yet.
দিবে না,
Day
প্লাস
one
কিল
is gonna
অ্যামাউন্টের
be
দিকে
a
অতটা
very
ফোকাস
messy
দিবে না,
game.
তারা
I think
চাইবে
we're
হচ্ছে
already seeing
কোঅর্ডিনেশন
couple of
অনুযায়ী
hot drops out there.
আস্তে আস্তে ধাপে
Yeah,
ধাপে
and I'm
আগাইতে।
seeing a very interesting moment
Oh
here
man.
where we are looking at Marcel and
পিসি
Portugal just
আজকে আসলে
completely
আজকে
full
যদি
of
প্রেশারাইজ
players.
হয়ে
Circle
যায়
coming up through the
কোনোভাবে,
middle
তাহলে কিন্তু
central side there.
আগামী
So
দিনে
the rotations coming in
একদম
from southern
চান্সেস
side is
খুব
going to be
কম,
fun to see as
একটা অ্যাভারেজ
GGL
পয়েন্ট
from
তাদের
Sentosa.
গ্যাদার
Yeah,
করতে হবে।
absolutely. So Gun Dynasty up against Aurora. And this is going to be a
হ্যাশট্যাগ
little
6-7
tough
করলেও
for
আই
Gun
থিঙ্ক
Dynasty if
বেটার।
they don't manage to overwhelm the Malaysian squad
ফার্স্ট
who
ডে তো
have been
হ্যাশট্যাগ
performing
6
extremely well
করলে
in the
সবচেয়ে
recent
ভালো, এটা
past.
সেফ হবে আর কি।
You've
হ্যাঁ
also got
সেফ,
the team
দেন
পরের
পরের
দিন
দিন
Esports
একটা ভালো
scaling from
ফাইট
India.
ট্যাগ
Now
দিলেই
speaking of
হয়ে যাবে।
Aurora and the players of GD,
আই থিঙ্ক
let's
আমার
see if or not
ক্যামেরা
they'll be able to knock each other out or very safely avoid each other after picking off a couple of points. Azrael Mac 10 in hand
এই জায়গায়
for
থাকে।
medkits, no blue walls, getting stuck in a battle could be deadly. But he does have the
And
time turner
Aurora,
on him, keeping the active
আজরাইল
skill
ভাই,
alive.
আজরাইল
Let's see if or not they'll be able to engage well. Vega on the other hand already
নাম
has the
কি? আচ্ছা তোমার
M82B
তো আমি
in hand.
গেম স্ক্রিন
Two
শেয়ারই
players from
করি
the
না,
side
হ্যাঁ?
of GD actually
না
holding
না গেম
back.
স্ক্রিন শেয়ার না,
David
এখানে
with
আমার
the
লাইভে
ball, moving
মানে
on
লাইভটা
in.
দেখতে চাই,
It'll be the full
সাউন্ড আরো
squad
বেশি
for
গোলা
the
যাইতেছে।
attack. Jun's about to be in trouble
তা
here.
আমি
David has
তোমারে
the
শেয়ার
B90.
দিই, হ্যাঁ?
Azrael quickly avoids
ওকে
the
ওকে।
engagement. And Aurora does not want a straightforward fight. A little mistake here from Azrael as he hops on into the battle. David won't fight him. Zuez for the backup.
I
And
think
the
it-
back
oh
seven
my God,
shines
keep
for the side
along.
of Aurora, but they've already lost 2-3 players down to the ground.
It's a chaotic moment here right now as
আমি
Uh-oh.
তাকাম
Jun
করে বলছি।
also gets knocked down quickly. Shobi comes through and
ফুল
somehow
স্ক্রিন করে
steals
ফেলছি।
it away. Aurora Gaming eliminated too soon.
Aurora Gaming
Weren't
শেষ।
able to tie down the last few moments.
আচ্ছা, দাঁড়াও,
As we walk over on this side, TAG
করছি।
crossing over GD will be waiting
আকাম
on the
করছি,
other
আকামটা
side
ঠিক
here,
করি।
but they haven't been spotted out quite yet. If the rotation is good, I think that they may be able to come on to the screen right now as DRS
তুমি
is
কি আসো?
completely
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
annihilating
আসি আসি।
আচ্ছা
PDX
ঠিক
right
আছে,
now.
দাঁড়াও।
Yeah, Paradox up against DRS. 3 eliminations in
এটা
hand.
আসলে
They
ভুলে
started
গেছি
off
আমি
really hot. But
কিভাবে
it
জানি
looks like
করে।
Paradox will have to back
অনেকদিন
away
ধরে আর
from
কি
this
শেয়ার
equation
টেয়ার
here.
দেওয়া হয় না।
Snipe with the VSS is going to be standing
এই
by
বন্ধু, হ্যাঁ ঠিক
to
আছে, এখন
distract
ঠিক
the
আছে।
players of
এখন
the
দেখতে
real
পারবা, দাঁড়াও তোমার আমি
soldiers.
শেয়ার দিই।
Was his buddy makes it away from the compound, looking for the revival on the rest of the Paradox squad. Alu and Fatigue making sure they don't make a
পাইছো?
mistake here. The Valiant Dash takes down Snipes
পাইছি
defenses. They pick up their
পাইছি।
4th point. A
ঠিক আছে,
great
দেখ,
start for
আমি-
DRS.
Yeah, DRS just walk up and just took the area like it's nobody's
ভাই অরোরা
business.
গেমিং শেষ,
Snipe
সবার
back
আগে
into
এক
the
কিল
game as
নিয়ে।
Madara does get
আমাদের
knocked
টাইটান
down
স্পোর্টস
here.
ক্লাব শুরুতেই
Evos
হ্যাশট্যাগ 12 লাগায় দিছে।
just
ট্যাগ
trying to make a
যাই
move
হোক,
onto the enemy team
দেখা
on the
যাক
other
সেই
side,
ট্যাগ
but they
সরে
weren't
হ্যাশট্যাগ
able to
একে
find
আসতে
an
পারে কিনা।
opening
ডিআরএস
toward
গেমিং
them.
জাস্ট দেখো
The DP
ড্রপ
does
থেকেই
have the upper
4
hand,
কিল তুলে
draws
ফেলছে।
down, but
ডিডি লাখো সুন্দর
Alphonse
খেলতেছে
knocked out of the
ডিপি।
game already, and the rest of the team completely collapsed as Evos run away into the other compound here. They're trying
ডিপি
to
ডমিনেটর
distract
আর
them from different areas.
ইভোস
Ray cannot hold on here.
বসের সাথে ফাইট করতেছে।
Pick up on
হ্যাঁ
his own, but DP doing a
দুইটা
great
ম্যান
job
পাওয়ার
of
দুইজনেরই ডাউন।
annihilating
হ্যাঁ
Evos.
2v2
Oh, it was a great start here from Demon's Pride, taking on the reigning
এর একটা রিকল করে ফেলে, মানে
ভাই
একটা রিভাইভ
ইভোস
দিয়ে
তো
ফেলে।
রিকল ফুল। এই রে
but it's not
ডাউন
gonna be
আছে
that
তুলে দিল।
easy. The White Tigers of Indonesia rising
ডিপি
to the
ডমিনেটর
Fight
শেষ ভাই, ডিপি প্রিডমিনেটর
এই
সমস্যা কাই লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলিট এদিক দিয়ে ট্যাগ শুরু করে দিচ্ছে ট্যাগ শট
It's honestly insane because it started
ফ্যালকন ভাই এই ফ্যালকন টিমটা রাশারে ডাউন
লিমিট স্নাইপার ভার্সেস স্নাইপার
হ্যাঁ
was even able to reposition.
Yeah, great positioning from Russia as far as the battle up against Demon
ভাই
Squad
ফ্যালকনের
goes.
এন্ট্রি হয়ে গেছে এই
Not
বছর উপরে,
expect
হ্যাঁ
Michael to drop by. And here comes Gun Dynasty yet again
ওইটাই
in
তো
another
দেখতেছি
battle. But yeah, prime play, but David 444 down on the ground.
টোটাল
But
গেমিং
Team
টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং
needs
শেষ
a very early
আহা
and up
ইন্ডিয়ান
against
টিম
the
শেষ ভাই এই
Latam
যে কি
giant.
জানি ওর নাম
And we
ইন্ডিয়ান
already
তো
have 2 teams
স্ট্রিমার
already out of the game, and Evo's in trouble.
এই
As
যে
Falcons
টিসি
just
কিন্তু কিল
Non-stop,
নিতেছে
non-stop.
দেখছো কুট্টুস
eliminated
ব্লেড
so quickly.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
Demon
দেখছি
Squad
দেখছি
as well out of the game fairly soon.
অসাধারণ
And these are the big hitting numbers. We talked about this in the
দেখি
pre-show.
ফাইনাল
about
ফাইটে
what we
বাংলাদেশি টিম
were sort
থাকলে
of expecting to see from the
ইন্ডিয়ান গো মনে
beginnings.
করো
Yeah, I mean, very messy game one on day one as
এই রে
expected
ইভোস
here. Most
ভার্সেস
of the
টিসি
teams just do
কুট্টুসলে
not
দেখছো
know what to expect from the others in terms of drop spot, in terms of rotation. They'll have
এই
to
রে
stay on
রাশিয়ার
the
মিস
tippy
লঞ্চ
toes
প্যাড হয়ে গেছে
and sneak around these
আচ্ছা
compounds
ইভোসের
as best
জাস্ট ইয়া
possible.
দেখো
And
মানে ওরা
if
যে
that
আর্লি
fails, we'll just go all
রোটেট
out with a
করতেছে
gunfight, just like what EWC
এক
did
জায়গা থেকে
earlier.
আরেক জায়গায়
But I'll have to say, Demon
ভাই
Squad
আর্লি রোটেট
was
করার
one
মেন
of the
রিজন
biggest
হচ্ছে
threats.
কিলের
Falcons
জন্য
beat up the Car 98, takes down Aim God. Kudush out of nowhere. TC joining the party as well. Two
ডিপি
teams
ডমিনেটরস তো
beating
পাকিস্তানি
down
না
the
পাকিস্তানি
players
ইন্ডিয়ান
on the
একটা
side
একটা
of
শেষ
Evo's
বাংলাদেশ
Divine.
তো
The
আছেই
reigning defending champions might get taken out a tad bit too early here.
বাংলাদেশ ওদের সাথে
It's
যোগ দিবে না
honestly insane. Evo's come back into the game immediately gets
এফএফডব্লিউএস
completely
2025 এ
annihilated. And now
পাকিস্তান
we're
18 তে বাংলাদেশ
Falcons on our
16
rampage.
17 তে
আরে পেনা পেনা কি করতেছে ভাই ফ্যালকনের
হ্যাঁ
The pressure is
কঠিন
on,
স্নাইপিং
and
ব্লেড রে
TC
নামায় দিল
can't do anything about it.
Titans
কার
Esports
90
Club.
জেড ভাই
What do you
চোখ
have
বন্ধ
in
করে খালি
you?
ফায়ার
Have
দিব
your
এরকম
wings being
এক একটা
clipped.
প্রো প্লেয়ার তার
Red
উপরে আবার
Hawks
কার
of the
90
past have not been able to fly
Ah,
very
শেষ
far.
শেষ
This time round, picking up some crucial early points.
TC
They do
শেষ
have the vending machine beside the final surviving
হুম
player.
হুম
But it looks like it's going to be a rough one as TEC bows out as well.
আহা আহা
There's just so many things happening around
ভাই
the
মাত্র
match right
বললাম
now as
মাত্র
we're looking
বললাম
at
যে
Loud and
পাকিস্তান
Evos in one
ইন্ডিয়ানদের সাথে
compound in the corner.
গোলাগুলি করবে নাকি
GD trying to rotate into
চলে
the
গেছে
zone as
একসাথে
well,
মিট
as
আপ
it's
করতে
just slowly dwindling, but the northern side is hectic right now.
Rough fight here for GD. They take
কি
on
মনে
the
হয় এই ম্যাচে
champions of
বুয়া
the
নিবে কে
Esports World Cup 2024 in
অনেকটাই
এই
Falcons.
ম্যাচে
টাফ
GD themselves, they're very
হ্যাঁ
sound in terms of mechanically
বুইয়া ফেভার
able
করতে
squad
পারে
and they
লাউড
do
আছে
require
তারপরে
this battle
ইবোস
is
আছে
going
এই
to be a
দুটার
rough one
বেশি
for them. Now they're trying to
ফেভার
sneak
করতে পারে
outside the compound of
ফ্যালকন যেভাবে
the blue
অ্যাগ্রেসিভনেস নিয়ে
zone here.
খেলতেছে
They
একটা
get
থার্ড
scanned out
পার্টি
by
ভাই
the binoculars as well.
থার্ড পার্টি
Falcons
যে
does have a tad bit of information,
সে আবার
but
কারে
David
ধরলো
444 again the most lethal player on the side of Gun Dynasty.
Oh man.
Rushing on up, Racha versus David 444 is going to be a rough one for Racha, but they do have the electrotherapy on their side. Valiant Dash breaks down their defenses. Racha with the M5.
ফ্যালকন রাচা এই যে
90, but
ফ্যালকন
David again.
অবস্থা
Lethal
টাইট অন
defenses.
ফায়ার ভাই অন ফায়ার
Vega takes out on fire. And let him showing you exactly what they can do on the world stage.
This is
Circle closing.
crazy. That circle rotation meant that a lot of fights are going to be happening
ফ্যালকন
as this
রিকল করে
rotation
ফেলতেছে
comes
অনেক
through. Middle
দ্রুত
circle
রিকল
full
করতেছে
in
ওরা কিলো
control of
তুলতেছে
Cloud
রিকলও
here as
করতেছে
we look at the Falcons try to find
লাউডের
a way
পজিশনিং
into
ভালো
the
থাকলে
zone,
এই
and
ম্যাচে
they're
বেশি
not
সম্ভাবনা
stopping.
লাউডের
That
বুইয়া নেওয়ার
sniper
হ্যাঁ
is
লাউড
just doing
কিন্তু
so
একদম
much damage
ইজি
in the hands of these
সুন্দরভাবে
players.
খেলতে
Pina
পজিশন
found
পয়েন্টই
GD
বেশি ছিল
already and quickly annihilated. Amazing work coming from them. Limit alone as Vegeta comes through. Limit
That's it.
tries to find a pick off here and he's down and
দেখো
out.
Yeah,
কে
I
নামায়
mean,
দিছে
yeah, David
কি
got
লাগছে
taken
গিরি
down
লাগ
once
কিন্তু
again,
সেই
but
খেলতেছে
he's the
দেখছো
rusher. He's very
এলিমিনেশন
aggressive.
13
But the
এলিমিনেশন
backup from Shiru, the backup from Blaine, it is
সার্কেল নাম্বার
absolutely
2
perfect.
ভালো
We
বাট
used to see
আমাদের
David
টিসির
444
একটা
Blaine was used
মানে
to
বাজে
spots
যে সাইডটা ওই
on
সাইডটা
the Free
বললে
Fire
মানুষ
World
এটা হেড
Series
দেয় বাট
USA,
এটাই সত্যি
and the
কথা ভাই
guy
ওরা
was
যখন
lighting up
মানে
the
অ্যাগ্রেসিভ
battlefield.
খেলে তখন
Recently
টোটালি
acquired by
অ্যাগ্রেসিভ
Gun
যখন ব্যালেন্স
Dynasty
খেলে
for
তখন
a
ব্যালেন্স
good
মানে
reason,
আশেপাশে ওই
to
দিকে তাকায় না
stomp
কিন্তু
down these squads out
কনসিস্টেন্সি
here
ধরে
in
রেখে
Esports
পারফরমেন্স করতে
World
পারে
Cup.
সত্যি
Let's see
কথা
how
কইতে
far they
বাংলাদেশি
can
টিমের
go.
মধ্যে
The
এখন শুধু এক্সট্রা
Falcons
হ্যাটস
are
হ্যাঁ
not out
আসলে
of it
এক্সট্রা
just
হেড
yet, completing
ভালো
their full
কনসিস্টেন্ট
revival spree here.
আর
Back
যদিও
to full squad, but can
একদিন
they
খারাপ
loop
যায়
up and
পরের
be
দিনে ভালো
battle
কামব্যাক
ready
দেয়
for
বা
the next
প্রথম
circle?
দিন ভালো খেলে
Speaking of
পরের
that
দিন
as
আবার
well, I
নেমে
mean,
যায়
Evos
কিন্তু
had
ওদের
so
ভিতর
many close
কনসিস্টেন্সি আছে
calls
বলতে
throughout this
ওরা
entire game.
5
There was
ম্যাচও
2
খারাপ গেলে
times
6 নাম্বার
they
ম্যাচে
got
একটা
knocked out
ভালো
and somehow survived.
পয়েন্ট
Middle of
গ্যাদার
the
করে
circle
ফেলে
already as on fire
একটা দুইটা ম্যাচে তো টিমরে জাজ করা যায় না টোটাল এভারেজ যে পয়েন্ট আসে ওইটা দেখে জাজ করতে হয় এই অনুযায়ী বলা যায় ওদের কনসিস্টেন্সি ঠিকই থাকে
হ্যাঁ
gets taken down. AGL one more to
অল
their name.
গেমার্স গ্লোবাল
Yeah,
এই
Fire
টিমটা
just had
কিন্তু
no chance
সিএস
there in that
ক্লাস মাস্টারের
situation,
জন্য কিন্তু
AGL.
সেরা একটা টিম টিম।
just swooping on and spotting
আমি
a
এর আগেও
little
দেখছি
prey
কাজ মাস
and
থেকে
showing
মনে করো
that they can be a
প্রচুর ভালো
prime
খেলে এই টিম।
predator. But of course, that was a
ওদের
2v1.
ক্লোজ রেঞ্জে
Bit of an unfair
ফায়ার
fight
পাওয়ার
now.
অনেক
Team
ভালো।
that has been keeping very
স্নাইপারে
quiet
1v4 মেরে
is
দেয়।
Buriram.
AZDO.
Managed to build a lot of respect for these other squads, especially here on the Esports World Cup stage.
ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড ভাই ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড কিন্তু ট্যাগ আছিল আমাদের এখানে খেলতো ইআরইউ আমি বুড়িরাম রে দেখা বলতেছি ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড
Let's move this now. We are seeing still DRS and PDX still very much outside the zone, really taking their time here. But
Cloud
DRS is
কিন্তু অনেকটাই
slowly
সেফলি
moving
খেলতেছে
toward
দেখছো
Pina and is making me a little bit nervous for them.
দেখছি ওদের পজিশনটা, ওদের পজিশন
Definitely are a loud squad out there. Very constant organized.
জন ওদের ফেভারে থাকতে পারে
around the 2021
আমার মনে হইছে
2023 time.
আউটের ফেভারই ছিল
But they've been missing the past couple of years. Now
ফ্যালকনের
back
কি
with
অবস্থা
a
টাইট না
brand
এটা
new
প্লেয়ার আছে অন
roster.
ফায়ারের উপরে চার্জ
And on fire, man. Falcons just can't catch
জিডি
a
একটা
break,
প্রেসার
man.
দিলে
They've
দিতে
done
পারে
that
লাউড
this
রে,
Showing
এছাড়া
exactly
আপাতত অন্য কোনো টিম
who's
নাই।
gonna be ruling these lobbies from the get-go. On fire
ফ্যালকন
again.
রেখানিক
Just outnumbered the players on the side of Falcons. Yes, they did manage to run around getting those revives, but the team just spread out too thin on the battlefield.
Yeah, they weren't able to play together in these situations. You know, you're seeing a lot of respect.
ফ্যালকনের লাস্ট
and
এন্ড
they
গন
meet
ফ্যালকন
that
শেষ
45 limit.
বললাম না
And
ফ্যালকন
Falcons,
একবারে
that's
বেশি
it for them,
অ্যাগ্রেসিভনেস
not
নিয়ে
able to
খেলতেছে
come back into the
চলে
game.
যাবে
Yeah,
Now,
unfortunately, he was just too broke. Even if he got
Yeah,
to a
that's-
vending
বাংলাদেশি
machine,
ফ্লেম গেমিং রে দেখার পরে ভাই বাইরের
didn't
দেশে অনেক
able
টিম
to bring
দেখতেছি
anyone
ডাবল
back to
স্নাইপার
switch up all
ইউজ
those
করতেছে,
coins, and
মানে
then
দুইটা
Woody
স্নাইপার প্লেয়ার।
found some coins out of him instead.
yeah. Now, the southern side here is very
Animation.
interesting, AJ. Look at the amount of teams here. You have
Zone
Hemos
closing
and now
animation
PDX
টা
as
দেখছো
well.
ভাই?
I wouldn't be surprised if a big fight were to happen around here,
Yeah.
and it's going to be fire because GD right now is so comfortable northern side and alone.
Absolutely. 5 teams out of the equation already. Paradox
Goal
still alive and
একদম
kicking
বাড়ের মার খেয়ে
alongside the
একটা
rail soldiers. Speaking of the rail soldiers, they drop into some hot
Get it?
soup and they're about to get cooked.
দুইটা টিম চলে আইছে, এনে যদি লাউড যদি ঠান্ডা মাথায় এটা কভার করতে পারে কি
লাউড কিন্তু এই মুভমেন্টটা যদি নিতে পারে আর কি থার্ড পার্টি
রিস্কি থার্ড পার্টি নেওয়া যাবে না, ওইখান থেকে ওদের যদি বের করতে পারে
ওইখান থেকে ওইখান থেকে পাবে না কম্পাউন্ডে বাট ডিআরএস রে দেখো একদম
But the vending machine a tad bit too far away from him.
ভালো ভালো
Hard to
টিম
really do
এখন
anything in
পর্যন্ত
this
ফাইটই
situation. We're also coming into the zone as well.
যায়
But in
নাই
this situation here, DRS
প্রিমিয়াম
the upper
ইউনাইটেড
hand.
পোস্ট
Just because they have
পোস্ট
a bit
কয়টা
more
ফাইট
of a
করবে
Can he do it?
area.
Nice.
আরে জিডি ধরতে চাইছিল আসলে লাউড রে, কিন্তু প্যারায় পড়ে গেছে।
DRS
to play the recovery. Now going to be tanking the damage from the blue, but he's looking for the vending machine. He's got enough coins to bring the full squad back. All he needs to do is just run out of
And
bullseye. But the problem is he's right in the middle of the bullseye of the crosshairs of the opposite teams who are looking for an extra point and an extra team to eliminate.
ভাই জিডি লাকের
And
লাস্ট
how
ওয়ান
PDX
অ্যাটলি
is moving here, just trying to
এলিমিনেশন
find a way into
ভালো
the game
চলছে
here.
কিন্তু
PDX should probably
ডিআরএস কোন দেশি টিম জানি?
referrals of Loud as well.
DRS.
Now, Russia, big kill there onto a
DRS.
player, and even Sneaky somehow off the grid gets knocked out as well.
Let's see if or not AGAL can sneak on in.
ইন্ডিয়া বাই ফার্স্ট টাইম হচ্ছে গ্লোবাল লবি খেলতেছে, তাই ওদের এবার দুইটা মানে তিনটা স্লট দিছে ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপে।
ডিআরএস গেমিং নেপাল থেকে
The problem is going to be DRS for
হ্যাঁ,
AGL
নেপাল,
as
নেপাল।
they try to rotate in. They do have a little bit of compound cover. But Gun Dynasty
ইন্ডিয়ারে বেশি স্লট দেওয়ার কারণ আমি এখনো বুঝলাম না।
হঠাৎ করে আসলো ডাইরেক্ট তিনটা স্লট দিছে এমনি বলা যায় যে দেশটা বড় আসলে এই দিক থেকে ঠিক আছে বাট কোন মনে করো কোন সময় জয়েন করে নাই ফার্স্ট টাইম এন্ট্রিতেই মনে করো তিনটা
Rotations
স্লট
coming
পেয়ে
in.
গেছে
DRS very comfortable in the
বাংলাদেশি
middle side area as well. As
এই
we see
অবস্থা।
Snide getting knocked out here by Trap. Immediately is sent to the lobby. But Takuri
পাকিস্তানে
is the
দেখছো একটা
one that
স্লট
takes
দিলেন
away that point.
পাকিস্তানরা একটাই দেয়।
What the reigning defending champions EVOS can do. It has been
ইন্ডিয়ারও দুইটা দিত
a rough
পাকিস্তানেরও
start
দুইটা দিত
for them,
এইলো তো
but recovery has been solid for EVOS.
নেপাল থেকে কি শুধু ডিআরএস গেছে?
Eliminations not too high,
নেপাল
but
থেকে
it's not
DRS
about the
আরেকটা
number of eliminations for EVOS. They just want to get to that final circle safe and
DRS
sound, just like what Buriram is doing. And I feel like that is going to be the sound strategy if you want to get into the grand finals as well as walk away with the championship at the end of the day. The game has turned around. It's no longer about pure domination on eliminations. It's all about can you get the booyah when you truly need it, and
প্যারাডক্স
you got to
আছে
start
অল
practicing
গেমার্স
early.
গ্লোবাল
I agree
লাউড
with you. I think Brum United has
Medieval
always
Prime,
liked that
DRS,
approach, right?
Irila
They
Cabarro,
really find that last
and
possible
for-
moment, just really come in, steal away the booyah and those extra few points in the last few
উপরে
battles.
আর্সেনালে
You can
কোন
see a
টিম?
few
আমার জায়গায়
players
স্ট্রিমটা
taking a
গোলা
bit
হয়ে
more
গেছে হালকা।
damage in the rotations. GD comes through here. Will cross
হয়ে
past
গেছে।
DRS. BN is already at the bottom
আমার
side.
সমস্যা না তোমার
Even
নিচে
as well.
Oh, David!
এটা আমার তো নেট 60 প্লাস পাইতেছে, তারপরও একটু
ভাই অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালের এন্ট্রি দেব টিআরএস মেরে কাপায় ঢুকতেছে হাইফা হাইফার ভাই মুভমেন্ট ভাই কি করব পরে নেক্সট স্টেপ কি আর মাথায় আগে আইসা ভাই একদম প্ল্যান মতো মনে করো ওইরকম পজিশনই থাকে কেমনে প্ল্যান করে এমনি চলে যায়
ভাই বাংলাদেশের থেকে অন্যান্য দেশের প্লেয়াররা এই কারণে বেশি অ্যাডভান্স, কারণ ওদের ডিসিশন মেকিং খুব দ্রুত।
ফায়ার করলো, ফায়ার করে কই গেলে কভার হইব সেই জায়গা ধরে অল গেমার গ্লোবাল চেস টিআরএস গেমিং ভালো একটা দেখছো লাউড পুরো সার্কেল পেয়ে গেছে।
আমি তো এটা ফার্স্ট টাইমই বলছি একদম ম্যাচের।
ইভোসের অবস্থা টাইট করে দিবে লাউড।
এবার এটা প্রেসার খাবে লাউড দুই পাশ থেকে।
রাইট সাইড থেকে তো প্রেসার আসবে টিআরএস গেমিং এর। ইভোস দেখছো ঢোকার কোনো সুযোগই পাইতেছে না। বুরিরামের পজিশন কি? বুরিরামরা কিন্তু এই স্ক্রিনই দেয় না। আইডি নেই। ইভোস আমার মনে হয় না টিকতে পারবে। বুরিরাম শুরু করতে দেখছো বুরিরাম নিচে থেকে মারতেছে।
এখন লাউডে সবাই টার্গেট করছে, ওরা জন পাইছে তো।
ইভোস আবার রিকল করার চেষ্টা করছে। ইভোসের উপরে প্রেসারটা যেতেছে সবার আগে একদম শেষ। লাউডের দিকে যাইব বুরিরাম দেখা ধাম করে উঠে গেছে।
উঠবে উঠবে ভাব।
ছোট ঘরটায় ঘরে আছে না বাইরে?
ভিতরে ভিতরে
ভিতরেই আছে।
বুরিরামের সাথে ওদের ফাইটটা হয়তো আগে হবে।
লাউড উপরে থেকে অ্যাডভান্টেজ নিতে পারবো না টিআরএস এর। আমার মনে হচ্ছে বুরিরাম বুয়া নেবে ফার্স্ট লাউড দেখায় দিবে। বুরিরাম উঠে গেল লাউডে আগেই বুঝে গেছে আগেই ছুড়ে গেছে।
It's DRS striking up against Gun Dynasty and they've got 13 eliminations in Nepali.
সবাই তিনটা বুরিরাম আউট সাইডটা থেকে
লাউড এখন মার খেয়ে গেল। লাউডের কপাল ভালো থাকলে টিকতে পারে।
পার্মানেন্ট কভার পাইছে একটা।
বুরিরাম পিছন থেকে অ্যাটাক দিয়ে আসবে। বুইয়া বুরিরামে কি হলো? পিছে থেকে একদম ক্লিয়ার করে আসছে।
বুরিরামের তো রোড ক্লিয়ার আছে, কিন্তু এবার যদি ভালো নেট করতে পারে তাইলে বলা যায় না।
টিআরএস পিনটা দিতে হবে। লাউড এই দিক দিয়ে আবার সুযোগ পেয়ে জিডির প্লেয়ারটা কই? এই যে মাঝখানে দিকে বসে আছে আমার খবরই নেই।
Played the timing well,
but
Buriram had the extra layer of defense with those fences. And now here comes Takuri. God nades. Guaka finds Moshi. The sniper of Buriram's out of the equation, and Takuri can do a number on them. Can he nade out the full squad of Buriram? It goes wide a tad big. Now Takuri needs to
player to GD by player ta.
David 444, the final player on the side.
GD player ta হইছে ভাই মানে করা
করে বসে রইছে দেখছো
একদম মিডলে যায় একটা প্যাক করে একা একা বসে রইছে।
এই দিকে বলে যে পজিশনটা নিতে পারে নাই বলে অনেক চেষ্টা করছে। আউট টিআরএস নেপালি টিম টিআরএস একটা শট ওরা যদি বুয়া নিয়ে নেয় করা খেলতেছে কিন্তু টিআরএস এই খেলতেছে এই খায় দিল বুরিরামকে। বুরিরাম শেষ ভাই অসাধারণ নেপালি টিম। ও ভাই কি কমো বাংলাদেশি ইয়া করে থাকে
স্নাইপার যদি আগে থেকে একটা নক বের করে দিতে পারে তাহলে বলা যায় না চেঞ্জ হয়ে যেতে পারে না।
রিকল করে ওরা রিকল করে
লাস্ট জনের ব্যাটেল তো ভাই এরকম হইলে ভালো লাগে দেখতে।
লাউড দেখছো শেষ লাউডই গেল।
আর মানে আমি এবার ফার্স্ট ম্যাচে প্রেডিক্ট কইরাই
প্রেডিকশনে উইনার।
They're loud, they're dominant, and they know exactly what they're doing.
আমরা কি এরকম ভাবে বাংলাদেশি স্ক্রিনটা দেখতে পারবো আমাদের তবে দেখাবে।
দেখতে পারলে তো অন্যরকম চেয়ার করা যায় তো।
Loud sixth at the Esports World Cup 2024, but technically as Team Solid, a majority of the Team Solid players on Loud right now, and they are here to run circles around these teams. Again, Tash, I mentioned during the game, it's not about how many eliminations you get. It's all about strategizing your way towards that final circle, surviving long enough, and taking advantage of the right situations. And that was executed perfectly by this Brazilian squad.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see them as well. They weren't too flashy super early.
তুমি এক কাজ করো তামিম ভাই, তুমি ডিসকর্ডের এটা স্ট্রিমটা অফ করে দাও, আমি তোমার লাইভের স্ট্রিম থেকে আইনে নিতেছি ভিডিও সাইডে।
তাইলে তো আমি এক স্ক্রিন দেখবো, তুমি আমার 4-5 সেকেন্ড পরে।
That was the mastermind of
তাও
that
কথা।
battle, constantly pulling the timing perfectly for the side of Loud. If it wasn't for them, I think Buriram would have had a easier rotation in that final circle to avoid the battle. But the thrill of battle, and again, even in the final battle up against these players from the side of DRS, it was the thrill of battle that made the biggest of difference. And this guy is not just the support player.
Hey,
who
we're normal
activates thrill of
customer
battle
দেখছো,
from the
normal
back and
customer
then allows the rest of his team members to get the job done. He hops on into the
শুনছি,
right as well
আমি
with the
বললাম না
F190.
টাইম হইতেছে না গেমে অতটা চেক করা।
Phenomenal timing, everything went well here for Loud, but I have to say that was a really messy lobby.
ট্রাই করলাম, দেখলাম ভালোই করতে, বাট তোমার ওই যে রাইট সাইডে যে স্লট গুলো দেখা যেত না, স্লটের প্লেয়ার গুলো ট্রান্সপারেন্ট আছিল কিন্তু আগে, মানে একদম ব্ল্যাক স্ক্রিনে দিতে, তার কারণে অর্ধেক স্ক্রিনে ধরা যায় যে
situations out there really fine.
Yeah, and I think what's really exciting as well for me personally, I thought that today we're going to be seeing the rise of the underdogs, right? The more quieter teams that never really made that big splash point yet, because that's usually how day one goes, because everyone's a little bit more cautious. Regardless, after this, we'll be seeing more of the Free Fire at
এশিয়ার মধ্যে তো আহমরি তেমন ভালো কোনো কোচও নাই যে ওইটারে ই করে দিবে, মানে আমাদের সাইডে এশিয়া তো ছোট না, এশিয়ার মধ্যেই তো ভালো ভালো টিম এখন সবচেয়ে বেশি, ইগোস ডিভাইন, ফ্যালকন।
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
দেখা যাক সেকেন্ড ম্যাচে একটা ভালো কামব্যাক দিতে পারে।
এই ম্যাচে বুরিরামের হাইপ ছিল না, বাট ওরা যতটা পয়েন্ট উঠানোর উঠাই নিছে কম বেশি।
I'm Conchita, and right next to me is Wasana from Buriram United Esports. We're gonna have a bit of a chit chat. Of course, we have Kay here to
Wasana chill guy
as well. Okay, Wasana, welcome back to EWC 2026. It's so great to have you back. How does it feel to be back, and how is the preparation?
বাংলাদেশি টিম যদিও বা একটা প্রেসার সিচুয়েশন ছিল, যে পজিশন থেকে আসলে পিনা তার
เข้าสู่การแข่งขัน EWC 2024
ดีใจมากครับที่ได้มาเล่นในการนี้ก็เป็น
কে এতটাও ছোট দেখা যায় না।
การเตรียมตัวพวกผมก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมครับเต็มที่เลย 100% ครับ
Yep, I'm very happy and excited to be back on EWC stage, and we are so ready. Our preparation is like so. Can't wait to be back.
আচ্ছা ওয়াসানারে নিয়ে আসলো যে
Okay,
নিয়ে আসবো
so
লাউড
speaking of preparation, we all know that the other teams are
ইসে লাস্ট এফএফডব্লিউএস এর ই তো এমবিপি তো
title that Buriram United really wanted to have. What do you think is the biggest obstacle that you're going to have to face on the stage this year?
ก็เมื่อกี้เราพูดถึงว่าเราเตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีเลยใช่ไหมฮะอยากสอบถามว่าทุกทีมเขาก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมมาก
2025 এর এফএফডব্লিউএস এর ভাই ইন্ট্রোটা মানে ওপেনিং সেরেমনিটা জাস্ট
ในช่วงการเตรียมการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ครับ
এই যে আরআরকিউ এর এন্ট্রি তো সবার আগে হইলো যে একটা ক্রাউনলেস কি
เรื่องแบบปัญหาของ
ready to conquer
ก็คือตอนนี้ก็พร้อม
ভাই সেরা লাগছে আমার
Yeah, for me, I think like it's gonna be like our health issue, like our health condition, because like we have to fly over to like from Bangkok directly to Paris, and the weather
ও
is
আজকে
like
রাত্রে আবার
very
ফিফা
hot
ওয়ার্ল্ড
right
কাপের
now.
ম্যাচও
But
আছে, এইটাই
now
তো
we are
শেষ
good to
করতে
go.
করতে 12টা বেজে
Good to
যাবে।
go, well adjusted. Even though, yeah, of course, it takes a lot of
Quién
a
más?
while to get here. But speaking of
ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপের ম্যাচ আছে না,
contenders, who do you think
সেমিফাইনাল
is the
ইংল্যান্ড
biggest
ভার্সেস
rival
এই
for the
আর্জেন্টিনা।
World Cup right now? Because if we're talking about
And
Esports
versus
Divine,
Argentina
yes,
match.
they are the reigning champions,
আজকে
but
যদি
it
আর্জেন্টিনা
hasn't really been a
না
great year for
জিতবই।
them.
ก็อยากสอบถามว่าคิดว่าทีมไหนฮะที่จะเป็นว่าแบบเป็นอุปสรรคหรือว่าเป็น
জেতার
เป็นตัว
পসিবিলিটি
ที่
বেশি
ว่าเป็น
হচ্ছে
ทีมที่
আর্জেন্টিনারই,
ให้
বাট
เรา
আমি তো এরকম না ভাই,
คิด
আমার
ว่าเรา
যে
ได้แชมป์ได้ยาก
মাদ্রিদের প্লেয়ার যেই পাশে আছে আমি ওই পাশে সাপোর্ট
ไม่
করি
มี
অলওয়েজ।
เพราะว่าส่วนตัวก็คือ
কে
น่าจะคิดว่าเป็น
জিএফ কি
ทีม
মাল
ตัวเอง
দিবেন
มากกว่า
নাকি?
ถ้าตัวเองในวันนั้นเล่นได้กันทุกคน
আরে ইংল্যান্ডে আছে না আমাদের বেলিংগাম
I
স্টার
think
বয়,
that there's none of the team that
ইংল্যান্ডে আছে না রিয়াল মাদ্রিদের স্টার বয়।
for us to claim the champion titles, but the biggest obstacle gonna be like ourselves and
বলো
our
মালদ্বীপ।
players in the team. Like if we can play on the level that we practice,
মাদ্রিদ বলছি, মাদ্রিদ।
হ্যাঁ
Ooh, that is a great answer. I love your answer, by the way. Love the confidence. Is there anything you'd like to say to the other team that are also competing against you today?
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมอื่นๆที่จะเล่นกับเรา
ইন্টারন্যাশনালে আমি মানে স্পেসিফিক ভাবে কোনো টিম ওরকম ভাবে সাপোর্ট করি না বললে চলে।
Well, top one is mine.
Ooh, my God, I'm so excited. I can feel the competition already. Thank you so much,
Internationally,
Rosanna. Thank you for having this interview. And thank you for watching us. Welcome back,
এই
everyone. We
ওয়াসানা
start
দেখবে
off
ঘুমায়।
our first match today.
ঘুমায়।
ভাই
on
দেখলাম
and
ও হচ্ছে চিল
allowed
গাই,
as Booyah
সবসময় চিল
is
ভাই।
the one to get that
এটা
first
রিল্যাক্স,
Booyah of
ওর
the
মতো
day.
রিল্যাক্স
It's
ভাই,
nice to
পুরো
see
মাথা
the
কুল
top
করতেছে,
4
প্ল্যান
teams
করতেছে,
within
মানে
the first
চোখেই
game
দেখে
itself
বেলাইতেছে যে
being
এই
from
গেমে কি
4
হইতাছে।
different regions out here.
এই গেমগুলো
Everybody's
খুব
hungry.
দ্রুত হইব
But
মনে হয়।
what has been shocking the world is how Gun Dynasty is running the game
হুম,
out there.
ওরা
The
আসছে,
limitations
আসার পরে
wise, they
ডিভাইসটা পাইছে, সেট আপ
absolutely
করার
knocked the
টাইমটা
ball
জাস্ট
out of
দিছে,
the park.
তারপরে
But
ম্যাচ।
you have to
হ্যাঁ
respect
ফোন তো আবার নিয়ে
the absolute tenacity. They bumped into many squads and barely anyone was able to keep up with them. I mean, even Falcons multiple times, they just got hunted down. And that's exactly what you expect out of the LATAM squad. Again, mechanically very sound, and it looks like they have definitely worked on their rotations a lot. I feel like this is one of those teams who
লাউড
have to look out
ব্রাজিলিয়ান
for.
লবিতে যে
Looking like a
স্ট্র্যাটেজিতে
solid
খেলছে এই
team
জায়গাও
to
সেম
make it
স্ট্র্যাটেজিতে
into
খেললো,
the
কাহিনীটা
grand
বুঝলাম
finals,
না।
maybe even one of the first 4
ওগো
to
প্ল্যান আছে।
qualify into the grand finals directly. But DRS, that was the standout team for me because nobody would have expected that sort of a
তো
performance
সার্ভার
out of
এমন
the
নব
Nepali squad.
সার্ভারে যেমনে
Yeah,
খেলা
coming
হয়
into DRS as
খেলা
well, I think
ইন্টার
that they're really good not only at rotations but also moving with their fights.
এরকম
They have a lot
যেদিন
of
বাংলাদেশের
control
লবিটা হবে
dividing
ওই দিন
area.
থেকে
They're not
বাংলাদেশের
quick
টিম
to give
এখানে
it
যায়
away
ডমিনেট
either,
করবে।
and they're not quick to just really go and overheat and go for these fights.
বাংলাদেশের
I'm
লোক
seeing a lot of respect they're giving to other teams to make sure that in terms of survivability, they can
ইস্ট্রো হেড
survive
ভাই
all the
এটা
way to
আমার
the later
কাছে
stages of the map.
অসাধারণ
Yeah, I
লাগে।
feel like,
হঠাৎ
in this
করে
game,
আসলো
what sounds easy is
ব্যাক
absolutely
চ্যাম্পিয়ন।
difficult to execute out there on the
আমি
battlefield. We
চাইতেছিলাম
talk
যে
about how
বাংলাদেশ
important the mechanical skills are. We talk about
এক
how important
চ্যাম্পিয়ন
the
বারবার দেখতে
decision
কিন্তু
making
বোর
and the
লাগে
timing
একদম।
is going to be for a lot of squads
অনসাইটেড
out there.
ডমিনেশন হয়ে যায় তখন।
DRS
হ্যাঁ
pulled off these things
সে আসলো
absolutely
বাট
perfect in
যদি
this first game.
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবি খেলে
When you
তখন
look at the
কিন্তু টিম
mechanical skills,
বাংলাদেশে
they were
সেই হোক
handling some of those gunfights
সাপোর্ট
like pros. The
বাংলাদেশে
timing were absolutely
থাকবে।
perfect. They have great
তো
numbers
বাংলাদেশের নতুন
behind
নতুন
them.
চ্যাম্পিয়ন
And it's
আসলে
a bit
মনে
of a
হইব যে
shocker
না
for me
লবি
because we definitely saw their
আস্তে
performance at the
আগে
WMX Asia
ফার্স্ট টাইম
Invitational.
যখন স্ট্রহেড চ্যাম্পিয়ন
It
মারে
didn't
ওরা
really
তো
give us
প্রচুর
a
হেড
lot to
পাইছে,
talk
হ্যাক
about,
ইউজ
right?
করছে,
They had some
এই
good
করছে ওই
games,
করছে,
but very
পরবর্তীতে তো
inconsistent with their
মানে
run rate.
লাস্ট সিজন,
But
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
again,
ওটা তো
this is
স্পন্সর
closing
ডিভাইসে
up
খেলে চ্যাম্পিয়ন
against a
মারছে।
lineup of squads that's, global
Superstars.
level. Yeah, superstars, multiple time world champions.
আমি
It's
এরকম
তো
insane. You got to
এক্স
respect that out of
প্রোপ
people. Now, the
যে
big question
ভিসা
is, of
পায় না
course, going
পায়
to
না
be whether or not we're
তা
going to see
গেল
the consistent
এই
plays
টিমটার
out
উপরে ভরসা আছে
Yeah, and I think what's
একটা
really,
করবে
I think, important to think about not only is just consistency. I'm a big
বাংলাদেশ
believer that
থেকে
you gotta
মনে
fail
হইতেছে এবার
in
একটা টিম
order to
ফাইনাল
do
খেলবে,
well.
কারণ
And
কারা
I
খেলবে
think
আমি
that now that you
কিছু
mentioned
বলতেছি
DRS
না আগে
did
থেকে।
have a good run, maybe they learned a lot from it.
আমি
Maybe they
জানি তুমি
picked up
কোনটা
the
ধারা
weaknesses
ধরে রাখবে
and made it way better for here. But again, this is after all the first map. It's still, I think, a heat check for
কারণ
many of these teams.
ওদের যে
Gotta
মুভটা,
figure
ওদের
out where
মুভটা
the weaknesses
না
are, how
ম্যাচের
each team plays, how the
টাইমিং
rotations are
অনুযায়ী
gonna
হয়
work.
না
And
জনের
also,
উপরে,
if you
ওদের
look at it from
সবসময়
a
মুভমেন্ট থাকে
standpoint of how
অন্যরকম ভাই,
pressure these squads
সাজানো
are
গুছানো।
under, the bigger your name is, the more your achievements, the bigger the pressure is going to be because
Yes.
everybody expects you to perform. And if you're a team like the Real Soldiers DRS, the expectations points are fairly low.
বাংলাদেশি
They
টিম
have got
ফার্স্ট
nothing
ম্যাচে
to
5
lose,
পয়েন্ট
right?
করছে
It's the first time they're here on the global stage. It's one of the regions that we have brought in to play on a stage like this, and they are shining right now. They have to make sure they
আমার মনে হয় ভাই এই স্টেজে বাংলাদেশের টিমের করা উচিত হচ্ছে মানে ব্যালেন্স ভাবে লাইন আপটা সাজানো
I think
টিপি,
it's going to be
ক্রোনো,
a solid run for
তারপর
DRS.
হচ্ছে
They might just be
অস্কার,
the underdogs
দেন
that we have
হইতেছে
been looking out for
নেরো
all of
অথবা
these years.
A1
But again,
টুকু।
consistency on a stage like this is very
টিপি ছাড়া
difficult
ভাই এই
to
লবিতে
hold
সার্ভাইভ
on
করা
to.
সম্ভব না
We
লাস্ট
have
জন
even
পর্যন্ত।
seen teams like Fluxo kind of flunk out. So what more DRS, right? But if they do manage to pull it off, it will definitely be a legendary run.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. You know, coming in, we've seen so many legendary
বুঝি
teams
না
just
প্লেড
really,
এত
find
ভালো
their way
রাশ
almost to the finishing line and then just completely lose their
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল
cool.
লবিতে
And the
থেকে
thing is,
ঘাবড়ায় যায়
when
না
you have nothing to lose, when you are on
অনেক
a big
ডাউন
stage
ফল
where you're just saying, hey, let's just come in
ভাই
and have
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল
a
লবিতে
great time
90% টিম
without
হচ্ছে
having to
ফিশিং
really bow
ক্যাটাগরিতে
down
খেলে।
to the
রাশারে
pressure of the
আগে
other
একটু
teams.
পাঠায়,
You
পাঠানোর
can
পরে অন্য
make your
টিমের
name
প্লেয়ারে
in
পিক
this
দেওয়া হয়,
game. And at Esports
স্নাইপার
World
হালকা
Cup,
পাতলা ড্যামেজ দিলে
every
যখন
name
ওরা
is
হিলিং করার
earned.
টাইমটা নিতে যাবে ওই টাইমে
The
হচ্ছে
Apex
গ্রেনেড
game
দিয়ে পেছার
earlier,
ফেলে।
the team from India got knocked out with no placement points whatsoever.
But
Only 2 eliminations to their name. And I feel like this is one of those teams that we can expect to see perform a little bit better here on Solara. As we hop on in, these light rails are going to be attracting many teams to your compound. I think the third party situation in Solara has always been extremely
যখন
exciting
আইজিএল
to
করতাম তখন হচ্ছে
watch.
ওয়াটারফল ছিল।
It looks like Gun Dynasty is looking for a big fight again with the early clash
এটা
up
একটা
against the
রাশ করার
Malaysians.
লিগা
Aurora Gaming, Eco Drain, battle up against Gun
আবার হাই
Dynasty,
গ্রাউন্ড
taking it round
অ্যাডভান্টেজও
one.
পাওয়া যায়।
Yeah,
এবিটর ভাই
this is going to be
ভালো
super
একটা
exciting
জায়গা।
when you go for these early fights. The rest of the map, though, fairly safe other than Delta Isle. Delta Isle right now also is, I think, very, very hectic. Now, in this situation there, I am wanting to see how GD is going to be handling this.
Aurora
And he was pushing forward
আবার
already,
Aurora
barely
দেখাইবো নাকি
alive, as Astra already had turned on that
অরোরা
That is a
খেলতে
50-50
পারে।
early hot drop.
অরোরা হচ্ছে ভাই লং রেঞ্জার টিম।
If they can manage to flank around and play their strategy well. Trogon in the hands of
ওদের দেখবা অলমোস্ট 65%
একদম শর্ট রেঞ্জ করে ফেলবে
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এরকম ফাইট করে। অরোরার দেখবা 65% কিলে আসে লং রেঞ্জ থেকে।
Maybe this is that perfect comeback, that perfect revenge early on. As GD snuffed them out, kicking them out of the lobby a tad bit too earlier. But Nell again, the super savior of the squad, will hit that double revive. Making sure even if Gun Dynasty falls early here up against Aurora, they will stay in the lobby. But the White Tigers, they smell blood and they want the points.
Yeah, they're coming in as a third party here as well. Gives a bit of space for Aurora to go for that reposition. It's a bit quiet right now. They don't want to do anything. They can see Aurora leaving away from the area. GD have to deal with the White Tigers right now.
Apex.
ইভোস হচ্ছে সাইডে নামছিল, দেখতেছিল যে তোরা মারামারি কর আমি আসতেছি।
একজন ধাক্কা দেয় আরেকজন মারে।
And they definitely had the advantage on their side with the numbers. And on the other side, AJL up against TEC. It looks like AJL just weren't having a good run up against them.
No, it's just so
বাইরে
unlucky. I just want to say I'm loving this proactivity coming in from EVOS. They heard sounds coming through.
বাইরের টিমগুলো ভাই একটা স্পেশালিটি হচ্ছে ওরা হিল করার জন্য কোনো সময় স্টপ হয় না।
They got knocked a bit too early just now. They want to make up for just now.
Benel versus Aim God. It's a 1v1 fair fight. Aim God spots Simfest. Shot finds no connection. Benel looking for the quick reposition, but the rest of the EVOS squad, they've entered the compound already. Benel's in a tad bit of trouble, to say the least. Woven back and away. Team Apex Gaming, can they take the fight up against the 2024 Esports World Cup champions?
এটা তো ফ্যালকনের, হ্যাঁ ফ্যালকনেরই জেতার কথা ফাইটটা। ওরা তো দুই পাশ থেকে কভার পাইতেছে।
In case they need to pull in
ইজির কপাল খারাপ।
revival. Raja on the hot side. Jar has been spotted out already. Woven sticking his head out. That is a bait on fire, flanking around from the right hand side. His own blue ball keeps him in a way, and Woven with a timely time turner to keep himself in the run.
Oh man, and here comes
প্লেয়ারগুলোর ওই পাশে নেওয়া এটা প্ল্যান ছিল, কিন্তু ওই কি রে
কিডি কোটরে দাও, কিডি কোট উপরে থেকে নামলি।
2 eliminations already done and out here, and now they go for more.
ফ্যালকন দিয়ে আবার উঠে গেছে। হ্যাঁ
3 players crunching him
টাইমও
all
লাগে না,
alone.
মুখের সামনে থেকে রিকল দিবে।
2v1 swing out means that he cannot survive.
Man, KD God, I don't know where he is, but he was in a fantastic spot to punish the players on the side of Falcons. Managed to get a double knock, but the recovery from your 2024 EWC champions, absolutely swift, but KD God is They've already hit the revive, and they're holding on.
দেখছো
Riptide
হ্যাঁ দেখলাম তো 5 কিল করছে না অলরেডি।
হ্যাঁ ফুল প্যারাডক্স দেখাইলো ফুটফুটে একাই 3টা
on
মারলো
the chase. Getting
ওই
on.
যাও ফ্যালকনের পিনারে যাও
Stay safe still.
চুন চুন
And
কে
now he
মারেঙ্গে
has an advantage as he hops
Taking
over the slide rails, takes another shot straight to the back. And Pina with the mini Uzi looking to see if or not he can take him out of the equation. Vending machine
प्यार
right
हो रहा
beside. It's a
है
1v1.
प्यार
Can he
जता
go
रहा
have the
है
better gun in this situation?
तो
But
फाल
Pina
मेरे जो गई
absolutely sneaky, just hopping on.
ও চাইতেছিল ওরে ঘুরাইতে ওই প্লেটারে যেমন হোক নিচে নেওয়াইতে।
Quickly hiding away. And from having a
Planning ভালো
disadvantage with the gun, Pina turns things around.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot chase from the other side of the map all the way
কারণ ও
to
কিন্তু
here.
প্রথমে কিছু ফেক জাম্প দিছে ফায়ার দেওয়ার আগে, এটা খেয়াল করছো?
হ্যাঁ
This guy.
Oh yeah.
প্ল্যানিং
Gotta
অনেক
respect
ভালো
Falcons this time
এই
hungry for
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল
those points.
টিমগুলোরে মানে
They
ঠিক
obviously
লাগে
wanted a better run in the
সাউথের
earlier game,
25
did
পয়েন্ট এই
not find
পর্যন্ত
it
এখনো
for themselves.
29
Got kicked out of the lobby with just 10 points on their side. Very aggressive game one for Falcons. 7 eliminations, but only 3 placement points. You just have to make sure the same mistake is not made here on Solara.
एक गबर रिवे
But so far, so good. You see the coins on their side absolutely stacked up. And TEC, one of the favorites from Bangladesh, alive and
এই
kicking
একটা
with
হিট
a
লিস্ট
ton
আছে
of
তো।
elimination points already on their side in the Solara game.
Oh man, Barrow's putting the damage on the
Oh,
top
GG.
16.
বাংলাদেশের লবি তো কি হ্যাঁ বাংলাদেশের লবি তো কি ধরো একটা টিম হিট লিস্ট নিছে, যেই টিমের উপর হিট লিস্ট করছে ওরে মারতে চায় বা ওরে রেডি মানে ওর দিকে যাওয়ার জন্য কোনোভাবে একটা অ্যাপ্রোচ করে, বাট বাইরের দেশে দেখবা যে ওরা হিট লিস্টটা নেয় জাস্ট টিমরে ট্র্যাক করার জন্য, হয়তো কই টিম আছে।
On the prowl, looking for some extra points, but Cypher's gonna get caught out here. Jazzy Aswap and the smooth criminal Cypher quickly getting away. Barros
कहाँ आ गया मैं
looking for the backup
ये
and
कहाँ आ
the bait
गया
and switch. Barros now holding back. Jazzy taken out of
जल्दी
the
रे हाल
equation.
लगा
Barros, you
तू इधर हाल
monster.
दिले ने
That was the biggest nope I've ever seen in my life, and Cypher is the one to turn
টিমতে
things
ভালো
around
সাপোর্ট
there.
পাইছে এখানে।
Aswap down and out. Gonna try and see where exactly he can go in this situation. Coming in terms of rotations here, a lot of players already inside of the zone, mid-side area. I'm really curious. I'm seeing AGL and Loud there.
AGAL, again, this is their third EWC.
প্রচুর ফাস্ট রিকল
Just
করছে।
like Buriram, perhaps third time's the charm. David 444 taken out early here. This is one of the prime players out of Gun Dynasty. And Buriram hunting them down one after the other. You messed around with us in the previous game. We could not get to the Booyah. And this time, we will take you out of the lobby early. Buriram says, but can we see a recovery again? Benel, the super savior of Gun Dynasty, keeping them in the race.
Honestly, getting that pickup
Buriram
right
is
as
good.
the glue wall goes down is just diabolical. Now, the zone has shifted a little bit more here. And in this situation, most players are already coming back into the game.
Man, Benel, what in the world? This guy.
He has most revivals.
Yeah, he's definitely got the most revivals so far. And it is absolutely brilliant to see him
মুখের সামনে যা
pull
পড়বো
off these amazing saves in such an
ইসি তো মনে হয়
insane
সামনের দিকে
lobby
নিচে।
on a stage like this. I wonder how is he
ওই যাইতাছি
managing to get things done, and how is he having so many coins on his side? We got to check that out later. He was divine though, through eliminations. Aggressive start this time around, but they want more. DRS up against Falcons. They had a phenomenal run in game one. And Falcons are trying to deny them of that in this game too. Pina down already. Strowex, fantastic shot. He eliminates Pina from the equation. But
আগের ম্যাচে ওভার মানে অ্যাগ্রেসিভ হয়ে
allows
গেছে।
him a quick recovery. K98 in hand. Anybody that takes the slide rails up against Alu might be in a tad bit of trouble, but Falcons not going to make that mistake just yet.
Doing a due diligence here, dotting their I, crossing their T's as well. And I think DRS is doing, I think, fairly wise to just really back away from this fight.
Yeah.
Now, for Falcons, they brought back Pina into the game. That's more firepower once again on their side here. The southern side here, DP and AGL looks very interesting right now.
Falcons understanding that Alu would probably pop their heads if
স্পিকার এই নকআউট খেলে নাই তো, মানে বাংলাদেশি লবি না খেলে না, এর কারণে খেলতে পারবে না।
Tagged up already that Moko giving away his position, and it's too easy for Dew to go in
Tudo
for the
isso,
follow-up.
Dubai
Super Sniper turned
Down
Russia in this situation, connected with the electrotherapy. This is the result of too many clash
Sniper
swaps.
nine
And in this situation as well, I think everyone is just sort of like kind of moving away on that western side here, just trying to find a way into the zone, making sure that they don't get sniped out as they take that slide rails. We saw so many of that happen.
সার্কেলটা তো দেখাই না এখনো মানে
Well,
ইসে
it's fun for us
জুম
viewers
কইরা
to see it, but for them, it's probably a very, I would say, high stakes, heart attack situation.
The Clash Masters competitions have forced the snipers to play a closer range battle, which means more shotguns, more SMGs, and it is having its results shown beautifully on the battle royale scene.
Total point.
That's just going to be making these snipers so much more deadlier. Long range, short range.
কার টোটাল পয়েন্ট টিম
This next circle though looking deadly. Falcon scanning out the area of Team Apex. Sahil Jad gets caught in the binoculars again. Pina Racha not waiting. They sustain some shots but they're going straight in for the elimination.
ভাই লাউড সেম স্ট্র্যাটেজি আবার
Potentially by the
কি
white
দেখছো কইলাম না সার্কেলটা
দুইজনই ভাই টিসির উপরে অ্যাটাক আসবে একটু ধরো তোমার
লোয়ার গ্রাউন্ড
Team Apex Gaming on the other hand already scanned out by the Falcon squad earlier on, but Falcons are the ones who are in a tad bit more trouble.
Ooh,
nice. Looking for the revival, pulls Shoto back into the race, but he sacrifices himself in the same run.
I mean, what can you do?
ফ্যালকন আবার সারপ্রাইজও খাইতে পারে যদি দেখে ফেলছে
Trouble out of the pen into the fire, running straight. Oh, Evo's Divine does not spot him out.
They don't know.
This could just be that survival play, but Tech is right behind him, so this is going to be
Evo
battle. GG, bro.
Tech কি লাস্ট প্লেয়ার এটা কেডি গো
intentional.
হ্যাঁ এটা মনে হয় লাস্ট না হলে সেকেন্ড প্লেয়ার হবে
Has got no way to use his active skill.
Evo সামনে আছে হঠাৎ করে দেখো টি
of looking for one extra point.
কেডি গড়ে লেগেই ওয়েট
Sacrificing two of their players. They know the players of TEC is right there beside them. So moving to find an extra point might put them in a little bit of trouble, and the veteran experience of Evo's keeping them alive and kicking. But the rail soldiers hopping on in as well. This is about to become a rough three-way battle.
Yeah, coming through here as well because Katie got finally knocked down as well. As CEC, their combat is being taken away. DRS gonna try to hunker down in this situation. Maybe wait out those fights or hoping for an opening to either go in for the fight or just go for a tactical retreat.
Playing on the meta, the AWM, the VSKs, they've got the long range weapons perfect for some.
Evo দেখছো কই গেছে
those M590s are on standby for the pop as
DRS থাক পা ডিলিভ দেখো ইয়াডা মাইরা স্লাইডারটা মাইরা
সবাই জানে ভাই এই জায়গায় যখন তোমার দুইটা তিনটা টিম আছে কেউ এখন ফাইট করতে চাবে না এটা হচ্ছে বুদ্ধিমানের কাজ হবে এখন ফাইট না করা
Bangladesh is going to have a
rough time.
Get out their spot, but thankfully the circle's still with them. The next zone is going to be crucial to see which teams get caught out here on the rotation. There is a high chance it moves towards the
চাইতেছে যে উপর থেকে দেখতে আমাদের না মারতে পারে উপরের গুলারে মারলে মারুক
Yeah, Rest, you're being very, very patient, but the problem is right now you go toward EVOS, there's a potential of getting knocked out by TEC from that top side of the building as well.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a situation where you have to wait out this.
Nice play, and now it's just all out annihilation. Messi, as multiple teams are so close to each other. Gun Dynasty does not manage the ambush, but Demon's Pride are swapped too low. And the final bullet by Vega takes him out of the equation. David's picked right back up, and again, Gun Dynasty is going to be a bit of a troublemaker in the final circle.
Now the wait happens here, as we already see that for
এই ফাইটটা বেশি মানে আগের ম্যাচ থেকে এই ম্যাচের ফিনিশিংটা বেশি হবে
in front of them. They already got it at one pick off here. Aurora doing very well, fighting the players of GD, but they still have 3 more members to worry about on the other side.
Yeah, to snuff out Gun Dynasty, you gotta take Manel out of the equation because that man is a miracle worker for these revives. Somehow, he always brings the rest of the team members back in, but without him, they're gonna crumble one after the other. Vega taken out of the equation as well, and it looks like Gun Dynasty, that's the end for them. Aurora and Loud, this is gonna be a rough rotation for them as everybody else
Loud এমন জায়গা বোল্ট মেকার মারছে সব টিমই এই জায়গা
হ্যাঁ এই বলতে দেখো আবার ডাউন
চারটা টিম ভাই চারটা টিম এই জায়গা
উপরে চাপ করব
safe haven here
in
the next circle already. Teams like Falcons, Loud, Aurora, they're going to have to battle it out before stepping into the next zone.
And it is annoying and a very rough area here to the side here. Guangsa
নিজেরা স্টিফি মাইরা অন্যদের উপরে নেট মারতেছে আয় তোরা মার আমার কোনো কিছু যাবে আসবে না
doing huge
বুড়িরামের উপরে অ্যাটাক দিছে ওরা
And
Yes,
that's just
Buriram.
gonna keep them at bay. Get high excel, looking for the pickup onto Asana, but now outside the zone, he has the electrotherapy though.
ও অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল দেখো ডিআরএস চেক
No
So,
way.
second is it.
AGL on the other hand, annihilate DRS Gaming. Finally, DRS had stayed in
Hi,
there for
Evos
long.
কাজটা করছে না
ফাইনাল
Evos
ফোর টিমে
AGL with the backstab took
টিসি বুইয়াটা পাবে না ইভোসের জন্য শুধু নাহলে টিএসি এর ম্যাচে বুইয়া পাওয়ার
And it looks
চান্স
like
সবচেয়ে বেশি ছিল
Buriram again not gonna have a fantastic run
ফ্যালকন
at
সে
the start of our Esports
হ্যাঁ,
World
হ্যাঁ।
Cup. Third run, Team
Falcon, Buriram,
Falcons
sir.
out. The Thai squads dropping like
All
flies, one
gamers,
after the other. But
Esports TV,
AGL
out.
looking to represent the nation absolutely strong as they look for a big battle up against Loud potentially right after this.
Yeah, Team Wiper already as well for
Alright,
Aurora. They've
let's-
already been eliminated here. And
4v4.
for the White Tigers trying to
Oh.
find a way to move away from
Yeah,
this area.
TC উপরে চুপ
TEC is
করে
being
বসে
so
রয়েছে।
annoying, pressuring them from
সার্কেল
the
আছে,
top
কিছুটা
side,
হইলেও
not
পাইবো।
able to move. And they have made a nice mountain to climb over and take
TC
this fight face to
সর্বোচ্চ
face.
আরে লাউড একটা কাজ করতে পারে লাউড যদি এখন ইভোসে প্রেসার দেয় তাহলে টিএসি আবার একটা চান্স পাইতে পারে বুইয়ার কাছাকাছি
অল গেমার্স তো আছে এই যে এজিরা বাইরে গো উপর থেকে টিসি কিন্তু এখন লাউডের একটা প্রেসার দিতে পারে সার্কেল মুভ করবো না
And TEC, they don't need to do much with that high ground. They just need to play fishing here. They do have a prime spot and a big advantage in terms of how the
টিএসি
Sunset is now going to move.
সার্কেল মুভ করলে ওরা পিছের দিকে চলে যাবে
অল গেমার্স এজির উপরে হামলা
লাউড
টিসি একটু বইসা থাকো এটাই বেটার হবে আই থিংক
Russia, sneaky play,
Uh-huh.
has got the stealth bites of the Morse as well.
তো বাইরেতে যেতে তো বাইরে গেছে এখন লাউডের সাথে ফাইটটা করব
Quickly catch up with the rest of his team members and great placements
কেজি
of
তো
blue
আবার
walls
পেস লাগে
with the extra assistance of the stealth bites. EVOS are the first ones to make that move. TEC is going to be holding back. And Loud in a lot of trouble up against EVOS as well as TEC, but they've got the double
কালার
vehicles on
গাড়ির
their
অপশন
side
গেছে
for the
কারণ
double
বাগ খাইছে
position. And now this is where Russia can be troublesome as he quickly shoots at those vehicles, lighting them up.
টিসি একটু
Yeah,
হোল্ড
that's
কর
the
হোল্ড কর বাপ
repositioning going to be
জি ভাইরা
taken away from them. And now Loud is stuck in a corner. What a shot coming in from Russia.
ভাই হেডশট ভার্সেস হেডশট স্নাইপার দুই
কারে বর্তাছেন এজি শেষ নেমলে দেখা
AGL and Ray with the god nades hitting a triple.
টিসি কই নাম আলাদা ক্লিয়ার দে
TEC were doing a number
হ্যাঁ
on
টিসি
them,
রোদ
but
অবস্থা
EVOS
ভালো
Divine just ruining the party of
কি নেট
Porte.
দিছে ভাই
And Ray with the final nade onto good
ওই
news.
নাও
আউট লাগছে এই টাইমে সুযোগটা যদি টিসি দিতে পারে হ্যান্ড পাওয়ার তো লুজ হইব দুই সাইডে ক্লিয়ার দে
ইভোসের বুইয়া ভাই
টিসি লাস্ট আট
He's
প্লেস
looking so
চলে
good, and I have 15
Out shit.
eliminations already. Already
Oh,
knocked
he was
out of the
pura
game.
full
Loud
ban for.
with only one member still
টিমে তিনটা একটা একটা করে টুকটুক আছে
Nameless still managing to steal away one
এক প্লেয়ারের কাছে তিনজন মরলো
গ্লোবাল আর আগে যাওয়ার কথা
and EVOS, they know exactly
ওই এক প্লেয়ারের কাছে তিনজন মরছে
where you're gonna go. What are you gonna do here? A triple man push, but there's still one more player Cloud to worry about.
Amazing run from Titan Esports
ওরা তো ভাই
আউট
স্পট করতে
বুঝলাম
পারছে
না লাউডের প্লেয়ার দেখতে ধাম করে কিক খেয়ে গেল গা
ওই উপরে পিছনে যেখানে গাড়ি ফাটায় মারছে গাড়ির ওই জায়গায় শুয়ে আছে ও আইছে এই পাশে
এনে একটু ফাইটটা করলো
ওই তো গাড়ির পাশে শুয়েছিল গাড়ির পাশে শুয়েছিল টিমমেট কাউন্ট
কোরিয়া নিয়ে কোনো সিন আছে
Russia
ইভোস দি ভাই
putting in the damage and pressure to every single one of these teams. EVOS have been so proactive with these early fights, maintaining the aggression all the
আমি
way
আসতেছি 2
till
মিনিট
that last final fight.
This is what you want to see from your reigning defending champs, not taking it lying down, but rising up to the occasion and showing everyone not just rotations, but mechanically they're still sound. And yes, questions have been asked. What is going to happen to EVOS? Because after winning the Esports World Cup last year, they have been dormant. They have just been hibernating. They have not been a massive threat in any of the competitions that they've been into. But this is not that same EVOS Divine. They are rising up to the occasion and they want to prove that the White Tigers are not here to play. They are here to annihilate. Look at these nades, man. I mean, they were a flurry that instantly snuffed out the chances of Thai Titan Esports Club.
You know what's
একটা
really
finale
interesting? In so
vibe
many
দিচ্ছে।
interviews, they
Oh
said
my
they
exactly.
had a secret weapon. It was Russia, and he did. We saw that pressure coming in from him. But Ray as well is putting in and showing us why exactly he's also part of the team.
You know, a big problem that I had with the EVOS Divine run in 2025 is that without Russia, I think they would have lost out in many of those lobbies. Just like what Benel is doing for the side of the players of Gun Dynasty. We saw Rasia being that backup player, that sniper that continuously revived the rest of his team members. But this time, they're not putting the responsibility on the shoulder of their super sniper. They are all playing their role. I think the rotations are so much more
EVOS
tighter.
Divine
The teamwork
score.
is looking solid. And I feel like it was not like any of those players were bad. It's just that strategically, they were trying out a flavor that perhaps did not favor them, and it required multiple clutches from Russia. This time, if they continue this run, they don't need Russia to clutch it out. They are going to annihilate everyone.
Yeah, it's always important to talk about like how each player is individually important, right? Right now, match standings look so good. EVOS with 41 points, matching up with Loud Sneakers so quickly as well. We've only seen 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great equalizer here from EVOS. But again, shout out to DRS Gaming, the Rail Soldier, showing us that when you give a underdog team a opportunity on a stage like this, they will not let it go that easy. They're keeping up with the pressure that the competition brings, and they are delivering on every bit of expectation from the Nepalese fans. But here on the second page, you see it's a small little problem. India definitely has got one of the biggest crowds in terms of fan base, but they're not doing too well just yet. Now we've got Carol with the players here. Let's see exactly what the interview has for us. Tash and I will be right back with you.
Hello guys, Carol Bombshell here. Pleasure to be here, and especially with Trap, team's captain for Loud. Okay, Trap, você começou o dia já, o time da Loud já começou o dia com buia, e especialmente com a Buriram no top 4. Como é a confiança de você estar nesse momento? Vocês ainda conseguiram chegar num segundo lugar nessa última partida. Você acha que isso tem sido importante para o time de vocês?
Acho que a confiança nossa está lá em cima, de acordo com os resultados que vem durante alguns meses. Estamos evoluindo a cada dia, a gente quer muito representar o Brasil bem nesse Mundial. Já começamos muito bem no top 1 e no top 2. É isso, estamos amassando, é manter mais 4 quedinhas aí pra cima.
Yes, of course. Starting the championship, started EWC 2026 with Abuya was very important for us. Our confidence and our security, it's way above. And right now, to get Abuya in a second place, we feel like we are in the right path and to reach the finals. O time de vocês, o time da Loud, vocês conseguiram ter uma boa performance durante o Campeonato Brasileiro? Você acha
যত পয়েন্ট দেখতেছেন অতই
Yes, of course. Starting the championship, started EWC 2026 with Abuya was very important for us, our confidence and
A gente
our...
veio pra isso, a gente voltou pra fazer a Loud ser campeã mundial, que é o objetivo da Loud e o nosso. E a gente voltou para colocar a Loud no topo, assim como nós também quer ficar no topo.
Yes, of course. Performing that well in Brazil brings us such great hours, and it's way above. And proud that we are in a second place. We feel like we are in the right path and on top again, but not only in Brazil, in the world, and that's why we are here at EWC 2026. For us to finish our interview, I would like to ask
তুমি ওপেন করার পরে ফ্লিকার লাইভ ওপেন করতে
no top 5, né, no ano passado. Quão importante foi isso para vocês? Jogarem internacionalmente, obviamente que vocês estavam em outro time, mas você acha que esse resultado de um top 5 trouxe mais confiança para vocês performarem agora aqui no EWC 2026?
Com certeza, assim como no campeonato brasileiro que a gente sempre joga um campeonato e quando ele acaba e o desempenho não é tão bom, eu sempre solto uma frase que eu falo com o Joker, eu falo: mano, aqui nós aprendemos a jogar esse campeonato. A partir de agora, nós só vai desempenhar bem. E eu acho que o que aconteceu no último Mundial. Quando ele acabou,
না আমি ডাইরেক্ট নোটিফিকেশনেতে একবারে লাইভে জয়েন করছিলাম।
A partir de agora, nosso time aprendeu como jogar o Mundial.
Wow, that's very special. Okay, so
ভালোই চলে আর কি।
reached the Free Fire World Series finals last year in the top 5. Gave us such a great and important understanding in what we should do in Free Fire right now. And I told my coach, okay, so right now we are learning even more to play Free Fire. We are in the right path, and I think we are more than prepared to take the world right now, and that's exactly what we came to do here at EWC. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck in the next match. Make the
match.
L.
Saturn
And
Sports
I'm
Club,
back to you
ভালো
guys at the
progress
studio.
হয়েছে। আজান দে তো ভাই সাউন্ড
Evo's so exposed, Falcons can ruin it.
Unbelievable.
Falcons!
What we are seeing in front of us here right now. And the team who ended Russia with the final elimination. The Wonder Kid gets the job done.
Just thinking about we're gonna lift the trophy together. I don't know. I don't think
Russia.
that much when that moment. That was my first international game, so that was quite easy for me to get the MVP, and yeah, very lovely.
What made them strong in 2025
2025
was the
MVP.
wonder kid called Russia. You know, he's been in the circuit for many years, and for many
বুঝি
years
না।
he could not play on a stage
Russia.
like this because he was under
হ্যাঁ,
age.
হ্যাঁ,
They
আগের
were
World Cup
sniper, and
MVP
I think that was their secret sauce to success. If you look at him, he is the most humble kid you'll ever come across. You know, bright eyes. He never ever underestimates anyone.
Discord-এর
I think the
stream
most
কিন্তু
important
push
thing
হয়ে আছে
is
তোমার।
he wants to prove himself out there as well. And the moment he got the
ডিসকর্ডের
opportunity
স্ট্রিমটা
to do
পুশ
that,
হয়ে
he did
রয়েছে
exactly that.
দেখাইতেছে।
No, I think
ঠিক
I
আছে,
feel so
হুম,
confident.
ঠিক আছে,
We're
ঠিক আছে।
training so hard in Indonesia, so we're very confident to lift the trophy again.
21 elimination from the champions.
2025 এর বাইরে
গতবার 2025 এর যে FFW এমনি থার্ড পার্টি পাইছে
ওরা প্রচুর কিল করছে, কিন্তু মানে ইভোস যেভাবে বুয়াটা নিছিল লাস্ট ম্যাচ, পুরা ম্যাপ ঘুরছে ভাই ওরা রিকভারি করতে করতে।
Tetapi di hari ini kita sudah ingat siapa diri kita sebenarnya.
If you look at the data, it says they will not be the back-to-back champions. If you look at the kids and if you look at how
চ্যাম্পিয়নরা
determined
ফরম্যাটে
they
প্রথম
are
ওয়ার্ল্ড
to be
চ্যাম্পিয়ন,
back-to-back
এটা মাথায় রাখতে
champions,
হবে।
there's a slight possibility, but it's going to be difficult because for the first time ever on the global stage, we've got 24 teams. Everybody's got that exact same dream. Because that dream is alive for the rest, the
আচ্ছা এই যে
chances of
এটা
Evo's
দেখছো
Divine doing it back-to-back may be a
ইয়া
little
রাহাতে
lower.
করতেছি
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
Kalau untuk
এটার
tim-tim
মানে
lain
কি
sih
আরে ওইটা
buat
হচ্ছে
saya
তোমার
sendiri saya
স্ক্রিপ্ট,
tidak perlu
তোমার একটা
memberikan
প্লেয়ার এক এক রকম বইলা
tentang
দিছে যে তুমি
tim-tim
এরকম
lain.
হ্যাঁ
বডি
আমার
Saya
সবটি
sudah
ভালো
percaya
লাগছে
kepada
এই যে
coach saya.
তাতে
Jadi saya tinggal
এটা ঠিক
fokus
আছে
aja main. Nah, itu yang terbaik pokoknya. Pesan-pesan untuk
সব
tim-tim
ঠিক আছে,
lain,
কিন্তু
ya
আমার
hati-hatilah
রাহাতে এমনি
karena
রাহাতে
ini
বোধাই
EWC
বোধাই দেয়া যায়
bukan turnamen yang
তারপর
lain.
আবার
Kalian
দিছে
bisa lihat
আবার দিছে এরকম
sejarah-sejarah
বুঝছো
kita di turnamen EWC
আজকে
kemarin.
থেকে পুরা
Nah, itu dia kalian
আজকে
hati-hati
আজকে
aja yang
ছিল এটা
ngegangguin drop zone.
তোলারে বোধাই পাই মনে হয় বোধাই বানায় দিল
রাহাত পোলাটা ভালো খেলে, ও কিন্তু এক্সিতে থাকতে প্রাইমারি রাশার খেলতো।
For anybody that was wondering how Evo's Divine was gonna start Free Fire at EWC 26, boy did we get an answer because they came in hot. By the way, yes, you saw one more person added to this amazing panel that we have, and it's none other than Lace. But Lace, I'm actually not gonna start with you just
I
yet.
just want to talk to me.
Sorry, because
I
I'm
want
talking
to
about
see
us. And you were wondering how they were gonna be doing. All of us were wondering how they were gonna be doing.
খাইতে পারি না আমি
They're
ভাবছি
doing pretty
3টা
damn
30
good.
They're doing pretty well. I'm kind of relieved actually
I'm
because
getting
they've had
the
so
30
many
deal,
close calls throughout the whole entire first game, and it got
3টা
me
30
worrying. Not something that I
আর
want to see
ম্যাচের টাইম ছিল
obviously,
মনে হয়
but at
4টায়।
least they slowly
আমি ভাবছি যে 30
climbing
মিনিট
the
টাইমার
elimination
চলবো
points
3টা
ladder,
30
and they fixed
এখন
what could
3টা
be
বাজে শুরু
perfected
করে
on the first game because hey, come the second game, they know exactly what they need to do.
ও
And
ওপেনিং
we
এর
see
জন্য হয়তো
Rasha obviously as a pivot sniper, he's gonna need more room for him to do dynamic movements, and that's exactly what the support gave them. So yeah, it works well for them. EFOS is finally finding the rhythm that they kind of lost the first time. Again, maybe opening game, of course, the nerve it's something that maybe we cannot explain. It's something that's always difficult, always hard for anyone at the EWC.
Yeah, they've got that pressure on their shoulders, you know what I mean? They're like, oh no, we've won, we've got to do it again. So like that's got to add on top of this as well, and I guess we saw that in their games too.
Yeah, but now leading the standing with 41 total points and 23 elimination points. I mean, that is crazy. Even you have to admit that.
I mean, it's amazing, not gonna lie. Seeing the players just chilling back there after getting that booyah and then looking at the keys, they're probably wondering, which keys are we gonna be crushing now? But talking about teams that might be possibly crushing some keys, we gotta talk about Loud, because my goodness, Loud was another team that started off hot. You could say the first win was a bit given, but boy, they took advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming from the position we're in, they're not really found in the map. I'm really looking forward to how they're going to adapt right now. They were trying to do the similar approach on that game number 2, but it's just unfortunate that EWC is the one who cut them off on the rotation. Just hanging in the middle of that final circle is one thing that Loud has been doing for the first 2 games, but it's just unfortunate that rotation was not favoring them, and even Launchpad was not on them in that final moment. So it was tough for them to make that rotation.
It definitely was. One thing, I mean, we've been seeing some of these squads now being able to perform well, right? Evo's, Loud out of Brazil. Earlier you were talking about Rhythm, Conchita. I mean, Loud definitely is finding that rhythm. One team that is currently not finding their rhythm, though, Lace, is none other than Falcons.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about that pressure, and they've got the pressure of the club championships on their shoulders. So, you know, amounts of other Falcons, you know, in different games coming through. So, of course, you know, they're sitting in that kind of middle of the pack at the moment. They are trying to find those eliminations early on. There was actually a moment in the second match where we saw Team Falcons hunting down Team Tag. They were able to take 2 limbs from the team, and they're like, no revivals for you guys. And we just saw them sort of launch over to where Tag was trying to recover the rest of the team and try and get those early eliminations. So, you know, I think they're sitting about, 6th place, 27. It's nothing, you know, at the top with those 41 sorts of points there. But look, they have shown the same kind of consistency that they had, you know, in these previous global series that they had. Sometimes they do incredibly well. Sometimes they choke and aren't flying like a Falcon should. But look, don't take your eyes off Team Falcons, guys, because they are capitalizing on those early eliminations, which are putting those points on the boards. And, you know, they're just looking for that.
মানে ওই যে ম্যাচ শুরুর আগে বলছিলাম না স্টিফের বিষয়, ওই যে ইভোসের যে গ্রেনেড দুইটা ওটা দেখছো তোমার, দুইটা টিমরে মানে দুই গ্রেনেডটা দুইটা টিমরে একদম ই করে ফেলছে। ওই জায়গায় স্টিফি থাকলে কিন্তু অতটা প্রেসার খাইতো না। টিইসি কিন্তু গ্রেনেডের জন্যই প্রেসারটা খাইছে, নাইলে কিন্তু ওরা ফাইট বেরি করে ফেলছে।
At how amazing Gun Dynasty is performing at the very first game. And at Porte with 23 elimination points surely isn't bad. But I also kind of want to
healing
talk
আর
about
হচ্ছে নেডিং।
It's like they're not fully being themselves. I don't know what is happening actually in Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from what we've seen in AJL and Buram, they're trying their best to study their opponents yet. Again, it's some of the teams are quite fresh. They haven't met them in Southeast Asia or some of the global tournaments that they have. So they need a little bit of time to study their opponents. And that's what they're doing for most part of the game. First half was just silent, and then towards the end, that's where they tried to put in a little pressure. There's still a lot of teams surviving towards that final circle. So third party is Buram United's one's weakness.
Yeah, I agree, because when I see Buram United, it's like they're trying so hard to match the Brazil's gameplay, but somehow it bite them back in the process. So it's definitely something that we want to see from Buram.
Apex Gaming এর কি মানে ই শর্ট ট্যাগ কি টিএজি?
You'll be able to see it later on today. And I was asking him about tag. You guys were mentioning tag, how they're just
Apex Gaming এর কানে ট্যাগ।
This squad, he was telling me that this squad tends to start slow, but they picked it up on the second day. Now, earlier,
জেবি ফ্রিক তোমার মনে মনে কইতেছে আমরা বাংলাদেশি প্লেয়াররা ডাবল না মানে কার 90 ইউজ করলে মানুষ গাইলে আর এরা মারতেছে, সবাই এখন অ্যাপ্রিশিয়েট করতেছে, সেলিব্রেট করতেছে।
What are your expectations for tag?
Actually, my expectation is that they could somehow learn from the mistakes, obviously, because the first 2 games, boy, oh boy, they were a little all over the place. If I can say that, I'm really sorry again.
It's okay. It's our job.
I
It's
always
our
feel
job
bad
to
to say
anyway,
that because I
for
really
all
want
that-
them to do well. I mean, obviously they have
They
quite a
didn't.
name, that a reputation they need to upkeep. So this is just something that I feel very sad about seeing.
Alina,
from
এবারে
them. I just hope that they
এবারে
can
তো
bounce
বাজেট
back and
বেশি
do
তোমার
better.
ইয়ের
Well, we'll have to see though.
Toyota
ভাই
judging
এতক্ষণ
from that
পরে
story,
ম্যাপ
if you really
শিডিউল
need
দেখাইতেছে
plenty of
পরে
time,
একটা
and we're
purgatory
only talking
একটা
about
কালার
what
রিনেক
4 days overall, then you'll be a loss already at first, and you don't want to be in the bottom two of that
Purgatory
leaderboard.
ম্যাপটা ভালো
Because
ভালো
true
এনজয় করুন
enough, after
দেবে
2 days, you'll be out.
You'll definitely be out, and you know what?
Purgatory
I want
map
you
to
ladies
long
to
range
put
fight.
in your coach mentality. If you're looking at VP from Pakistan, I mean, this squad, a lot of people expected them to do well, especially all
Purgatory
the crowd
mapটা
from
খোকা
Pakistan.
ময়দান
Right
বেশি
now,
তো
they're in last place.
হয়
If you're the coach,
ওভার পাওয়া
what are
যায়
you gonna go over there and tell them?
পোরগাটারি ম্যাপে মেন হচ্ছে যার মানে জন প্রেডিকশন ভালো হবে প্লাস হচ্ছে যার টিম স্নাইপার স্ট্রং সেই টিমের বুইয়া আসে বেশি
want to tell them, but she can't say it on camera.
I gotta be broadcast friendly here, okay? Let me let like the Australian out, please, guys. Let it loose. But look, those teams, and this is what we talk about when you say, you know, the mental capability.
এর জন্যই মনে করো তুমি বিয়ে করো না এখনো
It is hard to sort of pick it back up and get to those sorts of spots with
বলতে
our
বলতে দেখো পুলিশ
AGLs
স্ক্রিন
and
না আমার
even like our
দেখাইতাছে
GDs and stuff like that. It's going to be a little bit of a trek, but obviously 4 matches. Purgatory's next. I heard Neptune say it. This is heaven or hell. So can they maybe get the heaven, the purgatory?
Okay, Purgatory coming up. What are we expecting, Neptune?
I'm
ওই EWC তিনটা দিয়ে মিহি করে একটা নাম তুমি দিয়ে দিও
sorry for the teams out there. I know you want to get it easy right now, but for
ভাই চাইছিলাম কি জানো ইডব্লিউসি এর
I should be asking for the other one, for the reverse, because what I did to Aurora right there was just definitely
চাইছিলাম ইডব্লিউসি এর তোমার
I'll
গেটওয়ে
give you
আছে
a
না
chance to redeem yourself, okay?
গেটওয়ে দি
We got 2 more matches coming up before you probably end up seeing us. Overall, 4 more matches here for Group A.
টার্গেট করতে
Would you like to change your pick from Aurora?
$1000
Oh my
Brazilian.
god.
I gotta
Oh
give
my
him a
god.
chance.
I'm scared for you, really.
Would you like
এটা
to say
সত্যি
any
কথা
other
কইছি
teams,
$1000
sir?
নিচে
Actually, I don't want to curse any
পসিবল না ব্রাজিলিয়ান
teams anymore because like it's very getting very dangerous right now. Like this is a big stage, and if I'm being blamed of them not getting
ভাই
into the next
ইয়েস্টারে
stage,
ধরো
so I don't
মানে
know,
এই
but
যে
I'm
মডার্ন
still
টাইপের যে
cheering
বানাইছে
on
এটা
for
কিন্তু
Aurora.
ব্রাজিল থেকে আইছে
Hopefully,
ইউনিক
this time
ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক
it's
ছিল
just
এটাও
the
ব্রাজিল থেকে আইছে
first game jinx, and then the rest will be quite well because even in game 2, like we've seen them perform well. So first day jitters or first game jitters, that's what they might have felt. But yeah, let's see if they can get that booyah.
That's
I see
exactly
you
what I
smiling
said.
on it. She's like,
Yeah, I mean, talking about the first day is always unpredictable, right? Because of the jitters, the nervousness, the pressure that they have.
আর্জেন্টিনা
But
নাকি
yeah, going
তোমার
into
সেই
the
বিখ্যাত
third and
হাত
fourth
দিয়ে
game,
গোল
I
দেওয়ার
think
যে
a lot of
ম্যাচটা
things
ছিল
need to
ইংল্যান্ডের
change, and
সাথে
Purgatory
তারপর
is
থেকে নাকি এই
actually
পর্যন্ত
a map
ইংল্যান্ডের
that is
সাথে
a
ম্যাচ
little
খেলে নাই
forgiving
কোনো
on that. It's a
আবার
great place for
আইছে
reset. So
বিখ্যাত হাত
I'm
দিয়ে
just so
গোল
excited to see what the
এবার
teams are going to
পেনাল্টি দিয়ে
bring.
গোল দিবে
and we have seen some of the other squads,
সেই
right?
কুখ্যাত
Especially going back to
সেমিফাইনালেই
the
ভাই
first
আবারও
game, AG did great. I mean,
আবার
this is one
ইতিহাসের
squad that you guys were
পুনরাবৃত্তি
picking as a surprise to be able to do good here. Boy, did they surprise us in the first game.
Yeah, one thing that personality of AG is trying to keep away from all those engagement.
Yeah.
If they can bathe onto like outside of circle on the third,
Ahora
fourth
que es public,
facing
ano?
of that map, then they will do so. And
পাবলিক আনবো কইতে আমি আমি
team
ফেসবুক
that we have
মেসেঞ্জার
now,
সব
so
ডিঅ্যাক্টিভ করে
that
রাখি
is available, say they will be able to
থাকি না
soak
তো
up in
আমি
there,
বেশি
just
ইনস্টাগ্রাম
position.
চালাই
This
নাইলে
team really need
ঢুকি
that
না
time to
অনলাইনে
get
যাই না
information as a sniper as a squad, and also the launch pad. That's the angle that we need to take right there was just difficult, especially if you have what is 7 or 6 or 7 teams remaining on 4th phase of the circle.
So what you're saying, we're seeing AGL probably follow their same format coming out of match 1 because, like, you know, they did land uncontested in like our first map, and then they, you know, GD that we saw, who was just an absolute heavy hitter, they were kind of like sneaking on down to AGL, and AGL's like, no, we need a little bit of space. So that's what you're saying. Match number 3, they're going to need their space, and then that's where they fly.
Okay, you know what? You got lucky because I was gonna have you pick a team, and I was gonna see if you would end up cursing the team. But I'm being told Game 3 is ready, so why not let's send it to AJ and Tash, and maybe they'll be willing to curse a team or encourage them.
Yeah,
দেখা
thanks,
যাক।
Seven. You know what? I don't think we're going to be cursing any squads. In fact, we are going to be blessing them with a little bit of extra luck out there. You know, in the first 2 games, we did see consistency
এটারে
from the
দিই আর
reigning
মতো
defending
আইকে কি রে
champions, EVOS Divine, as well as the Brazilian squad, Loud.
কি কয়
But
নুসরাত
there are a
নিয়ার
couple of teams down at the
কি রে
bottom. I'm
নুসরাত
hoping
নিয়ার
to
এনে
see more from this time round. I think that the panel called them out earlier.
বাংলাদেশ থেকে এবার কোন কোন ইউটিউবার গেছে?
Indian squad hasn't really been
বাংলাদেশ
having
থেকে
a
যারা গেমিং
smooth
গেছে
run out there, but Purgatory is a huge map.
এর কথা আগে কয়, আমি জিজ্ঞাসি কোন কোন ইউটিউবার গেছে? যারা
যারা গেমিং, ক্রুল গেমিং, পরে রোস্টেড গেমিং,
break the tag needs, but
Alright,
that
so.
is going to be purely dependent on if or not they're going to be able to
মানে
avoid
দুইটা একসাথে?
hot drops.
Yeah, I really want to also say that some teams take a while to
মানে
really
প্রেজেন্ট
get
আর
out,
এক্স একসাথে
especially
যারা
today and tomorrow. They have a little bit of a leeway, just really find their footing.
Dang
I
it.
think, you know, like what Conchita said.
There
They're
you go.
nervous, they're
রুলের
a
কিন্তু
little bit
গার্লফ্রেন্ড
more under
রুলের
pressure,
কিন্তু
but
গার্লফ্রেন্ড
now it's
দুইটা, এটা
really
কি
clear
জানো?
out. Now things should just ease up.
Absolutely.
একটা আছে তোমার ওর অনেক মানে অনেক পুরনো কিনা বলতে পারি না, কমসে কম লাস্ট 6 মাসের মধ্যে একটা ভিডিও দিছিল ওই জায়গার গার্লফ্রেন্ড ছিল।
Gun Dynasty has been cooking the squads that they come across in
I
the early
know.
parts of the game so
Paradox.
far. They've got the binoculars used up already. Scanning out multiple players. Falcons scanning the area as
Right,
well.
good.
On fire and Racha just at the
বুড়িরামের
perimeter, looking
স্প্লিটটা
to
দেখছো
create
খেল করে?
third party. And perhaps
That
this is that one big blessing that Team
2
Apex
on
Gaming is going to get from this
One
Marvel
equation.
off.
Maybe having Falcons a little bit closer to
Push করে
Gun
ঢুকতেছে,
Dynasty
দেখছো?
will give them an advantage to
কুটকুট
survive
তো
this
কুটকুশি।
initial battle.
Yeah, you already bought back into the
Yes.
game quickly. Shoto barely alive.
প্যারাডক্স যে টিম
Oh,
টিমের
man.
লগে পারতেছে না ওই প্যারাডক্স গুলো করে খায়
How
দেয়
in the world did we lose Titan
বুঝছো?
Esports Club before even hopping on into the game here?
কিচ্ছু করার নাই ভাই।
Unbelievable. 19 points, and they do not have anything from this game. But Gun Dynasty, on the other hand, they're going to go in here for the annihilation. But now, punishing KD God and the super survivor, super reviver of the Gun Dynasty squad, looking for more. Will miss Shoto, who cracks it on in with the Valiant dash, catching up with him, taken but now out with the Max 7.
Yeah, and he was the guy that's responsible to bring the team back into the game, and now he has to be brought in here. Now Tag has an idea where exactly everyone is. Revoz decides to join in on the fight as well. Still waiting in the wings for the right, I think, opening, just really join in, but now on fire, finding Wolvin already, and this off angle by Rasha could be nasty for the Falcons players.
আশারে দাও
Team
কেমনে
Apex Gaming, all the blessings in the world. See, I told you, panel.
ও
We were going to
ভাই
bless them, not
প্রেসার
curse them.
ক্রিয়েটের জন্য অনেক ভালো। ওর কাছে স্নাইপার না থাকলেও ওইটা যে কোনো গান দিয়ে ভালো প্রেসার দিতে পারে।
নো 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 কি করে চাপবা ক্যাম হ্যাঁ যাও
Got taken out of the equation already. Apex, the electrotherapy is on connection, but unfortunately for the rest of the Falcons players, they will not be able to get out of this pinch. Shoto now
হ্যাঁ RRQ কোয়ালিফাই করছিল।
হ্যাঁ
and it's
RRQ?
just going to be the ice grenade that
RRQ?
gives him a little bit of an advantage here.
হ্যাঁ
What
RRQ
a
তো আছে
onto Ray. Shoto, Team
ওরা
Apex
খেলবে বিগ
Gaming
গ্রুপে
not
খেলবে
running away,
আচ্ছা
staying and taking the fight straight to them.
And it started off with
Tag
Tag
the whole
ভাই
খেলা
with the
খেলতেছে
ones that's on
RRQ কিন্তু কঠিন একটা টিম।
হ্যাঁ আমার কাছে ভাই আর কি
Shoto putting the damage here. Rasha moving
One
away.
more.
And
ও
movement.
ট্যাগ কিন্তু সেই খেলতেছে এই
Rasha
বছরে দেখছো কি
cannot
প্রেসার
run
দিল
away with his life.
Yeah, Chuck the India, baby. Shailjat, though.
এই
knocked
পোলাটা
down,
ভালো ক্লাস
Shiru
মারতে
finding
পারে
it from
ট্যাগের
across.
ছোট।
Can they get more? Gun Dynasty trying to take a little bit of a revenge here onto Team Apex Gaming. 2 players out of the equation already, but on the other side of things, TEC, it was the battle up against Paradox earlier.
এক
And
লগে
Windy
এক
did a number
এক খাওয়াই
on
বলে
them,
খায়
connected
দিছে
with the electrotherapy. Was down, almost
বুঝো
taken out, but he got the triple
সেই
on them to
টিম
knock
কোন
them out a
টিমের
lot
সামনে
early.
দাঁড়াইতে পারলো না ওই
That
টিমের
is
একটা
almost
প্লেয়ার গুলো
surgical
তিন
when
দাঁড়ে
you
খায়
think about it, how they're moving around together as a team.
Unexpected.
Meanwhile, Tag already on 6 eliminations here. Wolf is now back into the game. All eyes are on GD here as Falcons as well is in trouble. There we go. Pina now out.
ইউটিউবে তুমি অফিসিয়াল চ্যানেলে গেলে কমেন্ট দেখতে পারবা কি গাইলাম গাইলে যাবে টপ 1 প্লেয়ার টি
বাংলাদেশের ফ্যান বেস ভাই টক্সিক ভাই।
প্রচুর টক্সিক পুরা আসলে এরকম ইন্টারন্যাশনাল বাংলাদেশের ভিতরে খরচ ঠিক আছে তারা ইন্টারন্যাশনালে গিয়া ইন্টারন্যাশনাল সবের কমেন্টও তারা এইসব এটাতে
Now, in
আসলে
this
যে টিম
situation
বাংলাদেশ
here,
বাংলাদেশে
Jonas was barely alive,
রিপ্রেজেন্ট
trying to
করতে
stay here. But even then, look at this
তুমি
rotation. I dig that for DP,
একটা
the
জিনিস দেখলে
easiest way
দেখবা
to
যে
move around
টিমের
is to
মধ্যে
just
কিন্তু
really stay
সবার
alive
সাথে
and
সবার
move
সম্পর্ক ভালো,
away from
সব
the
টিমের সাথে
area.
সব টিমের
Okay, to
বাংলাদেশে।
answer my own question, he did not have enough coins. But
তো
Harris
ফ্যান
not
বেস
gonna be
দেই
brought right back in. But the stealth fights helps him to reposition, catching up in
এটা স্পোর্টসটাই মনে হয় এরকম ভাই, সব জায়গায় দেখবা যে অন্যান্য দলের সাথে মানে প্লেয়ারদের বলো বা দলের যে বেসিক যে রিলেশনশিপ বলো এটা ভালোই থাকে, বাট ফ্যান বেস
And AGAL getting a number down on that. Paradox, can he continue to survive? And Benel is
আচ্ছা
up here
প্যারাডক্সের
again,
অবস্থা
continuously reviving the rest of his
প্যারাডক্স
team
গুলো
members.
টি
He's pulling a razzia on the rest of the world here for the LATAM squad.
You know, I really am curious, like toward the end of this tournament, how many Benel would have, revived, and would it be a world record?
তুই কি
See how many
লটারি
will be
করে
able to
বানাইছে
do so.
নাকি
Now the rest of GD also back into the game
আরে
as well. Look at this
ওই
middle side of the
হচ্ছে
map here.
তোমার
Now we've got 4 teams
লাস্ট যে
hanging around
টুর্নামেন্ট
here.
মানে
Bermuda,
লাস্ট
DPX,
বলতে
Aurora, even
প্রত্যেকটা দেশে
DRS
যেরকম
somewhere
ভাবে
close
যারা
by,
টুর্নামেন্ট
DP,
খেলছে ওইটার র্যাঙ্কিং বেজ অনুযায়ী।
Azrael?
cluster of fights.
Man, Azrael, wrong move there, but that was desperation for
বাংলাদেশের
sure.
টিম
Up
একলো
against two players, jumped on into the vehicle, but the VSK snaps him right out of it. And Aurora in a pinch, but maybe the interference of Buriram can help the Malaysian squad here. Alu now focusing on the players on the side of Buriram. Electrotherapy connected to the rest of his buddies, but if Alu gets taken out early here, DRS is going to be in a little bit of a pinch without their support player. But Pratik is in a great position with the Car 98, should be able to have a tad bit of an advantage here, but the angle's just not working out for them. DRS wants to reposition, and thankfully Buriram is actually not going in for the hunt. They're looking to reposition and find a safer haven for themselves instead.
Yeah, Buram United always like to prioritize survive.
হ
Super
দুই
early as
সাইডে
well.
বাদ যাবে
AGL
কয়টা
got
টিম?
one over on the other end. Got me a bit nervous for Buram United when I saw some shots coming toward them. I think Loud was really hot at their heels right then. But Buram United, if they do move forward there, they will be running up against DP.
টোটাল
Loud on
কি
the other
3
end,
দিনে
just
সব
putting
ম্যাচ শেষ
damage
করবে?
toward the PDX and AGL players.
Again,
4
shout
দিন
out
তাইলে
to the team in the back. The observers have been on fire. Thank you very much
তিনটা
for
করে বাদ দিবে আজকে
making sure you
প্রত্যেকটা
guys
গ্রুপ
catch
থেকে।
all of the action out there because it is hot on the lobby today. And like you said, we've got too many squads in this next circle, and that's exactly what Purgatory has been able to give us for quite a bit. Stroex and Rassia leading the eliminations, and Benel actually keeping up with them. With the damage out there, I mean, Benel, what a superstar. Super survivor, super rescuer, reviving the squad multiple times. Also one of the rushers of the squad, bringing in the numbers through eliminations for the LATAM squad. This is the best that we have seen out of them, and I feel like they're giving us the consistency that we usually look for. But Team Apex Gaming, great start. Can they continue against the champions of 2024? Falcons right in front of them. But
আজকে
Falcons
আটটা
are
টিম
spread
ফাইনালে
out.
যাবে।
This is a big advantage for Team Apex
East
Gaming.
থেকে 10 প্লেস
This is really
from
great at just really
advance to
finding its
survival.
openings. You could tell they're very, very hungry. They've been hot on the Falcons' tails for
কয়টা
quite
ছয়টা করে
some
12টা
time here.
টিম
Even Shoto on
তো
fire
survival
right now,
stage-এ
and the rest of TAG
কালকে
wants to collapse onto this fight. They've
আজকে
taken away the
bottom
space,
two
but
teams
oh,
from
a little bit
East
more
are
space to prepare.
They gotta be careful here. They don't have information. They're
team
rushing
বাদ দিবা
straight in. Team Apex Gaming needs to slow
তাহলে
down
টি
the
বাড়ি
pacing
চলে
here.
আসবে নাকি?
Get that info and then play their positions well because the flank on
না
the side of Falcons might
চারটা
just be
টিমের মধ্যে ট্যাগ
exactly
আছে
what
ট্যাগ
gives them
কামব্যাক
the
দিতে পারবো
victory over Team Apex Gaming.
Tag.
And as requested, Team Apex Gaming says hasta la vista, putting a little
নেক্সট
bit
2
of
ম্যাচ হচ্ছে
distance
ডিসাইড
between
করবে
themselves and
হ্যাঁ
Falcons.
হ্যাঁ
Pina, a sliver of health
ফিউচার।
on him, but no finisher just yet. The Volvo tagging them up, and India, they do
Falcon
give away
এর
their
উপরে
positions, but will win. Perfect Thompson play, knocking down on fire.
ফ্যালকনের এই রাশাটা দেখতেছি আমি।
ট্যাগের লগে লাগলো
Blue balls played perfectly by India.
And
Toto.
he kept him away. He wasn't able to follow. He cannot come in.
Falcon di
And now
dore
the
to
rest of
jeti.
TAG wants to go this fight.
রাশার এক
Here
লাগে
Raja
যে
in the corner. On fire's back in the game
ওদের এই
already.
রাশাটা কি
Rushes
নতুন?
forward. Raja in the
আচ্ছা
ফ্যালকনের এই রাশার এটা কি
হ্যাঁ
নতুন?
হ্যাঁ আমার কাছে
already here, but Falcons brings him back in quickly.
Yeah, boy, Shoto's on fire.
আগে তো মনে হয় অন ফায়ার রে প্রাইমারিতে খেলতে দেখছি।
Make sure they finish what
ওরা ফাইডা ফাডি কইরেই ওরা বিপদে পড়ছে মা ফ্যালকন দেখছো কাউন্টার দিতেছে
and this is still trouble time. Team Apex Gaming
এখন ট্যাগ দৌড়াইবো মাত্র ট্যাগ দৌড়ানি দিছিল ফ্যালকন রে এই যে আবার দৌড়ানি দিয়ে যায় দেখো এখন আবার দৌড় দিচ্ছে
এটা হচ্ছে জাস্ট রিভাইভ দেওয়ার একটা চান্স বের করতেছে। ওরে ভাই
ওরে শালা ওরা ফ্যালকন দুইটা খায়া দিল
Shoto, aggressive, how confident he was in
কি
taking
মারলো ভাই পোলায়
ভাই করই দাদা দুইটা টিম
to play with the information and position he has.
What a recovery! The revives are on point as well. And Team Apex Gaming on purgatory. We talked about them having a little bit of extra room to breathe. And with that extra bit of oxygen in their system, they are on fire. And Falcons now on the revival spree, but with 1,300 in his pockets. Double revival, no problems at all. Falcons though on a little bit of a reset. Buriram close to their compound, but I don't think
ফ্যালকন ওইখান থেকে বাইরে যেতে পারছে এটাই মেলা বাংলাদেশি টিম হলে বাইরে যেতে পারতো না
হ্যাঁ বাংলাদেশি টিম পেলে নিছে এক কেমনে ধরছে
potentially by either EWOS or Buriram. As the players on the side
কি
লাউডলি দেখো ভাই লাউডলি দেখো মানে অবশ্যই
not intentionally they find one
আগে থেকে সার্কেল দিয়ে বয়ে থাকে
second guess their movements at all. They want
সেকেন্ড সার্কেল আসলে তোমার পকেট বেন্ডিং থেকে জন প্রেডিক্টরটা কিনবে কিনা ওরা যেই জায়গা সেভ মনে হবে ওই জায়গায় যায় জনে বসে থাকবে
এখন কি কোন প্রেডিকশন করা যায় একবিরা
ওটা আগে থেকে তোমার 1.5 বছরের মতো হয়ে গেছে পকেট বেন্ডিং এর মধ্যে জন প্রেডিক্টর থাকে
কই আমি দেখি খেয়ালই করলাম না
থার্ড জন পর্যন্ত বের করতে পারবা ফার্স্ট জন তো অটোমেটিক আসে গেইনার ইসে এআই সিস্টেম অনুযায়ী তারপরে সেকেন্ড জন তো ওই যে ফার্স্ট জন শ্রিঙ্ক হয়ে গেলে সেকেন্ড জন চলে আসে তার পরবর্তীতে তোমার পকেট থেকে যেই লাস্ট জন নেওয়া যায় ওইটা হচ্ছে থার্ড জন ওইটা নিলেই তো কম বেশি প্রেডিক্ট করা যায় যে কই জনটা এন্ড হইতে পারে
all alone now for the side of the Rail Soldiers. Under the crosshairs of Team Loud, the recovery is going to be close to impossible here for Gun Dynasty. If they pull it off somehow without Manel,
এখন 3 নাম্বার সার্কেল চলে না এই সার্কেলটা ধরো তোমার লাউড আরো একটা সার্কেল আগে প্রেডিক্ট করে বইসা রইছে ওই জায়গায় ওই পকেট বেন্ডিং ইউজ করে
একবার ইউজ করা যায়
3 বার ইউজ করা যায় মনে হয়
আর কি একটা সার্কেলই দেখাইবো পরবর্তী সার্কেল করব
3 নাম্বার সার্কেল পর্যন্ত দেখায় ফার্স্ট সেকেন্ড থার্ড এই কয়টা বের করা যায় বাকিগুলা টাইমের পর মানে টাইম লিমিটেড তো তাই কারণে এরপর আর বের করা যায় না
from the side of Falcons, but what can you do with that extra bit of information? You can't flank around too far off to the left and tank a lot of the damage.
পানিতে ওই জায়গা মনে একটা কিল বক্স না মেট কিট ছিল তাই স্নাইপারটা কনফিউজ হয়ে গেছিল
A direct approach here and clearly Abex the M249X in hand not worry at all about losing his bullets. He gets sprayed, barely needing to pray, but Team Apex Gaming, I hope you said your prayers already. You're coming close to one of the biggest dominators in the competition. Who are not really on fire.
এক জনে ঢুকতে পারছে ভাই
Maybe that's going to be the blessing here. Shoto, Superman for the side of Team Apex Gaming, looking for the shutdown. Wasana.
না ম্যাটার হচ্ছে এটা ওদের তো পানি পার হয়ে আসা লাগছে ওরা তো ডিরেক্ট আসতে পারে না পানি থেকে স্পট করে মানলো না ওদের
খেয়ালই করে না সবার নজর উপরে
The Falcons out of that circle. Pina finds his angle, puts the damage
to
onto
Wolvin
reposition, but hard to do anything as EVOS collapses on the members of the Falcons on fire, barely alive. One member knocked out.
teamer 4v4.
Together, the double swings are too much to deal with.
Yeah, that's what I said, man.
জিরির কনসিস্টেন্সি দেখছো
They won off of the binoculars, but they were just in a rough spot positionally. Could not flank around to the left.
Circular advantage play
sniped them out of the waters instantaneously. Had to take a straightforward fight because of the damage on the circle, and EVOS just had the better position. The Rail Soldiers, on the other hand, there's nowhere else to go. Gun Dynasty still alive and kicking with the two players. No revives possible for them, but they're now trying to play the placement points. Aim God looking for the reposition. Rastia tagged up already. Stroax single-handedly trying to take down as many players as possible from the side of EVOS. But the jig is up. The moment Gun Dynasty closes in on him, DRS might just be that extra point that Gun Dynasty needs.
Here comes Ray as well. Stroax taking a lot of damage already hanging in this corner. He's stuck here. Either you go down to the zone or you go out in the open and you crunch between two different teams. But he's not going to stop trying though. He spots Rasha, goes a bit too wide, and the rest of EVOS, they're just going to wait for him to come out in the open.
Yeah, he's got the mini launcher on his side. He can quickly reposition, but potential to be sniped out of the air is high here. Now the zone's going to catch up with him as well. He's probably not running the team boosters. And he's going to sustain a ton of damage off of that, but still playing it safe. One with Mother Nature, finding some cover right behind the tree. And
top
this is so
team
much the tree can do for you, buddy. The grenades
টপ টিম গুলো তো আছে কিন্তু ইভোস তো কড ভাই ইভোস তো মনে হইতেছে না বাইরেই তো দিবে
one great wall keeping the players of AJL and Buriram far away from each other, and the engagement between these two titans will not break out just yet.
AGL had to get a lot of fighting players out here as well. Now Evo's just kind of just moving around the zone right now, trying to see whether I can get some
আমি তো এটাই কইলাম যে টিসি কনসিস্টেন্সি ধরে রাখতে পারে না
up against AGAL. The only thing separating them is just this wall. Cypher does take a bit of damage here, but if anything, eventually Dio will fall. It's gonna be Apex with a great opening there.
Okay, a couple of grenades over the wall could be a big one, but Buriram calls for the bolt maker. Lightning zone now is going to be that pressure for both AGAL as well as Evo's Divine. Loud going to be hopping on into the battle as well, but Guaka eliminated from the equation before he can even make a play. And a counter lightning zone called upon Buriram as well.
Buriram'er buya mone
the bolt maker out there. Evo's Divine with a big brain play off of those monster trucks. Extra layer of defense here for them. You can blow it up, but you cannot touch them just yet.
Yeah, Nameless get knocked out.
Buriram special দিব তো all gamers global we said all gamers said এই যে দাও Buriram এর এন্ট্রি দাও সাম করে ঢুকিয়ে দিব
ইভোস বাট Buriram
আইফা কিন্তু আছে on all gamers আইফা যদি একটা থার্ড পার্টি করতারে না দেখো ইভোস আগে ওরে খাইতাছে আবার খাই দিছে
ভাই হেডশট গুলো মারে
ইন্টেন্স
Can they go for a back-to-back booyah, or will Buriram ruin the party
here?
Either way, will still stay at the top of the leaderboard. Looking at their consistency so far, Valiant Dash breaking down their own defenses, but Wasana doesn't pull away too much from that. Moshi with the M82B gets the knock. Ray still standing up close and personal up against Jonah, who gets off of the glue wall and finds aim god right behind it. And Buriram looking for the finish up against Evos.
উঠা যায় এটা উঠা যায়
Rasha here all alone. The shots going a bit too high. Moshi going huge here.
তিনটা ম্যাচে তিনটাই পারফেক্ট কল দিছি ভাই
Getting that booyah. Amazing work. Jonah movement god.
Never before the champion here at the Esports World Cup. Could this be the year for Buriram United Esports? We talked about how
land evented দর্শক
sniper on the side of Evos. We saw the amazing plays from him.
ভিআইপি প্রচুর টিকিট অনেক ভিআইপি রাখছে তো এর কারণে মনে দর্শক কম
I fell in love with the snipers because of this guy, and he is back. This is his meta. This is his time to shine once again, and he cleaned up the battlefield in the final sequence.
Honestly, every
ওদের তো মনে হয়
for the teams, I think really
অবজারভেশনের জন্য আলাদা এক রুম দিতে হতো
picks coming from Moshi that's completely cleaned up house and turned the tides for this team. Personally, for me, I saw the pressure coming in toward Evos Divide, and I thought they have the high capabilities of turning around the tides.
Yeah.
But Buriram United, knowing this, did not give them that chance this time and completely decided to just completely collapse at the right timing.
ইউটিউবারদের উপরে ফোকাসটা হচ্ছে এফএফডব্লিউ আছে ইডব্লিউসি তে না
Right there for a good reason, mainly Jonah, who I think is the most decorated player on that stage as far as his career here in Free Fire Esports is concerned. And they are the ones who have everything on their side.
গেলে তো আসলে মেলা খুশি লাগবে ভাই
Perhaps a couple of hiccups here and there, but nobody can take away the fact
যে
that
জিডি
they
লাগবে দেখতেছো
are
না
definitely one of the favorites out here to cause a lot of trouble. But can they get all the way to the end? Because EWC
প্রথম দিনই সুযোগ ফাইনালে যাওয়ার ভাই এই প্রথম দিনে সুযোগ যদি মিস করে কেউ
There are just so many times that I think the Southeast Asian talent that we always
এবারে এই গ্রুপ ডিভাইড করতে মানে তোমার 6টা হচ্ছে চ্যাম্পিয়ন দল 6টা রানার আপ আবার ওই পাশে 6টা চ্যাম্পিয়ন 6টা রানার আপ
would change for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, towards the end, it was more of a hunting game. The players just looking for those shots. And Moshi, as the sniper of the squad, just not holding back at all, right? Just taking the fight straight up to them. The M82B got a little bit of a bump recently on the OB update, and
দেখো এক একটা টিম রে কিভাবে কভার করছে ইডিএল রে ইডিএল রে পুরো কভারের মধ্যে কেউ কারো পয়েন্ট অফ ভিউ দেখতে পারবে
it's Yuso and we're live in Paris here in EWC 26 Free Fire stage. And right next to me, we have our two co-streamers who are so popular in Vietnam. Introduce to you, Bad Gấu and Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Thì không biết là hiện tại là mình đang được ngồi đây sân khấu tại Pháp thì mọi người đang cảm giác như thế nào vậy ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn nha. Rất là hồi hộp các bạn, mà không khí ở đây gọi là tuyệt vời và chưa bao giờ mà thấy một cái sân khấu mà lớn như thế này các bạn ơi. Mình không biết là áp lực của các tuyển thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa.
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em có thấy rất là vui ạ.
Vui thôi hả?
Dạ.
Mình bay rất là lâu tới đây mà chỉ thấy vui thôi hả?
Em cũng trải nghiệm được nhiều rồi.
Trải nghiệm được nhiều. Alright, overall the stage is really hype, big. They have never seen any stage like this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall, a very overwhelming feeling. Happy when they're here in Paris to attend EWC 26 Free Fire. Okay, so I can see in the comment section. Thì không biết là từ nãy đến giờ mọi người theo dõi được 2 trận đấu rồi. Thì không biết là cả Bad Gấu và cả Sarah cảm thấy là các bạn khán giả của mình comment như thế nào vậy? Mọi người có hưng phấn và có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của team Secret của mình không ạ?
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của series EWC đang trông chờ màn ra mắt của EWC, và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả kênh sóng của Ghana DeFi Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái thi đấu của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil, nhưng năm nay Brazil trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ.
Cảm ơn Bad Gấu ạ. Vậy thì
Cảm ơn
Cyrus
mấy
sẽ
cái sound
như
cái
thế
này
nào về trong 2 trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
Thì theo em thấy thì sau 2 trận thi đấu thì em thấy cũng khá là khắc nghiệt. Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams, Latam, India, and so many move on more. And very excited to see a huge circle of Free Fire all attending here to compete their best to get champions at EWC 26. And overall, after 2 matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has to go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC 26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A. And well, this is the end. And I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team. And I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support your team.
Boy, we had to make sure we got away from some of our other analysts because I know they were hyped. The Buriram has finally showed up. They got that booyah, and this is what we were expecting out of the 3-time world champs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's champions against champions right now. One taking the global finals, one taking the EWC. So you would expect really fire gameplay out of that final game, out of the final match, final circle. AJL though, I mean, I think like we just looked away, and then the moment that we look back, they were out. So the final 2 teams, 4v4, it was just phenomenal.
মাত্র আইছে তোমার সাউন্ড কি ছিল মনে হয়?
How Loud is going to recover right now, because I think they were pushed down a little bit too hard this time. And Rim 9, after getting
না এবার ঠিক আছে সাউন্ড।
just catapulted themselves up.
Do you think they're going to be, especially for Loud, right? Do you think this is
এই জায়গা সাউন্ড আসছে লাইভে যায় না, আর একটু আগে লাইভে যাইতেছিল এর আগে।
consistency once again out of Vivos?
Yeah, I mean, Evo's being a top 3 in 2 games or 3 games already is enough. Like, if you want to be in there, just an easier ticket to stage 3, then that's what they need right now. Compared to their Southeast Asia, right? And they always go for the longer route, the longer days, like even not skipping a day, because they're there the bottom going into elimination before the grand finals, before point rush. So I'm loving this version of Evo's Divine right now, probably because of the crowd giving them more energy.
True, and this is the halfway point as well for Group A on day 1 of Free Fire at Esports World Cup 26. Now, out of all the squads, right? We're hyping up the squads that are doing good. Let's talk about some of the other squads that needed to improve on that third game. And one of them that ended up improving, at least for my liking, had to be Tag. Boy, this squad was finally able to start putting up some eliminations on the board, and this is what we're expecting them. I know Lucifer in the back is expecting even more out of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were just talking about that earlier before the game started, and then we saw them perform. So it's a good thing as well that it only took them a couple of games before for their warm-up, before they really bring it on. Because being at the bottom two, or almost the bottom two, that's not a place that you want to be, even if you still have another day to play. So you don't want to risk it. At least bring yourself halfway to what is intended, and then that's when you play. If you don't like, that's when you gauge. If you really don't want to show that much performance, just go in there in the skirts of what is needed to get the next stage.
Yeah, and the good thing too, like going in regards to Evos, in regards to Buram United, now that are starting to get all these points, right? One thing that is going good for this squad, yeah, they're performing well, they're being consistent, but they're just sponging up all those points at the top. And don't forget, once we finish tomorrow from Group A, the top 4 will be going to Champion Rush Finals. And the last 2 will be going home, and in between they'll be going to survival. But that sponge of points there from the top is gonna just make it everything even tighter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's difficult for them to really catch up. Like because of the huge lead that you have right there, it's making it like hard for the teams to really catch up, and it's also demeaning at some point. Like you will see your team at the bottom trying and struggling that much to bring in the numbers, and then you see the top wherein you, even if you still have one day, but everyone is competitive at this point. You want to get closer and closer to where you're intended to be, to skip one day and just watch everyone play.
Yeah, and from this map that we just saw, Purgatory, remember, this is one that you were looking to see some crazy stuff. I gotta ask you, were you happy with what we saw there out of Purgatory, or do you want to see more madness?
Well, definitely more madness, more chaos with a K. Because Purgatory, like, I'm not giving that most of the opportunity for a skewed flight path, the like ruining final circle, but at least the teams are treating it as if it's a skewed flight path. The early engagement that's happening, a lot of teams trying to go in and out for battle, and that's what makes it exciting, because they're just playing it with the spirit of the map itself.
Yeah, and now going to the last 3 games here of Group A, right? Earlier we were talking about Tag. We wanted to see them being able to step up. I know we have a team from Pakistan as well that, I mean, we want them to see step it up because they just have such a passionate fan base back at home. I want you to tell me a team that you're going to be looking at, especially this next 3 matches, to either continue to be consistent the way they have been, or that you might see some fluctuation on their performances.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Paradox Gaming. Currently, they're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but at some point, we've seen the aggression as well from their regional. So it's something that they can bring to the table a little bit early this time instead of waiting for the second day. And also, some of the consistency that we've seen from DRS Gaming, because the Real Soldiers Gaming is one of those that we didn't expect really show up. The first time in EWC, first time in global in terms of a Free Fire competitive scene, and they're really doing well. I don't know if this is a competitive scene, and they're really doing well. I don't know if fighting and waiting for the opportunity to bring the fire on.
I mean, they just got to put themselves in that position where they can actually just claw at that booyah like Buram United Esports was able to do on that last one. Wasana was one of the players that I know Conchita really wanted to see them being able to step up in their performance and actually perform for their squad. Is there any player or any 2 players that in the next 3 matches you're going to be keeping a close eye on because you want them to impact the game in a positive way for their team?
Yeah, one thing I'm really looking at, especially if Wasana is involved, you have Get High in there. Get High with a combination of Wasana would be really aggressive on their tip-top shape. And also Moshi in there, like staying in the back lines. Depending on the map though, if we go into a map wherein it's like favoring the snipers. We might see Moshi and Jonah pull away, try double sniper, or just get information in the early parts of the game, and then just leave the opportunity for Wasana as well as Get High to go for those elimination. And one signature that I keep seeing from Boreo United is once they get that knock, they pull out the launch pad and jump straight into the battle.
We have a lot of viewers that might be watching Free Fire for the first time. If you are one of those viewers, please let us know on social media. Use that hashtag EWC. Use that hashtag EWC26. I want you to explain to the new viewers that are watching Free Fire for the first time about that launch pad, because I absolutely love it, as we're just being absolutely sidetracked here by a dancing... Is that a dancing bull or a dancing cow?
A dancing bull, and I love the energy. I really love the energy on the stage right now. And
that Fluxo, I can't tell.
Yeah, it is. It
is, right? I'm like, I have glasses on, and I can't tell if it's like you guys playing like three more games, okay? Your group is gonna be coming up. Hopefully you guys brought the drums, you brought that Brazilian energy, because we've seen it so far with Loud, but I know once we go into Group B, we wanna see Fluxo bring it.
Oh yeah, I mean, great potential for the team right now. And a great revenge storyline coming from them, because from what we've said, from what we've seen as well, there's a lot of disappointing run, and it was caused by these couple of champions that we have in front of us right now. So I love to see. It's a good thing as well, since they're a different group, because they won't have to beat them on the get-go.
They're just waiting to see each other on the finals or survival, which honestly, if you're EVOs, if you're Burim, it's not going to be looking like you're going to be going to survival. If they keep playing like this, consistency, you might as well just put it in their middle name, because these squads have been very consistent. But I think it's time we start the second half of Group A. Let's send it over to AJ, Tash Bunny.
Honestly, insane seeing what's going on ground. We have so many people here. We have mascots on the ground as well. And we're already halfway through the first group.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm very sure that the fans out there are excited to see their teams perform out here on the battles. But it is definitely a big question mark for some of the squads, right? You look at Paradox Gaming, you look at how they're doing out there so far. I feel like the gunfights in Purgatory were so much better, but they're still having their first day jitters full on. I want to see a little bit of an improvement as we head on into this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about, you know, you have how much space to really just warm up that engine, get yourself into the groove of the game. But as we go into the day, yes, 2 days, but already for Group A, we're halfway through. 3 more maps to go before they go on a break for the rest of the day and then come back tomorrow. But then again, playing catch-up against these teams is not going to be easy.
Locally, for Paradox, this is one of their better maps. So this could just be exactly what turns their fate around here on day 1. You don't really want to be depending on day 2 to find that recovery back into the competition. And you sure as hell don't want to be at the bottom 2 spots, because that is straight up relegation tomorrow. If that is where you're going to end the day on. But as we head on into game number 4, it's time for some Nextera.
Nextera is interesting. There's just so many different bits and bobs parts of this maps. Oh, how he's going to go. And on top of that as well, we are still seeing, I think, somewhat of a hot drop here. Looking here, we have PDX, I think, toward the Deca Square with another team. I'm not too sure. I can't really see what exactly is. I believe it's DRS.
Russia leading the leaderboard right now with elimination. 16 points personally delivered by the Super Sniper. One leaderboard right now with elimination. The one 16 points, I think, personally delivered by the Sniper. No one leaderboard right now with elimination. The one points. Hunger personally delivered by the Sniper. No one leaderboard right now with elimination. The one Hunger personally delivered by the Sniper. No one leaderboard right now with elimination. The one Hunger.
Buying a bit of time by his teammates, I think shouldn't be a problem to bring him back into the game if he does go down fairly early. But if anything, the best case scenario for Falcons, well, you steal away 1 more kill before you get knocked down here. But BCP is tracking him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it's not a full-on Clash Squad battle, because Falcons, most of them out of this rust down area. The rotations are coming on through, and it looks like Loud wants that big flank to find the extra point off of the Falcon player. We'll catch up with them later on as Buriram spots out Demon's Pride, top 16, about to be tagged up. Jonah has got the M24 in hand, just no angles to work off of it just yet. Gun Dynasty, on the other hand, with a very early reset, at least pulling back one player back in here, and with a phenomenal flank on fire, finally taken out of position there. HEAL, one player down on the ground. The battle between them and Gun Dynasty does not end well here for Gun Dynasty. The recovery definitely needed once again, and Benel is on the case.
Yeah, in this situation here in AGL, they've always been so proactive with these early fights as well. Already 5 eliminations here. Saifa once more. Rahat is on the other end waiting as TEC already in such a precarious position. But his teammates able to be brought back into the game, but Nejat goes down to BX.
Team Apex Gaming, extra point for them, baby, if they can pick this up. Thrill of Battle popped perfectly, and a timely Thrill of Battle leads to Wolven picking up that extra point. But here comes Demon's Pride. They want the fight. They take this jump straight to the vending machine.
আরে ভাই আমি পুরো প্রেসারে পড়ে গেলাম মানে এমন টাইমে বয়স কি
Jazzy comes in
বুঝলাম
for
না
the save, picking up his buddy. No extra revivals needed. TAG, Team Apex Gaming, didn't finish those players off just yet. Catch a quick replay here in the middle of a very important battle for Team Apex Gaming. But it looks like
match number 4 running.
আমি তুমি আসো আমি ভাবছি চলে গেছো রাগ উঠতেছিল ভাই এনে এনে লাগতে গেছে
If you ask me,
কত বন্ধ এটা
as
সাউন্ড
we look at the main fight that's currently going here, TAG is still chasing the heck
কি
out of
কি অবস্থা
Have Jazzy's already knocked down as
কি
well.
আবার মারা
I have to say,
19 পয়েন্ট নিয়ে 2 ম্যাচে তে বয়ে দিয়েছে
cornering their prey.
লাস্ট ওয়ান টিসি আবার ব্লেড রাহাত রিভাইভ দিয়েছে ভালো He was all glamour, loud, bro, and GD. DRS এর চান্স নাই, Falconer এর চান্স নাই।
They saw players step into the compound of the Indian squad. Just Wolven's a goal, and as I say that, Wolven takes him right off the board. Get IXL is there though, and it looks like Buriram's taking a full-on fight up against the Indian squad. Team Apex Gaming might be in a little bit of a trouble here. Katie God brings Wolven right back in off screen, and Loud spotting out Gun Dynasty, who is looking for the recovery in this game. I don't know if or not they're ready for the battle. One player from the side of TEC is going to be stuck in this compound as
well. level hate spam করতেছে পোলাপান free kill TEC let's go.
UAV is out as well. Should give away the position. Waka tried to get that. I think tried to just jump and see if he can get some info, but he got tagged. If anything in this situation here, Kutush might be in trouble next. And I have to say, Ben will do a great job of marking every single enemy around the area. Nothing gets away from this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. They play the Moko really well. And he had the M82B and the SKS as well. Great attention from that long range and the advantage taken. And Katie God keeping the Indian squad still in the game with a double revive. Buriram trickled in one after the other, finding Team Apex Gaming. But the Indian squad could not take these giants out. 3-time world champs for a good reason. They're just ramping up very slowly here, not showing their aggressive side just yet, Buriram.
You can see it, how active the map is right now. Loud's getting a few pickups as well. I'm sure DRS as well.
Has
been going on here.
পোলাপান আমার বিকাশ নাম্বারটা লেনদেন করে আমারে ফোন দিতেছে ভাই আপনার ফোন চেক গেছে আমারে ক্যাশ আউট মারেন আমার বিকাশে কেন লাগা পাঠাইতে আমি লাইভ করতেছি এমনি প্যারার মধ্যে
No binoculars, no extra information out in the open.
TC tag.
Now Falcons fighting the players of Gun Dynasty. Gun Dynasty's just had a rough run.
TC কারে মারতেছে
Nextera's just not their place. Limit will find
Esports
as well.
tag revive করলো
এখন পর্যন্ত এক স্কোরও যায় নাই টিসি কি লিখতো নাই কারে মারলো রিভাইভ দিল আমি দেখি
রিভাইভ দিল
What are you going to do here? You have to find a different way into the area. They desperately really want that one extra point. It almost feels like they just are playing with a vengeance. Now, in this situation here, GD looking good with 6 points already. Shairu still managing to stay alive. And right now, if we were to look at the leaderboard here,
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে গিয়ে আর এমন করে
good.
মনে
They
হয়
have a
ও
huge lead compared to
আজকে
the
মনে হয়
rest of the
গ্রুপ এ এর
teams.
6 ম্যাচ
And in
দেখাইবো আর গ্রুপ
terms
বি এর 6
of, I
ম্যাচ
would
দেখাইবো
say,
না
positioning right now, they're looking, I think,
Maybe.
fairly alive. If
নাহলে
anything,
দুইটা এক
throughout the
লগে কেমনে
entirety of this
দেখাইবো
day, EVOS has been
12
doing
ম্যাচ
well in terms of positioning, in terms of looking for pickups,
তাহলে তো
in
24
terms
ম্যাচ হয়ে
of looking
যাইতেছে
for fights as
হ্যাঁ
well.
গ্রুপ
And
এ
I
এর
don't
12
think
ম্যাচ
this is
হইবো
going
না
to change
আর
anytime
গ্রুপ
soon.
বি এর 12 ম্যাচ হইবো টোটাল 24 ম্যাচ
Nexera has always given us a lot of eliminations thanks to the number of vending machines, compounds that you can use for
আবার
cover,
6
not
ম্যাচ
having
স্ক্রিনে
to use
থাকবো
up
বাকি গ্রুপ
all of
বি
your
এর
glue
6
কুড়িগ্রাম
bombs
ভার্সেস টিইসি হইতে পারে
early in the matchup. And we're going to see quite a number of survivors. Again, as I say that, the Rail Soldiers pulling in a double revive. Yet again, extra coins. Takuri making sure he brings back the 2 revives first. So great strategy played by him before he got caught out there. Unfortunate that he could not go in for that final revive. So 2 players down for the side of DRS once again.
AGL is really scary. If you think you managed to shake them off, they just really a false sense of security before finally being taken out. He's done his due diligence though. He brought his teammates back into the game, and I think bringing them back into the game poses a big threat to so many of these teams. Now, in this particular area where Falcons was, you could see just now they were really looking for Jazzy. He's still very much alive, but they have to be very, very aware that Loud is close by somewhere in the wing. So this could potentially be a two-way fight. Is looking really good right now.
Rough run for Demon's Pride.
ডেমনস্ট্রেট শেষ ভাই ডেমনস্ট্রেট আজকে এলিমিনেট হয়ে যাবে
Day 1, still down at the very bottom of our leaderboard.
TC কিল নিতেছে ওয়াও বিউটিফুল
Instant pick up there, and the recovery is solid
দেখা যাক
for Gun Dynasty. But they have been challenged all throughout this lobby. The only luck they have now is they're dealing with DRS, and they've got the numbers advantage in this battle as well.
Really trying to find this bounty as well as
প্রথম
really
ম্যাচটা
settle
মানে
it
ছাড়
down
দিল
as
বুঝছো
well as Alu tries to put a little bit of space
প্রথম
away
ম্যাচ
from
দিতে
GD.
কয়
If he's
খেল
able to
নতুন
maybe
নতুন টিম
isolate this
যারা
fight, buy a
খেল
bit of time so Stroix will be able to give him a bit of, I would think, support. That'll be really good. Now the Falcons finally ran toe-to-toe against Loud. BZP forced to move away here as the Falcons
টিসির একটা 4v4 দেখতাম একটা ভালো টিমের লগে
high ground to play with over on the
ইভো
other side here.
সিজিএল
Look
বা
at that,
ব্রু
they throw it forward.
হ্যাঁ
I'm gonna think it's gonna be going a little bit too wide.
তাইলে বোঝা যাইতো
It's
কত
just
দূর
so
যাইতে
quick
পারবে
on that reposition.
Yeah, that was a blind
এরকম
nade there.
4v4
No
হয় না
move
ওই
for
ওর আগে
the advantage.
নলামলা টিমের লগে
Good time
যায়
turner for BCP. Has got the double barrel, but the Valiant Dash is bursting through him. Extra bit of confidence off of the electro therapy that Cassie provided them. Limit those straight down to the ground. Recovery is not going to
DRS
be
আর
possible
জিডি ভাই
here.
ওরা
They're going
ভালো
up against one
খেলতেছে
of the best Brazilian squads. Loud can shut them down, and that's exactly what Nix does. M10-14 perfection on fire taken down.
দুইটা খায় দিছে
Aurora
রে
shut
এই
down
যে
as well.
সুন্দর
Loud
সুন্দর
making a
সুন্দর
lot of
পিনা
noise,
এখন
but
পিনা
Venus
দিছিল
there for
কিন্তু
the
টিসি
save.
শেষ
But the pickups have to be the focus here.
টিসির সাথে বুড়িরামের সাথে
This one, Guaca too far away to back up the rest of his brothers, and Falcons will survive because of that.
I am loving the fact that Falcons really
Top
doubled down on this, and
14 5 টিমে থাক
stuck in the corner,
এই
trying
এইটাও
his
করতে
best
পারে
to survive. But Buram United, they're saying no. So as much as you want to survive, it's not going to happen. We will take
বুড়িরাম
you
আবার
out of
প্যারাডক্স
that
রে
hole
ধরছে
if
দেখছো
we have to. Gets one more point to their name, and now they're going to go and find a different way into the area. This mid-side area in terms of rotations here, southern side, EVOS has controlled this area. Toward the western side, you have PDX is sort of moving around the area. Northern side, Aurora, but middle side here, you have, I think, GD and AGL forward, and TAG just busting forward, looking for this fight eagerly.
Just with that game 3, Buriram has jumped into the top 3 already. Now you see the Moko tagging up the players on the side of Team Apex Gaming. This is a little bit of a pinch. AGL focus fire, but Team Apex Gaming very smartly repositioning, just staying away from the crosshairs of both AGL as well as Gun Dynasty. A sticky situation here for the Indian squad for sure.
But they're not really showing their hand either. They're just really hoping to weather down that storm, because no team can really get too close to one another for these forward fights. Pina, somewhere along the lines there, does find Stroix eventually. Alu rushing forward. They're almost taking down on fire, but regardless of that, would have been traded. So now the blue zone comes through here. Kiroro should be brought back into the game, as Loud is slowly trying to recalibrate themselves.
Recalibrate indeed. The double revive coming on through. Full squad once again for the Brazilian squad. Loud. Have been loud from the start. Very consistent to keep themselves in the top 4. But they have to make sure they play a little bit of recovery here. And Nix is going to have his foot shot off. ABAX with a sharp shot from afar. AC80 perfection once again. And yet again, the Brazilian squad on the back foot. This is just not their lobby. Recovery seems to be really difficult. And that's exactly what Nextera is. Lots of spots to hide away
Receiver
at.
number
And we
24
have got
hashtag
a
12
squad.
loading
So many players still alive and kicking as we
ভাই
approach
রে
the 12
ভাই
minutes.
কমেন্ট
Alu is
করতে
not gonna be
যাওয়ার
able to hit
দরকার
ground
নাই
there. Gonna just get knocked down so quickly. His teammate did try to give a bit of pressure there onto Buram United. Not happening though. You know, like you mentioned, Moshi just so superb on the snipers.
Oh yeah. I'm showing that, yes, we were ramping it up slow, but nothing impossible for us to catch up with. Russia, though, right below the bridge like a troll, up against Falcons, but gonna get caught all alone here. On fire, making the rotation. Russia, can you survive this one? What kind of trickery will you show us? It's Gun Dynasty that takes advantage of that chaos, and the follow-up is solid. He wants with the revenge. The players on the side of Paradox taking advantage of the situation as
এই আরেকটা টিম কারো ওয়াইপ খেলবে এটা তো দেখি নাই আমি
right back up. And
কই
Falcons
10টা টিমই তো আছে
put themselves under the bridge, losing 2 players.
পিসি র ওয়াইপ খেতে দেখছি আরেকটা টিম র ওয়াইপ
This
খেতে দেখি নাই
situation, EVOS as well, trying to take away this positioning coming in from Aurora, but cannot able to come
GD কি
close to
খেলতেছে
the
দেখছো?
net. EVOS is very
EVOS,
patient here, trying to find an
13 kill
opening,
নিয়ে
an angle, anything.
এমন
But also
পারফরম্যান্স
aware
একটা
that
দিছি একটা
Loud
ম্যাচে
is
দিছি
close by. One moment your head is
number
out there in
5
the open, it's
চলতেছে
going to be instantly popped, and that's how it is for both of these teams here. And it's sort of a momentary stalemate between these three teams. You have to worry about PDX as well. You also see that they're trying to rush away from the area as On Fire tries to put in the damage.
See if not on fire can get this catch up here. Quickly repositioning right under the robo. And it gives them a little bit of cover for the time being. The launch pad, I think they were looking for a little bit of a higher angle.
TRS Gaming
Gaming gets taken out of the equation. Locked down by the thrill of battle. And Falcons needs to quickly reposition.
এরা
They do
লঞ্চ
not
প্যাড
want to
ছিল
get
ফ্যালকনের
stuck in a fight without their active skills.
টিপি গেছিল টিপি
Will play some
Ah,
shots,
Falcon
but it's
শেষ
Aurora
আবার
that takes the advantage with that shot. The Malaysian squad
ওরে
slowly
ফ্যালকন
seeking
রে
their way back in
ফ্যালকনের
here.
কপাল
Locked
খারাপ
down once
বুড়িরাম
again by the
কইতে
thrill of
কইয়া
battle,
বললো
potentially out of the Brazilian squad this time
বুঝলাম
round.
না
Grenade, what a
বুড়িরাম
tight
55
angle
পয়েন্ট
played
নিয়ে হ্যাশট্যাগ
perfectly there.
টু কেমনে
But Loud up against EVOS, that's going to be the appointment that they
বুড়িরাম
have to go
পিটাই
through
চাই
with
ম্যাচে
before catching up with the
হ্যাঁ
Malaysians.
14 কিল নিয়ে
This
নিছিল
is insane
Last one,
high stakes fights as well. Just fighting for this real estate property. Saifa gets knocked down somewhere in the corner.
সব এক জায়গায় ভাই
EVOS still saves their lives by just hunkering down in a corner.
থাকবো না
Waits
দেখো
out the
কালা হয়ে
initial
গেছে গা
onslaught.
উপরে থেকে
You see
বুঝাই যায় না
Chad
কোনটা
barely
কোন টিম
alive, already taking out so much damage. Gets a top
মিনি
off
ম্যাপটা
here,
দেখো
trying to break into the building, and somewhere in the
তো
corner, Team Apex Gaming does already
Total
get eliminated
check
here.
শেষ
Loud waiting patiently on the outer side here, like it or not, EVOS and
এপেক্স
Aurora
গেমিং
are
তে দেখো
gonna
করতে
have
কই গেছে
to
আয় হায়
vacate the premises.
আমাদের
Now the glue wall
টিটিডি
involved,
একদম
I think, destroyed. They
হ্যাশট্যাগ
come
11
into
চলে
the
গেছে
area. EVOS forced to move back as well.
A smart reposition here by Loud.
লাস্ট সার্কেল
What a great distance between themselves and the chaos that they
Ore
almost
bhai.
encountered between EVOS and Aurora. Now leaving the battle
Buriram
between the
শেষ।
Malaysian and
আর
the
কেউ
Indonesian
থাকলে
squad.
সেও আয় ভাই এই রুমে
And the shots from afar, AGL putting the pressure on to both Aurora and
আচ্ছা এটার
EVOS.
উপরে কেউ
Riptide
আসিল না
breaking
ইয়ার
down the
উপরে
defenses. Azrael sneaky, but he saw the Riptide
উপরে
rhythm
একটা
and
প্লেয়ার
quickly
ছিল ওটা
slipped
মনে হয়
away
লাউডের
from the
প্লেয়ার ছিল
window. Ray on the other hand not doing that. AGL
উপরে
getting
তো
a couple
ভালো
attacks in.
পজিশন
Ingot, the
টাইম
Molotov
গেছে
backing
ওরা
him up already. And it looks like he will sneak away. Ray, on the other hand, will not get the
এই
pleasure
বছর
of
উপরে কি
doing
চার্জটা
so.
দিতেছে দেখছো
Axel's gonna get caught
আই
out. Riptide rhythm again do.
ব্যাক টু ব্যাক স্নাইপার শট কানেক্ট করতে যাবে দিও
অরোরা শেষ
And Aurora again will get snuffed out early.
You is doing great, just really catching people in the mid of the
Paradox
rotations
the last
as well.
one, EVOS the
Now
last
EVOS
one.
only aim god is alive, gonna hunker down the corner.
এটাকে বুয়া
And
নিব
Loud
কো
is gonna work their magic onto GD.
MS
Aim god
হ্যাঁ কো
rushing through, but for the
Easy,
other
easy.
side there's gonna be a massive
Same.
Nyx and Trap
আমি
doing
এটাই
a
বলতে
lot
দিলাম
of
এই
magic, but GD pressuring them. And
দেখো
AGL
জিডি এখন
also
খাইব
wants to join in
খারা
on
গাড়ি
that fight.
জিডি
GD
এই যে লাউড পাশে বইছে ভাই
এই বসেনে
They have AGL,
লাউড
find the
লাউড
last possible member from EVOS, not
এজি
able to
বাড়ি
find
কামটা
করব
করলো
এজি বাড়ি করব
Yeah, that's it for EVOS. AGL spotted them
লাউড
out,
কামটা
and they
করলো
were
কি
just
লঞ্চ প্যাড
running
মাইরা
all the way through. And now Gun Dynasty trying to take on the Brazilians, but the
ভাই
interference from
এই
the Thai squad.
আমার ঠিকই আছে এজি
AGL,
বুইয়া নিবে
long
লাউডের সাথে
range
ফাইট হবে
away and almost no
লাউড
cover
জিডি
at all except that
বারবার
blue
প্রেডিক্ট
walls.
করে
This is
দিতেছে
gonna be trouble if a Skylar
শেষ
is in
সার্কেল
the
ওরা
hands
লইতেই আছে প্রত্যেক
of
ম্যাচে
either
দেখছো
Gun Dynasty or Loud. And they'll quickly take some cover behind the boulder as well as these trees. Great rotation, great defense from the Thai squad.
AGL being very patient here.
ওরা ব্যাকে থাক, ওদের কাছে জন আছে, রিল্যাক্স থাক, ওরা 2 টিম ফাইট করুক, পরে বুইয়াটা নিয়ে প্রেডিকশনটা রাখ ভাই।
উড়ে নাকি উঠছে।
Cannot do so.
কঠিন গ্রেনেড।
Damage onto trap, but no more than that.
Beautifully played here by Latam. Understanding the angles
জিডির পজিশনটা দেখছো, কোরা পজিশন দিছে ওরা কিন্তু। এই সাইড থেকে কভার দেয়।
Straightforward fight up against Loud, who do have the positional advantage in that sequence.
সাইডও সুন্দর ইয়া করছে। প্রেসার রাখতে যাতে এদিকে না আসে। ওই তো এই যে দৌড়টা কি দেয় ভাই।
And AJL understands the little bit of a pinch that they are in, trying to close the distance down to take the positional advantage away from GD as the circle
কল দিতেছে ভাই, আইতাছে পজিশন লো।
Just come into the area, can go for this backstab. AGL does try to collapse forward, but the amount of pressure that Loud is putting on them is incredible. The glue walls are just immediately destroyed.
এরা করে ভাই ওয়াল ইউভি রিউজ।
Into the compound at all. Dew falls. David, good one onto him as well. And Shiro, his position finally seen, forced to move back here. David putting in that damage to AGL. A quick reposition forward, and they are going to collapse. AGL cannot move forward.
What a beautiful rotation, man. That's
4v4 এক ঘরে।
perfection out of AGL.
জিডি বাইরে গেছে।
How do you deal with this chaos? Gun
এখন
Dynasty have been pushed
প্রেডিকশনটা ভুল হয়ে যেতে পারে, তিনটা টিম যেমনে খেলতেছে।
না লাউডের আগে নিচে নামতে হবে। লাউড আগে যাবো গা। ভাই আনপ্রেডিক্টেবল কি হইতাছে।
জিডি নিয়ে নিল সেফ জায়গাটা, এটা কোনো কথা?
এই দিছে লাউড খেয়ে দিবে জিরে।
লাউডের ট্র্যাপ যে নেট করে ভাই।
লাউড বুইয়া কইতে কি করলো লাউডে? হ্যাঁ
ওই একটা লঞ্চ প্যাড দিয়ে ওদের ম্যাচ পুরো ঘুরে দিছে।
হায় হায়।
And they are not messing around. Got pushed down a tad bit. The performance at Purgatory not the best. At Solara it was decent, but this is gonna get them right back in contention for the number 1 spot for sure. AGL definitely
লাউড বুইয়াটা পাইছে শুধু ওদের লঞ্চ প্যাডটার জন্য।
After a back-to-back performance, we saw them pick up a massive number of eliminations off of Purgatory, and they have gotten into it.
এসি নিজেও বিশ্বাস করতেছে না যে কি হইলো এটা। প্লেয়ারের ফেস মানে প্লেয়ারগুলোর ফেসের যে এক্সপ্রেশন ওটা দেখ।
ওরা বুঝতেই আছে না কি করলাম কি হইলো।
What? They already have 6 eliminations. Silent but deadly, but definitely loud toward the end as well. It felt like a bait and switch because GD was the one that had a compound, I would say, advantage in the beginning.
Yeah, and this was where it all came crumbling down for AGL. They went in, they took the house as their defensive compound. What they were not expecting was the play out of Gun Dynasty. And the play out of Gun Dynasty wouldn't have been forced if it wasn't for Loud. Loud started tossing those grenades at them. Gun Dynasty had to make a decision, and the only decision they could make was take the fight up against AGL. And they played that perfectly, rushing straight at them. And again, I've always mentioned how David 444 is one of the most lethal rushes out there. And he took the fight straight up against them with the Mag 7.
পরের ম্যাচে কিছু করতে পারবো?
ইসি কোনোভাবে সারভাইভ করে যাবে মনে হইতেছে।
It just wasn't enough. AGL stood their ground really well with the defense, but they had to lose 2 players in that sequence as well, and Loud with the advantage. It's not always about the most aggressive.
1 2 3 আর পসিবল না।
It's about who understands the final circle better.
Yeah, you have the eliminations. You have to find that I would say balance, right?
Yeah.
Between getting to that last few points with those placements, plus
Each
also
is মানে
getting
দুইটা
those
বুঝছো?
eliminations as well. And AGL has, I would say AGL, Loud, Buram United
like
have
it's
really
where
good,
বাকি দিতে
I would say,
বহাইবো।
grasp on being able to do all of this coming into the game. I think what's really fun to see as well is just the fact that for AGL, they know how to do the bait and switch. They know how to go for zone
Hydration
control.
break.
But I have to say that for Loud just now, they were just doubling down on that real estate. They know that they had the height advantage. They know that they can just really kind of keep out GD from their area and force GD and AGL to go for that fight. And all they have to do is just clean up house.
Yeah, and it's been very impressive to see this Brazilian squad so far, because Yes, it wasn't
Hello.
a very aggressive purgatory game, but if
হ্যাঁ
you look
বলো
at their positioning,
তো কি কইলা?
placement in all 4 games so far has been
আরে
phenomenal.
না
We're gonna take a quick short break now. When we come back, the final 2 games of the
বাংলাদেশের
day.
ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে কমেন্ট করতেছিলাম দিয়েছি, তারপরে ক্রস দিছে, তারপরে ট্রিকিল দিয়া রাইট দিছে। বাংলাদেশের যে ইউটিউব চ্যানেল আছে না এসপোর্টস, ওইটা লাইভে কমেন্ট গুলা দেখো।
ওইটার লাগে তো ফাটাফাটি হইতেছে মানে টিসি রে নিয়ে না ওইটার মধ্যে খায়া লাগো দেখি ওইটার মধ্যে কি আছে।
কেউ করতেছে টোকাই টপন জীবনে এইসব টুর্নামেন্টে যাইতে পারবে না, আর কে টিসি গম
আমাদের হাট্টিমা টিম খেলতে পারছে না, খেলা দেখতে দেখি কমেন্ট গুলা পড়ি ওর মধ্যে আমাদের হাট্টিমা টিম খেলতে গেছে পারে না, খেলা দেখতে লাগে ভীষণ জ্বালা টেক ভাই ওরা ভাই এটি বানাই করছে এই কমেন্ট করতে থাকে টু মাস্ট গেটে আপে দেরি আপে কি লিখতেছে টিসিবি না যাবো না বেগুন টিসিবি লাইক আর যাবো না বেগুন তুলিতে অ্যাসেজ বেটার গেম প্লে দিবে দেখা যাক। টিম ইভোজ লাভ ফ্রম বাংলাদেশ। আচ্ছা কফি ভাইকে নামানো হোক। কফি কিন্তু অনেকটা টক্সিক, ওই দিন লাইভে দেখলাম আমি ভাই নিজেই টক্সিক আর ফ্যান বেস টক্সিক হবে না। কাম টু বাংলাদেশ কারে কয় কাম টু বাংলাদেশ? টোকাই টপ 1 এর যোগ্যতা নাই এই জায়গায় যাওয়ার, অহংকারের পতন হয়েছে।
ভাই কেউ কারোটা ছাড়ে না ভাই, এই দুইটা টিমের ফ্যান বেসরা
বুঝি না আমি টোকাই টপ 1 এর যোগ্যতা নাই এই জায়গায় যাওয়ার।
I mean, imagine 3 Booyah
আরে খেলা লিখে টিসি বিলাই কার যাব না বেগুন তুলিতে।
Out of 4 games, and this is just something that we don't expect to see, especially in day number 1.
DC, are you commenting? Are চলে গেছে।
There's a lot of stealing of those Booyahs. There's a lot of stealing of those numbers as well in terms of elimination. So Loud is just doing quite well.
হেটার তোমাদের যোগ্যতা থাকলে যাই দেখাও
out there being gunned down.
Yeah, and of course, Loud is
so much better tactically
with respect to the other teams. They have the patience, they have the drive. Again, it's something so refreshing to see. But then again, it's a Brazil team. Are we even that surprised?
এটা কি হাইড্রেশন ব্রেক দিল নাকি? আরে কালে কমেন্ট করতে আমরা কইতা দিলাম না হাইড্রেশন ব্রেক।
Has been a pain and when it comes to like a battle of Southeast Asia and Brazil and also other regions,
আর্জেন্টিনা ব্রাজিলের ফ্ল্যাগ লাগাই দিছে, সবরা কই গেছে দেখো ইংল্যান্ডের ফ্ল্যাগ লাগাই দিছে।
They have that elements of surprise because the focus would be on the newcomers and they will be most of the target, and we were seeing that
এখানে গিয়া দেখা টিসি এটা
We definitely were. I mean, we're going to be looking at the match standings right here. GD being able to put up some points as well. Out of all this points, AG, how about that with those
তুমি এক কাজ করো, ওই জায়গাতে কমেন্টের এই ফিল্টারে যে অল কমেন্টস দাও, তারপরে কমেন্টস করো, তাইলে আরো বেশি মজা পাবা।
Saifa, they're doing so well. This is exactly the teamwork that I actually wanted to see from EFOS Divine, because it's an Indonesian.
বাংলাদেশে পোলাপান নাই কোনো
যোগ্যতা শুধু আছে
I think that game it really showcased the ability
কি লিখছে বাংলাদেশি পোলাপান নাই
কোনো
যোগ্যতা। ও বাংলাদেশের পোলাপানের নাই কোনো যোগ্যতা, শুধু আছে
the Booyah in that last match. Their positioning in the bottom of building, I thought, oh, surely they have this.
Top 1, top 20.
But no, of course, you know, Loud's just sitting on top in the way that they were sort of they're able to accelerate
যারা
and take
বলতেছে
more
এখানে
of positioning
যাইয়া
in the
দেখা
zone. It was
যোগ্যতা
exceptional.
থাকলে
And I know
তাদের
Neptune, you
বলি
got
যে
something
ভাই
right
ওরা
about that, don't you?
প্র্যাকটিসই করে এইসব বিষয় নিয়ে।
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of what they can do in terms of the number. Again, getting a Booyah will add up for your total points, but elimination is at some point at this stage.
এই মালফাতি লিখছে নুসরাত প্লিজ, আমি তোমাকে বিয়ে করব, আমি তোমাকে অনেক ভালোবাসি, আমার জীবন দিব, প্লিজ তোমাকে বিয়ে করব প্লিজ।
নুসরাত এটা কি নুসরাত নিয়ার রেলিয়া?
And I think looking at the overall standing, something that I'm really aware is that It is so scary for EVOS Divine at the very beginning of the competition. I mean, we started off really shaky, but looking at it now, we have 84 points, and then 50 kills. That is not bad at all, even though we only have one we have secured right now. I think what I said at the beginning of the show might come true. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to keep repeating it, but I do think there's a huge chance for EVOS Divine to maintain this position and actually be, I don't know, the next one to go to the next stage.
And the one thing that we were talking about earlier is that sponge between those teams towards the top, and it's starting to get even more and more. Once we see the overall, you get a chance to see exactly what I'm talking about in regards to those teams at the top, just making it even bigger gap to some of the other squads. Now, one thing I know has been sticking out besides the top, and the one thing that we were talking about earlier is that sponge between those teams towards the top, and it's starting to get
আরো একটা সুপার চ্যাট ফ্রম ক্রিস তাসিম ভাই ট্যাগ ফাইনালে উঠলে
Yeah, see, I'm looking at Paradox and look, they're not sitting pretty on the
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
top
তো
board, okay?
সুপার চ্যাটের ব্যবসা ভালোই চলে এখন
প্রচুর ব্যবসা করে ভাই আমার 1k
Going on at the moment, we've got like the AGLs, the Louds, EVOS, you know,
Okay.
kind of having their own
Ducari fake.
circles in the top of the leaderboard, and when you move further down, the
একটা
tags,
লেগছে ঠিক আছে টিসি ডুকারি ফেক মানে কোচের কথা কই
হ্যাঁ ডিউকারি টেক তানবীর ভাই পুরা কুপা তানবীর ভাই পুরা কুপা টি ফিরে কি ইয়া দিছিল ভাই বাংলাদেশের কি এমন কোন টিম নাই যে বাংলাদেশকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করতে পারবে
টিসি না টিম আশরাফুল
it was probably the first time I actually saw them group up and were able to put more eliminations on the board, and that's what we need to see from them. So I don't really know what's happening like in and amongst the early fights and stuff.
সুপার সেট যে
এটা মোটামুটি ঠিক আছে
এটা আমার বইনের জন্য
not being able to get those eliminations and those placement points on the board.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, the first few games,
The board, and that's what we need
হ্যাঁ
to see.
আরে তাসিম ভাই আরো একটা সুপার চ্যাট এটা আমার বোনের জন্য আরে নুসরাত জাহান আপা আপনার জন্য দিল
আমার সবচেয়ে একটা কমেন্ট ভালো লাগছে এটা মানে আমার কাছে মনে হইতেছে ভুল কিছু কয় নাই মানে কইছে যে তোমার আরএস কে যখন নাম ছিল তখন ওদের ডমিনেশন ওরকম টাইপেরই ছিল টিসি নাম দিয়া হারায় গেছে তারা
নামের উপরে কি
এটাই খেলা তো কথা কিন্তু মানে করিছে মানে বুঝো না ইমোশনের থেকে কইছে পোলারটা
Yeah, and speaking of
তানবীর ভাই
আমার এক সাদিয়াকে একটা ফুল সাপোর্ট দেন প্লিজ ভাই একবার ফুল সাপোর্ট দেন
টাইটেন
এইগুলো তো দেখায় না আপনারা দেখলে ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ড আছে এখানে এরকম ইডব্লিউ
কইলো যে ইয়ারে ফুল সাপোর্ট দিতে আর এক সাদিয়ারে
it's making me feel like I need to know more
তানবীর
it's just crazy they are
যাতে বড় সরো বাস খায় মায়াডা
of the overall standing 69 points
বাংলাদেশের সেরা কুফা ভাইও
I'm seeing 46 kills that is amazingly huge for them Neptune
আরে খালা কমেন্ট করতে ভাই জেবি কবে ফাইনাল কাপ
first in the last game they managed to get 20 plus on elimination it was a little bit slow
রোস্ট করলো নাকি জিজ্ঞাসা করলো এটাই বুঝতেছি না
that third I think it's because of the challenge they have on that game number 2 match number 2 thus they didn't get that much
ক্লিকারের জায়গা অডিয়েন্স ভালো ফলাফল কম বেশি
ক্লিকার 07 নর্থ নাম
in this point right now they're very close against Brave United
yes I'm about to say something that I might regret but right now I actually enjoy watching Gun Dynasty more than Buriram United Esports
Team XQ
I enjoy them so much it's crazy
Team XQ
like I found a new
DRS
love today
first time এত ভালো খেলে কেমনে টুটাতে সেভেজ রিপ্লাই দিয়া লাভ কি যদি ম্যাচে কিছু না করতে পারো
Yes, they did, but I think it's just about time for again Dynasty and install it on the fourth game. They're so amazing, and again the courage that they have.
আগলে অন্য দেশে গেলে তারা বিজয়ী হয়ে যায়
I guess the difference between the gameplay of Gun Dynasty is in the beginning of the game
waiting
they
for
show up.
excuse
That's where more the hype is coming from. And
এবার
compared to what
কি
we've seen in
এক্সকিউজ
Brave
দিবে
United
অন্য
Esports,
টিম
again,
ফার্স্ট
the signature
টাইমে ওই
is,
ভালো
you know,
খেলতেছে বিডি
you're
টিম
invisible
পারে
in the first half, then
কোটি
into the second
এক্সপেরিয়েন্স
half, that's where you get all those eliminations.
বুট
But
কেম
at
নেই
some point
কোচ
there's a
নেই
realize. I'm pretty sure they're counting how many opponents that they have in
আসলে
front
ভাই
of them
এক্সকিউজ দেওয়ার
towards
কি
the
আছে,
end.
খেলা ভালো
And
পারি
with
নাই শেষ।
say 7 or 8 teams against you, you couldn't or
এই
Brave
জিনিসটা
Lions
পারে না ভাই,
couldn't really bring that fire
বাঙালিরা এটা পারে না।
and catch up
নিজের
with the
ভুল নিজে
numbers.
স্বীকার
It's
করতে
a
হইব
good
না,
thing that they did
মানে
that Booyah.
এক্সকিউজ দিব
And
খালি।
right now we're looking at this
আরেকটা
squad
আছে
that
টক্সিক
they
কফি,
need to wake up.
ওরা ভাই আমার
Especially when
দেখতেই
we're
মন
going to be
চায় না
going
ওর
into the
কাহিনী দেখে।
final
আর ওই দিন
2 games
না আমি
of
ওই দিন
Group
খেললে
A.
গেছে
Keep in
মনে
mind for
মনে হইলো
everybody
যাই
watching at
দেখি ওর
home, you're saying,
লাইফটা।
wait, final 2 games? No, we still
পরে
got
দিই
6
টক্সিক
more
গিরি করতে।
from Group B coming up. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But I mean, from some of the other squads that we're watching, we saw the Pakistan team, right? They're towards the bottom. They need to do something because right now the top 4 squads, the cutoff is at 70 points, and that's not gonna stop. That's just gonna keep going because of the consistency, Conchita, that we're currently seeing.
এই জায়গায় সবচেয়ে হাস্যকর কমেন্ট ছিল এইটাই, লিকার ভাই আপনি কি সিগারেট খান?
Last 2 matches because they need to wake up.
Yes, they do need to wake up. Unfortunately, I'm not really familiar with the way the Pakistani teams play, but what I see from their performance today is
এক বলে লিখছে পরগোটারিতে তো ভালো গান পেয়েছিল।
gap of capability that apparently they still have against the other team, and that is something that I hope they can catch up as soon as
ওরা
possible.
বলে
Because
গান
obviously
পায়
being
না,
on the bottom
এনে
two is
আরেকটা
not
লিখে তাহলে
so
টিআরএস
ideal.
ট্যাগ
Looking
এরা
at
গান
it, it's still
পাচ্ছে
quite
কোথায়?
a climb that they need to do, but yeah, keeping my fingers crossed.
কোচ ছাড়াই ওরা ভালো করে
Aurora's
দেখছি,
currently 40
ফুলগাটুরিতে
points. I'm
ভালো
sorry,
গান
I'm sorry I
করছে।
have to do it to you.
প্যারা নাই, উই বিলিভ ইন ডমিনেশন, বিকার ভাই বালের টিম সব হুগা মারা
But just don't mention
অহংকার
their name.
কুকুরের দল।
From that
ভাই
squad,
কি
I mean, you
লিখলে
were
না,
talking
হুগা
about
মারা
having
অহংকার লিখলে।
eliminations earlier on. They only have
বিকার ভাই
19
আপনি
eliminations so
টিভি
far.
জয়েন
We've
করছেন,
seen
জয়েন
squads being
করছে
able to
ভাইয়া,
get
টিভি
almost that
বাংলাদেশ
in
ভাগ
just
হলেও
one
অন্য
match.
দেশে গেলে তারা
I
বিলাই
think
হয়ে
what
যায়।
Aurora game is finding right now is a balance
লাভ
of because they failed
ভাই
in the first game.
নাম ধরে গালি দিতে যায় লাভ
I'm thinking it's my fault, but they failed in the first few games.
ডিউকার
But
এফসি কথা না
since
শুনে
they
নিজেদের
couldn't bring the
মতো
elimination, they couldn't bring the fire, so
খেললে
they're
ভালো
going back to
খেলবে,
basics. Go
ডিউকারের
for
কথা না হইলে
survivability,
নিজেদের
trying to
মতো
balance
খেললে
it
বলে
out,
ভালো খেলবো।
elimination and placement point. And that's
ডিউকারের
why they're
কোচ
trying
বালা নাই চলে গেছে
something different.
ভাই মেয়েগুলা
Just
কিন্তু
go and
জোস
try to
কমেন্ট
catch up
করতে
or
আছে তানভীর
go for
হোসেন
catch up on the placement point. Once they get the
এই
groove of
তানভীর
how
নাম
to
না,
defend
এই
the
জায়গায় তো
final
সমস্যা।
circle, then they can get those elimination.
Yeah, what I've been noticing is that every
ফ্রিকের
time
ভাই
they
বোন
do
মানে
rotation
ফ্রিকের
to
কপি
try and
দেখো।
take a fight, they come out as the losing team. It's
ভাই
down to
ডিসি
one
লিংক দেওয়া
player,
যায়
then they're
না,
going to have to make that revive and
আমার
try and
লাইভে
do
আছে
that. So I
তোমার
do believe that, yeah, if
পাশা
they can
বরাবর
continue
ফ্রিকের
that
ভাই পুরো খেলা
survivability,
দেখিনি, খেলা
because eliminations will come in the end,
সময়
okay? As long as you
সামারিটা
make your
বলেন।
rotation, you get to that final zone, the elims will
তোমার
come. So
এখন
hopefully
খেলার
we can
সামারি
see
দিব ম্যাডাম।
that sort of progress into the next games, because I
আমি
think they
পাবজি প্লেয়ার, আমি
slightly
বিশ্বাস
started
করি
doing in that
বাংলাদেশি
আমার
final match,
বাংলাদেশি
but the first couple of matches,
কমেন্ট
every
করি
time I
ভাই,
saw Aurora
আপনি
fight,
তো
it was
ইএক্সি
them.
রে
And it's
পরিবর্তন
a
করলেন,
lot
এখন
to
আপনি
work
খেলা
on for
বাদ
them.
দিয়ে
So they
টিইসির
definitely
কোচ
need to
করান।
adapt and change, because mechanically they're gifted,
করে
but
দাও।
they're not making these decisions correctly.
Yeah, I so agree because individually they're
Tag
great
দিয়ে
players,
দেখতে
but somehow
পাচ্ছি
when it comes to the
আমরা,
teamwork, something just
দেখতে
isn't
পাচ্ছি
working.
লাউড
There is
বেস
something
বাবা।
that they not to change. I mean,
লাইভে
it's
দর্শক
like
নাই
someone
কেন
needs
নাই?
to step up, I
দর্শকরা
guess, and be
দর্শক মণ্ডলী লাইভে চলে আসেন, লাইভটা শেয়ার করেন, সাবস্ক্রাইব করে চ্যানেলটি এবং কমেন্ট করতে থাকেন। টিসি কি কামব্যাক দিবে কি দিবে না, নাকি টিসি মারা খাবে? করতে থাকেন,
I mean, in regards to
ব্যাক দিবে
eliminations,
কি
once
দিবে
again,
না।
one squad that has been stepping up
মারা খাবে।
is Team Apex Gaming. They have been able to put up those elims. At the beginning of the day, they were struggling a lot. Even Lucifer, one of our casters, is going to be coming
টিসি
for
আজকে একটা
Group
কাজের
B.
কাজ
He was saying
করতে
they're
হবে
slow
ভাই,
starters. He was
নাইলে
actually expecting
টিসি
them
আজকে
to do
অন্ধকারে
better in the second day,
বুঝছো?
but you can't be mad.
এই
Honestly,
নুসরাত
Neptune,
গেছে
you
আর অফিশিয়াল
cannot
চ্যানেলের
be
ভিউ
mad at
ডাউন
the way
ভাই।
that this squad has
হ্যাঁ?
not been able to put up those eliminations.
অফিশিয়াল চ্যানেলের ভিউ ডাউন, নুসরাত গেছে ডেস্ক থেকে
আমি
কাস্টিং।
আমি হাই স্পিড ভিউ দিছিলাম 36k,
Complete opposite of what we're going like we
এখন
were going for
এখন ভিউ
earlier.
কত 15?
Placement point, they like
না না,
no cards
5.1k।
on placement point.
5
All they
point?
have to do is early on the get go, they
ভাই
want to get all
কি
those
অবস্থা, ম্যাচ
eliminations
শুরু
in.
হইব না
And
আবার আইব।
at some point for teams, they're
টিসি
reading it as
দর্শকরা
a
সব
50-50. Like
হতাশায়
it's a
ভুগতেছে,
double-edged
ওরা
sword.
যা
But for Team
ফেসবুকে
Apex
যা
Gaming,
দেওয়া
they
কমেন্ট
want to
করতেছে,
bring down the
পুশ
sword against the
করতেছে।
opponent. Whether they lose,
দাঁড়াও,
I think they
নেটওয়ার্কের
can
পেজে
carry
যাই,
over
টিভি
those
গ্রুপে
eliminations in
যাই।
the following round. The risk
বাংলাদেশের তা কি মনে হয় এবার কেউ পাবে নমিনেশন স্ট্রিমার অফ দ্য ইয়ারের?
of finding final circle. And again, there's still importance of that booyah, probably not this point.
আরে ভাই যতদিন আইসো স্পিড স্ট্রিমিং করবে ততদিন মনে হয় না এই অ্যাওয়ার্ড অন্য কেউ নিতে পারবে।
Yeah, because 29 elimination points is not bad at all. I mean,
এই
from what
একটা
we
পোস্ট
see
দিতে
out of
বুঝছো
the 4 games that we have just watched,
পিসি এইভাবে
Apex
খেললে
really
আশা
is
করা
trying to
যায়
fix the
ফাইনালতে
mistake
কোয়ালিফাই
they
করবে কোন
have
ম্যাচে এটা
on
হলো
the first
সেকেন্ড
game.
ম্যাচ
And yeah, I think
সেকেন্ড ম্যাচে যে 4টা কিল
things
করলো
are
না
quite
প্যারাডক্সে
looking up for
খাইলো
them right now.
প্যারাডক্স আবার থার্ড ম্যাচে গিয়ে আবার অগরে মাইট দিছে
প্যারাডক্স যে মাইট দিছে রে ভাই
এক প্লেয়ারই খেয়ে দিছে ভাই এটা মনে হয় ইয়ে আসিল রাগ আসিল ক্ষোভ আসিল এই ক্ষোভটাই যাচ্ছে এই পোলায় কমেন্ট করছে আরেক পোলায় এবার ওই টিমের হাতেই মাইর খেয়েছে
তানবীরের ওই মানে ইসে ফ্রিকের চ্যানেলে কমেন্ট তোমার এটা পড়েছে নাই ভাই আপনার কুফা লেগে গিয়েছে ফ্রান্স এখন বাড়িতে কইছিল যে ফ্রান্স জিতে যাওয়ার কথা ফ্রান্সের টিম স্ট্রং বেশি
আর্জেন্টিনাতে ভুলও দিব না আর্জেন্টিনা সাপোর্টার
তানবীর ভাই আমার এক সাদিয়াকে একটা ফুল সাপোর্ট দেন ওইটা তো আগে একবার পড়ছো
ম্যাচ শুরু হয়ে গেছে ভাই এই যে এস্ট্রো হেডকে এস্ট্রোর লোগো
which players you want to see.
Leon
From Moshi, we saw
Leon
it coming in from
আর
Russia as well. Some of the two hard hitters for this particular game. And now that this is actually our first Kalahari of
বিমান বাংলাদেশের টিকিট লোডিং ভাই
will the momentum of that fast aggressive starts keep
টিসি
going
এবার
all
কই
the way to
নামতাছে
the very
দা
end
সাবে আর
of this group
দা
80.
সাবে না মেইন দেহ দা সাবে যায় না কমান্ড পোস্টে আরিস্টন রিজে বুড়িরাম একদিকে টিআরএস একদিকে যাও আবার মারা
হ্যাশট্যাগ টপ 10 করলেও একটা সুযোগ পাবে টিসি তাই কইতেছে সবাই
wanting to rotate inwards this high platform later on.
খেলা দাও টিসি ড্রপ দাও ডিআরএস এর লগে নাম
is going to be a tad bit
বুড়িরাম আছে স্টোন রিজে ওয়াসানা লাভ দিলে একদম টিসি ব্লেডের মাথা
commanding it. This time you've got 3 vying for that spot.
You know, looking at the most damage and also most limbs as well, right? You're seeing a majority of the players coming in for, I think, most eliminations. I think on top of Russia, you also have both you and Saifa as well, which actually sets a precedent on how aggressive and how much I think AGL prioritizes this elimination.
দাঁড়াও আমি একটু লাইভে আইছি
না কাইতে জিতাছে গা মার ট্যাগেরে দিছে মারে বাপ কোন ছুড়েই বানাই ম্যাচে এই ম্যাচে স্ক্রিন পাইছো স্ক্রিনটা খা ট্যাগ রে ল ট্যাগ দৌড়াইতাছে রে এই স্নাইপার আছে কিরে কই গেল গা হ্যাঁ দাও প্লেট দৌড় দে এই যে সুন্দর প্লেট
but Jazzy only could get that knock off of that engagement, sending top 16 running away from the compound.
DRS জুকছে দেখছো ব্লেড উপরে
তোমার লাইভের এইটা দাও তো এই লাইভ সোলো মিয়া
কোন লাইভ স্লো
মানে ইসের ভিতরে মানে আমি ইউটিউব থেকে দেখছিলাম তোমার স্ক্রিন শেয়ার অফ তো
আমার স্ক্রিন শেয়ার অফ
হ্যাঁ
আছে না
না এখন
আমি তো কলেজে বাইরে গেছিলাম না আরে মিয়া তুমি আমারে কইবা না আমি আর তোমার এলে মজা নিতেছি
আরে আমি ওই জায়গা দেখাই এই কি রে আমি তো আগে দেখতেছি কেন পরে কই তো ই
If command post wasn't already crowded, here comes Buriram jumping into the fray as well, looking to be the third party in the situation. Gonna shut down the remaining players on the side of TEC, one after the other. But Buriram, as mentioned, is still in the game.
Buriram last dia
Takuri, big advantage.
Top commando
command post ke aur dui team hi nai এখন
Knockdown once again. And the recovery is going to be slow here from the side of DRS.
একদিক দিয়ে বুড়িরাম আইলো আরেক দিক দিয়ে ডিআরএস আইলো
Jonah finds him with the VSK and Strowex far away from the rest of the
অফিশিয়াল লাইভ কি আমার উপরে
হ্যাঁ তোমার তেও 5-6 সেকেন্ড কমসে কম চলো
and he gets away in the nick of time. And perhaps this is going to be the final survivor here on the side of DRS that brings them right back in, but he has to play this one slow because Loud is right in front of him.
And Barros as well. Oh no, he is the one to go down here somehow. Ben is just doing such a great job of being able to find him in the end. Top 16 will be found out finally by GD here. It's just such an unlucky situation as Shiro quickly brought back into the game in this situation.
এই ফ্রেম আছে কিছু না কিছু করতে হবে ভাই নাইলে আসা
as well. We see one team having the upper hand situation
নাম্বার ম্যাচে যদি
the rest of the collapse coming
20 পয়েন্ট করে দুইটা ম্যাচ নিতে পারে
a systematic way
মনে করো টপ
for most
6 এ যাবে
teams trying to bring themselves back into the game, and Saifa
টপ 6 ও লাগতেছে না তোমার 7-8 ও যদি থাকে প্যারা নাই ভাই তোরা জাস্ট আপাতত সার্ভাইভ করে রাউন্ডটা
তোমায় কমেন্ট করতেছো টিসি কামব্যাক দিবে দেখা যাক ভাই দোয়া তো আছে টিম বাংলাদেশ
Just showing everyone that
অবশ্যই
now
কামব্যাক
this is
দিতে
not
হবে
here to fill up a slot. They are here to rip away the championship. And if they keep this up, they sure as hell are going to be able to do that. First of all, getting into the grand finals is looking like it's going to be a easy journey for Gun Dynasty. But
Raymond Babi was a player compromise about the team was finished.
Of a tense situation as two Southeast Asian squads take on each other in a battle. Falcons versus EWC Divine.
EWC Divine in this situation, you just gotta wait things out. You just gotta find a window of opportunity to bring your team back into the game. I'm not too sure if Aim God is being marked right now is the question. Because there hasn't really been too much of movement from the rest of the teams as well. Now, you look at TEC, they've come back into the game.
মারে ভাই বাইরের দেশে স্নাইপার আমাকে দেশে স্নাইপার রাহান মারে
Collapse coming in. I think the possibility of third parties today have been incredible for so many teams. We see it happening from so many different angles, and for Falcons, they want to try and check this fight against TAG.
Falcon attack আবার ঘুরছে টিসি কই এই অল গেমার্স গুলো লাগছে
back into play. If they get eliminated
দেখছো
now, being overtaken by AGL and Loud is a no-brainer.
একটা মিনিট আসতেছি আমি একটু বাইরে ছিলাম মানে পড়তেছিলাম ইনস্টাগ্রামে গেছিলাম
ওই যে গাড়ির ভিতরে হেডশট মেরে ট্যাগ শেষ ট্যাগের হাত শেষ ট্যাগের লাস্ট কমপ্লেন
ট্যাগ মুরুক ট্যাগ ফুল সাপোর্ট
ট্যাগের আরেকটা প্লেয়ার আছে কেডি গড ওরে ফুল সাপোর্ট লাগবে হয়তো অনেক দূরে গেছে ভাই দেখবা যায় আবার রিভাইভ দিতেছে
But can he get to a vending machine in time?
Yeah, it's just really scary right now. You have no clue or idea where exactly anyone can be. And granted, this map is huge. Everyone has a bit of an area. The high grounds are looking good as well. There we go. EWC back into the game as AimGod finds a way in here. As for the rest of the team,
উপরে স্নাইপার
reposition's gonna be incredibly hard. They just take a lot of damage. Binel, oh my gosh. Multiple angles. The Swiss Army knife for the team. Not only is he shot, but also he revives and he kills as well.
Rahat, come back on.
But now in a 1v1 up against Rahat. David and Vega down on the ground already.
এখন না মারতে পারলে চান্স নাই ভাই দুটো টিমমেট ডাউন আছে
পরে আরেকটা অ্যাথলেট দেখছো জিডি যাইতেছে দুইটা প্লেয়ার নাই আর রাহাত একাই উপরে আর রাহাতের উপরে প্লেয়ার আছে একটা
Gun Dynasty in a little bit of a pickle and but now once again dropping
back
to see if it can save the
all gamers
are going to be solid
here
from
gaming
Shiru. And with the stealth bites, Manel's going to get out of that sticky situation, keeping Gun Dynasty definitely in the driver's seat here for the day.
Oh yeah, Rokady got in trouble. Takes a bit of chip damage, but nothing more than that. The Falcons are hungry and they really want these kills. Forced to reposition, drops down to the ground, but Unfire is refilling that space that's been left behind. KD got a lot of damage taken from the util as well. He is barely alive. Still on the open, and Unfire
full support by tag the full support
down. The inhaler should keep him alive for some time. Sajak cannot do more than that. And the Falcons are looking to hunt down the last few players. Wolven in the sky, but the shots for Kiroro are just nasty.
Wolven, the escape plan failed, but he did manage to win a final second revive for Team Apex Gaming. That's going to be their insurance policy for the
প্রচুর
time.
ফাস্ট গেছে ভাই এই না না পয়রা গেছে
They found that one to be a little bit too easy based on the position. The TAG players, but Shoto.
আরে ভাই
take it the full man for
KD God bringing Wolven
খুব
right
দেরি
back
ব্যাক করতেছে
in. The
তো ভাই
recovery play is already in motion for Team Apex Gaming.
জন পুশার লাগাই দিছে
Great in terms of reposition. How they collapse is just so scary to see, especially if you're caught out here alone here. Now Falcons, nice position here, fairly safe away from the rest of the teams, but they have to rotate eventually as TEC, despite losing so many players early, they are also very slippery, still very much in the game. Knockdown Rahat does find Jonah in XP, but Wasana wants to avenge his teammates.
He'll be able to do that with a valiant
last one
phenomenally done.
কে আছে
Timed perfectly. Captain Jonas out of the equation, but Buriram
have got the vending machine
না
on their
আবার
side.
ওদিকে
Get
তিনজন
high.
আছে
Once again, as usual, on the recovery
রিভাইভ
plays,
দিতেছে মানে কুট্টু
Moshi and
সিদ্দিককে রিভাইভ
A2B
দিতেছে
looking
প্লে
for
টু মানে
Nizar.
রিভাইভ দিতে
Can he pull the final strike to take
ওরা
TEC out
সুবিধাই
of the
করতে
lobby
পারতেছে না
early
5 কিল
here?
লইছে যাও ভালো
He focuses towards the right
এখন
instead as
পজিশন দুইটা বয়ে থাক
AGL shows
শেষ
up
টাইমে
on the
থার্ড
radar
পার্টি করবে
of Buriram, and that is the saving
এই যে
grace
আহে
for TEC, who managed to pull in at
ভাই
least one
থার্ড পার্টি
revive
করে
to stay
টিই
in play.
Yeah, Kutush gets knocked down somewhere in that process as well here. As the Falcons come through, I think there should be fairly clear to go into that until they hit Bayfront, because TAG is waiting there right now. And I have to say, TAG had so many close calls today. Shoto got knocked out, I think, twice already, but they're slippery.
Big advantage on the airdrop here. No other teams aiming for it. Falcons get a freebie advantage, rotating towards it, finding nobody there.
হ্যালো
So great
ভাই
in
আছো
terms of decision making, as
আমার
well as a
ক্যামেরা
little
কই
bit
গেল
of luck on the side of the EWC 24 champs.
হারাই গেছে
And
ট্রান্সপ্লেট
that's
হয়ে
only
গেছে
Apex in their way as they
Koi
will
laga.
try to get into Bayfront in a little. Can the Indian squad punish the champions of EWC 24, or will
ভাই
they
নিজের
get punished
রিভাইভাল
instead?
পয়েন্টে বসে
The
রিভাইভ
battle
দিতেছে
between Buriram and AGL still
কে এটা
continues as both squads
নিজাত
need to
নিজাত
get into the next zone. And
খুব
Jonah
বড়
on
সাহস
the revive with the Car 98 punishing Baros, which means the front
যদি
liner
মারা খায় না
of the
বাংলাদেশি যে
equation.
কমিউনিটি
A little
ভাই
bit of an
কি যে
extra
কবে ওরে
advantage for the side of Buriram, and AGL does not want to stay and
আমার
play.
ক্যামেরা
They
গেল কই
use the launcher to get
না
themselves
সাকসেসফুল
out
ভাবে
of
রিভাইভ
that
দিয়ে
sticky
দিছে
situation far away from Buriram.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good tactical decision as well.
internet, no
You're taking up too
internet
much damage already. Buriram United was in a great position, just really overwhelmed them as well. And I think if anything, if AGL can find a good position, they are the type of team that if
Net
they're prepared for it,
disconnected
they can take
from
these
that
fights and
area.
just completely dominate
LA
so
to the
many
camera
different
there.
areas. Now, Buriram United will follow suit here, coming into the safer zone as well. The southern side underneath the circle is looking scary.
ওরে
Loud
লাউডের
is there,
পজিশন
EVOS is there, TEC coming through, DP
এই ম্যাচে জন
on
প্রেডিক্ট
the
করে বসে নাই
wings as well. And it's going to be really nasty. I love where Loud has put
Nice.
himself. Look at this sniper. Buriram United don't know.
আমার
The
কি
trigger
নেট চলে গেল
discipline
নাকি
there, making sure he doesn't give away his position, which is a prime
কার
one.
কার
He wants to
আমার তো
maintain the
নেট
bird's
আছে
eye
কি
view,
দিতে
stay
আছে
out of
ফোনে নামই
trouble,
দেখে না
and then strike when it's truly needed. But for how long are you going to stay undetected up there?
ফোনে
Loud
ওয়াইফাই এটা
definitely
রিফ্রেশ
has
মারো
a
নাইলে অফ
big
করে অন করো
advantage for this
অফ
next
করলাম
circle.
অন করলাম
And Southeast Asia battling each other to find the next circle for themselves. This time it's going to be Falcons versus
এই যে নাম
AGAL.
আসছে কানেক্টর
The shot is there. Aurora versus Gun Dynasty. Aurora, you cannot take this fight. Team Apex Gaming interfering as well.
অরোরা মাই খেয়েছে লাস্ট টু
Azul sprayed down to the ground. Jude looking for the recovery here.
ওরা তো এমনি ভালো
Albeit a
খেলে দেখছিলাম
distraction as he gets clipped down by
FFM
the
এ
thrill of
আইছে
battle as well.
দিয়ে
Nothing
দিয়ে
much that
ফেলেছে
Aurora can do in this
এখন ফিরি
situation.
এ ভাই
Up
এদের
against
তিন
EVOS
তিন
as well as Gun Dynasty.
Azrael is barely alive right now, and I think the rest of the teams here know that. So they want to try and go in for this collapse. GD is close by as well. Aimbot marking them, making sure they don't come close. Both teams
Aimbot.
are being so cautious of one another. But
আরো
Loud
টিম
decides
আইছে
to
ও
jump in.
লাউড
Aurora
চলে আইছে
will
শাবাশ
be crunched.
সব দি
Close to
ঢুকতাছে
30
আয় হ্যায়
minutes, 11 squads still alive and kicking. Things are about to get very messy. Pandemonium about to break out here on the battlefield if we don't start thinning down these numbers. Loud with a phenomenal rotation.
Let's
Has been
play
able to
on
keep
Mara
themselves
Keita.
safe for the time being. Good glue walls pulled out, timely manner. Not having to waste a lot of those
পিছে আছে
tactics on unnecessary
আছে আছে
recoveries. EVOS, Loud, Aurora in a tight little spot, but they've got the advantage for the next circle. They can keep an eye on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, he even has an idea that someone is coming through as well. Gonna try and break it as the rest of the teams here. Loud at the bottom side, Aurora on the top side. If Aurora were to jump out, they're gonna fall straight into Loud's arms as well. A lot of damage coming in from Ray. A lot of, I think, a lot of pressure coming in from GD. So no one is really in the green. If anything, anyone is out here for grabs.
টাকাটা
So
চলতেছে কি রে
FFA
ভাই
area free for all for the first person that pops out their head, and everyone very cautious. And over to our Bayfront as well. The same thing is happening because TAG, you have Falcons coming through, watching straight for to attack, and AGL, you know them, you see them fighting. They're gonna try and third party you.
Yeah, but still,
ফ্যালকন শুরু
being
থেকে শেষ
kept
পর্যন্ত
by
এখনো
Team
সেই
Apex
ট্যাগের
Gaming.
পিছনে পড়ে
He's
আছে
just trying to avoid the engagement with the Indian squad as much as possible.
But will India take advantage of the
Pega tu mair
situation?
kheo
If
bhai
they want
chase
battle, they
bhai
have to take it now. But as I say that, Falcons dropping on in.
বুঝলাম না আমার
Team
ক্যামেরা
Apex
ডাইট
Gaming holding their fourth strong here. Pina trying to break down the defenses, finds an opening, and with the Punisher takes down Shoto. A deadly shot, but the follow-up is slow. Team
আচ্ছা
Apex Gaming
ক্লিকার
again, barricading
ক্যামেরা
all
দিয়ে
of those
করতেছে
windows,
ক্লিকারে
trying
লাইভ
to keep Pina out of their way.
না না
And it looks like the
তাহলে
players
আমি
of
খেলে
Gun
এবার
Dynasty will spot out this battle between the two, trying to play third party from that high ground.
Yeah, and it's just really
এটা
annoying to
তুমি
be dealing
জানো
with all of this as well.
আমি
KD
তো
got this
দেখলাম
with
কইলে
damage.
যে
Even
ফেস গেম
Pina
করতে
out in the open caught.
ট্রিগার
Ribbon
করে
does
না
find one. Wolven eliminated as well.
Oh.
Forced out in the open. What can you do? You stay inside. You eat damage from the util. And now for GD, all they have to do is just pick them off one by one in the middle of those rotations.
Gun Dynasty the biggest winner in that equation. And Team
ইসি
Apex
ভাই
they
একটা চান্স ভাই
the ambush by Falcons. Not somehow, that's how. Beautiful play
Okay.
of Gun Dynasty. And Gun Dynasty doesn't care exactly who's in front of them. They just want these points. And yet again, Gun Dynasty taking the fight up against Team Apex Gaming. But this time, they do not manage to defend themselves. Latam just too strong. And Gun Dynasty from being the third
দ্বিতীয় অবস্থা খারাপ
to the Predators in
একজন
that
আছে
equation.
পজিশন
And
পয়েন্ট
Team
দেখা যায়
Apex
কত দূর যায়
Gaming had nothing left in the gas tank.
They have such good timing and such insane awareness. Now AGAL, because they're at the lower side here, they have to wait through for this first fight to happen. And finally, the stalemate is broken. DP now in the open out and just fighting. PDX as well in the same situation. Top 16, taken one already.
ডিপিএমএস এ কামব্যাক দিয়ে ফেলাইলো ভাই যতই হ্যাশট্যাগ বাড়তে থাক
Outgunned here by Gun Dynasty. The only difference maker is going to be the ambush by AGAL. They take the timing right. But now, super low. It's the lightning zone that gives them the extra bit of advantage as well. And EVOS has showed up out of nowhere. And Gun Dynasty, like the third party equation that they pulled
ওরে ডিও ভাই
Aurora
কি
makes their
খেলতাছে
way
ভাই
out of
কি
the
হইতাছে
lobby a little bit too early
আয়
once
হায়
again.
মিনি ম্যাপটা দেখছো কি করছে
Nell and David, no
দিদি
এই জায়গা ভোল্ট মেকারের পরে ভোল্ট মেকার আর ডিও যে চার্জ করতেছে ভাই
Max 7 is perfect. Gun Dynasty loses yet another. And Paradox
German
still
strike
alive and
chest.
kicking through all of that.
প্যারাডক্স
And it
দেখো
is hectic
সেই
here as
খেলতা
those Burma United completely want to crunch
এখন
down
পর্যন্ত
love,
1 কিলো
and
নেয়
they
নাই
do just that.
বুড়িরাম
Yoshi knocked down already. Wasana coming close, keeping the team fairly alive and healthy. Here's PDX coming close, trying to take a little bit more space, but the high ground
এই
Burma
ম্যাচে
United
বুয়া নিব কে
has
কও
gives so much vantage.
এই ম্যাচেও বুড়িরামের চান্স বেশি কিন্তু বুড়িরাম তো মাহায় ফেলায় হুকাট করে
না বুড়িরাম নিবে এই ম্যাচে বুড়িরাম নিল না এর আগে একটা বুইয়া নিছে
নিচে নিচে
And they want to break their own record here on day one's run. What a
এই
phenomenal
যে
day
আবারও মুয়ের
AGL
সামনে
is
একটা
having
বুইয়া
for themselves. And two thy squads in this final circle up against Gun Dynasty that stands no chance because of their numbers.
Yeah, GD only one player alive.
জিটির
not
প্লেয়ার
alive,
কিন্তু
and
বুড়িরামের
they'll go
মানে
down
সাইডে
next year. And AGL on fire, crushes through here, kept away
Yes, yes.
by those blue
4v4
walls. Moshi almost getting
Damn.
clipped, finally
Aye,
does
aye,
go
Saifa
down
to
to
kora
Faros,
movement
and
দিছে
he's not done quite yet. Saifa finding great angles and
এই
positions here,
ডিউরে
and
হালাই
Jonah
দিছে
puts in the damage
Yes,
from far
yes.
away.
আবারও
It's
BM
hectic. Wasana jumping, trying to fire away to find a way
Yes.
against Saifa,
Saifa
but
was there.
cannot do more than that.
সাইফা যে মুভমেন্ট দিছে ভাই এই জায়গা
বড় মুভমেন্ট আছে বাট কাজ না খেলাম না বুড়ি
ওরে
ওই
ডিও
ওই 1v1 গেছে গাদি বুঝলাম না মাত্র দেখলাম 1v4 আহারি গেট হায়ার কিডনি কুডনি ড্যামেজ হয়ে গেছে গো ভাই পুরা দেহ খারাইছে কেমনে দেখছো
1v4 মাইরা দিতেছিল ভাই
ও পুরা গেট হায়ার কিডনি কুডনি লক কি কিলো
Of the day, this team feels unstoppable. There's just so many things happening right now, but they're so
Team
I would say
Falcon.
aware on how the positions are gonna go, how the movement
Top
is
four
going to
হইতারুম
be,
না
and somehow they
আরে না
managed to
ফ্যালকন
find
ফ্যালকন অবাক হচ্ছে কেন ওরা তোমার ট্যাগের পিছনে লাগেছিল না টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং এ
হুম
পুরো ম্যাপ লাস্টে যে ওগে কাছেই মারা খাইছে
The highest points at Purgatory, 15 eliminations plus the Booyah. But they got
অসানারে খায়া দিল ভাই শটে স্নাইপার দিয়া
AGAL just could not walk away with the
ওয়াসা না
Booyah. It
কি
was
করলে না
loud.
আমি মাত্র দেখতেছি পুরো আমি রিল
The
দিছি
second Booyah of the day for Brazil.
হাই 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 রে এমনি গেছিল এই তো
Breaking the
বুড়িরামে
record of
ওয়াসানার
Buriram,
কি
and
লাগে
Buriram showing exactly why they are three-time world champs. Phenomenal play. Let's check out these replays as well. As Buriram
সেই
pulled
একটা
off that
লাস্ট
final
মোমেন্ট
battle sequence.
Honestly, I think that what's really exciting about this particular match was not just about Buriram United, but I think it's just more of like how they decided to just really double down on its fights. Usually it's a bit more quiet by them early, right? But this time around,
পোলাপান
I can
তোর
feel like
ওখানে
they just
ম্যাক্সিমাম বেশি ইউজ
ওই
করতেছে
ভাই
এই
পুরো
মেয়েটা।
লক
They
হয়ে গেছে
really
দেখছো
feel
গেট হাই
themselves in this fight. Position-wise was also really good as well. They had so much control at high ground.
I mean, the comms obviously just cool, calm, collected, not panicking in that situation at all.
হাইফা হন যতই মুভমেন্ট দিক ভালো খেলুক ডাউন বের করতে পারে না ভাই।
Supports out there on the battlefield, hands down. And when you've got a support player who can annihilate the squads, you really don't need to worry in a situation like that. A good reason why Buriram sets the record is because they are no strangers to it.
Yeah, I think it's also really exciting to think about how, you know, Buriram United approaches this game. Sometimes they're going a little bit more slow. They have a lot of pages in their playbook as well coming into this game. But I am really surprised at how, I would say, aggressive so many of these teams are starting from that get-go. I think everyone's starting to get really confident coming to the game. Even TEC, I would say, had a little bit more spark in them compared to the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a great day for TEC. Managing to play a little bit of recovery on Kalahari was crucial for them, but you know, it's just going to be enough to get them out of the danger zone. Not permanently just yet, because they've spent too much of time down in the bottom two. Now, we have got a little bit of a breather here for the casting desk. We are going to throw you guys onto a tad bit of a break. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit for Game 6 later, the final one for Group A.
কিসের কি ইভোসের কোস্টারে দেখছো?
কি এর ইভোসের
ইভোস হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
কোনটা?
বয়স অল্প মনে হইতেছিল যে কোনো টিমমেটের মনেই হবে, পরে দেখি না যে এটা কোচ।
দেখা
What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Free Fire, but there is a lot more going on here at EWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go. Have you choose your outfit for today? No problem. There is a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of
প্রত্যেকটা টিমের
options
জার্সি
here.
তারপরে
What about your team is not doing so well? No
এডিশনাল
problem.
টি-শার্ট
There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys,
মার্কেটের
I'm so
মতো
sorry.
শপিং
We
মল
gotta
আছে না?
cut this right now because I'm gonna
হ্যাঁ
customize my
দেখা
own
পুরো
ওই
t-shirt.
টাইপের
শপিং মল।
Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh,
আইতেছি ভাই একটা মিনিট।
I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come.
এই খেলাটা
Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of EWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Kidia City? No problem. We got Kidia City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon.
And what an insane last match that was. I feel like that was probably the most chaotic end zone that we have had in these games today. I don't understand, really, what went on in these first original matches to then pop out with this. It's like all the teams switched on. Did any stand out to you?
Lace, what we just saw is actually a classic battle between Buriram United Esports and of course AGAL. We are practically seeing history repeat itself again and again and again. And it was so amazing to see Get High finally came out as the winner because boy, that was intense. I am so giddy inside. I'm so excited. And it's only the 5th game of the day. We still have one more game from the A group.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen obviously AGAL dominating at the time, but it's nice to see these sort of other teams take over in the mix. But I think if we sort of go back to that end zone there, I feel like these players are switching on. And they're like, you know what? we kind of didn't do, that great in these first couple of matches, and now we know it needs to turn up. I know we're talking about it the game, we're in game 5 coming up now, but like, is it a little bit too late? Is there a particular team that you found in that end zone? I know I did. I know I was talking about them before, and that was Paradox, where I said they need to get better placement points. They need to turn up, and they were actually in that position in that final zone.
Yes, but also if you talk about the Southeast Asian games teams, I mean, I honestly think that they are kind of dominating their points throughout the whole entire day, and it is so refreshing to see, because usually we see that happening from the Brazilian team. Yes, I mean, Loud has been amazing. Loud has been a very powerful, but then again, it is the time for the Southeast Asian to really show the world what they are made of, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, I'm so proud to see my boys killing it out there.
Yeah, I love that. Can I tell you a little bit of a story? And this was actually back to match number 1. Yeah. I'm going to take you guys back just a little bit here, but that is none other than Gun Dynasty and Banal. Okay, I don't know if you saw me get out of my seat for this part, but they were making sort of a swift recovery, and then Banal pulls out the monster truck, and you kind of think that all fails and it's going to end there, but no, they sort of take that smooth transition to make that recovery, and the mechanical skill that Banal has for his team and the adaptation is simply exceptional. And if y'all missed that, obviously we got the replay, but they took this opportunity early to sort of maximize their eliminations, and I think they actually pulled up 17 elims in that first match. And what that obviously does for this team, and it sets them in a standard that is above and beyond the rest. Currently sitting more in the middle of the leaderboard, against our Louds and our AGLs. But that first match is something that I feel like these other teams need to follow suit, because, consider me and color me impressed, because I'm a Banal fan now. I don't know about you.
Well, same here, because you know what they say, right? The first match usually sets the tone, and that's exactly what they did. It was so amazing to see and so refreshing to see Banal. I mean, I said I just found a new love, and I think you felt it too. But then again, looking at the overall standing, AGAL, oh my god, 109 points, 70 elimination points. That is so amazing, and that is something that I'm so excited to see at the opening of EWC 2026.
লাইভে কি মানে 6টা করে ম্যাচ দেখাবে নাকি?
We have Buriram United Esports as well as EFOS, Gun Dynasty, and Loud Stickers. That is, oh my god, that is what I expected and more.
Well, I know we're super excited here. I hope you guys are super excited at home, because we're heading into our next match. Take it away, casters.
Next match শুরু হয়ে যাবে এখন.
I tell you, the day has been looking super solid, but I did not expect only a handful of teams to walk away from Kalahari with double-digit eliminations. But what happened was, the teams that did walk away with a double-digit elimination, which by the way was only 4 squads, walked away with a ton of points, right? We're talking about 23 eliminations from Buriram. AGAL walked away with a total of 9 eliminations. GD and Loud walking it with just 10. Yeah, but that's still quite a lot for the squad, because they're obviously looking to maintain their dominance on the leaderboard, and you're looking for the top 4 spots. But even with 2 Booyahs, it's surprising how Loud is still behind. Gun Dynasty has been amazing today.
I know, I was going to say that, right?
Paradox
the survivability was really good, the aggression was really good, their proactivity was really good, their rotations was also really good. They're like the kind of team that are very silent but deadly. You don't see them on the Booyah screen, but no Booyah, no problem.
No problem at
Loud
all.
and Falcon
He's on stage 1. But as we spot out the map here, it looks like finally we get some discipline. We get some quiet out there. We are back on Nextera, baby. And Nextera is the map that gave us the most number of eliminations from the day. 121 eliminations earlier on at Nextera, just to light up the battlefield. And I talked about how we kind of were lacking through these eliminations on Kalahari from a lot of the teams, but still, it was the second highest with 102 eliminations. So I think some of these teams are definitely warming up, to say the least.
It's always very fun to see these things happening, and again, how aggressive these maps have been. In the show just now, you said that some of these maps can go a bit faster, and that's how fast we're going right now. As Jazzy does get one quickly, Ray rushes forward. Top is barely alive right now. I'm not too sure how much longer he can survive here. Ray does put his short burst out here, but finally, in the end, does go down. And the points being stolen away by EVOS here, starting off real hot as Jazzy crosses the peripherals of the rest of
দেখছো ভাই
EVOS, and
পয়েন্ট
you
দাও পয়েন্ট
cannot
পয়েন্ট
get away by trying to play
100
like
পার
that.
কইরা টিসি রে আবার ধরবো ওরা বুঝছো অল গেমার্স ব্লু আর হলো ইভো
But they were not too arrogant to begin with.
পিছন দিক
They
দিয়ে
were
আবার
humble
ধরবো
enough
দেখছো
to acknowledge that this was going to be a very big stage,
আসলে
a
কি
massive
চাইতেছে ভাই
challenge for them, for their region. But they're
ফিরে
giving
একটু
it their
খেলতে
best.
দে তোরা
The best so far hasn't been good enough. We did see a little
মানে
bit of
কি
recovery
অবস্থা
play from Demon's Pride on that Kalahari match, and that has been their best game of the day, where they scored 10 points. The rest of those matches were way lower than that. That's exactly what's keeping them at the very bottom of the leaderboard. But thankfully,
কুট্টুস
they've
যে
got
কি
6
লেভেলের
more
হেড
games to
পাবে
look
ভাই
forward to
এরপরে
tomorrow, and a lot of these mistakes to recover from.
Yeah, EVOS is still on it as well, chasing
খালি
the
কয়
last few
এক্সপেরিয়েন্স নাই
members of
এক্সপেরিয়েন্স
DP
নাই
here.
ভাই
So
এক্সপেরিয়েন্স
Madara
দিয়া কি
instantly
করব
brought back into the game. Yes, but you're just giving up so many points to EVOS right now. But also at the same time, we were looking at GD for quite some time. We're seeing how aggressive they are.
টিসি গেল কই
Going to go
আরে
down
নেনে আসি তো
eventually by them.
Absolutely, and EVOS picking up elimination
এটা
number
তো
5
6 নম্বর
from
ম্যাচ
to aim god and his thirst for a few
আর
extra
আমরা ড্রপ করলাম
elimination
মাঠ
points.
সাইডে
Jazzy
টিসি
out all alone,
মাঠ সাইডে
expecting no compound whatsoever.
না ভালো হইছে মুভ
Dropping
করতে
right
বাবা
behind him, and they're just going to be
নাইলে
hoping
প্যারাডক্স
and
আবার
praying that EVOS does not go out hunting. And thankfully,
পজিশন পয়েন্ট নিয়ে যেমন বাইকটা মধ্যে
এই
থাক
প্যারাডক্স আর টিসির মধ্যে যুদ্ধটা
But
চলবে
DRS
কারা
out early
ডিসকোয়ালিফাই
though.
হইবে
This is not what I was expecting, but
Tag
Aurora
already qualified.
picking off the
ধরাই যায়
solid 4 points from the Nepali squad.
Yeah, I think that feels like DRS is starting to slow
Tag রে full
down
support
just a
দিয়ে
little
লাভ
bit
নাই
as well. They didn't get the deeper run that we saw in the beginning
Tag
of the
J1
day
লিসে
from this
টিসির
team.
আরো 2 ম্যাচ খেলন
Aurora though
লাগবে এই
looking
পয়েন্ট
into
দিতে
playing a
মানে
different
সাইকেল
tune here. They
Oh.
want to try and catch up with Keroro. They
এই
can
গেলা দিছি
crunch
যে
him from
লাগছে
multiple
টিসি
angles.
লাগছে
Kero in trouble. The
আরে বেটা
CQC
টিসি দেখা
tries to keep alive. He does, but
Three
not
take
for long
ticket.
here as Zeus finally chunks him down eventually.
Aurora
Just trying his best to get away the stealth bites, but Zeus
শালারা
is just
এমবিপি
way
লিস্টে
too
যাওয়ার
close.
জন্য ডাউন
He
ম্যান
had the
জুম
value
করে
there
হেড
as
মারে
well to just break down those defenses instantly to get another point for Aurora, who's definitely having a much better game here. But Team Apex Gaming up against your reigning defending champions of the Esports World Cup. Free fire. Can we see India
এই যে
take
ট্যাগ
down one of the most
ট্যাগ আর
lethal
ইভো
squads
ট্যাগ
out
রে ফুল
there?
সাপোর্ট আবার
Aim God, the
দেও
shield gun
সাপোর্ট
in hand.
দিতে কোন সম ঘুরে যায় 12 ম্যাচ
Won't be
বুঝো নাই
able to get aggressive just yet, waiting for the rest of the team members to catch up as well.
টিসি
Woven.
কুট্টুস লাউড রে হালাইছে
Going in
লাউড
for the
আবার
tags,
টিসি রে
but
হালাইছে টিসি
instead
কুট্টুস আবার লাউড রে হালাইছে
Reversal.
ও করা ফাইট
Back
দিতেছে
up from the
টিসি
rest of
লগে
the EVOS members, puts him on the ground. Shoto's gonna
তিন
get
কিল
caught
হয়ে
out
যায়
here as
লাউড রে
well.
তো
It's
পুরা
a 2v1. Valiant Dash still
নাই
keeping
বানা
Shoto
লইতেছে টিসি
alive.
এন্ড
But the
ইভো
numbers
খেলতাছে
play will catch up. And a disadvantage for Team Apex Gaming here. Slowly, the team
দূর
coming
ভাই
up,
এখন এই
but
টাইমে
the
রং
team
নাম্বার দিয়ে কল
inside
হয়েছে
Saljat, can he pull off some sort of a
টিসি
miracle here
টিসি
for
নাই
squad?
এগুলো
Yeah, but
খারা
he's
গেছে
being marked by Rasha, who just desperately wants to take him
কুট্টুসও নাই
down.
আহা
Takes a little
টিসি
bit more
লাস্ট
damage
ওয়ান
here. It goes down. Rasha coming through as well. Not able to do so. Saljat finally wins it out in the end. Perfect positioning, but
জাম্প
still
করে
has
নিচে
to
পড়ে ডাউন
defend
খেলে
the
রাশে রে
rest
হালাই
of
দিল
EVOS.
I'll take that, man. I'll take that. Good enough from
kitty
Team
got
Apex
chest.
Gaming. Saljat
ট্যাগ
giving
ফুল
us
সাপোর্ট
some exciting tightrope walking survival plays off of the glue wall, just at the very edge of that platform there. But of course, he was Divine still with the advantage on the numbers.
White
But what's
face কারা
important is the recovery play off of the Indian squad.
White face
Oh,
DRS.
Enough time for the survivors to scurry on away, pull in those revives. And we're going to get to see if or not
Tease
Team
your
Apex
Kaigo,
Gaming
tease the
finds
last
the full
one.
recovery later on. Aurora, on the other hand, on one of their better runs so far. The
Revive
most
দেখছো
number of
কেমনে দিল
eliminations Aurora has pulled from a lobby today has been 9. They're
এনে
already
খুবই
at
পাওয়ারফুল
8,
করে
and
দিছে
this
চালাই
game
দেখলাম
is still fairly early.
টিসি লাস্ট ওয়ান প্লেয়ার এটা
Can
কই
they
আছে
continue their run or will they
আল্লাহর
fizzle
বান্দা
out? Demon's Pride again. Still no way whatsoever to recover their gameplay here as they
সেকেন্ড ম্যাচটা
scrambled
কোনো
on the
মতো
battlefield.
গেল
Jazzy taking a lot of damage as well.
হ্যাঁ
Limit putting in the damage, and there we go. Falcons
সেকেন্ড
clean
ম্যাচ
up
ভালো
house
খেলছিল
there as
মোটামুটি
well. Another point in the back for DP, brought
কই
back
আর কই আর
into
কই
the
তো
game
ম্যাপের ভিতরে
somehow I'm surprised
ওই যে
CGL only
আয়
one
হ্যাঁ
player left.
ডিপি
I'm wondering what
যাইতাছে
happened there.
অরোরা যাইতাছে ওই যে
Madara,
ইন্টেলেক্ট সেন্টার পুরা
Aswan
খালি
too close to Aurora. Easy
Yes,
picking here for the
yes,
Aurora
yes,
players. I
easy,
see
yes.
Tech in there as well.
ইন্টেলেক্ট সেন্টার পুরা খালি
Potential
আয় 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 এনে মরতে
10
হইছে
pointer, best elimination game run here for Aurora on this next Jara map. Thanks to the players here from South Asia, the The Dinocular will scan out the Demon's Pride players. Aurora's definitely on the hunt
Recall
as they
করতে পারবে
rotate
আদৌ?
around into
পারবো না
Twin
আজান
Bridge,
দেয়
looking for Intellect Center. And it's actually Demon's Pride being the first team to make it into the next circle. Good on them, but scramble from the very start. Holy mama!
Gosh!
Rassia brought it to AGAL. That deadly shot.
He did it twice! Unmoved, undeterred, cool, and collected. Look at his reaction.
I mean, that's the best way to take the number one spot. Take the guys out of the number one spot and move on into where they stand. But EVOS Divine, obviously, they need a few more points to climb the leaderboard. They were behind Buriram before the start of this match. Not by too many, of course. Catching up isn't going to be too impossible. Demon's Pride again, all their revives are just giving some extra bonus points to anyone that comes across them.
Yeah, TAG now in trouble as well. Buram United bringing his teammates back into the game. Katie got to stay alive, but this shot from Moshi, this nothing crosses this guy. Gonna be able to confirm that elimination fairly cleanly. Shoto is close by, Sahil Jet and Wolvin around as well. And for Buram United, I'm wondering what the next steps are going to be. Are they gonna go clean up house, get the last few eliminations, or are they gonna go and prioritize the positionings instead? And from the rotations, they're gonna try and go northern side here because the circle did hard shift north side.
Damn, Moshi, you're good. The follow-up off of the Riptide Rhythm is too perfect. Timely. But now, Gun Dynasty scrambling for safety as Falcons go out on the hunt. Vega's gonna get tagged up, and Pina's there for the finisher on the front lines, backed up by Limit. And the Riptide Rhythm causing a lot of chaos out here in the lobby, just not from one team, multiple squads depending on that Skylar. And we saw the perfection out of Moshi. Limit showing us that he can murk magic off of that as well. Shiru, Benel too far away from the vending machine. Shiru's gonna be chased off of it as well. But Benel from afar with the strike of the VSK, finding the headshot. Deadly play from this guy. Knocks down Pina as well. And Benel single-handedly taking the fight up to Falcons. And that should be enough to contain the champions of EWC 24.
Should be able to bring back his teammate into the game as well. He kill, he heal,
কি মারলো
he
স্নাইপার দিয়ে
also
ওই জায়গা
eliminates
এই যে
players in this
কামটা
game.
করলো
TAG once again
ইভোসের
brought back the teammates into
রাশিয়া
the game once more as well. GG
স্নাইপার দিয়ে যে
okay, this
অল
elimination is
গেমার্স
gonna
রে
be
ওয়াইপ আউট দিল আর নগদের রিঅ্যাকশনটা দেখছিলা রাশার
Shiru there somehow knocked down.
Man, I mean,
আর এন্ডা কি
Evo's
করলো
got
ফ্যালকনের
into
দুইটা
position
খায়া দিল
at the perfect timing, but Benel survives, which means Gun Dynasty gets to survive a little bit longer because the Super Survivor,
ইভোস
Super
ফ্যালকন রে
Reviver
অন একদম
will
ক্লিয়ার
be
বানায়
on
দিল
to his mission once again.
পিসি করতে
FGL
শেষ
shot out. I've not seen a single
রিভাইভ
narrow
দিছিল
play
নেজার
after
দি
the
রিভাইভ
nerf.
দিতেছে আবার
Damn it,
রিভাইভ দিতেছে
unfortunate we
প্লেস
don't get to
রিভাইভ
see
দিলে
those
রাতে আছে এখন
Coming through
ঠিক
here, Aim got jump shots forward here, puts in that damage. But it's Abax that gets caught out by Pina first in the end. Falcons now 9 eliminations already. Aim God will be found as well. EVOS may have bitten more than they can chew. Ray barely alive right now. Feeling the pressure coming in from the players from the other side there. Does find Pina in the end, but I don't think they can do more than that.
Falcons looking to make this their game of the day. Definitely the best run they've had in here so far. EVOS on the other hand, looking for that number one spot.
ইভোস দি পুরো নাই হয়ে গেল কারাগারি
On that number one spot, AGAL themselves. But
Counter
they're
দিল
now on
কি
a recovery play. Abax on that revive. Falcons on the other hand.
তোমার সাউন্ড এমন কেয়ার কেয়ার করে
This
কি
definitely officially is one of their better games.
এখনো
না এখন ঠিক আছে
They got 12 eliminations.
দেখলে
of
ইভোস
Solara,
আয়াদি নিজে মার
only
খেলো
5 place with points. They have to be careful because they
চেক
were
দিয়ে
heating up
হোনা
on the
আছে
Solara map as well, but dwindled down quickly when that circle was closing in.
মানে
Seems in this situation
ওই
here,
জায়গায় ভাই
TAG
আগামাথা কিছু বুঝি নাই
in the
খালি দেখলাম
corner.
যে
Now looking at
হুটাৎ করে
Falcons,
নাই
they
হয়ে
really
গেল
took their time to come into the circle as well. Coming back to
ইভোস
GD,
আবার ফুল
David,
ম্যান পাওয়ার লইছে
Vega
দেখছো
also getting knocked down
ওগো কাম
already.
ওগো
Venel just waiting for the right
ইয়া
timing
দিতে
here. Just
সময়
pop
লাগে
up
না
his head, steal away those very nasty shots as he's been delivering toward this, I think, first side of the game, first part of the map, excuse me.
EVOS fully recovered already, looking to take the number one spot by the very end of the day for Group A. Can the reigning
মানে
defending
কি
champions
টিভি কি আজকে বাড়ি
find
চলে
the
আসবে
full recovery for themselves? TC on the other hand, quickly trying to play the
নিজে নিজে
reposition. Paradox One of the
কি
teams that
যেতে
have
মাইর
been
খাইবো কোনো
struggling,
খবর
definitely
আছে
doing better than TEC at this
কিসে
point of
যারা
time.
প্লেয়ার আছে
Taking TEC out of the
নিচে
equation
একটা
here.
প্লেয়ার আছে
Give them a
এই
slight
উইচ থেকে
boost,
ছুটতে
and it's definitely
তো
a
মুভমেন্টই নাই
fantastic
দেখছো
move by Nezhat with the monster
মুভমেন্ট
god
দেখছো
nade and going in for the finish here as
দুইটা
well.
ডাউন
Has
বাই
got the
গ্রেনেডে
electrotherapy connected to him, but can he
ডাউন
get
তো
the
দেখছি
job done?
লাভ কি
Can't really get too
Slows the
close.
pace down a tad bit, and that does not give them that advantage they wanted.
Yeah, they're forced to reposition, go down to the lower ground as well. This is a three-way fight. GD is here, Paradox is here, TEC as well. But they're going to take this bit by bit. Decides to pick and fight TEC
ক্যারেক্টার ব্লকার
first.
মারছে এই যে ব্লেড দিকে যেতেছে গে একাই বলো দে আগে একটা গ্রেনেড মার
But finally locked out of the
তোমারে
angle.
ঢুকে
The
যাবে
time timer online. Denrick trying to find a
প্যারাডক্স
different
এলো কি
angle
চাই হ্যাঁ
into the area. The
উৎকৃষ্ট
inhaler
পজিশন
keeps
বানাইছে
him
আরে প্যারাডক্সই তো ছিল
প্যারাডক্স কি ছিল ওরে 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 প্লিজ মার 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 বাপ এইবার মারা গেছ না রিভাইভ দে রাত রে আমার বলারা আমি দি গালাগালি শুরু করে দিছি নেজাত রে খায়া দিছে ব্লেড ব্লেড একা একা রে ব্লেড শেষ টাইমে এক আকামটা বাজাইছে ব্লেড কোনো মতে ঢুক সার্কেলে দিকে রিভাইভ দিছে
Yeah, definitely not the right kind of record to be
Feel
holding
like
on to
Ballo.
because you know your team's getting
Blade
tortured out
Rekha
there.
did
They're also picking up some big points. TEC's out after that fantastic play. Shiru shut down by Moshi as he got revived, shot out of the air.
#9 এ গেল
And this is getting fairly dicey. Lightning zone
ভালো
called
খেলছে
out,
লাস্টে এই জায়গাটা
and Aurora in a pickle out in the open.
Forced to reposition, rushes
No, but
away
that's
with their
Betula
lives.
Khaya.
Look at the amount of pressure they are feeling right now. Finally, in the green for the time being. No, has to wait this out. And if they do come in here, not too far of a jump, but it's okay. Gives a bit of space between them and the rest of the teams.
Holy mama. Gun Dynasty. Bloody impressive. So many
এইসব
times
টিমের কাছে
tortured,
না
so
ইন্ডিয়ান
many
টিম
times
না বাংলাদেশি
losing
টিম
their
না হইলো
players.
তোমার পাকিস্তানি
But
টিম
the
কোনো টিমই
recovery as well as the
পারে না
dominance with the mechanical plays have been unbelievable. They sure as hell are on fire. And
ওরা
even
এটা গায় না কেন যে কার সাথে ফাইট করতেছে ওরা দেখে যে ফাইট শেষ করা লাগবে ওই নেওয়া লাগবে
more for themselves. 15 eliminations and still going with 3 players still alive.
ওই আরেকজন কই উঠছে দেখছো
Jonah putting a bit of
একদম টপে
space between him and the rest of the team.
চুপ
Gonna
করে বসে
rush
রইছে
forward here,
কিসে
Aurora gonna take this fight, I think, head on against Buram United. They're so aware that they're very close by. They're, I think, pressuring them with the nades as real. A lot of damage taken. Zeus is barely alive right now. The rush forward is good. Get high, does find Azrael here somewhere. And Wasana, the jump shots are just nasty. Zones them away, chasing the rest of the team, but still not able to completely wipe them out of the map.
Yeah, big mistake there from the Malaysian squad. Trickling in one after the other up against your world champs. That's just not going to work out. This ain't no Bollywood movie. And the heroes, regardless whether or not it is a Bollywood movie, will always win out. And Buriram just that hero. Now the numbers disadvantage for Aurora. Buriram goes in for the finisher. Falling shot. Wasana and 590 perfection. Get high with a backup. And Wasana cleans up the house.
Go
Put it
away.
away. 13 eliminations in totality, but now they're going to be pressured from the back.
Lekon.
Gun Dynasty spotting them out. Loud's in the vicinity as well. And
go.
Demon
Go
Sprite
away,
surviving somehow and finding their way in here.
This is a really great
Oh,
round for them
yeah.
as well, surviving this long. And it's really exciting to see someone as aggressive as
দাঁড়াও
Jonah just
একটু
really
দেখা
get up
লাগবে
close
এই
and
পাশে
personal and just
ফ্যালকন
clean
নেবে
up the area. Shiru will be the one to
You're
go
to me.
down next year. Falcons still
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
putting
ফ্যালকনই
in
নেবে
that pressure.
Ah,
The
তোমার
rotation
একটা
now
loud
is
কাম
being
করবে।
very, very intense. Falcons does have a bit of a zone control to play with.
ওই ম্যাচের মতো
but
দেখা
we're
গেল লাউড
seeing
কিছু
GD
একটা
come
কইরেও দিতে পারে
close.
লঞ্চ প্যাড মাইরা হঠাৎ কইরা
Versus
হ্যাঁ
Latam.
এমনই লাগবে
Who's going to get that number 1 spot? Both Gun Dynasty and Buriram. Full squad. But Gun
আরে
Dynasty
ফ্যালকনের
on
উপরে
that
কারা
high
আসলো এটা
ground. This can turn into a disadvantage.
ফ্যালকনের
What
উপরে
is
ই
a
আছে,
massive
ই
advantage
আছে।
for them right now with a
GD
bird's eye view. Can turn it around instantly if someone gets the God nade. It's going to be Benel taking Jazzy out of the side of Demon Sprite. A valiant run here for Demon
4v4
Sprite. It's
shot.
not going to be good enough.
ফ্যালকনের দিকে কারো ফোকাসই ছিল না আর কেন কইলাম ওরা বুইয়া নেবে হঠাৎ করে যদি জিডি উপরে চলে আসে
In the final circle, Loud, still Loud out there looking for their third booyah of the day.
লাউড
This
আর
is a bit of
বুড়িরাম
deja
লাগছে
vu how they have been able to hold on to this top
ওই
side
দেখো
of this
সেম
compound
ওই সাইডেও
once
দুইটা
again.
একটা
Now,
উপরে
Buram
একটা
United
নিচে এই
forced
সাইডেও
to
দুইটা
wait
একটা
this
উপরে
out,
একটা
taking
নিচে
a lot of damage from the players from the other side here. But Falcons want to go for this fight against GD.
যে আগে
Time
সাইড
is
বের
just
করবে
there.
সে
So the best they
জিতবে
can do right now is just wait out the utility, wait out the onslaught of bullets coming at them from different areas. Buram United going to
এই যে বুড়িরামের উপরে চাপ শুরু করে দিয়েছে জিডি।
Yeah, big brain play, man. Three-time world champs for a good reason. Good call by Captain Jonah. The rotation is solid. They've got
GD
the
কি
compound
ইন্ডিয়া?
cover, and they will not get tagged up. And now they stand a
Huh?
good chance of walking away
জিডি তো
with
মনে হয়
the
ইন্ডিয়ান।
booyah here. It's all about positioning supremacy. And now the
Wow.
circle is going to be pressuring two teams. It's Falcons as well as Gun Dynasty. Gun Dynasty still on fire with the most number of eliminations in this lobby. Can they break the record set here by Buriram on Kalahari? 23 eliminations plus the booyah for 35 cracker points.
Yeah, they're forced out into the open where
Gun
Falcons
Dynasty
decide to take
the key.
advantage
Flag
of
is the
this
key.
situation. If you won't come to us, you will cross into our crosshairs. Falcons clean up
GD
house.
says
Gun Dynasty
Gun
out of
Dynasty.
the game. We're down to only 3.
বুড়িরাম
Falcons not even
Falcon.
giving us a lot of time to think about what the answer for that question was going to be. They say, hell no, Mustachio. We take them out of the equation. Buriram, though, still alive and kicking, but loud. Can they withstand this?
Falcon is behind.
Buriram taking the fight
He?
straight up to them. Valindas still
Falcon.
alive.
Falcon is
Side of
never-
Osana. M590 looking for the connection, and he's also got the AWM.
আরে এখন লাগতেছে লাভ নিব বুড়িরামে দাও একটা
Right behind them. What
তো।
a rotation by Buriram.
Yeah, Buram United is just so
বুড়িরাম
aware
ঘুরতাছে
of how
আরে
things are going to go.
শেষ সার্কেলে যে
Now they have a
ঘোরাঘুরি
lot of
হয়
space
একটা
to work
আরেকটার
with.
পিছে
They're
ঘুরতে
aware
ঘুরতে
of
ঘুরতে
where the
ঘুরতে
players are going to be here, but Pina jumps through. The Lance is
loud
not
pressure
able
গাইতেছে
to, and
প্রচুর
now they want to take the fight too loud. They're stuck, trapped, very, very low
Oh.
speed. Jumped away. The damage is there on fire.
আয় হায় করতাছি কি দেখছো লাউড খেয়াল করে নাই রে লাউড শেষ বুড়িরাম আয় নাকে
Taken out of the equation.
লাউড শেষ
Falcons. That was the
ফ্যালকন আর
local
বুড়িরাম
gameplay right there, giving them all the information they needed.
Falcon
And
next.
now it's gonna be
বুড়িরাম
the
দুইটা
global
বুয়া
finals
গেছে
champions taking on the EWC
আর একটা বলে করবো
2024
হুনছো কথা ভাই
champs. And
ওয়াজানারে
Buriram,
আলা দিতে
Jonah
মশি
shutting down Pina with the AWM
क्या
up close
करेगा
and
रे तू?
personal. Looking for the final player, Kororo, looking for that recovery.
বুড়িরাম
And
রে
they
বুয়া
will be denied.
বুড়িরাম
He
ভাই।
বুয়া আর
pulls
মারো
away the third booyah of the
হয়ে
day
গেছে
to
অলরেডি
take
বেস্ট
the number one
হ্যাঁ
spot
এটা
on the leaderboard.
মানে আন্ডারএস্টিমেট করা যাবে না বুড়িরামরে
Buram United, not only are they
বুড়িরাম
so
কোন কি করে দেয়
confident
কোনো ঠিক আছে
playing with that pin
করলো
and
কি
playful play, they don't have to really worry about anything.
উইনার
Positioning is
বুয়াটা
key,
লিখছো
and from
উইনার
that, the
থেকে
rest of the eliminations and the fights just flow to them as well. Patient as hell and
ও অনেকে
okay
বুঝবো
with
না হ্যাঁ
giving away that
বুয়া কি
space.
I didn't even look at the YouTube chat today, but I am damn sure.
ছয়
I am
ম্যাচে 3 ম্যাচে
300%
বুয়া
sure
এটা কি
everybody would
ওয়াসানার
be
মা
saying, washout squad. Buriram can't do well.
বলতে পারি
Blah,
না
blah, blah. We've heard their rhetoric so many times because they've started off the day with 13 points in game 1 at Bermuda, 12 points at Solara. But what a way to wrap up their 6 games. They broke their own record of 27 points at Kalahari. The match that we just saw ended on game 5.
ও
And then
দেখো এই
here
যে
at Nextera,
সবগুলা
they
প্লেয়ার
cleaned
কিন্তু
up
জ্যাকেট
house
পরা
as
উপরে
well
দেয় বুঝছো
for a back-to-back
লিখন
3 booyah day to just
লিখন
show everyone
প্রচুর
that
ঠান্ডা
this
ভাই
time
ভিতরে
EWC,
ঠান্ডা
the
না
championship is
এখন
going
এবার সুল্লি দিব কি
their
জানো
way. But it's not done
তা আমরা
just yet.
জ্যাকেট
It's
নিতে
just
ভুলে
game one.
গেছিলাম
This is just the
যার কারণে
preview
ঠান্ডা লাগছে
of
হাত
the
পা
first
কাঁপছে
day.
খেলতে
Yeah,
পারি
and it's really exciting because you do this well on day 1. You're gonna ride that high into day 2.
এই চুলুম দিলে ভাই কেমন লাগবে গো
You are going to put a big gap between you and your team, which allows you a bit more space to make some mistakes.
And you have to also acknowledge the fact
ওই
that
যে
this was
টিম
the
টিসি
group that
টিম
was
এক্সকিউজ
dubbed
কইলো না
We have so many titans
এরকম
in
যদি
here.
এক্সকিউজ দেয় যে আমি জ্যাকেট নিতে ভুলে গেছিলাম আমরা তো ভাবি নাই যে এত ঠান্ডা পড়বো এখন তুই জায়গায় গিয়া ঢুইকা পরে ভিতরে ঢুইকা তো দিই ঠান্ডায় একদম কাইতে গেছি
Esports World Cup stage, but maybe the previous time the heat at
বুড়িরামের তো কেউ জ্যাকেট পরা না
high. They did complain about the heat
একজন
in
পরা
Paris
খালি
as well, but I'll have to say it's nothing compared to the desert sands of Riyadh.
Yeah, for real. As we come into this game as well, I think what's really exciting to see
play
about them is the fact
the
that not
Predator.
only are they the type of team that really took their time in map number 1, but you can start to see really amp and get more comfortable as most of these maps come by. You start to see Moshi, you start to see Jonah, you start to see Wasana just really step up, able to take up space.
Oh,
And most
beton
importantly, there's a lot
naki.
of support and trust with each other for them to really go all in on these fights.
কি জানি কইলো দুইটা আইফোন কেনা সমান
What a game here on
এক
the
একজনের
final
বেতন
one at Nextera to pull away 22
monthly.
eliminations. This was by far
Monthly
their
হলে
best
দুইটা
game
আইফোন কেনা
of the
সমান
day. I mean,
হাই
prior to this match, the most number of points they
টিয়া
pulled away
লেয়া
was at
টিয়া তো
Solara
পাইছে
with
এলা মারা
17
খায়
points,
সমস্যা
and their
হচ্ছে না
second best was just 13 points. But they just finished Nextera with a 31 bomber. So if you are a Falcons fan, this is exactly what you want for yourself, right? For them to show everyone that they're still alive and kicking.
12 ম্যাচ খেলা লাগবে ওকে বুঝছো এর লেগে এরকম রেজ দিতেছে বুঝছো 2 ম্যাচ পরে পরে হাইড্রেশন মারে আর তো নাইলে একদম ধ্বংস হয়ে যাবে এবার খাও নিলে বুঝতে পারো ভাই তুমি লাইভে কথা কইতে থাকো ঠিক আছে দর্শক বলে ভিডিও দর্শক নাই আছে
interview here with the Buriram Esports players.
আমি
So
একটু
we'll
আইতে
throw you guys onto that. Tash and I will catch you guys tomorrow.
ঠিক আছে এই
Hello
দর্শক আছে
everyone,
লাইভে
we are back on
কইতে
stage.
থাকো
I'm Carol
দর্শক এমনি
Bombshell and I'm happy to
ঠিক
be
আছে
here with this beautiful lady, Lacey. And
আমি
we got
আইতাছি 2 মিনিট
Wasana from Buriram team here.
Okay.
Let's talk with him some very interesting things. Okay, so last year Buriram didn't perform as well as we expected, as the audience expected, and especially your own team at EWC 2025. How does this affect your team to come here this year?
ก็ใน EWC 2025 นะครับ performance ของทั้งของน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ย
इसी
ค่อน
बात
ข้างออกไปใน
ना
ทางด้านของน่าผิด
बाकी
หวังนะ
से
ฮะไม่ว่าในเรื่องของ
कि
performance แล้วก็ทั้งตัวผู้เล่นเองแล้วก็หรือว่าทางผู้ชมก็ตาม คิดว่ามันมีผลต่อ
comment করতে
performance
পারি
ของ
না
เราในปีนี้บ้างยังไงบ้างไหมฮะ
congratulations
performance ของเราในปี
full
EWC
support
2025
England
ครับผม
के
มัน
दिन
ค่อนข้างออกไปทางน่าผิดหวังนะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรกับในปีนี้บ้างไหมฮะ
इसी बात पर से
ผมว่า
इसी की बात आर
ตอน
पलटा
นั้น
में
น่าจะ
से
แบบว่าเล่นไม่ได้เองเฉยๆครับแบบ
ऐसे
มัน
खेला
ยังอยู่ในช่วง
कौन
ที่แบบฟอร์ม
full
ตัวเองไม่ได้ดี
support
ด้วย
Arjun
คิดว่า
Param Devi congrats
ประเด็นนั้นผมจำคำถามไม่ได้
Okay, let me repeat it again for you. No worries. ในปี EWC 2025 ครับผม performance ของทางน้องวัฒนาแล้วก็ในตัวทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยฮะค่อนข้างออกไปทางหน้าผิดหวังนะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรบ้างกับปีนี้ครับผม
สำหรับผมว่ามันก็แบบ
easy
เหมือน
disqualify
ตอนที่เราช่วงที่เราพลาดก็เหมือนให้ประสบการณ์
ভাই
เรา
এখনো
มากก
কোনো
ว่า
কিছু কনফার্ম
ก็
কল
มันทำให้แบบ
দিতেছে
ปี
না
นี้เรา
যে
โตขึ้นด้วย
ইসু
แบบมีประส
ডিসকোয়ালিফাই
บการณ์มาก
খাইছে
ขึ้นว่าโอเคเราเล่นแบบนั้นไม่ได้นะเล่นแบบนี้ไม่ได้ใช่เหมือนแบบเป็นประสบการณ์ให้เรามากกว่าครับในช่วงที่แบบมันน่าผิดหวัง
Yeah, I think in EWC 2025 we are quite underperformance below our standard, but with that failure we study through it and we think that we study from the failure. That's what made it to EWC 2026 performance.
Wow, amazing. Great answer, Osana.
Well, I mean, you've
এসএইচের
turned
খেলা কি
things
এরপর
around
নাকি
now because let's forget about
সবাই
2025
এসএইচের
because
খেলার
we're
জন্য
here in
অপেক্ষা করছে
2006 and you guys have done such an incredible performance. Now, Asana, I want you to talk us through match number 5 when your team was in a 1v1 against AGAL, probably your biggest competitor in this lobby. How did that make you guys feel?
ก็อยากสอบถามในแมตช์ที่ 5 นะครับในเกมที่ 5 ในตอนที่เราเล่นแข่งต้อง 1v1 กับตัว AGAL นะฮะตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวบ้างครับ
ก็แบบว่ามันไหลมาทั้งเกมแล้วครับพอเจอไฟนั้นต่อให้แบบเราจะเสียเปรียบตอนเหลือ 4-3
আপনার
ก็
লাইভ
มุมมันดีกว่าด้วย ตอนนั้นไม่ได้คิดอะไรเลยเพราะว่าในทีมมันแบบใจมันกำลัง
ভাই
มา
এটা
กันทุกคน
স্ট্রিম
เลย
না এটা স্ট্রিম ভাই আপনার লাইভ
Yeah, I think we just like go with the flow of the game and it's like we
KKK
have I
short.
think we have a better angle so that's what lead to the final result.
Okay, amazing. Okay, Wasana, for us to finish, I'm very curious to know about the teams that have tracked you this today because we have like top 5 teams in Group A that are doing very well, and I want to know which teams can be a threat for
আসি
Buriram.
আসি
ก็ในผลของการแข่งขันวันนี้นะฮะก็
আমি ফ্রিকের ওই জায়গায় কমেন্ট বক্স পড়তেছিলাম
ค่
নিয়ে
อนข้างแบบว่าชัดเจนแล้วนะฮะคิดว่าใน
Cricket
ท็อปเนี่ยฮะทีมไหนเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างน่ากลัวที่สุดในมุมมองของ
এই কালকে আইসা কি কোয়ালিফাই করে ডান কইরা আর
ทีมไทยน่ากลัวหมดทุกทีมแบบ
এটা কি ভাই মনে হয় টাইপিং করতে পারে না ভুলভাল মানে
উল্টা পাল্টা দাড়ি কমা নাই কি নাই হ্যাঁ
team in this tournament is like
তানভীর ভাই ইংল্যান্ডে ফুল সাপোর্ট দেন এসএইচ এর ম্যাচ কখন 10 কে হয়ে গেছে কিসের 10 কে হয়েছে লাইক দি 12 কে বেড়া 18 কে
এখন বুঝছো দর্শক 3 ভাগ হয়ে গেছে 3 ভাগ বলে 2 ভাগ এক হইলো অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টের লাইভ দেখবো আর একটা হইলো এই ফ্রিকে মেলে যার যে ফ্যান বেস ওই ফ্যান বেসে
other teams should be scared. You should not be scared of any Brazil teams at this
টিসি
moment.
চেয়ে এসএস
You know,
ভালো
especially
খেলবে ভাই, খেলবে না খেলবে।
but congratulations again on today's performance.
কয়েকজন
And
এ আর ই এর
especially in that
পার্থক্য
last
বুঝে না,
match where you've
আমার
just
বন্ধুই আছে
completely
একটা
taken
এরকম
over,
এ আর
you
ই
know,
এর
the top of
পার্থক্য
the
বুঝে না।
leaderboard there. But
টোকাই হালারা পারে শুধু হেড দিতে, তোদের বাপ টিমরে বল টিসি কে আরা ইডব্লিউসি খেলতে যাই তো।
ওগো যে ফাইট ভাই, এডি দেখতে যে কি মজা।
টিসি চেয়ে এসএস ভালো খেলবে। এবার কমেন্ট বাংলায় করছে, কেন ঠিক আছে। আইশো স্পিড এক্স ফ্রিক বেস্ট কুফা। এই চ্যালেঞ্জে 200 কে হতে কতদিন লাগবে সবাই বলেন তো দেখি। ডিসকোয়ালিফাই না, ম্যাচ আছে।
আচ্ছা ওদের তো 6 ম্যাচ শেষ না, এখন তো
If
স্ট্র
there
হেড
was
থাকবে।
any question, the reigning champions of the Free Fire World Series
সবাই তো তাই
Global
কইতেছে যে
Finals
এখন মনে হয়
25
স্ট্র হেডের খেলা
showed up
দেখাবে।
today because they got 3 booyahs. Not just one, not just two, 3. Honestly, we were talking about consistency early on, right, Neptune? I don't think we were expecting this type of consistency.
I do agree. I mean, it's at some point, even in Southeast Asia, Burma doesn't show up this much in the first day. But I think with the failure they
স্ট্র
had,
হেড
and it was
আমার
mentioned
মনে
in
হয়
interview
স্টেজ
as well.
দুইটা
They
বানাইছে না,
failed so many times before, and they don't want
হইতে
to
পারে।
risk it. They just want to bring a number. So that's
নাহলে আজকে
3
একটু
out of 6
ডিসকোয়ালিফিকেশন
in
রাখছে,
the
তাহলে তো
back-to-back.
দুই টিমেরই মানে সমান সমান ম্যাচ হবে।
I think, you know, BRU, like Neptune has said, right, usually on day one they are the slower team. They're the team that goes into the science lab, they do a bit of litmus test, figure out the variables, come up with a hypothesis, and then they figure out how to win from the day
বুড়িরামের কি
onwards. But
132
maybe
পয়েন্ট?
because you only have 2 days of group stage, they decide to come in, you know, nitro charge, kick in the
Elimination,
gear 5,
yeah.
and just take over the lobby, which is brings me
ইডির
back to
115
BRU back in 2022 at their prime, where every single round
ভাই
they are
100 পাস
always
কোর
going all
100
out.
পার কোর্স পাঁচটা টিম।
This one, Lucifer, because Team Falcons, I mean, this squad didn't look like they were gonna show up today, and on the
লাউড
final
নিল
game,
দুইটা বুইয়া,
they
বুড়িরাম
definitely
নিল
showed
তিনটা,
up.
I think
আরেকটা
it took
কেটে
some
নিল
time for them to recover in the
Egos.
earlier games while we ended up seeing Gun Dynasty. They picked up big time. I think out of the box
আমার
of
4টা
surprise,
প্রেডিকশন
Gun
ঠিক ছিল,
Dynasty
2টা
and
ভুল গেছে।
especially Penel, he went all out. We saw his amazing hits coming through. He was the storm today that nobody was prepared for.
And I'm looking at 5th place.
তাও প্রেডিকশন দুইটা ভাগ, একটা হচ্ছে এপিক নেওয়ার কথা ছিল, লাউড নিয়ে নিল, আর একটা হচ্ছে লাস্টের ম্যাচটা বুড়িরাম নিয়ে নিল আনএক্সপেক্টেড বুইয়া।
The Champions Rush Finals. How are we feeling about this squad?
I don't know. I mean, for loud stickers, I think they have the numbers. They brought in the consistency. They can get, 3, if not 4 out of 6 games that they can get in top 12. It's more of the elimination that they're not getting. They are still playing it slow, and I was expecting in the beginning, yes, that was strategy. But even towards the end, because of how aggressive everyone is right now, the warm-up is over. Like, first 2 games, the warm-up is over, and they was just...
এই একটা কমেন্ট শোনো, মেসি ফিফা বয় আর অসানা ইডব্লিউসি বয়, খালি ওরেই দেখায়।
Weren't really warming up how we expected them to. Are currently on the second page. We're looking at Team Epic's gaming. You're 43 points. Right now, I think they're going to have to start changing their mentality from going directly to the grand finals to now just wanting to go to survival.
I
3 পয়েন্টের মি 38 41।
Epic's gaming, they need that little momentum shift, which is not
ও
seen yet.
ট্যাগের সাথে 5 পয়েন্ট।
There was a little surge that we ended up seeing where Shoto went on a head-on with Falcons. Got that win. I think that has to happen a lot more frequent, and that is the reason when you asked me earlier, I was mentioning that Tag will pick it up, but doubtful of today because it is not an environment that they're used
টপ
to.
5 ই খেলছে ভাই।
They finally had a taste of the Esports World Cup stage. They might pick it up tomorrow and might have a small challenge towards the top 4.
Oh, I know.
6 থেকে 8 এ যারা আছে ওরা এভারেজ খেলছে, বুঝছো?
Would love that. And I mean, we're looking at
বাকি খেলতেই পারে না, ভালো লাগে।
champions at EWC. Husky, they started off hot and they were consistent, but they just weren't able to meet what Buriram was able to do.
Yeah, but I think, you know, for a lot of EVO's fans, this is considered better than what we've seen in the past almost 4 years since 2025. after they won Riyadh, they had quite the slump. They went through a lot of challenges, and we even heard them talking during the interviews that they are just trying to figure things out. They're trying out different styles. So we came into today not expecting Evo to do it that well. We were expecting them maybe to finish the top 6, and then maybe tomorrow they turn it up. But to finish in 4th place and have consistent booyahs, or at least getting one booyah, just one booyah.
ক্রিকেট এই জায়গা মনে হয় সবচেয়ে হাস্যকর কমেন্ট দেখা যায় ভাই
Expectations we have.
And it's kind of scary too. I mean, for some of these squads that are performing the way that they currently are, because
পেকের উচিত at least সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজ খেলা
squads are just compacting and making sure that the top is very top heavy in regards to points.
ওরা নাকি ফাইনালে
Sponging a
কোয়ালিফাই
lot of those
করবে
points from the bottom teams, and somebody needs to do something tomorrow to make sure they stop them. We had one
ফুসফুস কইছিল না
team with 3 booyahs, one team with 2 booyahs, and another one with 1. I mean, you need to find a way
পোলাপান ফ্রিকের এনে কইতেছে জিকু ভাইরে ধরে উল্টা করে থাপড়াইতে হবে
not getting booyahs. We're looking at Gun Dynasty as well as
এই যে
ভাই আমার
জিকু এটা কোনো কন্টেন্ট ক্রিয়েটর হইলো হয়
for this stage.
ওই প্যারি
ও অ্যানালাইজ
They have been consistent in getting all those
ও
eliminations.
eSports অ্যানালাইজ করে ভাই ও কত সেন্স আছে ভাই eSports সম্পর্কে
আর তো কি বুঝে না তো ভোগাই
They have already stacked up a lot of those eliminations already and all those points. Although this first 6 games that I think they're risking, like they can risk at least 1 game to go down, and then following, they will still have that top.
I think even coming into this, right, the meta has shifted more towards prioritizing sniper players. We've seen the ability Skylar and Morse being more of the popular ones, and we have some great standout sniper play today. Benel from Gun Dynasty, Limit X7 from Team Falcons, Moshi, of course, from BRU. Rasha is on his game today, and a lot of these highlight clips actually came from these sniper players.
I know you've been wanting to talk about the squads, and I'm so glad you guys joined me, especially you too, Lucifer. By the way, for everybody paying attention, we are changing people around, and don't worry, Lucifer and Husky will still be around because they're actually going to get to cast on the second series that's going to be coming up. Make sure you stay tuned. We're currently just wrapping up here Group Series 1, which was none other than Group A.
Nadir.
Right? You talk about AG. We've talked about maybe Falcons being able to step it up, and we talk about Tag not really being able to wake up. Whether it's good or bad, I want you to tell me one team that surprised you, and it's okay if it's bad. I think
কিন্তু ফ্যান বেস আছে ভাই ভালোই
বাইরের দেশে গিয়া আর ইউটিউব চ্যানেল দেখাইলে মানুষ ফ্রি হোটেল সার্ভিস দিয়া দেয় যাতে একটা রিভিউ দেয়া যায়
against gents from the Southeast Asia, they've done big, and especially this group was most of the toughest teams out there in the lot of the 24, and they've been the biggest surprise. And adding on to that of how loud they've gotten their booyahs and how they've been on a stretch starting off in the very first game, I think that's where we have those highlights and surprises on day 1 itself.
Yeah, for everybody currently watching,
নাদির তো ইনভেস্টও কম করে নাই নিজেও প্রচুর ইনভেস্ট করে দিকে তো
we play an extra 6 matches here for Group A.
শুরুর দিকে তো প্রচুর
This
ইনভেস্ট
is what I'm talking about. That group heavy. How that top is just going to be sponging up those points. You can start seeing now a bit of the discrepancy, even though we'll have 6 more games. Now, one team from you that you're going to be, that you were kind of surprised whether it was good or bad, Neptune.
Well, I would say Team Falcon, because I was not expecting them to slowly build it up. Again, similar to what we've seen, EWC. We talk about EWC. They're one of the team who doesn't show their full potential. But I guess they're trying to shift in 2nd, 3rd gear, not the 5th gear as you mentioned for
অন্যান্য দেশের টিমের প্লেয়ার দেখি এক একটা শরীর দেখলে মনে হয়
to
পাড়া
stay afloat for another day.
Well, Husky, I mean, we don't want to say that 5th gear just yet. Save it for the finals.
ও বাকি 6 ম্যাচ কালকে হবে
That you definitely need to see that 5th gear, especially coming in tomorrow.
I gotta talk about Aurora Gaming.
আজকে হবে
কালকে সার্ভাইভাল
The last time a Malaysian team has been on the international stage was 4 years ago, back in
এরপরে ডাইরেক্ট ফাইনাল
Thailand, and ever since then we have missed out even in regional tournaments. So to make it back
টোটাল 4 দিন হবে না
EWC 26 and the first appearance for them as well is a big moment for Malaysia. Of course, we can see the jitters in them. There were definitely some moves that even I was questioning, like, what are we doing here? But I believe in them, right? I think Aurora is a team that even if they don't make it to the finals by tomorrow, they will have a decent chance in survival.
Okay, well, hey, tomorrow, if you want to be able to even go to survivals, make sure you wake up. You could see it. You could hear it in the background. And those are the loud fans starting to get ready, because that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Group B is going to be coming up, so stay tuned, because you're actually seeing out your casters. And thank you so much, boys, for joining us. I appreciate it. Lucifer, Neptune, you're going to be stuck with me the whole time. And Husky, make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying. I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money.
Hey.
Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Timo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah.
EWC announced.
Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Timo, what would you do with $75 million?
2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is $75 million? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the $75 million to buy some skills.
ফ্রি ফায়ার, লিগ অফ লিজেন্ডস, তারপর হচ্ছে এটা তো লিগ অফ লিজেন্ডস এর।
কেউ আসো নাকি গেছো?
এই তোমার ডিসকর্ডে যে গ্রুপগুলো এখন অফ আছে ওই গ্রুপগুলো থেকে লিড নিতেছি।
আরে খেলা ব্রাজিলের জার্সি পরে এই যে খেলা দেখতে। ওরা দেখো বাইরের দেশের যে প্লেয়ারটি ওরা চেয়ারে বয়ে খেললে কি কমফোর্টলি বহে, বাংলাদেশের টিম মানে কোথায় চেয়ারে বয়ে খেলতে পারে না।
ভাই বাংলাদেশ সব দিকে সমস্যা।
হ্যাঁ
বাংলাদেশি টিমের সমস্যা সব জায়গায়।
এই খাটে বইয়া খেলতে খেলতে মরে মরে হুইয়া মুয়া এখন আর বইয়া খেলতে হবে।
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As this is your halftime show,
Group B এর intro
before we
দিব
end
না,
up
direct
going
ঢুকাই
to
দিতে।
Group B, that's right, I ended up running.
হ্যাঁ?
So if I'm a little bit sweaty, I apologize.
মানে কি গ্রুপ বি এর রাখেন এন্ট্রি রিজার্ভ করে না।
ওই যে টেবিল টুবিল আবার সরান লাগবে ইন্ট্রো দিলে।
Introduce you to the broadcast because
বুঝছো?
you have been able to do
বাট এমনি এন্ট্রি
all
দিত।
the club championship reports. How are you enjoying free fire so far?
Honestly, it's been really cool because we're focusing kind of on like these overarching storylines for all of the orgs, right? And obviously
RRQ রাবাই কি সে দুরু তোমার ইভোসে ঢুকছে নাকি?
last match of that series, that Booyah, they just barely missed out. It's so close. Second place that puts them in 6th overall. So that's
দেখাই কিছুটা উঠতেই পারি।
as well as AGL being up there in 3rd, not too shabby.
It started to heat up there for the club championship, but yeah, I mean Falcons did good. They finally woke up for us.
4 দিনের টুর্নামেন্ট, 4 দিনের টুর্নামেন্ট দেখতে কেউ ফ্রান্সে যাবো।
Look, I did sort of capitalize on that, you know, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, a lot of, you know, the club championships to sort of carry, and you know, if we move back to 2025, it was like
যে হলে করতেছে ভাই টিকেটের যে লেভেলের প্রাইস
sort of capitalize for Free Fire for the club championships of Falcons. So they sort of came out a little bit slow. They were sitting in like that middle of the pack mentality. But you know what? They were like, wait a second, we're going to be club champions in 2026. You know what I'm saying? So
they want to go for that back to back, which we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But right now, you know what? We're taking a little bit of a break from Free Fire at EWC 26. We want to have some fun here. I want to ask you, how's your trip so far in Paris? What is the best thing you have eaten?
Ooh, the best thing I've eaten?
Yes. There's so many good options.
There's too many good options.
it was that meat in the cafeteria yesterday. The
beef. The beef was really
Shout out
good.
to the cafeteria people here.
Honestly, also had some really good pastries, like unmatched pastries. So a little pain au chocolat, you know.
Okay. I want a croissant. I haven't been able to get a croissant just yet.
Everywhere 7.
I know, but I'm just waiting for the right one that just looks at me and is like, eat me 7. I'm like, okay, that one. How about you, Lace? Which one? You said the meat at the cafeteria, right?
Day 1 I got here, okay? So I'm here for a week. Day 1 I got here, I was like, just really need a sandwich. And like here, a sandwich is fantastic. A baguette, and it had like, you know, different grains and seeds on top of it, and some Swiss cheese and ham, and I was in heaven, and I balanced it out with an eclair because you know I need to get those carbs in. But I was in heaven day 1, guys.
Oh my god! Wait, hold on.
You.
What was it? The one that you said? What?
A baguette.
Interesting.
I don't know where he has that.
You don't want to know.
18 is time.
Let's just say I was
Red
running
neck.
funny. But this weekend. Now, I want to do
এটা
a
ব্লেডের
challenge
এত তো
with you,
দেখছিলাম
okay? Because it is Free Fire.
দেখি
at
ব্রেড
EWC
রুটি
26.
রুটি নাকি
And there's been a lot of teams.
লাগে তো
who
ওইটাই বেরি দেখ
Round was just able to get 3 booyahs in one series, which honestly, everybody was absolutely shocked. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be throwing this baguette at somebody.
Literally?
Yeah, I hope you grab it because I don't want to get up because then you guys are gonna see how short I am in real life. But I'm gonna be throwing it at somebody, and I want you to give me
যেমন
your best
ফ্রান্সের ঐতিহ্যবাহী খানা
Okay.
Okay.
হইতে পারে
I don't know if I leave my left hand.
Who's it gonna be?
I don't know.
Who's it gonna be? I want to surprise y'all.
Hot potato. At least I don't have to catch it now.
Why would you give the baguette to the best? Okay, which camera am I going to stare deep into? This one?
That one right there.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, she's getting up for this.
Oh, I can't compete already.
Booyah, baby! Ow! There we go. That was all I got.
Oh my god. I don't even want to go.
Do you want to follow that up?
I don't want to follow that up. No. I don't. Well.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think we're just gonna leave it there because we will be getting ready for Group B.
Get up 7.
I'm not gonna pick it up.
Booyah.
I'm getting hungry just looking at that baguette. So hopefully Group B is
Like
getting
direct
ready.
message
We'll be getting started
screen
soon. We'll be breaking it down. We'll be talking about all the awesome teams that are there and see if there's anybody out there that might be able to get through booyahs. And we might end up using that booyah at some point. Because Lace, that was something.
That was from
Stay tuned.
That was from my chest.
Stay tuned for Group B. Oh, hold on. Wait. No,
Not quite.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Alright, hello everyone, it's Yuso and
अच्छा,
we're
और कैसा है
live
कि
in
बार-बार?
Paris here in EWC 26 Free Fire stage. And right next to me, we have our two co-streamers who are so popular in Vietnam. Introduce to you Bác Gấu and
Don't
Cyrus.
say wag, wag it
Thì không biết là hiện tại là mình đang ngồi đây sân khấu tại
Thế nó
Pháp
vui
thì
đi.
mọi người đang cảm giác như thế nào vậy ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn nha. Rất là hồi hộp các bạn, mà không khí ở đây gọi là tuyệt vời và chưa bao giờ mà thấy một cái sân khấu mà lớn như thế này các bạn ơi. Mình không biết là áp lực của các tuyển thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa.
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em có thấy rất là vui ạ.
Vui thôi hả?
Dạ.
Mình bay rất là lâu tới đây mà chỉ thấy vui thôi hả?
কি মনে হয় ভাই কারা জিতবে কত?
Trải nghiệm được nhiều rồi.
Trải nghiệm được nhiều.
কি এই ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ
Overall, the stage is really high.
ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপের সেমিফাইনাল ম্যাচ
Never
ইংল্যান্ড
seen
ভার্সেস
any
আর্জেন্টিনা
stage
versus
like
Argentina.
this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall,
জিতবো আর্জেন্টিনা বাট একটা ফাইট হইব করা
feelings happy when they're here in Paris to attend
আমারও মনে হইতেছে আর্জেন্টিনা জিতবে, তবে বেলিংগাম যদি মানে ও যে লেভেলে পারফরম্যান্স দিতেছে ওই যদি দেয় তাহলে
না 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 ফাইট হইব করা ফাইট হইব দেখো
và cả sau đó cảm thấy là các bạn khán
Em
giả
ta
của mình
Argentina
được comment như thế nào vậy ạ? Mọi người có
ইতিহাসে সেরা কামব্যাক দিব
đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của team secret của mình không ạ?
হাত দিয়ে গোল টোল দিবে আজকে আবার
দেখো না ওই দিন ইতিহাসে সেরা কামব্যাক দিছে রেফারি রে লয়া
হ্যাঁ আর্জেন্টিনার তো এই পাওয়ারটা সব সময় থাকে
Kênh sống của Ghana Refi Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ.
খেললে cái gì cover আল্লাহ
Thi đấu
মাবুদ
của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil, nhưng năm nay Brazil trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ.
Cảm ơn các ạ. Vậy thì Cyrus sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào về trong hai trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus sẽ đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
Thì theo em thấy thì sau hai trận thi đấu thì em thấy cũng khá là khắc nghiệt. Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams, Latam, India, and so many move on more. And very excited to see a huge circle of Free Fire all attending here to compete their best to get the champions at EWC 26. And overall, after 2 matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has to go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC 26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A. And well, this is the end, and I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team, and I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support.
Have you introduced your outfit for today? No problem. There's a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy
ও
bears,
একটা ভিডিও
even
রেকর্ড
hats.
করে রাখছে এটাই বারবার ইয়া করতেছে লুপে মারতেছে হ্যাঁ
Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here. Another teams that
মানে
you
ওইদিকে
can
স্টেজের কাজ
cheer
ঠিকই
for.
করতেছে
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We
মানে
gotta
এটা
cut
লুপে
this
মাইরা
right now
ওই দিক দিয়ে কাজ
because I'm
করতেছে
gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo
দেখো
Stand.
টিম
You can
ভাইটালিটির
play
একটা
games
রুম
and
দেখাইবো
also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I
রুম
wanna
বলতে
try.
স্টোরের মতো দেখছো
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of EWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1,
এই যে
stage
টিম
2, the
ভাইটালিটি
most
দেখছো
important stage for you. Stage 3,
এটা কি
stage
দর্শক
4.
বহার
Oh my
জায়গা
gosh, oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Kidia City? No problem, we got Kidia City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon. What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Free Fire, but there is a lot more.
Saudi না
কি লেগা বাংলাদেশ আইছো ভাই বুঝলাম না তো
So come with me.
রাব্বু চলে আসছে রাগ করে কি করবে
5 মিনিট আগে আইছো আমি দেখি
Welcome to EWC 26 Free Fire. I'm Yusel, and right next to me is TS1 from Team Secret, as known as your
আরে
favorite team, the
কেমন জানি ভাই আমার লিংক দিছে এই ডিসকর্ডের ভিতরে অটোমেটিক ঢুকে থাকে মানে লিংক দিয়ে জয়েন করতে
আরেক পরে বলতেছে ভাই চোরের দল কাতারের মাল দেখে চোরের দল কে রে ভাই আমি জন্মাইছি ভাই আমি বাংলাদেশি পিওর বাংলাদেশি
আরে তুই মিমটা বুঝছ না তুই
জন্ম হইতেই পারে যাই না এটা
সালাম দে
আমি তোরে গালি দিলাম তুই আমারে সালাম দিলি
এখানে আছে নাকি স্ক্রিন দেখো
দেখতেছি
এটা কেডা কি জানি নাম এই টিমে Team Secret.
Alright, one more question. I remember in the Vietnam tournaments, you guys, especially for your coach, the Ghost, have said that we would love to say hello to the Fluxo.
চিনি না এই টিমটা তো ভালো করে
Is your mentality okay when you have to face them or something like that? Because I heard that you guys were in the same bus on the way here as well. Thì ở giải đấu Việt Nam League vừa rồi của chúng ta thì
Legion là কি নাম আছিল এই লোগোই ওরা কি নাম বদলাইলো
có nói rằng là chúng mình gửi lời chào đến Fuxo. Thì mình cũng nghe nói là hồi nãy mọi người đi chung xe với
বাংলা ইউনিটি নাম বদলাই কি দিলে এরা
có tương tác gì với nhau không? Có chào hỏi gì có
Ta
gì với
rapper.
nhau không ta?
thì nói chung
Bắn lên đi thì bảo
thì tụi em là bạn bè nhưng mà vô game thì là kẻ thù một mất một còn
রিপার্স নামটা কেমন না
Vậy thì bây giờ một nghĩ như thế nào về Fuxo?
আগের নামই ঠিক ছিল
em
আগের
nghĩ
নামটাই
Fluxo
সুন্দর আছিল
họ rất là
ক্যারেক্টার
mạnh về
সুন্দর
khoảng teamwork nhưng mà nếu mà bọn em bắn đúng phong độ thì
রিপার
có lẽ
কেমন
cũng
লাগে
sẽ không thua kém gì họ.
Okay, of course, like outside we are friends, but in game, of course, we are enemies. One loss and one win. And overall, I think that Fluxo is very strong about the teamwork, but also the tactics. But if us, Team Secret, play our best, we are not going to lose him. Well, thank you, we also won a lot, and this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching, and please continue your journey at EWC 26.
টাইম তো হয়ে গেছে গা ম্যাচের
Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. It's time. I wasn't lying to you. It is Group B gonna be coming in. I mean, we got some surprises in that Group A. I know one team. Conchita, you're back with us. Thank you so much for coming back.
Yay,
You're gonna be looking at RRQ.
Yes, it's so good to be back, and it's so good to finally see RRQ back in action because I'm rooting for them, obviously. I've always wanted to see them finally get the trophy, finally get to be able to feel and experience how it's like to be number one. Because the case is almost like, you know what they're saying? Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That is kind of the case with RRQ. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that they're here to finally break the curse this year. Please don't make it a jinx. Don't make it another Aurora moment with Neptune over here. No, I'm not trying to jinx you, RRQ. I'm really rooting for you.
Oh no. Maybe it'll be a blessing. Remember, AJ and Tash, they were able to bless some teams. Maybe you talking about RRQ will definitely be a blessing because I know one team that Lays wants to bless is none other than Team Secret.
The underdogs. I love an underdog story. I'm always, going out for those, the people that sort of, don't have the massive names, you know what I mean? But Team Secret. Now in 2025, they didn't do good. Okay, so you're like, Lace, why are you picking them? Like they weren't that great in 2025, where they completely had a brand new roster, choked. Yeah, I'm using that. They hit about 14th place, and it was only in the last couple of global series and online tournaments that they were able to win back to back to back. So talk about on the rise and the come up. Team Secret are going to be the ones you have to keep an eye out on because although in earlier performances not that good, but it seems like something has come into the drawing board, which is making this team definitely one to watch.
Okay, well, hey, we'll have to wait and see
No
if
jinxes.
that's going to be a jinx or if it's a good call out and they'll be like, you know what, we really don't want to choke. One team that's going to be looking not to choke here on day one of Free Fire at EWC 26 is going to be Fluxo, because this is that one championship that they're currently missing. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to be like Versailles, come in and get 3 booyahs.
Oh, yeah, I mean, expecting that as well, especially when the top dogs is not part of this. Right? We've seen the group death from Group A. Group B right now is, I couldn't say that they don't have that fire compared to what we've witnessed earlier, but it's a similar story from what we witnessed from RQ, Fluxo, especially after they were they were stolen of that global finals championship by United. Everything was
Hello,
just going
what's
downhill.
up? কি অবস্থা ভাই ব্রাদার্স, যারা লাইভে যুক্ত আছেন অবশ্যই চ্যানেলটিকে সাবস্ক্রাইব করে দিবেন, লাইক
So
করে
I'm really
দিবেন,
looking
শেয়ার
forward
করে
to
দিবেন।
that turnaround being brought in by Fluxo right now, and let's see though, because they still have the usual fire in them, and we were talking about snipers. MT7 will be in there, so I would love to see him really perform.
I mean, the reigning MVP out of Brazil too, right? And if we're going to be talking about players, what's one player, whether he's from RQ, Conchita, or from some other squad, because I know we're not biased to RQ here whatsoever on this desk.
We are not. We are not. I clearly just said that there's always time for them to be champions because, come on guys, number 2 is not good enough. And I think it is time for you guys to step it up. But yeah, speaking of players, I really want to appreciate how Duts is doing so well as the captain of RRQ. But also, something that really caught my attention is actually what the Fatality team is doing this year, because they are trying a new meta. 2 snipers, 2 rushers. That is something out of this world, and they are the strongest that they've been with this new formation and movement that they're trying to do, and it's just so amazing what small change can do to a team.
Okay, Neptune, I see you itching over there. You're like, you're getting happy feet. You're like, yes.
He's trying to push me off the camera. He's moving so much.
Pretty sure you want to talk about this one too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like I've watched this team from when they were introduced to Southeast Asia in FFWS, and it was just a Falcon Hunters, and then they switched from a Falcon Hunters to a Giant Hunters, because they're just going against all the giants like Versailles United, AJAL, and now bringing that into the conversation, double snipers. Back then they were just the ones trying to catch up. Now they're ones leading the teams to a different meta, and I don't know if someone will copy them. I know if someone will copy them quite well to counter them, but we know that Chris Jaw, the coach, has a plan in there. I tried to squeeze it out of him, but he's a lock.
Well, let's do a bit of a prediction, right? With what we've seen so far out of Group A and how you have seen the lobby play out, what do you expect from that kind of new meta, from that kind of formation? Do you expect it to maybe perform quite well in surprises here, like some of the other squads were able to? Or what are you expecting from having 2 snipers?
Well, there's a lot of aggression that you can put in. Like you have more information, especially when it comes to Kalahari, and even in those usual maps like Bermuda, Purgatory, you still have a long range of information as well as elimination capability. So, and from similar to what I mentioned earlier for Versailles United, once they get a knock, they already use the launch pod, ready to go in for that shot, for that confirmation, and they know exactly if they will be third party, and they can pull out quite quickly. So that's what we've seen from Bigatron, or Team Vitality rather. They're quick on their feet. They know when to get in and out, because they know how to choose their fight.
Yeah, and seeing how the train goes from the Group A, I think the lobby looks quite similar to what we usually see at the Southeast Asia games, right?
That is exactly what I was going to ask. I was like, that lobby was stacked. What are we in for?
It is so familiar, and the thing that I'm also noticing is that all the passive team are not doing so well in the Group A. So yeah, I think it's finally the chance for teams like Fatality, who are trying new things with 2 snipers, to actually perform really well and become, take the center of the stage.
I mean, sometimes when you have that particular play, you are adhering to the strengths of each player, because in any sort of game, you're like, oh, I'm going to play support and just kind of sit in the back here. But no, I'm excited to see this because that is putting, you know, probably everybody's strengths in the forefront. And yeah, it could turn out like a complete mess. But, you know, to be one of the teams that are sort of only particularly running that sort of combination, this could be such an exciting match just to see this. And I want to see how many people copy it. Oh, I'm ready.
Oh my god, this is actually my very first EWC, as I told you before, and I'm so moved by what I'm seeing today. I mean, can you see how amazing defensive Fluxos are?
I wish they were right behind this. I'm not gonna lie, because not only are they doing that stuff, they also had some drums. They had a bunch of energy. They're jumping up and down. They even have their mascot here. So actually, is that right? Yes, that might be right. I'm hearing that the amazing Karen Bombshell has an interview with some fans.
Can you feel this energy? This is the atmosphere of Brazilian fans. I am right now at the Fluxo crowd. Let's talk about with Amoroso, who is responsible for all these people that came all the way from Brazil just to cheer for their favorite team, Fluxo. Okay, Amoroso, I know this is your first time here in Paris, the first time you are out of Brazil. How does it feel to be the first time you're out of Brazil only for your passion for esports and especially for your team? Eu sei que é a sua primeira vez fora do Brasil e eu quero saber como é que você está se sentindo saindo pela primeira vez do Brasil, pela sua paixão pelo esporte eletrônico e para torcer para o seu time.
Cara, a sensação acho que é inexplicável. Não só eu, né, mas a maioria, 99% da torcida nunca nem viajou direito, tipo, não saiu do Brasil pela primeira vez. E tá todo mundo muito feliz, principalmente que a gente é uma torcida muito apaixonada. A gente nunca imaginou, né, porque tipo, a gente ia pra WB, né, pra FFWS Brasil de metrô, resenhando. Eu nunca imaginava que um dia a gente ia de avião assistir o nosso time em outro país, né, principalmente Paris, cidade maravilhosa. Então, nós estamos muito orgulhosos do que a gente já construiu e eu garanto que a gente vai fazer história aqui e vai sair com esse título.
There's no words to explain what I'm feeling right now. It's such a special moment to bring all these people from Brazil, especially because we used to go to the regular season of Brazil by subway, by train, by walking, and these people could never imagine to get in an airplane and come all the way to Paris at EWC 2026. So right now, we are really happy to be here, especially to support Fluxo. That's our team. We love them. Okay, guys, make some noise!
I swear, I have better dance moves than this, but I'm not supposed to move that much.
That's dad
So
dances.
just
I have one question actually. Carol, can I be adopted by you? Me too. She looks like such a fun mom, you know, with the fans, with the drums and everything, the spirit. Oh my god, amazing. Girl
It
crush.
is. I mean, that outfit she's wearing too. She's sparkling everywhere.
I know, I
You
know,
see her
right?
walking, you'd be like, oh, there goes Carol.
That's my disco ball.
Yeah, a ball of energy for sure. Love you, Carol.
She's gonna. Yes, this is what I wanted. Oh yeah. I asked for it, and we got it. Hold on. Brother, I need you to come over here with that drum because I want to be able to bang on that drum at least once. But you know what? Since we have Fluxo here, earlier we saw Buram being able to get 3 booyahs.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that. I think it's safe to say that nobody expected that. So let's do the unexpected. Let's see, maybe we can cast her, curse them, or bless them in some kind of way. Lace, I'm gonna go with you first. Which team do you think, and don't let the teams behind us and the fans behind us influence your decision, that you think they might get 3 booyahs coming up in this Group B series?
I'm gonna get. I need some crowd control after this because I'm gonna go RRQ. Hopefully they didn't hear me. Yeah,
That's the
They didn't
spirit,
hear me,
girl.
guys.
Love you.
She sold you on it.
She really did. So we're double caster cursing, right? No, we're double give him positivity.
Yeah, we double blessed them.
We have a shrine at the
Hopefully,
back.
fingers crossed. Okay.
Well, before you give me your answer, before I go to Neptune as well, you were telling me that there is one player from RRQ that you really wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I kind of really want to see how Rans is doing because he's a rather new player. And what's interesting is that RRQ actually plucked him from the academy. So he's got a lot to prove. He's still very young and he's playing the role of a playmaker, which, as we all know, usually is given to Abai. So it's something new that he's trying. I'm just really hoping that he can do his best and the stage fright doesn't really affect him because then again, being a new player, being new to EWC, it's a whole another pressure.
We call it new player, but it's
Yes.
a new dynasty.
Yeah.
You know, we have these seasoned players that have set in their ways, and then you get these younger players that come through that change everything, and then it is the absolute world. So new dynasty, not new player.
Yes,
not at all.
new dynasty. But
RRQ,
it is something that we needed to do though. We gotta keep them fresh.
Agreed.
We do. We definitely do. And you know what? I'm going to give you some more time because I think I have an idea who you might be picking, Conchita, in regards to the team that might end up getting 3 booyahs. So Neptune, you got some time. Let's see if you have been swayed to the RRQ or maybe the fans behind us with Fluxo are swaying you or you're just going to surprise us.
No, I mean, despite of Fluxo being behind us right now, I'm just going to numbers right here. But because based on like the qualifiers that they have, the regionals that they have, they're the ones that has the most booyahs, 14 if I'm not mistaken, and you won't be able to do that. They're not even, that's just even the first phase, the first league. So I'm really looking forward to them to continue that here on because there's a lot of paying back that needs to be happening right now. Luxo is waiting for this opportunity, and guess what's missing when they are in EWC right now is the fans. But now we're getting that energy. We're going to get that energy as well because if you go to Brazil, you can see how crazy fans get, how loud it gets. Now.
হ্যালো ভাই ব্রাদার কি অবস্থা সবার আপনারা আছেন কি আছেন না আই ডোন্ট নো আমি আবার চলে আসলাম আপনাদের মাঝে খেলা উপভোগ করতে টিইসি এর খেলা দেখলাম ওরা 6টা ম্যাচ কমপ্লিট করলো বাট তাদের কাছ থেকে তেমন আশানুরূপ ফলাফল আমরা পাইনি বাট সামনে ইস্ট্রো হায়ার্স এর ম্যাচ আছে ইস্ট্রো হায়ার্স এর ম্যাচ কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে শুরু হবে এবং দেখবো সেই ম্যাচে ইস্ট্রো হায়ার্স কেমন পারফরম্যান্স করে তারা কি এই টপ লেভেলের টিমগুলোকে ছাড়িয়ে দিতে পারবে কিনা দেখা যাক
because they are one of the strongest contender that we have right now in the Southeast Asia
কেমন পারফরম্যান্স করে টিমগুলো
I do think that they have a lot to prove at this EWC 2026. But again, if you ask me which team are most likely to replicate what Buriram United Esports has just done, 3 booyahs, I think I'm gonna have to go with RRQ. They just deserve it, you know. It's just, I really wanted this to happen for them.
I love you,
I
Lika,
genuinely
Lika.
do.
I'm
really sorry. I tried to be neutral. But again, if you ask me which team are most likely to replicate what Buriram United Esports has just done, 3 booyahs, but all I'm saying is that I'm gonna have to go with RRQ. They just deserve it because I know I really wanted this to happen for them. I genuinely do.
আচ্ছা এই গ্রুপে মানে ব্রাজিলের 2টা টিম
I tried to be professional, right? You know, the
পিছনের বলায় করতে চাইতেছি কি
But all I'm saying is that it's
ওরে ভাই হঠাৎ করে লাভতে
without challenges.
আরে না এডি তো এডি মনে কর অর্গের লোক আর কি
It hurts me to say this, it pains me to say this, but a lot of people has been saying that they have this choke.
এডি হলো অর্গ সাপোর্টার লুকসো
ডিসকর্ড থেকে বাইরে হয়ে গেছি ভাই এবারে টান দিয়ে দিছে আর ঢুকবো না কালকে
You know, the stage fright, I don't know, something. Yeah, well, let's just call it a curse, okay? Just right away.
কাজী ভাই এতক্ষণ যে কি কইলাম তুমি শুনো নাই
কি কইছস
কইলাম আমি তুই কি নতুন কোন কার্ড পাইছস গেমে
গেমে তো ঢুকি না বেটা দেই
তুইন ভাই কইছে এফএ যাইতে আমি কই
সামনে বারান
শুনো 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 এটা কইলাম বারান পাইছ হ্যাঁ ভাই ঠিক আছে কাজী ভাই তুইন ভাই তোমার বলছে এফএ যাইতে কিন্তু
মানে আমি কই না এই মাদার
ভাই মাত্র কইছি
আমি না অনেকে কইছি
আচ্ছা অনেকে কইছে ঠিক আছে আমি কইছি কাজী ভাই নো হ্যাঁ কাজী ভাই নো গেম প্লে দিতে পারে না আমি গেমটা খেলতে গেছিলাম
গেম খেলবো মোবাইলে
সময় তো গেছে গা ভাই
এই সময় না আরো সময় আছে বুঝো নাই ওই সময় অন্য সময় আয়া বলবো
এক লগে ডাবল গেম আছিল কি কই
Just enjoy
Hey,
yourself. Just go back to
them.
basics.
You wanna do your-
Because the more you let yourself go, the freely you play, the better you get. So I think it happens in every sports. The mentality of going all out and just putting it out there, the sincerity of it is actually what's going to help you to perform better.
Yeah, and the one thing that we actually don't want from any of these teams,
Oh.
and that we tend to see quite often, as sad as it is to say this, is that they wait for the last second
কখন
to
খেলা শুরু
just
হবে
actually
8টা
send it. When
বেজে
they
গেছে
got
7:40
nothing to
স্টার্ট
lose,
দেওয়ার কথা
that's when they're like, you know
Team
what?
Falcons.
Yeah, we got nothing to lose. Let's just send it. And luckily for Group B, I mean, you're going to have 6 matches to start off with. You saw what happened with Group A. Going into this lobby, Lace, especially in Group A, we saw so much aggressiveness. Are you think it's going to be the same? Because I'm thinking it's going to be the same. Aggressiveness is at the top of the charts.
Well, I did talk about that. I said, I think it was even with GG, match number 1, where they hit 17 limbs. They came out incredibly strong, which solidified those future games for them. Did they win? No, but they were sitting in the middle of the pack, a little bit more safe than hitting those bottom 2 on the leaderboard. So I think come out incredibly strong.
Right
And
now,
we're talking about the
team
teams, double snipers,
কোথায়?
double rushes. Like, just see
Team
if this
RRQ.
works. Give yourself those 2 matches, those first 2, come in strong.
আমাদের
Doesn't
Expo
work,
hat
adapt and
কোথায়?
make changes through there. But yeah, y'all need to like turn this up because I need to see some action.
Yeah, I mean it's Paris and it's summer, so it's hot outside. Might as well turn up the competition inside as well, right? And as I keep saying,
entertain us.
As I keep saying, I think we've been seeing some changes now. Aggressive way of playing is actually works, and it is what the team has been trying to do in the first group. And I think that's the only way to do it now, since Group B have some dangerous teams in it as well. So.
Yeah, I think what we would expect, especially this is second half of our day number 1, because they've seen a lot of tactics already. They've watched, they stalked a lot of teams right now. So they can get more of those strategies on their own, especially if it's in tune with their own personality. And that's what we would expect right now, especially with those, as you mentioned, Gun Dynasty. Who doesn't want to be on the top of the board, like doesn't care about getting booyahs yet, because it's just the number 1. You don't need that for the like compared to Champion Rush. So you can go with that kind of approach and then rest towards the second half.
Okay, well, it's time to see if Group B is going to be top heavy or if we're going to be seeing something different that we haven't seen yet. Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26 starts now.
Of our teams have now had a
খেলা
chance
শুরু হবে
to
ইন্ট্রো হবে
compete right
এখন
here on the Gadia City grid.
টিমগুলোর
And there's plenty more where that came from, Luta.
দেখা
Yeah,
যাক
of course, 40
এই
ace
ইন্ট্রো
players
কেমন
just
দেয়
waiting in the backstage now, and they're counting down the time, the moment until they can finally get their hands on the game. Oh, well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
Yeah, and as we saw in the first group, like, there is few surprise, but most of the time the favorites just have made strong start to the tournament. It will be maybe the same on Group B. I mean, we will find out in few minutes now. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our teams, starting with
মিয়া কর টিমের নাম কি মিয়া কর এটা কেমন নাম
Al Ahly Esports.
আল আলহাস নাকি আল আহলি স্পোর্টস ঠিক আছে
Total Gaming Esports IQ.
টোটাল গেমিং আইকিউ ইন্ডিয়ান
Straw Hats
Straw Hats আমার বাংলাদেশি প্রাইড দেখা যাক ব্যাক টু ব্যাক চ্যাম্পিয়ন টিম আজকের দিনে কেমন পারফরম্যান্স করে টিমটাকে নিয়ে অনেকটা এক্সপেকটেশন আছে কি এক্সপেকটেশন পূরণ করতে পারে কিনা দেখা যাক কি তো পারলো না বাট I think Expo has like a better performance দিবে day 1
Esports.
as SPUL. SUZL? SPUL.
MEB lost!
Ever lost.
Team Vitality!
Team Vitality, team সুন্দর খেলে।
Team RRQ!
RRQ কাজু সেরা একটা টিম। ও ফ্যান বেস। Mahal 77.
Twisted Minds!
Twisted Minds. Mind game খেলবে আজকে ওরা।
Team Secret! And finally,
Fluxo.
W7M! This is where your journey begins. You decide whether you dominate or whether you simply survive. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup. And which team will come out on top in this Group B? Hey, you know what? It's time to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup Free Fire 2026 here in Paris, France. We made it, Lucifer. We have made it. My name is Husky, of course, joined by Lucifer on the desk, and we will have 6 more games coming up. This time with the teams from Group B, a group with a lot of second places, a lot of podium finishes, but never at the top, a lot of second place curses, a lot of redemption arc waiting to be reignited again.
I really like that we're going to be casting this group, especially because everybody's got to prove themselves. That's the main impact of this group. Compared to our Group A, where we saw the Group of Death, the most difficult group, the toughest of the teams, and you could see it's already top heavy. But I think this is the group, Group B, 6 games, where anything can happen. Everybody has a chance. Yes, Fluxo is one of the favorites, and they are roaring with their fans right here. And on top of it, RRQ, there's somebody who's looking forward to get themselves on the board and not choke.
Yeah, if you want to look at a lobby with teams that have no heartbreak more than anyone else, exactly. This is the lobby. This is the group. Fluxo last year in Jakarta in the Global Finals 2025, second place for both categories, both ripped away by Thai teams AGL and Clash Squad. BRU in the Battle Royale after breaking the streak for 2 years straight. RRQ, same thing, EWC 25, 3 chances, and they dropped all of it. Recently in the Spring Clash Squad, same thing, came in second. Global Finals 24, they came in second again. So many storylines that they're waiting to complete, and I think this is a very good litmus test for us to find out who has the upper hand, who came in more prepared than everyone else.
And on top of it, like, Fluxo are trying to get to their winning ways. I think what Team Secret did, just in the recent SEA finals that we ended up seeing for Spring, they took it in a storm. They became the champions, and nobody could believe what just happened. I think they are going to be looking forward to replicate that here, because this is Vietnam coming here for EWC. They missed out last year. They want to make sure that this 26 season is something that they can be able to prove. Along with, as we mentioned, right, Group A already being the most difficult group, here there's an opportunity for the South Asian team, something that we did not see a lot in Group A. They missed out their opportunities. It was a very tough lobby out there. They couldn't get out from the bottom 6, but I think here there's a wild chance for the Bangladeshi teams, for the Indian squads, all going up the ranks.
Hey, we have Seoul, we have Straw Hats. I think even TG is in here. Total Gaming is here as well. I personally, if you ask me, I'm looking at Latin teams. Right? I am looking at both MIBR Lost and Lion, especially Lion, because this is a team that has members, has players from Rainbow 7 back in FMW 2025, and one of my favorite sniper players out there, Games King. Young player, young prodigy from the region. He has made a promise that he's going to be the one that goes on that big stage. He gave us quite the performance last year on that global stage, but it wasn't enough to close things out. Now he gets a second chance here.
And I think I agree with you. I think Lion are a team to watch out for everybody else. The 12 lot, 11 lot.
And if they don't, he might be a menace in the lobby in its entirety. The other survivors will have a very tough battle to go through. But I think it is another opportunity for young guns. When you already spoke about it, SHL Esports, they are the guns that are looking forward to prove on a global stage. They've been very aggressive in the Indian lobbies. They've been known as the underdogs, and now they're looking forward to prove in such a stage as here. I hope that aggressiveness right out of the game number one, like how we ended up seeing Loud, is out here from SHUL.
Yeah, and if you talk about young guns and aggressive players, right? We have people from Fluxo who have also had quite the journey. Even before they were Fluxo, they won their first trophy back in 2022, and then they did it again the year after under the banner of Fluxo with only one minor change to the roster in the sniper role, right? But this entire squad has been together for what, like 3-4 years now, and they're constantly chasing for new highs. They've came close in recent times, and when you look back at EWC 24 and 25, they didn't really have the best finish. Last year, didn't even qualify for Champion Rush. They were bottom 6 in the Grand Finals, alongside teams like VRU and Falcons, surprisingly. And now I think they are in a very good spot to make things right. Even though you look at how they qualify here, they came in 4th in their region, but I think, you know, a team like Fluxo is a team that is always full of surprises.
The surprises and possibilities. I think this season in its entirety for Free Fire itself, teams have had an opportunity to prove themselves, win, like how we spoke about Team Secret, right? They took up an opportunity who nobody in that SCA Grand Finals thought would be possible. Back-to-back booyahs, and something that Fluxo right now can do it for themselves. I think right now everybody is looking and gearing for them because they've been roaring from the very start. Even before we ended Group A, that was one noise that we heard from the very start and from the very beginning. And I think when we talk about the beginnings of all things, I think I want to talk about Total Gaming as well. This is a squad from India that have been the biggest in terms of names for Free Fire, and they want to prove on the global stage. They have certain recent changes that they're trying to test the grounds itself, and now that they're on an international stage, they would rightfully want to prove their decades of experience right here, right now.
Even for me, it's a very exciting time because it's not technically not the first time we've seen, you know, teams from South Asia and India play in a regional international stage. We actually saw it for the first time back in 2022. It's been a long time coming, right? Like, sort of have the same journey as the Aurora Gaming from Malaysia, where it took 4 years since the last appearance on an international stage. So I think, you know, this really goes back to how much they can make use of the unpredictability of this group, right? I think with how volatile Group B is, it is very easy to blow the gates wide open and take that lead. But our experts actually also talked about RRQ's young star runs, right? Conchita mentioned it earlier on. This is someone that has been on my radar for a while. In Clash Squad, phenomenal performance. I think taking over the reins of Abai in that playmaker role has really suited him very well. But like she mentioned, this is also the true test. Can he kind of deal with the pressure, right? Or will he fold?
We will kind of see how it goes for the side of RRQ, mainly because even I was having a chat with Neptune yesterday, depending on what RRQ keep making changes about. They're very adaptable in their play style. And Maal, right? He's been the main man who everybody thinks is going to fight from afar, but all of a sudden he's right in front of your face. So things like that, strategies coming out, could be something that we see especially in this group, where we saw Group A had dedicated stuff that they were doing, whether it be the support players, whether it be the rushers or the snipers. They were those specific roles, but in Group B, a lot can change because we have teams who want to prove themselves. Al Ali itself, them here on this stage, they want to prove themselves from MENA, and now here on EWC 2026 Paris, they want to make sure that they are one of the ones in the top 4, especially because it's cutthroat, right? If you don't be at the top 4, you have to go to the survival stage, and if you don't stay in the top 8, strategies coming out could be something that we see especially in this group, where we saw Group A.
There's an extra 10 games you have to play, right? You play 12 in the group stage, and if you perform good enough, you skip that 10 games. You get the prep for the Grand Finals. If not, you go to another gruesome 10 games, and then we have an uncapped Grand Finals with a 90-point threshold to even have a chance of winning everything. I think at the end of the day, I personally want to see some of these regions, these unproven regions, give us something to smile about, right? Last year, Dragon Esports has proven that in Riyadh. Sure, there were some shortcomings we did discuss on broadcast at that point of time. They're not the best when it comes to gunfights, but one thing that they excelled in is reading the circle. They are making smarter choices, better rotations, and more crisp macro, manipulations to outsmart teams like BRU, like Falcons, like Fluxo, and that's why they were even top 6 in the first place. series. So I think if we can find some of the talents in this pool of Group B teams, it is going to be a very, very interesting day.
It is, and when you say about the smart choices, right, I want to talk about Team Vitality in the Asia Invitational that we right now had. They became the champions, right? They took it away from Team Apex Gaming. Team Apex Gaming had almost an opportunity. KD goes right up on the roof. If that worked out, maybe in the Asia Invitational, we ended up seeing Team Apex Gaming and India getting a crown just before they headed towards the Esports World Cup. But Team Vitality taking that might be a push for them here on the international stage, where they have an opportunity to take another title for themselves, because that might be the high that they'll be riding on.
Yeah, I mean, they almost got that trophy last year, right? It went all the way to a Game 10, and you cannot script this any better. The last 4v4 fight was between them and EVO's Divine. They were also the one that stopped RRQ from winning everything in Game A. And, you know, they were the ones that really gave us that Game 10 in a way. So this year, I think Team Vitality, even though they haven't really been at the top, you don't really see them on the podium finish, they have done more than enough to get themselves onto Paris. And I think this is what actually matters in the grand scheme of things.
And mattering for Bangladesh is going to be Straw Hats. I think when we ended up seeing Titan Esports Club, they couldn't step up. We hoped that Blade would maybe have a big day. We did see him try to fight it out, break down the clue walls, but it was just not enough. But on the other end, Straw Hats, in the recent performance, even in, as I was mentioning about the Asia Invitational where Team Vitality won, Straw Hats put up a really good performance there. So I think this could be an opportunity for them as well, because we've been talking continuously that Group B is a group of opportunity. If you're able to put yourselves ahead of everybody else, you can get to the top of the charts. You can make it to the top 4 here on day 1 of the group stages itself.
Yeah. And I think one of the factors that is going to affect which team have better chances is the map rotation, right? We saw in Group A, it's going to be the same for Group B. And I think you and I had this discussion behind backstage where this feels like it favors the Indonesians. It favors RRQ, Vitality, and Fluxo to a certain degree, right? We no longer have Alpine in the map rotation. So we're looking at Bermuda. We start off good. Then we go Solara, then Curveball, then we go to Purgatory, and then Nextera, Kalahari, Nextera. I think the last 3 maps is going to be incredibly brutal for teams that are not called RQ, that are not called Team Vitality.
And I like that you brought out that this is going to be a really good map rotation, matches that we are going to flow through for the Indonesian teams, especially because when you kind of trace back in time, the teams from Thailand were dominating Free Fire in general. But now Indonesia, who have such a vivid history of Free Fire, are getting back to those titles. RRQ, we were talking about this. They're getting closer. I think that finish that they need, the refining might have just happened right before the Esports World Cup. Same goes for Team Vitality. They've been on the hunt for this title, but they just missed by Nick. But this time, maybe Hook or Crook, they make it happen.
Yeah. Only thing that I am slightly sad about that we're not going to see for the next, well, today and tomorrow is Team Vitality against Falcons, right? In different groups, love to see the Falcon Slayers show up somehow, but good chance that if they both make it, whether it's to survival stage or the grand finals, I think it's almost a guarantee if you just, you know, look at public opinion.
Yeah.
But I'm a sucker for underdog stories, right?
Yes.
At some point, I'm willing to sacrifice some of these top dogs to get the unproven regions on that big map, right? If you want to trade okay, maybe a bit too much.
Yeah.
If you want me to trade Aurora for Straw Hats, I would make that trade.
Agreed. I think that works out. But when you kind of talk about these underdog stories, right, you need to talk about the new regions who have come into the Esports World Cup. That's going to be USA. We've already talked about India.
Yes.
USA, Mia Corp coming into this Esports World Cup 2026. We saw how they played out, and I think out of the lot from USA, they are really good. So going up on this international stage, we've not seen the newer teams prove as well immediately when they start off. But if they can, that tells us the competition has completely changed.
Yeah, actually, it's quite the breath of fresh air as well.
Yes.
Right? I wouldn't have dreamed of having the stakes in Free Fire as well, but here we are. And also a fun thing to point out, a fun little detail that we actually both noticed at the start of the day is that the what do you call it, the shield where you put the key in.
Exactly.
Right? So there's the inscription in the middle, right? And it's written everything, nothing is gained, everything is earned, and it's inscribed in the native language of the team that won last year. So if you rewind or at some point you get a clear shot of that again in the center, you can see the writings is actually in Basa Indo because he did win last year. Neat little detail. I love it a lot.
And this makes that shield a lot more personal to get it. Right? You have your own inscription for the region that you're going to be representing, your own language that is going to be coming up, and you could get to the totem, which we started at the start of the day. You would have seen on the stream itself, as we are going to be starting off the Group B games. That is something that these players will be thinking at the back of their mind. A long run of 12 games in total, but today they have to only worry about the first 6 games they play out, how they start off, how they change. And I think for Group B compared to Group A, it's about adaptability, change, be on top of your heels. If you're going to be setting your foot down, it's going to be very tough.
I agree. And, you know, ironically, there's still one more team that we haven't highlighted, and it's also a team that a lot of time gets sidelined, but not for a bad reason. That's Twisted Minds, right? This is a team that they have always been doing some of the dirty work behind the scenes. They've always been putting out good numbers, but they're never sort of under the microscope. They're never in the center of the stage, because it feels like when they pop off, you get an instance or two of good moments, of good plays, but afterwards, you sort of desire more from them, and it feels like it never happens. And I hope that it changes this year, right? Because this is a team that previously, when we still had one of the best snipers from Thailand, Saming on their squad, it is one of the deadliest teams. It is actually the first team to ever qualify for the Esports World Cup 24 in Riyadh. They were the first team to make it through under the banner of Reverse Grade, and then they became Twisted Minds. But ever since that, it hasn't really been the same, and we are still looking for the spark that made Twisted Minds 2 years later.
Something that is same that we have seen from the very start, even before our start of the team entries, is the energy coming in from the Fluxo fans. They're looking unstoppable. I'm just loving this vibe that they've created for our arena, for the stage that we are at for Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. It looks unstoppable. The energy is just going through veins for everybody. And it feels like for us also on the desk, right? Just jump up from your seats, start dancing, vibe to those beats, and go the Fluxo way. They're enticing everybody sitting here to just root for Fluxo.
It's like, how could you not want to root for Fluxo, right? In fact, even when they lifted out the banner, there's actually like a backstory lore, right? We asked Carol about it, and it was the whole encounter between Fluxo and MIBR Lows back in their regular split. And well, guess what? They are both in the same lobby again, and we actually would get a potential remake of that scenario on Kalahari if it does happen, because record has it, MIBR Lows has had Fluxo's numbers back on Kalahari until Fluxo decided that they've had enough, and that's where the whole quote comes out. It translates roughly to, "Dang it, they had us." I can't go any further than that, but you get the idea, right? And it became a quote for the Fluxo fans that they are now flying on that banner, which is nice, right? Like sometimes people think that, oh, this is planned now. I'm telling you, no one rigged anything, right? It falls into place. Who could have expected Team Secret to win Spring? If you ask me, I would say no way.
No way!
I tuned in, I saw them lift the trophy, and I'm like, okay, they won. How did they win? 4 booyahs? Hello?
Yes! I was so surprised to see that happening one after another, and I think that's a similar storyline I kind of expect from RRQ when I was talking about the Asia Invitational, right? They were so close. They were closer than Vitality, even though they had activated the Champion Rush. It was supposed to be RRQ to close it, because they made a similar comeback like that, back-to-back booyahs, and they activated the Champion Rush, but they missed out on closing it, and Team Vitality just did it.
Yep, but we actually seen it many times. Even from a team that's actually not here, Team Onyx Esports, going back in Spring 2025. We know that, right? They won the Champion Rush when no one expected them to do so. Unfortunately, the 25 round wasn't that great for them in Riyadh. I think that is the crazy thing about Champion Rush, which we have plenty of time to mentally prepare for. But you can see some of these teams, they're holding hands, they're making sure that, you know, they were actually in a group hug, you know, before the walk-ins. A lot of these teams, especially those that are coming in for the very first time, just making sure that they dial in. Right? For the experienced ones like Fluxo, we see Bobs, he's meditating, he's ready to wreak havoc. But like again, for the unproven regions, I'm looking forward to see if they can upset the balance. I think that is the most exciting part right now.
I think the weighing scale is going to be a big imbalance in this group. You cannot figure out which team's doing better. Right from game 1 to our end at game 6, you will have no clue about it. But as the fans are riling up, it's also time to start our very first game. It is Bermuda for Group B here at the Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris.
Paris, France. Let's continue to light things up because Group B is going to be a fantastic show. And right off the bat, we gotta look at how Bermuda plays out, right? In this case, very, very generous flight path right down the middle. We should get a decent circle. The drops come in still pretty much what we expected from the teams that we see a lot. You know, Vitality going to Observatory, RRQ going to Remnant Village. I want to see who takes Peak, right? Because usually it's a BRU spot, but BRU isn't here. We're looking at TG deciding to go for Peak. I think Fluxo should go for Cape Town or somewhere that gears towards Sentosa. Miyako also heading that direction as well, but actually Fluxo spreading out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Fluxo going all over the map. We can see one of the players, as you already mentioned, between Miyako, but most of the teams seems to be a little safe and sound, except for Twisted Minds and early Esports. A little bit of a quick battle, first elimination picked up by Exposé. And that's going to be C4, who's already down, and that's going to be Al-Hali already in a disadvantage. Remind Hawk and Simons has to pick this up. They're closer, a quick dash to get the player back up. They expend their ability to get a revive.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in the early game, it is still very much understandable, right? You really don't lose too much. Worst case scenario, you go back to square one. But I think for Al-Ali, that's exactly what they're looking at, right? Buy some distance between them and Twisted Minds and make sure they don't lose too much numbers. Unfortunately for them, they can't really fully disengage from this. So now they're going to be put to the test. Can they stand up against Twisted Minds in that early game gunfight?
It's going to be difficult for them. They've already faced a challenge. They had to revive the player, and you can see Twisted Minds have no thought of backing off, and early I don't see them retreating from this fight. They're stuck here, and it could become even more difficult because
hello my brothers, সাজান চলছিল যার কারণে চুপ ছিলাম, বাট আমাদের ম্যাচ শুরু হয়ে গেছে গ্রুপ বি এর, and ইস্ট্রো হার্টসকেও আমরা দেখতে পারবো তারা ড্রপ হিসেবে নেমেছে ক্যাটালিস্ট টুয়াতে, and সেই জায়গাটি থেকেও একটি এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট তারা নিয়েছে। একটা ম্যাচ পর লুজও করেছে, বাট নীলকে আরো একবার রিভাইভ করা হলো মাত্রই দেখতে পেলাম। Right now Twisted Diamonds কে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, টোটাল গেমিং থেকে মাফিয়ারা তারা কিন্তু নীলে চলে এসেছে। দেখা যাক তারা কেমন পারফরম্যান্স করে।
But let's see how far Total Gaming wants to push this.
Total Gaming Esports, Aiku, they wanted this opportunity for a long time. Their team in the making itself needed some fine-tuning with the new addition coming in Water. It seems like it's working out, and there it is, Shanke. He finds one, but quickly teared off by Diamond. So there is answer coming in from Twisted Mind, but they have to be very, and Mafia looks like he's back in form, picks up Diamond, the man who troubled them. That is another elimination added to the pool, and Total Gaming right at the start, a total of 6 troubling Twisted Minds.
মানে দুর্দান্তভাবে মারা খাচ্ছে। ইস্ট্রো হার্টস অলরেডি একটি কিল নিয়েছে টিম বাংলাদেশ, দেখা যাক।
And unfortunately for the boss, doesn't really have much resources in his bank, so even a revive would be an impossible task as of now. To make things worse, not much resources nearby that he can go for. At least no coins.
You
didn't say Total Gaming, they have something in store for us.
ইস্ট্রো হার্টসের পজিশনটা যদি দেখি তারা কিন্তু হ্যাঙ্গারের দিকে মুভ করে নিয়েছে, বাট রাইট নাও লিওন জোকার্সকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, দাউকসকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি স্নাইপার হাতে, স্কাইলার চার্জ করবেন, সামনে দেখা আপনি ভাইটালিটির উপর টেনিককে নক করে বিদায় জানাবেন।
SHUL Esports, that's Noor, the newest addition for the lot. And he has to prove himself on this stage, but now he gets taken down.
অবস্থা তেমন একটা ভালো নয়, ভালো ড্যামেজ ডিল করা হয়েছে তাদের উপর।
The glue wall in front of him ripped at him being used. Now he's going for the jump shot, but Joker surrounded him. That's not going to work out. Once more, Lion picking up another elimination on SHUL. So the start not great. Troll also down. It's all up to Jack, and he's making a quick run away from this fight.
Total Gaming from India already 6টা কিল নিয়ে তারা কিন্তু টপ লিস্টে আছে।
Prepared to receive that hit, especially when you're dealing with people like Joker, like Games Kings that we talked about, the young prodigy of Latam, Hacks as well.
আমাদের রিফাত ভাই আই থিংক চলে এসেছে। রিফাত ভাই মাইকটা অন করে ফেলেন, হাই হ্যালো দেই।
Twisted Minds secures the second, and they get a full revive, so the boss get the job done.
Thankfully, before going down, SHUL were able to find a revive. Others could have been a very first elimination in this group.
Where are you, bro?
Thankfully, a little recovery, even for Twisted Minds, because of what just went on earlier. They were not prepared against Total Gaming. Now they did find an elimination that they're happy about. but the happiest so far
Okay,
as we can
because
still
that's
see
the
energy, not even a
দেখো
single
game
beat
হচ্ছে
being dropped.
Twisted
That's going to
Mind
be
কে
for
আমরা
the
দেখবো
Floxo
Twisted
fans.
Mind
But
তাদের
Straw Hats
position
finally, who had an
ভালো
early difficulty,
TG
now picking up
already
pace. They pick a player from Al Ahly, and that's going to be
elimination
Remind.
leaderboard এ
And even then, we
প্রথমে
still have
আছেন
45 players in the lobby, right? As if
Mafia
no
team
one got
থেকে
taken out
নিয়ে
at
নিয়েছে
all. Bit
India
of a
team
casualty, but nothing a couple of revives wouldn't solve. Even
and
when you look
our
at the
Straw
radar,
Hats
TG moving towards the center very
Shock
soon.
কে দেখতে পাচ্ছি
Launch
Shock
pad being taken
Neil
by Straw Hats. They're going to leave Graveyard. One of the players does lag behind a
তারা
little bit,
একই
but you
সাথে
do
আছে
have
আল
a
আহলি
reconnaissance squad
কোচকে
ahead, and
হয়তো
they
বা তারা
might
লোকেট
end up
করতে
running
পেরেছে
into Simons.
সিমন্স
Al Ahly,
তাদের
they
মুখের
spot him,
সামনে থেকে
taking the launch
জাস্ট
pad
চলে
out.
গেল
So Observatory now control conceded over the Straw Hats.
I think because this observatory is around the edge,
দেখা যাক
right? We
এই
saw
জায়গা
Al
থেকে
Ahly
বাট
want to get
আর আর
this
কিউ
position.
এন্ড লস ফাইটটা দেখুন এমআইবি আর লস
Might be a loss, have a challenge. That's going to be RRQ that they want to hit on.
আর আর কিউ কে নিয়ে
Generalist
নিতেছে
down.
জাস্ট
Rigby pulls
অসাধারণ
the entrance, puts the player. That's going to be runs down along with a bear. And MIB loss will be able to recover the players. And this bolt maker works in their favor.
Right at the
আর
bat,
আর
taking
কিউ
out
এর
a
অবস্থা
captain
টাইট
of
করে দিচ্ছে
RRQ
বাট
and
আর আর কিউ
sending
যখন
only the
কামব্যাক
young
দিবে তখন আর কি
on the
কারো
run.
কাউকে গণার টাইম নেই মাউস
No
77
vending
কে
machine
দেখতে পারবো
inside,
এই
a
মুহূর্তে
revival point that is too risky to try and capture with Team Vitality and
রান
MIB Outlaws
থাকবে
about
মাউস
to
77 এন্ড
square off in that area around Clock
ক্রোপকে
Tower.
আমরা দেখলাম না
Plenty of
এক্সট্রা
compound to
হেডসেট
work
সাথে
with, a lot of
ক্রোপ
low grounds
হয়তো
to
বা
hide
একটু
with. But Team Vitality splitting
ডিফারেন্ট
up as
P1
well into a
স্পিডে খেলার ট্রাই
1-2-1
করছে
formation. Whereas MIB Outlaws, they're going to settle in the compound that they just wrestled away from RRQ.
I really like how Vitality is strategizing. They're waiting for an opportunity. They're like the cats who are about to pounce, and MIB loss have no idea about it because they just pushed an
TG
opponent
just
out
দেখুন
of that
কিভাবে
lot.
রোটেট
Yes, they
করতেছে
chased
আর
out
কিল
RRQ, but look
তুলতেছে
at this. Slowly trailing in that same direction is even total
so
gaming.
hard.
There's going to be an helter-skelter breakout happening at Clock Tower now.
Yeah, it's going to be pandemonium pretty soon. We got to see where this circle takes us.
Oh my
right?
god.
High
Assalamualaikum
chance Clock Tower
Tamim
is
bhai.
going to be in the next
ওয়ালাইকুম
circle.
আসসালাম ভাই কি অবস্থা
But
তুমি
where
কই
it
আছিলা ভাই
kind of pivots towards going to decide where total
আমি ভাই
gaming
একটু
goes.
ঘুরতে
And
গেছিলাম
smack dab in the center. We are
কোথায়
getting
এই
a
সোমালিয়া
very nice
তোমাদের
algorithm.
এখানে
For
না
game
বন্যা
one. Starting it slow and tame.
সোমালিয়াতে ঘুরতে গেছিলাম বন্যা
সোমালিয়া
ভাই পানি নামে
Is
গেছে
not how all it started.
পানি নামে
Multiple
গেছে
teams having casualties, but still all the 12 teams that dropped in
যাক,
Bermuda
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ,
are still
এই অবস্থা
surviving.
দেখছি।
A major chunk of it, or maybe a team fully
তোমার
being
কি
eliminated,
অবস্থা?
can be seen here now at the 7-minute mark.
আমার অবস্থা আগের থেকে একটু
Finally
ভালো
gets found,
এই
and
দেখো,
that
team
is going to be
RRQ
the
শেষ।
first team you mentioned. There is no vending machine nearby, and Mal couldn't get
Full
closer
support একটা
before
দিব?
getting spotted by Al
দাও
Ahly.
ফুল সাপোর্ট
Bit of a throwback to
কোন টিম আছে দেখো তো
recent Asian Invitation
কোনটা
that they were
টিজি
in,
রে দাও
right?
টিজি
Same
টিজি
thing.
টোটাল গেমিং
Start,
ইন্ডিয়ান
it's always not how you start, it's how you finish. And in
টিজি
this
রে
case, for Team RRQ,
আচ্ছা দাঁড়াও
they're going to go back to the drawing board,
সময়
5 more
বুঝে
rounds
দিব
ahead, and some of the most powerful maps in the later stages of Group B. So,
What a headshot, oh my god. Kupa
Nice
kupi.
third point for his team as well. Twisted Mind slowing the pace
Wow.
down. Was able to get back on their feet. Decent
খেলা ভাই অর্ধেক
economy,
দেখছিলাম
and
বুঝছো
even
আর
having a
দেখি নাই
very decked out
একটু
arsenal.
ওর আসছিলাম
খেলা
আর
টিজি
I think they
খেলাই
just
হয় না
cleared out
বুঝছো
Graveyard. So there is going to be a very good
এই
trajectory for
ছয়
them to
ম্যাচে
move
কি
on forward.
38
Even
28
better with
38
Lion
পয়েন্ট
just leaving where they were.
On the other end,
সেকেন্ড ম্যাচটা
silence
একমাত্র ভালো
still at
খেলছে
Clock Tower. I think
তারপরে
people
আবার
can hear the clock making a tick sound. That's how
এই যে
we are
ইস্টো
seeing
হ্যাট
MIB
এই
lost
ম্যাচে
to
ইস্টো
gaming
হ্যাট
and
একটা ভালো
Vitality
পারফরম্যান্স
together.
দিব
And
কি
joining
কও
that lot is going to be
ভাই
Straw Hats.
দিতে পারবে না
Everybody want to look for an
বাংলাদেশি
opportunity.
টিম তো
It's going to be Yago, who spots through the window on the player of Straw Hats, the newest entry team who've made it to Clock Tower. But hey, being at the center,
দেখা যাক
meaning the
ইস্টো
fight
হ্যাট
is not
একটা
going to
কাজের
yet
কাজ
break out. It is
করতে
only when the circle shifts away from you and
ও
you
মাই
have to
গড
make a
দেখার
move
বিষয় এখানে
when we
চারটে
see the
স্পট
fight.
চলে
I think
আসছে
other than that, they'll be just trying to
ও
chip
মাই
away
গড
each other's HP. Other than that,
ও মাই
nothing
গড
else for now.
হেডশট
Especially
ও
in this
মাই
case for them.
ও
You're going to spread out
মাই
their
গড
manpower, right? You want to control as much area
What a
as
headshot.
possible. You do run the risk of getting picked off. We've seen that happen
দেখা
multiple
যাক
times.
ভাইটালিটি দেখো
You're
একদম
up against
পিস
more
খেল
experienced team. That's what they're looking at.
ভাই ট্যাগের খেলা শেষ
Weaker chains.
ট্যাগের খেলাগুলো শেষ
Diamond.
হ্যাঁ ট্যাগের খেলা
Getting
শেষ
another
ট্যাগ
one under his
হইলো
belt. And this is
তোমার
going to
9
start
নাম্বার
hurting Lion as Twisted Minds down for round 2 back at Observatory where they dropped in the early game, but more equipped to take on a fight.
ও না 9 নাম্বার 10 নাম্বার আছে প্যারাডক্স 11 নাম্বারে সিইসি টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব
completely clocked in. They need to
আমাদের
figure out
বাংলাদেশের
Insane goes
গর্ব
for life. A quick jump coming in from the base
Good.
king.
He
will get still
oh my god,
এটা কি
yes moving further away.
Yeah, I mean one
team
thing that has
secret
been pretty
দেখছো কি
silent the
করতেছে
entire game,
ফ্যাক্টরি
team
ছাদে
secret.
বয়ে পুশ করতেছে
Surprisingly, this is a team on Bermuda. You expect
এখন যুদ্ধে যেগুলো বের হবে সেগুলো মারা খাবে
before they go off the radar, but so far This
এটা
team
কোন
seeker
টিম
right
রে
now feels like
লুকজনা
Flexo from 2024, where they played an incredibly slow game and
ফুল
at that point
সাপোর্ট
of time,
দিলাম
playing slow
লুকজুকে
is sort of how you lose out
মারা
in the
খাও
late game.
ফুল
But in
সাপোর্ট
this case, Team
লুকজু
Secret, they are taking no chances. As you
Doctor
did
है,
mention
देखा
earlier on,
पड़ेगा,
Lucifer
doctor
Lion,
सही खेलता है।
not really focusing on getting into the circle earlier on,
লুকজুরে সাপোর্ট
but
দিছি
now they will have to make
লুকজু
a
মারা
break for
খাবে
it. The launch pad being used,
ফ্যাক্টরিতে পেট
couple of
দিবে
binoculars ahead of the
ফ্যাক্টরির
Versailles
মধ্যে
strip
প্লেয়ার
just to
স্পট
make
করবে
sure that there are no
কিন্তু
gatekeepers there.
আসে মারা খাবে
Circle pivots towards the southern side, so the journey gets
देखो
extended,
doctor ठीक है
and
ना
they might still get intercepted by Twisted Minds.
Now I like
Look,
the
though.
position
Quite a
of
dude
Clock
say.
Tower. More teams
দেখছি
joining
তো
that
ভাই
way.
আল্লাহ
এখন এনাম
Looking to take control of that
এখন
arena
দেখো
is
ফাইট
not
যে
going to be
শুরু
easy.
হইব
Now is when it
10 মিনিট চলতেছে
ভাই
because right at the edge when the zone
10
comes,
মিনিট
we
চলতেছে
are for sure knowing that the Clock
10
Tower
মিনিট
will not be
চলতেছে
able to
11টা
intercept
গিয়া
anyone after
স্পোর্ট
the shift.
থাকি গেছে
I
এখনো
mean, the last we checked
মরছে
the
কে
radar, Team Secret
Morte
were at
শুধু
factory and they
RRQ
were completely alone, right? Completely uncontested. Maybe Fluxo comes in from
Ay,
the
hi,
eastern
RRQ.
side, but even then, it's a high chance that they will not cross paths. But we did say Clock Tower has a lot of areas that you can play around. High ground, low ground, building, outside,
আল্লাহ
inside.
লিয়েতে
In this
কাজের কাজ
case, even
করবো
the
ভাই
underground tunnel.
Yep.
As our Ali members basically nested there.
ট্রহেস তো
They might be
পজিশন
able to
পাইছে
continue
ভালো
to make sure that they
দেখা
control
যাক
the
কি হয়
perimeter. Haone instantly finds the pop on the Koja.
এগুলো দেখো নিচে
They
একদম
should be able to bring the player
একদম
back up
নিচে
because this is happening within the
ফাইট
compound.
হচ্ছে
Nobody has clear
হ্যাঁ
sight of their
কি রে
enemy, so taking
ফাইট
them
হচ্ছে
down
নাকি
is not
এখানে
going to be quick and easy. But as you can see, it's
Fight
just the
to
waiting
the
game right as of now. 11 teams surviving.
ভাই
If not
এরকম
for Mahal
ম্যাচগুলোতে
going down, I
ডাইরেক্ট
think
পুরো
we would
কিলের
have
উপরে
12
খেলে
teams.
বুঝছো
11
কোনো
minutes
হোল্ড
into
নাই
the game.
হোল্ড
This is
করে
Group B
মানে
game number
জোনে
1.
ঢোকার
I
পর
did not expect to see all these teams still surviving.
And we were literally just talking about
SBL
this
কই
in
গিয়া
the
ম্যাপের
chat
কোনায়
rooms
গিয়া
with
পুশ
everyone
করতে
else,
হবে
right? Like it really depends on
অবস্থা
the teams
দেখছো
that are playing in the
পুরা 11
lobby.
মিনিট 12 মিনিট
Sometimes if they
চলতেছে
want to play fast, they want to play fast. Sometimes they just decide we're not going to fight.
দেখা যাক ও মাই গড গাড়িতে চড়তেছে এখন যাবে
Maybe 30 minutes into the
কাস্টিং
game,
করো ভাই
but the
কতক্ষণ
whole
কাস্টিং
in
করো
this
দেখি
case,
তোমার
barring
কাস্টিং
RRQ, who have been
আমি ভাই
eliminated, but
কাস্টিং
aside from
পারলে
that,
তোমার
this is
সরাই
getting
আমি
messy.
কাস্টিং
And that
করতাম
also means
না
this
করো
is an
যেমনে পারো এমনি
incredibly
করো
volatile late game.
It is, it is.
দেখা
Especially
যাচ্ছে না
because
যে
we
থামি
always
ভাই
spoke
দেখা
like
যাইলে
Group
করতাম
A,
টুকটাক
we know teams are
And
very
the
ক্লিয়ার
familiar
দেখা
with the
যাবে
circuit itself. We
Clear
saw
হয়
a
না?
lot of Southeast
তোমার
Asian
net
teams
slow.
already taking control of it. The Brazilians
Slow
also
হ্যাঁ সেজন্য
taking control of it. But here, everybody is unsure about the other team. They want to read them, and that is the reason they're taking
Papari.
so much time. But finally, Batsin, he finds
Morse.
an opening on Miyakop. That's going to be
Miyakop.
Biblik going down next.
Look,
Joshua
Zug
have
আছে
to figure this out.
Look, Zug দুইটা
Leon
down.
also surrounding
তো
them, so there's
উপরে
going to be a
দেখো
lot more
কেমনে
trouble.
ফাইটছে
Miyakop, they're
They're
trying
down.
to hold them off. Glue
দুইটা
walls,
down.
and making sure rooftop becomes their home for the time being.
ফেক্স দেখছো উপরে চলে গেছে
A decision right now.
অ্যাটাক্স
The circle
টিজি আর তাকে দেখাই যাচ্ছে না বাকিগুলো
লিয়েটো হেডসেট দিয়ে একজন প্লেয়ার নাই
But if they don't show
12
themselves
মিনিট
outside of the
12.5
building,
মিনিট
Miyakop
হয়ে
has a
গেছে
very
ভাই
good idea of where they might
এখন
be.
11 স্কোয়াড
Binoculars could also
Group
solve that
B.
problem. The bigger winner now is definitely the team from the States. As
What a
Leon
pressure.
wants to come together
Oh
and figure
my
out a solution
God.
very, very quickly in the next half a minute. Fluxo making a big rotation and now running the team
এ
secret.
মিয়া
And
কর্পের উপরে
Cozy
চার্জ
starts things off by taking out
Mr.
Josh
Head
Look,
first.
দেখো
So Miyakop have
করতেছে
another
দেখো ভাই
team to be worried about.
They did lose a player, but they're not worried about the casualty because they have an upper hand. They
কি
are
ফ্লুক
on top
জুড়ে
of the
সাপোর্ট
এই
দিলাম
গ্রুপের লগে
Right
টিম
now, having
সেট
an upper
লাগছে
hand might be Fluxo.
মাইট
They
দেখো
want to
ভাই
take down Team Secret
ওরে
because they were
বাবা
the ones who made a jump right in front of them.
টিম
And they're
লিওন
trying their best, but
এলিমিনেটেড
Team Secret quickly with the chrono, the glue walls are trying to keep it
টিম
going.
সিক্রেট হয়ে যাবো গা ফ্লুকটার লগে পারবো না দেখছো শেষ টিম
কি হেড
সিক্রেট
He is gone down and Fluxo
দেখছো
W7M
ফ্লুকটা কি
put a
খেলছে
team out.
The Brazilian Titans
কিল উঠে
6
ফেলছে তো 10টা কিল
eliminations
উঠে
on the
ফেলছে
punches in.
আরো
And
আসবে
MT7 stepping up
একটু
to the
হোল্ড করলে
occasion as
চলে
well.
আসবে
We did say, even during one of the series breakdown, the series recap, snipers players are
গেছে এই টিমটা চলে যাবে
MT7 punches
ওয়াইপ
in.
খাবে
We
এখানে
see Yago
Mia.
step up to the occasion as well.
মিয়াকপ
দেখো
And our
দেখ
team Vitality, it's their turn to make a splash.
আরে
লোকজন মরে না কেন?
এসপি অবস্থা ভালো না
Opponents, only
আহা
Tro is left alive. He's gonna try and walk
Mr.
away
লোকজন
with the stealth bite as we lose straw
Look,
has off-screen, life
why?
is also
Look jore
out,
morte bole.
and now the lobby is going to start shrinking.
I don't know where Troll is going to make a run. We already spoke
আর
about
ওইদিকে
it,
ভাই
but
এই
it's
যে
already in a
গ্লোবাল
very
আছে না
difficult
ওরাও
spot.
ভালো
The vending
খেলছিল
machine is there,
বুঝছো
but so are many other teams.
খেলা
And
খেলছে ওরা
Total Gaming
ওদের
are
খেলাগুলো
on
ভালো
top of
লাগে
all of it. They're already in the
তারপরে
first fluid of things,
বিআরইউ
so they have a better vision of where
বুড়িরাম
the other teams
আরে
are.
বাবা
And we already spoke about them. They are underground. Nobody knows that they are there.
ম্যাচ একটা বের করছে কি দেখছো দুইটা ডাউন খাইছে তাও নাকি ম্যাচ বের করে ফেলে
Miyakov gets taken down, but wait, Troll. He picks off Dix. He's bringing this down to individual battles, and now Sibang has to deliver. He's trying to put up glue walls. Troll trying to win this out on a 1v1. It's going to be very difficult. Vitality on the
ভাই
last
ফ্লুক
man.
যে
His
এখনো
position
আছে
gets
এখনো আছে ফ্লুক
compromised. And all Oli,
Team
they
Vitality
quickly
is
jump in,
Fluke
and
to
Team
equal with
Vitality
the
eliminated.
Taking advantage of the chaos, our Ali gets themselves another point. Twisted
দেখো
Mind
ক্লসে
Twisted
এটা
man
কি
রে
ভাই?
খাইবো, Twisted man রে খাইবো এখন।
Full blown out fight, 12 eliminations
But
under the
still.
belt of the Brazilians. Exposy gets
Is
free
the
fire, pushes in, nails
Twisted
his
man
8 as
dead?
MT7 finds the pass from
I
long
have
range.
Twisted
Twisted
box
Minds
it
getting
down there.
dismantled. MT7 goes for a rescue mission. Bob's the captain back up on
এই
his feet.
দেখো
But Twisted
ইসকাইলার
Minds
মারা যে
not so
লইছে
lucky.
শেষ।
Diamond cannot withstand the pressure that is
এই
puts us
ইস্ট্রো হেড যদি
in and
আরেকটু
make
হোল্ড
it
করতে পারতো ভাই।
15 for Fluxo.
হ্যাঁ
Fluxo looking unstoppable.
দেখো
They're still
খাড়া
at the
খাড়ি
end of the
টিম ওয়াইপ
circle.
খাইতাছে।
Might be a loss.
হ্যাঁ
He
ভাই
finds a
প্লেস
player
পয়েন্ট
on
আসতে যাই তো
Total
তোমার
Gaming, but in the
এদিকে
meantime,
কিলো
Flow getting eliminated.
টুকটাক
NCTUL Esports, they are out. They only ended
এরা
up
ভাই
getting
একদম
6
কমন
points
জোন
in
পাইছে
total. But Total Gaming now they start stepping out. But
পুরা
Aztec gets
আল্লাহ
hit
রে
by Rigby. Yago putting down Shanky. Total Gaming held this
এতক্ষণ
position for
ফাইডেই
far
পড়ে
too
না এই
long.
যে ফাইডে
And then
বললো
Aztec to fall. That is going to be the end for Total Gaming. Holding that did not work in their favor.
And now Fluxo will take on Ali. Can they eliminate this team from MENA to give themselves that rematch against MIBR lost in the opening game? But Ali, they're holding steadfast. They are the ones with the man advantage. And MT7, he needs some help. But unfortunately, MIBR lost are in the best possible position.
কেডা বুয়ালি গো ভাই কো
equalize the battlefield. Hawk goes down.
ফ্লুকজো আছে
Ali now getting pressured.
তিনটা ম্যান
Nades were being tossed by Fluxo.
নিতে পারবে না ফ্লুকজো ভাই ফুল সাপোর্ট
দুটোটাই এমআইবিএল লস এটাও কিন্তু ব্রাজিলিয়ান টিম ফ্লুক্সো দুইটাই ব্রাজিলিয়ান টিম আছে আলাহান্দি শেষ এই যে এমআইবিএল লস বুইয়া
And it's going to be MIBL loss getting the very first booyah of Group B.
ফ্লুকজো নিতে পারে না দেখছো ভাই ফুল সাপোর্ট
MIBR lost a rematch that we didn't expect to see
দুইটাই
that soon in the
ব্রাজিলিয়ান
final
টিম
circle. With minor
ফ্লুক্সো খেলছে
interventions
ভালো
and an uninvited guest
ভাই থাকো আমি একটু ফ্রেশ হয়ে আছি বুঝছো
but at the end of the day, well fought honestly by the MENA region, right? Put up a good fight against Fluxo, gave them a heck of a 4v4 skirmish, even took out one of their members before MIBR lost
কেমন
was
লাগলো
even
এই
in the
ম্যাচ
conversation.
ইস্ট্রো হেড
But there's nothing to
কিছুক্ষণ
be
হোল্ড করতে
disappointed about.
পারলেই আর
Lost.
কিছু
They got the
পয়েন্ট
booyah.
তারা
Fluxo still
গ্যাদার
finished
করে নিতে
second.
পারতে
The
পারে
fans, they're still cheering on. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, but if this is the very first game and we ended up seeing a fight break out like that, which was, as we said, completely complicated. You couldn't decipher which team had the better opportunity or the better position because we spoke about it. Hey, this team has a compound. Hey, that team is in a good position right at the edge of the circle. But towards the end, MIBR lost, who did not even seem on our screens a lot. They ended up closing it out, and it ended up being a fight between the Brazilians at the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, you called it out, right? You say that Clock Tower is a very good spot to be nested in. And guess who set up shop there first? MIBR lost.
Yes.
They got there first, they called dibs, and they owned the area.
And I think that's very crucial because even Total Gaming tried to play that out, but the timing when they jumped out, they got spotted because MIBR were ahead of that play. Yes. They were the ones who stepped out of Clock Tower, and that is the reason they were able to take down Total Gaming and put them down in an instant. And I think all the fights that we've seen MIBR take, they've been very quick in converting. Even in this, as we can see, the replay, quick hits coming in from Yago on the sniper. That is the initial approach that troubled Fluxo. They had an opportunity to recover, and on the other end, Ali also troubling them. But Bobs, you have to give it to them. Last man standing over there, looking forward to extra eliminations, ends up getting 2 more, and that's going to be a total of 18 for the lot of Fluxo.
Yeah, they get 18 eliminations. MIBR lost gets 14. And in a pretty ironic way, Bob's getting gunned down in the hands of his former teammate Yago, who actually won 2023 together as well. So again, a bit of a bittersweet reunion on Bermuda. But what a start we have! I mean, of course, barring the fact that RQ got wiped out first, which was an unfortunate circumstances. I'm pretty sure Conchita is losing her mind backstage. But we're gonna take a moment to breathe and let these teams get back on track. So we'll be back with you guys in just a bit.
চেয়ারটা সেই আপনারা খেলে নিতে পারেন
He's here, MT7. MT7, I am so happy to talk to you right now because Brazilian fans gave you a nickname called Baby Goat. Do you really think you are a goat? And why you think you can help your team to win EWC this year? MT7, Os fãs brasileiros te deram o apelido de Baby Goat. Você realmente acha que você é um Goat? E como é que você acha que você pode ajudar o seu time a vencer o EWC 2026?
Trabalhei muito, hoje eu me considero um GOAT aí do Free Fire, né? E, mano, pra ajudar meu time é naquela funçãozinha minha, né? Dar o suporte, derrubar o primeiro, o segundo, o terceiro, o quarto, fazer uns highlights maneiro. E é isso, é básico.
Of course, I consider myself a GOAT because I have worked really hard through all these years. And of course, I'm gonna have a good performance to help my team to win EWC 2026, doing what I do better, being a sniper. Thanks so much, MT7, and I'm gonna see you during the match at EWC 2026. High five.
MT7.
Bye.
And we are back here, and right now I'm
Abba.
with RRQ Kazoo, Abai, and the coach Adi, who's gonna translate for us. Okay, so
Okay,
last year you guys were
coach
really
Di,
close to
bye,
the
Motola.
title. You finished in the second on standings. What have changed from last year to this year?
Kita kemarin ada di posisi kedua. Chance apa yang mau kita bawa kemarin sampai sekarang? Maksudnya apa yang mau kita lakuin dari yang kemarin untuk hari ini?
Yang kita lakuin ya kita pasti lebih disiplin aja sih dari yang kemarin.
We must try to more discipline before last season.
Perfect. Okay, we all know Indonesia is a powerful region, and you guys are defending the title. I mean, not your team, but Indonesia in general. Do you think you guys are favored to win this year since you finished last year in the second in the standings?
Tahun kemarin kan Indonesia cukup powerful ya, Pak ya, 1, 2, 3. Nah, menurut lu untuk season ini gimana?
Gue yakin 3 tim Indonesia bakal 1, 2, 3 lagi. Tapi yang pertama tetap tim RRQ.
Yeah, we trust in this season. It seems like last season Indonesia still powerful, and we hope in this year team from Indonesia they still stay on top 3.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the interview. We wish you a good luck during the matches, and I will see you there in the arena, right? Thank you so much, guys.
For RRQ, not really how you wanted to start off the day, being the first team eliminated. Hopefully it's not a caster curse. We'll have to see what's going to happen in the next 5 matches for that squad. But if you're a Brazil fan and you were jumping up there and just playing all those drums, my goodness, what a start for that squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ending the game with top 2 coming from Brazil, it's just something that we'd expect. Because it's something like Fluxo was dominating it in terms of numbers. Even when they jump in against the opponents, they just are aiming for those squad wipes. So MIBR lost is a team that we didn't expect to get that booyah as well. So they were just stalking, waiting in the shadows until that final pounce.
One team that will be kind of stalking and just waiting to pounce on that second game. I know it's going to be some of those Indian squads, because actually one of them, Total Gaming, ended up having one of the best performances that we have seen up to this point, especially this early on, right? Out of the squads from India. But moving on from some of the other squads, one surprise squad, especially at the start, Twisted Minds.
Oh, exactly. I mean, they're going back to the aggressive way. This is one thing that I was looking forward to every time I see Twisted Mind, is them to go aggressive. And even though they falter in the first view, and you did mention about Total Gaming, because Total Gaming is one of a few of those surprises. And it's not so much that they cannot get away from it. A vending machine is available, so they can always go for a revive. And Twisted Mind, they got 14 of the total points. And that's 12 points behind MIBR. Lost though, but it's still a lot when it comes to this group.
It is a lot. And one thing that I know you're going to be happy, especially talking about Twisted Minds, is those eliminations that they were able to get, right? Because they ended up getting 14 points, like you mentioned, and 9 of those points were coming from eliminations. You're big on them, but I mean, we got to go back to Fluxo, because Fluxo, even though they don't end up getting the booyah, they do end up with 18 ilms. Can they maybe bounce back and go after that booyah? Remember, we have some squads earlier on get 3 booyahs in one series.
Well, I do understand the mindset of Fluxo at this point, because from what we've seen in that game, like, it is a slow pace. Not so much of chasing that is happening. And I think they felt that they're not hearing all those gunfights, so they're capitalizing on, I don't know, some of the teams just slowly warming up. And then once they see a squad, that's when they use exactly the strength they have, like MP7 as sniper, to get information or get elimination.
I mean, squads that you were looking at earlier too, Leon, I know was one of them. I know a lot of people currently watching at home is hoping that SAUL Esports does end up doing good. That squad ended up getting a total of 2 eliminations. We want to, come on, tell them that, Tim. We want to see more.
Yeah, we want more. Bring us more. Because, I mean, I know this is the first day jitters for them, especially like second half. And we were talking about that on Studio. We're in. They've seen the gameplay for other teams. So this time, instead of just waiting for them to like using that tactics, they were a little bit shattered for the moment. But I think they can get back.
Coming into the second match, I really want to see RRQ bounce back. And it's based on what Conchita was saying earlier on too. We don't want to see them get into those jitters. We don't want to see them get into that choking mentality that some of these people are expecting. I think they might be able to turn it around. And I know everybody here is going to be ready to see who's going to be winning Game 2 of Group B.
Thank you very much to Seven and Neptune. Yes, I mean, Conchita is right? We gotta see if RRQ can get out of that underperforming, that choking zone, right? Something that is it's a very hard C word right now for them, because he has been playing them for very, very long, Lucifer. But when we look at Solara, I unfortunately have to put RRQ aside just for a bit, because I want to talk about team vitality. This is a map that they excel on.
This should be an opportunity that they should close on. Solara, the smallest of all the games, the quickest of all the games, where when we compared Bermuda, right, there was a little bit of a silence in the mix. Now going and jumping down to Solara, there's an opportunity that everybody will be forced together, take that fight head on, and we might end up seeing it work out for Vitality, as you mentioned.
It's going to be pretty important as well, because for Team Vitality, they didn't get off to the best start, 9 points, single digit. But then again, it was also a pretty top-heavy game number 1 with both the Brazilian teams coming out swinging. Let's see if they keep the momentum, right? A lot of times, teams, they come out in Game 1, Game 2, guns blazing, they hit like a 30 bomb, and then they gas out. And that's not really how you want. You want to be able to maintain and make sure that you don't overheat. And in this case, we're looking at both MIBR Lows and Fluxo.
And in that case, mainly, I look forward to RRQ pulling off their best games. Because the first game in general games of all the performances I've seen coming in from RRQ, the very first game doesn't work in their favor. Every other game, they just pull off with a spree of eliminations. And something that also starts off for early compared to the previous game is finding the very first elimination by C4.
And for Miyacorp, instantly looking for the disengage. Easier to pull off on a map like Solara if you are lucky enough to get onto the grind rails. You can't get away, but in this case, it might come down to Kapas, see if he can get a couple of pickoffs to just scare out Ali away, or if not, you're going to go into the contingency plan of just splitting up and cutting your losses.
Miyacorp, in the last game, we ended up seeing being at the edge of the circle. They tried to play it out, it did not work out, and this waiting game troubles them. And there it is, another challenge coming in from C4, finds his second elimination here in Solara already.
Literally say that Kapas needs to be the one that anchors down the field, but unfortunately, I think with him gone, Miyacorp is going to be at least put in shambles for now about cutting your losses. Team Secret make an early rotation. In fact, they actually caught Water, so that is a confirmed elimination there. 2 under the belt of Hwangam, looking for the remainders of Total Gaming, who actually had a great start in Game 1. But Team Secret, that started slow on Bermuda, looking to turn things up in Game 2, and that's number 3. Here's the knuckle sandwich and a triple. Hwangam.
And Team Secret are now picking up eliminations. They only had 1 point at the end of game number 1. Now they have already 3 added on. And Total Gaming, thankfully, they'll be happy that one of the players were at least able to run away from Studio rather than getting in the crosshairs of Team Secret again. And RRQ on the other end, they will be able to hold themselves off, get to elimination, and MIB are lost in still trouble. And moving up, Rawan, I think he, yes, has the max 7, but can he find the knock? He's trying his best, but it's not going to work out. Players are surrounding him, still be able to dabble with 1 knock, but will not be able to confirm for the time being.
Completely outnumbered. Fluxo against SAUL. going even so far. Butcherson and Gio both bleeding out, and Gio is gone, terminated in this battle. As the captain box comes in, Tro with a shot! An instant disengage there, but damage is done to the Brazilians as Tro backtracks. MT7 calls to get out of there.
That was a big recovery coming in from Troll. He's a very crucial player on that sniper and always delivers, and this is one of the moments for him to highlight himself. But on the other end, Twisted Minds and Straw Hats as well did not have a great game. Twisted Minds at least recovered, but for the time being, on the deficit with Exposy going down, they have to figure out how they fight out with Straw Hats, and Straw Hats, they need numbers, they need eliminations, something that they had expectations on, and they've not yet delivered. It's just one elimination.
And made worse by losing Exposy to RRQ, who popped him from afar, and that means the Straw has actually have a numbers advantage.
Oh, shot!
Is gonna
Knockdown
with
Diamond ke tule niche.
Durdanto Straw has now have a very good chance of taking over. But with RRQ taking on Exposy early on, they're gonna come in as an intervention as Jump is already out of there. So now RRQ is Straw has problems.
And it is happening already. RRQ
RRQ
confirming eliminations, they're taking down players from Straw Hats, and Straw Hats are in trouble. How do they recover from this? He is questioning who just challenged them. And it's not going to be an easy challenge. Delivery coming in on the Mac 10 from there. He puts the player down, and who will look forward to a revive from one of his teammates.
And the rest of Straw Hats are already booking the out of there.
Why moving?
Very easy way to navigate from this area. They was doing just that. Straw Hats should be fine. A couple of Arsenal nearby, and a revival point in the vending machine down the road. Team Vitality on the other end finds themselves Mia Corp again. Koja trying to pelt down the members of the USA team, but so far the glue walls have been nice. Team Vitality receiving some resistance from Mia Corp, and it's Biblik that takes out Joe.
Not the best coming in from Team Vitality. Even the game one start, they were caught out in a 3v1 and they lost to Troll, ending up at a 1v1, and Ali took their last elimination. So not sure of how they play this out. When you already mentioned, we spoke about this. This should be their map, their match. They should try to get back points, get to the top of the charts. But looking at how the play of this game is continuing, I don't see it happening anytime soon for Team Vitality.
Which is the craziest thing, because statistically they're technically not the best on this map, but whenever we get to that map and we look at the stats without Team Vitality, they step up. It's kind of a sick joke in a way.
Yeah.
RQ Kazu having their captain kept alive by a bye, but someone still needs to go retrieve him. And there it is, back up on his feet. RQ with 6 eliminations under their belt. Could cross paths with Vitality. Maybe even Straw Hats again.
I can say to Neptune and everybody else on an expert panel, pish posh, there's no curse, you don't have to worry about. It's just the RRQ play. The very first game doesn't work in their favor, and then they manage to recover. Team Vitality would want to do the same thing as well. Straw Hats on the other end at Casavista, they managed to recover. They did pick up those early fights, they did win it out against Twisted Minds, but they would have wanted to eliminate the whole squad. Thankfully, Jump made an opportunity to run away, but he still not revived his entire squad. This is what happens when you run away from a very early on fight. You do not have enough coins or reinforcements to push ahead, or even go to the vending machine and try to get your player back up. And I think that's what's affecting Jump right now.
TV tower থেকে মুভ করার ট্রাই
Quite an interesting development as well. If we look at the edge of the circle, plenty of teams are duking it out. You know, you have RRQ and MIBR Lost, the eastern side at Delta Isle, Team Secret, and Lion on the western side as well. I think Lion are looking for a disengage. They've already sent one of the players out to a vending machine to get those revives going. Soon as they start dropping bodies, and I think Ames King is going to be trapped in quite the predicament. Team Vitality out in the middle in Archway, and actually getting a pretty good area to hold on to.
The circle shifts a little sudden, and there's an opportunity where again Total Gaming end up being at the very center. Straw Hats, who managed to also make their recovery, are heading in that direction at Bloomtown. And right above them, we already spoke about Mia Corp. And Mia Corp, just like the previous game, they don't go out all brash at right the beginning. They wait for their opportunity, which they did pick up a couple in the early game, but it's not going to continue. But right as now, RRQ, the ones who are continuing, the team who just got the booyah trying and denying them, that's going to be a big spray coming in and picking the players off, converting eliminations, and that's how we end up seeing them getting their 6 eliminations in total.
a way better spot than what we have seen in game 1. I mean, anything that is not last right now is better for RRQ.
Twisted Minded সেই last player
Isolated jump right out on the edge.
Revive process
And unfortunately, the same predicament as RRQ from game 1. No vending machine in sight. And no coins. No coins. There is one on the radar, but like you said, no resources to bring his teammates back. He actually just picked up a power of it.
Yeah.
And that could be the game changer if MIBR Lost don't spot him.
Fluxo on the other end, they have an opportunity to spot a player from Lion. Sneakily hiding in the time being here at the studio, and there could be an opportunity that they start off a fight that Lion are not prepared for. But I think Hax has an idea. He knows he's caught out between enemy land. He's not sure if he should head out and put his head there for a fight, and that is the reason he's just holding off until the players move out. But moving in for Team Vitality are going to be Al Ahly as well as Straw Hats. So something that they have to wonder about and change their pacing.
TG now up to start receiving some of those shots from Team Vitality, but they do have a compound that could keep them safe. Resistance put up.
Team Vitality এর উপর অ্যাটাক দিতে but Straw Hats কিন্তু চুপ টিমের বসে আছে একটা সঠিক সময় সঠিক সুযোগ যদি লুপে নেওয়া যায়
should be able to recover and sort of readjust to the fight that's being put up by this Indian squad. And I think Photo Gaming, there's also an opening where they could decide to go straight for the compound with Team Vitality if push comes to shove.
But again, just going back to the previous game, if they try to hold on the compound for far too long, we've known teams who managed to surround them, and that is how, even after almost having a great start, they ended up losing the battle, and MIBR Lost ended up pulling up a booyah itself. So small instances, these small minute things that you let go of becomes a bigger vital thing for the other teams.
And Diamond taken out. Team Secret joins the feed again.
Came back.
He just came back. I think we found a theme for Group B so far, Lucifer. Full squad, 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
Second time it has happened. I think this is what we can look forward to for the rest of the day, which is an exciting thing because it keeps it volatile. Our Ali even getting a small respite there. Circle now really shrinking down towards the middle. Man, 12 teams. Too less space for this density of population.
জাস্ট দেখুন তাদের সার্কেল কিন্তু তাদের হাতে স্ট্র হেডস থেকে একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স আশা করা যায় এই ম্যাচে
Team Secret on the other end, read by the binoculars. So I think that should be MIBR Lost who have an idea, or RRQ on the edge of it. Miyakop, they end up picking up runs, but Mahal answers back, takes Nix down. But those are just knocks for the time being. There's no confirmation. Mahal in turn gets traded out. And now Al Ahly jumps to trouble Miyakop. This is just happening back and forth. These teams are just dropping players, but not confirming any of them.
RRQ Miyakop
runs and dots together.
They can do white.
Put out Miyakop.
It breaks the game wide open just as we thought that the drought will continue for a while longer. And RRQ springing to life and putting themselves on the board for now, and they continue to take on the challenge against Al Ahly.
Abai প্রস্তুত এই মুহূর্তে জেট মানে ট্রাই বাট আবাই এই মুহূর্তে থামে দেওয়া হবে রাইট নাও ডাককে নকডাউন জি ক্লিয়ার করে দেওয়া হয়েছে এবারে আল আহলির হককে ডাউন মারা হবে রিমাইন্ড থাকবে সিমাউস থাকবে and তাদের সাইড থেকে একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স দেখতে পাচ্ছেন RRQ থেকে মাল লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট রিভাইভ প্রসেস চালানোর জন্য গাড়ি নিয়ে টান দিবেন and শপের গাড়ি চলে এসেছেন
and vending machine right in front, so he will be able to bring the players back, but Twisted Minds there an opportunity to break again RRQ. But I think they have their target right in front. Al Ahly, who made trouble. Jump is down on the other end. They wanted to sandwich. I think that did not work out. And Al Ahly have an upper hand because they have all their three players looking forward to this after converting a fight. And they're running across back into the circle, leaving Twisted Minds in trouble.
And Al Ahly able to sneak past Twisted Minds as well. They poke for it. RRQ, they get the full revive, but the pass was laying in wait. Duz, he just came back and he is removed from the equation again. So RRQ playing from behind. And everything is on the shoulders of Ma'al. He needs one more on the diamond. The AWM just enough to put him down so Abai can finish him off with the max 10. And Twisted Minds continues to put on the pedal.
RRQ getting trouble back and forth. They're trying their best to recover. It's not working out in their favor. It was Al Ahly first and now Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds in this game especially are able to hold themselves off. Team Secret on the other end have been just
Right,
watching this
just
action,
কিছুক্ষণ
teams
hold
moving around.
করলেই
Now they
একটা
have
ভালো
their own
placement
opportunity.
plus ভালো কিছু elimination
He
point
needs to
হতে
run
পারে।
back, but he only has 400 coins. That is not going to be a full
সাড়ে
recovery
12
for him.
মিনিট
He
12
wants
মিনিট
to look
40
forward to
সেকেন্ড
a
পার
knock
হয়ে গেছে
or an elimination, but he doesn't have enough time. And with Maal going out, the zone doing the damage, RRQ are done for here in Solara.
Standings isn't pretty in terms of placement points, but at least
eliminations.
They ran away with 13, and that's gonna fill out that booyah
Exactly,
for a little bit in equivalence.
Luxor,
We're now checking on Straw Hats against
Luxor is
Fluxo,
straw hat. Shock
W7M.
প্রস্তুত আছে এই
Puts him
মুহূর্তে
right through the
শক
window, has the
প্রস্তুত
therapy with him.
দেখা যাক
The
ফ্লুক্সোরে
Cassie
থামাইতে হবে
side
ভাই
on the
যেমনি হোক
Oscar, a
থামাইতে হবে
classic combo to go up front, up close and
Oh
personal.
my,
Throw from
Straw-
afar, actually taking out
Straw-কে down
Straw.
মারছে।
So Straw has attention being divided. They need a bit of help, but it seems like
ভাই
this
দেখা
sandwich
এই
might
যে
be too
এই যে
much.
অবস্থা টাইট অবস্থা
SSAQL
টাইট
and
স্ট্র হেডসের
Fluxo,
অবস্থা
W7M
টাইট
are
স্ট্র
gonna be
হেডসের
their
অবস্থা টাইট
undoing. Straw Hats have been wiped out.
That was an opening for
Fluxo
Fluxo, and they're going to be
Fluxo.
happy. They put Straw Hats completely
Time
out of the
failure
game.
na Argentina.
SAQL Esports ended up becoming a wonder of a blessing for them. That is added on eliminations. Yes, one of the players got one elimination on Straw Hats, but the other 3 were all taken away. Now Team Secret want to do the same thing. They have a total of 11 eliminations right at the edge of the circle with the same position, even goes for Twisted Minds. And that is the reason we can see the inclination coming in from Team Secret to take out Twisted Minds as soon as possible.
And it has been working wonders for them, right? They picked up the pace. Game 1, they played slow and they fell in the hands of Fluxo, but this time they amp up the tempo a little bit, and Fluxo surprisingly doing the same. But the eliminations hasn't been reflected just yet. We're still looking at 5 for now, but with 8 teams remaining in this lobby, there's a very good opportunity for some of these teams to rack up a couple more takedowns. And SAUL is one of them. But Tro getting pinned down by PLS1. How did they get out of this predicament? The Blues are behind. Team Secret is in front. And it seems like it will be easy pickings, like shooting fish in a barrel. Twisted Team Secret with 13.
Twisted Minds, they are also in trouble. But Expo, he wants to trouble Team Secret. While they did pick up eliminations, they're looking good. But Jump's been lost. The man who brought the players back up. Toll Gaming on the other end, they are going down to their knees. The fight against Vitality not working in their favor. But Sibeng and Dix are also down. So Team Vitality, they have another challenge. That's going to be Lion on one end and Fluxo on the other. And Lion are taking an advantage on both the teams of Vitality and Total Gaming. And finally put an end to their run on Solara. But Koja, he's going aggressive. He finds MT7 over there. Will not be able to confirm yet because he had to step out outside the zone.
It's going to be crunch time right now. Holland actually takes out Jakos right before that glue wall comes out. And Team Secret might have just broken open Lion's defenses. They get the pickup still. But it means resources have been spent. And Team Secret in a very strong position to make it further. Joe now needs to poke it for safety and will do so for now. But PLS1 catches him from behind, and that's Team Vitality removed from the lobby. 5 more teams remain. Team Secret, 14 eliminations and counting.
I'm seeing a lot of M60 being used. They are pummeling these bullets to their enemies, looking unstoppable. And that's what Team Secret is just rallying one after another, rounds after round. And Lion now, they make a jump. A big launcher coming in from Hacks, and he puts the side of Fluxo out.
Cascading damages. Fluxo walked into a landmine, and Lion comes in with a grenade launcher. And they are the ones that get to voucher off and reap the rewards of what has been sold by their opponents. But right now, out into the open is Twisted Minds and Team Secret waiting for the easy pickings, and they are done. Now Twisted Minds up against Team Secret. A 4v3 in favor of the Vietnamese.
Team Secret, we're expecting for them to start off
Twisted
on
Minds
group and game 1 itself here for Group B, but they figured out how the play was from every team, and now with 16 total eliminations, all their 4 players standing, they're looking forward to a booyah. What they did in the SCA Grand Final Spring, they want to start off just like how we ended up seeing Evo's Divine. It seems like Team Secret have found the secret recipe.
And this is the identity that has been missing, same as Twisted Minds, who are still looking for who they were back in their prime. But Team Secret roaring to life, led by some of the brightest stars. T-Quay out in front, Ngan by his side, right the corner, dropped it onto the pass to narrow down the battlefield. Exposing next on the list, and Diamond will be dispatched in just a moment. T-Quay around the corner.
And the moment for Team Secret.
And a booyah.
This is a big game coming in from Team Secret, and especially for Vietnam itself, to see their squad after just pulling off the SEA title, and now they're pulling it off here in EWC, here in Paris.
If there's any doubts whether Spring was a fluke or stroke of luck, this should quell some of those questions. There's still more to be proven. This could still be a stroke of luck that people have been forcibly saying as part of the narrative. But if there's one thing there's a constant, is that Team Secret has some of the most gifted players. Since T-Koi joined the squad, they have been not the same, they have been different, but in a positive way. And in this case, even our side reporter, our colleague Yun Su, is going to be very happy with the turnout. Last time a Vietnamese team was in EWC, it was back in 2024 in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. That was Esports, but they had a subpar performance. They missed out 25. Team Secret, they have a lot of weight on their shoulders, and they're starting it off good.
They are indeed. I think the game itself compared to game number 1 to game number 2 quickly changes, and you could see no desperation. It was just the holding off, the consistency, the commanding play that they had, right? We spoke about them. They were already at the edge of the wall. They could have taken a fight if they wanted it, and they could have jumped the wall, gone towards Twisted Minds. They could have moved towards either the fight between MIB Loss or Fluxo happening. They did not. They held their fort. They knew where the circle was shifting, and they gave that time. They knew when they strike for a booyah.
An eye for opportunity indeed, and that is perhaps the secret recipe. That's what's going to carry Team Secret all the way. But we also have fans from SAUL Esports right here in Paris, in the arena. There's still a lot more to give, of course. This is just the beginning of what is going to be a fantastic and adventurous journey for our teams in Group B. But I think in this case, we have MIB Los, Brazil starting off strong in game 1. We have Vietnam on the board in game 2. Now we're looking for the Indonesians and the Thais to make a splash in the upcoming games.
While you're looking at the SEA, I want to look at the South Asian team, Straw Hats. I did have high expectations. They should have started off really well, but it looks like they find initial fights, eliminations to convert, but then instantly when they get a challenge or forced to take a fight against somebody, they're not ready for it. And that wary situation of the unknown, they're not ready for it. Same goes for SATUL as well. Individually, we saw Troll, the magic coming in on the sniper. He is just too sharp so far. But as a whole squad, they're just not in the position that they want to feel comfortable in.
And I think it's just about getting that polish, right? Making sure that all the cogs turn in the same direction. I gotta give a special shout out to Al Ali Esports.
Oh, yes.
They had some great moments off screen. We might not see them in on full display, but they were the ones that brought forth the downfall of Fluxo W7M in game 2. Of course, that was instantly converted by Lion right after that, thanks to that RGS from the side of the Latam representatives. But Al Ali, this is a team. The banner might be new, but the players have been here for quite a while. Reminds you folks, they've had a couple of attempts, so I can't wait to see what they have left to show us. But for now, we're gonna get a room of breather, and we'll be right back with more Free Fire action.
Right
and we are back here on stage. I'm Carol Bombshell. Happy to be here with my friend Barney. He's the man, guys. And we are here with Iago, the sniper for Team Lowe's. Maybe our Lowe's, right, Barney?
That's right. Let's do this. Carol's gonna kick things off and ask us some very interesting questions. It's gonna be good.
Of course. Okay, Iago. So recent form hasn't been great. So how good does it feel to kick off at EWC with a booyah? Ok, a primeira partida, a gente sabe que vocês não performaram tão bem quanto vocês gostariam nos últimos jogos, nas últimas partidas, apesar da final do Free Fire ter sido muito boa para vocês, né? Mas ainda assim não conseguiram levar o título. Como é que é para vocês chegarem aqui e já começarem com um booyah aqui no EWC?
É muito bom.
Sorry.
É muito bom. É claro que todo mundo fica muito ansioso para jogar. Então é muito importante a gente chegar com um booyah já, que já tira aquele peso, tira aquela ansiedade toda. E a gente consegue jogar bem melhor e ficar mais de boa e, tirar a ansiedade do corpo.
Okay, so for sure, start with a booyah, give us such a feeling of relax, and we can get more secure about our game, and we have also a good chemistry all together. So we start with a booyah at AWC, for sure, it's the best thing that we could have done today.
I mean, the synergy looks great, Iago. You guys look like performing really well. Let's stay on map 1, okay, because I want to talk about the final moments. You guys went up against Fluxo in that final showdown against your regional rivals. How did it feel after that map, realizing that you went up against them and you beat them? That must have been a nice confidence boost.
Basicamente, vocês chegaram no endgame junto com o Fluxo, então nós gostaríamos de saber qual que é o sentimento de chegar num endgame contra um time brasileiro também, e ainda sendo o Fluxo, que é um dos seus maiores rivais na Liga Brasileira, né? Então, qual que é o sentimento de conseguir um booie em cima deles?
Bom, primeiramente é muito bom, por conta que eles estão no final, é muito bom pra gente também, pra conseguir os dois conseguir a classificação pra final. E também é muito bom, né, ter aquela rivalidadezinha, tipo, do BR. E continuar aqui também vai ser muito bom e, se Deus quiser, disputar também com eles também.
For sure, it's really nice to have a Booyah over Fluxo, but most because it's really nice to have Fluxo in the end game with us, because we are, in the end of the day, both of the teams are Brazilians, and we do get good points together, but also we have this rivalry back in Brazil, and beat them here at the EWC feels very nice. Okay, Iago, for us to finish, you are known in Brazil as Thanos because of all the championship rings that you have won. Would it add a EWC title, take your legacy to another level? Você tá ligado que você é conhecido como Thanos no Brasil, né? Então, você acha que você garantir mais um título, especialmente do EWC aqui, ajudaria o seu legado a ficar cada vez maior?
Ah, com certeza. Meu legado já, com certeza, é muito forte. Ganhando a EWC em si fica inexplicável. Pra mim já é muito inexplicável, mas é um grande sonho meu também, sonho do meu time em conquistar a EWC.
Okay, so win EWC definitely would add it up at my legacy. In my legacy, of course, it will make me stronger in Brazil. I will have a stronger image in Brazil and in any another region that plays Free Fire, but this is my dream. I want to win EWC. That's definitely my dream, and I will help my team win EWC.
Well, after that first map, that dream can definitely come true. And with that being said, we are going to head over to a very, very quick... Well, we're just going to head over somewhere. We're going to come back very, very soon. Thank you so much for checking us out. Thank you so much, Yago, for joining us in this interview. We'll be back right after this.
মানে বলদামি পোস্ট ফ্রম ফেসবুক আমাদের ফ্রি ফায়ার স্পোর্টস অফিসিয়ালের পেজে
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Esports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind. That's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage of Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Twisted Mind.
Two matches are done for Group B. We started off hot with Brazil, but in this second one, it was none other than Team Secret, Conchita.
Yes, finally. This is the Team Secret that I've seen grabbed that title of the World Series Spring, and I think the organization that they have, the way of playing is what gets them here and what gets them the booyah. It's about time, actually, because I was really waiting for them to perform really well, and they did not disappoint at all. I mean, look at that.
They definitely didn't disappoint. 7 eliminations there for Hong Am and one team that I know you were keeping a close eye on, ladies. None other than Twisted Minds.
I mean, this team, I guess if we take you back sort of to the online,
didn't
look too great. Okay, not looking too hot, but, you know, they had a roster change, bringing in Diamond and Expo, and this was like almost caused a 180 for this team, and they are now in contention to sit in that sort of top spot. And I know me and Neptune were kind of like fighting on this before, like, I wanted to back Twisted Minds. If you saw that match 2 that they had to go through on the eastern side, I mean, they had an early altercation with MIBR. They had to retreat and regather on the eastern side, but that was kind of only thanks to RRQ, who came in and like, oh, I'm just going to be a little bit of distraction. They were able to sort of get away, and not just get away. Did you see that zone pull once in that final circle? I mean, they were sitting pretty. I was bound to see sort of a win there, but look, they did only have 3 players out of the 4, whilst, you know, they're going up against Team Secret with, you know, their whole entire squad. But the ability to adapt and change from Twisted Minds, don't leave them out of the conversation, guys, because they came to play even in match 1 with like their 14 elims. Neptune wants to talk, guys. I'll pass it over. He's just as excited as I am.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's one reason why I'm excited to talk about Twisted Mind. It's because they are different this time. Back then, it was just all aggression. They want to go for elimination, and now they're playing with survivability. And even with that, like, Jump was just, as you mentioned, just going into the sides until he reached Windmill, went in for a revive, and then even in the final phases of the circle, Twisted Mind is part of it. So this is not something that we often see from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but speaking of differences, I'm actually a bit disappointed because we were hoping to see something more from Team Fatality, right? They are showing that being different is actually something that you can do to achieve a better result. But unfortunately, that's not what we see in the first 2 games. Right now, they are still kind of scattered at the 7th position overall with only 8 elimination points. That's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah, maybe they'll be able to turn it around. I mean, they are practicing something new. We were kind of hinting at it too. We didn't really know how it was going to go. Could have gone great, could have gone bad. But one team that did have a great performance there in that last match was Al Ali, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they didn't really expect that kind of performance, though. They were not aiming for the booyah yet. They are just going for elimination, making sure that they are consistent with their placement point. And there was we're seeing a similar pattern here for those who are taking the top of the board. Just stay silent, make sure that you can go for elimination, aggression from a distance. That's what I can say. Go for those elimination out of the snipers. Just capitalize on that. I mean, Solar is one of that map, though you can move fast because of slide rails, but there's also a lot of elevation that you can work with to get all those eliminations.
I mean, you're talking about be aggressive from afar. Okay, all right, Vitality. I mean, you got 2 snipers. Maybe we'll start seeing that. One team that was able to actually be even more aggressive there in that second match was none other than RRQ, as we're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking. Fluxo with 38 points. And Fluxo, honestly, Neptune, they started off hot.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, they're getting back-to-back squad-wide.
Team Secret 32 points, Al Ahly Sports 32 points, MIBR lost 31 points, Twisted Mind 29 points,
well they hunt their opponents. They know the rotation of what will be taken or needs to be taken to choose their fight. They're not going in a little bit too careless that point. And that has been the strategy of Fluxo right now. And given that there's not so much of the giants, the titans. I would say that's part of Group
দুইটা
A.
বইয়া দুইটা
Group
টিমের
B,
কাছে যাবে
they
টিম
are
সিক্রেট এন্ড
just
MIB
wrecking
আর
it.
লব
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about that strong start
total
from
gaming
teams, right?
esports
Come out of the
IQ
gate swinging,
Indian
and that's
team
exactly what
21
Fluxo
points
did. You know,
আছে আর
15 eliminations, I believe, in match one, giving him that incredible strong start, and obviously showcasing that on the leaderboard. But Lilas, how can you not be hyped with what's going on for Team Fluxo behind us? Like, you know, we talk about the mentality of players, right? How could you not be hyped having this whole entire crowd just like playing drums and singing your song? Like, it's absolutely incredible, and it's working for them. Like,
দেখা যাক
when I
আমাদের
have
পরবর্তী ম্যাচ থার্ড ম্যাচে কেমন কামব্যাক দেয় টিম স্ট্রহেড একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স আশা করা যায় তাদের সাইড থেকে
Can I get a production? Can I get that organized? Thank you.
They were absolutely non-stop during the matches. Right now, that's what they're
দেখা
kind
যাক
of calm because
কিছুক্ষণের
they're being
মধ্যে
able to
আমাদের
relax a
পরবর্তী
little
ম্যাচ
bit. But
শুরু
going
হবে
back, we saw
আমাদের থার্ড
RRQ
ম্যাচ
there
শুরু
trolling
হতে
with just
যাচ্ছে
13 points. I know this is one team that you were very high on, Conchita. How are you with their performance so far? You didn't want them to start off slow. They did bring it back in that second match.
Yeah, one thing for sure is that I think we really need to reconsider talking about our favorite team in the beginning of the show because there is some serious jinxing going on. It happened with Aurora before, and now it happened with RRQ now. Like, what the hell? From now on, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. But yeah, in all seriousness, I think RRQ, well, the first game, obviously, it wasn't a great start at all. Being the first team to get sent back to the lobby was honestly quite embarrassing for a team in their caliber. But then again, it's what really lit the fire under their asses, I think. Because if we see what happens in the second game, I think they are getting slightly better. They are trying to learn more about their opponents. And that's what exactly what they did.
They're so humble.
ম্যাচ আরো 6টা আছে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবে বাট তার আগেই বাদ দিয়ে দিচ্ছে
Just get them late. What a humble team. We knew this from the
They're
start.
getting a breather. They're getting a breather.
Oh, well, but I do think that they're learning a little from the mistakes that they did in the first game, and hopefully they're just going to keep climbing up the ladder. But for now, I'm not feeling it still. I am not. I mean, looking at the statistic itself, 9th position, 13 points, 13 elimination points. What the hell is that?
But then again, I mean, in Southeast Asia, they were dubbed the masterminds.
Yeah, the bomb.
That's a possible reason where she's coming from, studying their opponents and probably bring something in. But one thing that I want to see is, we've seen that in game number 2. Mal was left alone, even a sniper. He couldn't defend himself because he doesn't have a weapon. But
অফিশিয়াল
on
সবগুলো পেজ আছে
Clash Squad,
স্পোর্টস
we're in
গ্লোবাল
different mode.
তাদের
He
পেজ
was
থেকেও ছাড়ছে
practicing
টাইটান
those
স্পোর্টস
CQC,
ক্লাব
so
নাকি
we can
ডিসকোয়ালিফাই
bring
হয়েছে বাট ম্যাচ আরো 6টা আছে তারা হয়তো ভুলে গেছে বা তারাই
Just make
হয়তো
sure that they
সেই
can
রোডম্যাপ
survive
ভুলে
and
গেছে
not be caught off guard, similar to what we've seen often happen, especially if there's snipers and one left behind.
Yeah, I keep saying that if EFOS has Russia at the center stage, I do believe that Mal should be given more chance to take the spotlight in RRQ because he actually got what it takes. And again, he's also one of the youngest players that is playing for RRQ. So yeah, I think it's just a great opportunity for him to really shine and do what he's able to do best.
It could be just first game jitters. That's what we're going to throw up the first game too, because they did end up bouncing back on that second match. Now, as we're getting closer here towards the second half of their series, almost closer towards the end of day 1 of Free Fire at EWC 26, we do need to see a bit of a reaction. I know there's some other squads that we want to see a reaction because we don't want to see what happened there earlier on with Group 8. I'm going to be looking. We just talked about them. Team RQ, Team Vitality, and Lucifer. I know you're currently looking as SAUL Esports. You gotta wake them up, Lucifer.
Indeed, I agree.
And
Seven,
in
the
the year,
SHUL Esports have to
going
pick
to
it
the
up
game
because Troll
screen.
individually has done big, but I think the entire name of the game, at least in Group B so far, is that you have to adapt. We ended up seeing Team Secret, who were very silent in the game number 1, instantly adapted to game number 2, and now they're all in, got their booyah already. Even Twisted Minds did not have a great start. But on the other end, Fluxo. So far, this entire lobby of Group B Husky hasn't seemed wayward running away from somebody.
Yeah, we have slightly tighter margins, right?
Exactly.
Like it's not like after game 2, we see a very top-heavy lobby, which is very good, because I think even up to the 7th and 8th spot, there's pretty good chance that they can make it in the top 4 by the end of this evening. Speaking of which, I do, want to bring out some of the points that our experts have kind of put out on the table. I think, RQ, I gotta say, Conchita, my heart goes out to you. 3rd time could be the charm. Could be the charm. Vitality, though, that still looking for that magic, right? Again, I think Solara has always been the map that I look forward to for Team Vitality, because I feel like that is sort of what is going to light the fuse for them to come online. But in this case, it was completely extinguished in the mid game, and now it begs the question of where else is Vitality going to able to kickstart that engine?
One thing that we know, where we are heading here for game number 3, that's going to be towards Purgatory. Where's heaven or hell? It's time for teams to show up. And maybe, as Seven mentioned, SATL Esports, they rise to the occasion, picking up eliminations. Yes, like how RRQ did, it's also time for placement points.
Placement points integral if you want to talk about potential tiebreakers at the end of the day. Very rare occasion, but it's always good to have some insurance policy. And in this case, I'm looking forward to see if teams are going to go to Moat House, because when we saw Group A, no teams actually like to go there. You play around the perimeter on the southern side of the Moat House, but if I remember correctly, memory serve, Twisted Minds should go north side, and in this case they have company in the form of Miyacorp.
Now, Miyacorp have not had a great start so far. They're looking around 6 points, similar to what Straw Hats. I think these are the only two teams that are a little bit of an offset compared to the entire 10 lot that we have, who are looking closer, tighter, as you already mentioned. The fight already breaking out between these two. Looking at it, Twisted Mind should have the upper hand, and there it goes. Diamond, he already gets the opening. And that's the very first elimination, but a quick answer back by Nyx. But can he pick up the elimination? Can he confirm it? That's going to be crucial. Kappa trying to use the chrono and confirm the elimination. So it's not working in their favor. They're about to lose another, and Kappa also goes down. More players from Miyacorp dropping one by one in the fight for just to pick one elimination
Diamond and
against Twisted
Favors
Minds.
ke take down kora hoyeche right now gari diye gিয়ে দেওয়ার প্ল্যান করেছিল জাম্প বাট জাম্পকে এই মতে জাম্প করে দেবেন জাম্প শেষ মিয়াকর্প একটা ভালো কাউন্টার ছিল এই মুহূর্তে নেকেড সাইড থেকে
Now has to take that card away.
SATL
showing up to the occasion, blows up the vehicle, and unfortunately there's no escape around this time.
3 number
He
athlete
pays with
gone
his life, but at least
4 number
there is some
athlete
significant damage dealt to Twisted Minds as they are down to the last member, and we did discuss about this. They love Moat House, but in this case they are trapped at Moat House.
One thing for sure, just like how we ended up seeing this fight, is you cannot be weighing the scale on just one team. It could change within the blink of an eye. Twisted Minds had the upper hand over there, but instantly turned around Miyacorp, and now SATL Esports. And similarly, Toll Gaming have to do some magic right as now. Spotting the player, Joker from Lion, breaking the glue wall open. Not the best weapon for Aztec, but he had his teammate on the other end, and Vota pushing him into his crosshair, and they find the knock. Confirmation to follow as well. And Toll Gaming this time going a rather aggressive approach at the very start, finding the next knock as well, and that's going to be Aztec.
Sets it up for Wota and confirms one himself as well. Total Gaming up to 2. Hacks the third one to get chased down with his Mafia with the car 98. So make it 3 for the Indian team. But the job is not done just yet. They might have weathered the storm and sent Lion packing temporarily, but RRQ has just shown up in the compound, attracted by the gunfire, the noise of bullets flying in the air. And let's see if Total Gaming can hold a candle to the Kings of Kings.
It is going to be tough. How we ended up seeing RRQ without getting any point, going down in game number 1 and instantly in game number 2, 13 total eliminations. If they had placement points, they'd have looked at the top 5. And now they have an opportunity. But Total Gaming, they took an aggressive foot forward. Can they continue that is something that we have to wait and approach for. But Ali, this team from the very beginning have been surprising every squad and now challenging Fluxo, taking the player but sent down. And Fluxo in trouble. MT7's also spotted. Hawk will try to take him down with his crosses, sneaking through. Can he find the hit on the car 98? But no, so far. Somehow Fluxo will be able to make a run.
And RQ has done some significant damage to Total Gaming. 2 of them go down.
Double knock.
Mafia and gives himself the third RRQ, shattered in an instant.
Everybody who watches Toll Gaming in India, they know what Mafia is capable of. If he is in form, the entire squad will rally with him. And it seems like in game number 3, they've decided. And Mahal, again the last man. Neptune spoke about this. Being a sniper, the last man is not at all the best way to play it. If that Suzy passive works out, he has a lot of coins. He does it at this point, but that's only 1300. Not a full squad revive, but he'll still manage to do something because it's the early game.
Yep, and he's forced to backtrack as well because you have Bunny from SATL Gaming on that low ground. No vending machines inside Ma'ao with the weight of the entire team on his shoulders, just like the previous game. He's done it once, but there's only a limit to how much revives he can bring back before the weight crushes him. Check back with RRQ in just a little bit. Straw has now showed up the compound of Mia Corp, who are just vacating that spot, but you gotta look back at this moment where Ma'ao gets the setup to his team, finds 2, but immediately the response came in from Mafia to get even more damage done.
Wait, Mal? He takes the zip line, heading back. RRQ, he did not get the revive. Yeah, this was a very risky approach. Shanky, if he knew that was happening through the zipline, he could have taken him down. But Mahal making a run. Shanky has spotted him, but I think he will be able to manage. No! He gets close! Oh! Just in time!
Mahal, एकदम perfect moment
and they're back in action. They'll be flying up, but almost Shanky got him, and he would have taken that knife and driven through RRQ and out of this game.
Yeah, by his deathbed, he brings 2 of his teammates back and keeps the heart of RRQ beating. And for now, Ma'ao has done his duty. And it's up to both the captain and the young gun to keep that legacy going and see if RRQ can make it further down the road. We're looking at a total of 16 points for now, barring, as we excluding the placement points. Vitality also, another team that we're looking for magic. And I can't believe I'm saying this, Lucifer. When we came into today, and I thought that EVOS is going to be the team that struggles the most out of the 3 Indonesians, but that was not the case, right? EVOS, even though we've only won Booyah, did finish top 4 in Group A. And right now, it's Team Vitality who are struggling the most.
I think we were having this discussion, right? When we were talking about maybe they also themselves were telling us that maybe it was just an experimental phase down in SEA Spring. And it actually looks, they are able to deliver results here on the EWC stage.
Part of me actually didn't want to believe it. I thought that they were.
We did.
I thought it was an excuse.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
But no excuses for Twisted Minds. They almost had control of it, and this time they're taking an approach to a couple of the isolated players from Straw Hats who went all the way to Moat House. Not an approach that we've seen in the recent times of Free Fire that anybody heads in that direction. An isolated, desolated land of Moat House, but Straw Hats, they think that's the safe haven because they are losing players. As you can see, Twisted Minds clear their position at the edge of the shore, and Straw Hats had to go for another revive, get the player back up. And the circle, thankfully, for Twisted Minds, move north.
Yeah, actually, a blessing in disguise. BLS1, they're going to drop the remind there, so Al-Ali will have to halt their rotation for now. And Team Secret, they're not going to wait. Riding off the momentum of Game 2, where they had a fantastic sequences of events that led to the Booyah. Let's see if they can feed off of that energy. As Al-Ali, they've shown us that they can fight, and they will fight back.
They will. They've been at the top of the charts, but so do Team Secret want to get in that direction. This time trying to try and find an opening. So far they've not found. Rather they've found and received damage. They've been forced to back off. And there is it. TQ has been taken down. Now 7. He's also been spotted. Oh no! He doesn't get anything to say. Had the launcher in the hand and will be launched back into the lobby. Nothing else. Nan 7. He's also spotted. Went to the vending machine and he turns it around with the help of PLS1. And Team Secret, they bring it back.
PLS1 with the bailout in the last second to cut down the ranks of Al-Ali, who seemingly had an advantage,
oh my god, Al-Ali ke totally shut down kara hobe. Team Secret এর সাইড থেকে অসাধারণ একটা কাউন্টার ছিল নিহানের সাইড থেকে।
First team to wipe out Al-Ali in this lobby.
That was not thought of. I was Al-Ali almost looking in control, but anything can happen is what Group B is the game of.
I can't believe it. PLS1 left to his own devices and was able to work magic.
Exactly.
3 consecutive shots to take down 3 individual rushes, running at his teammate. That is the kind of support that we need. That is what defines this current meta, where snipers are everything. They mold the world and they shape the results. And Team Secret now in a powerful spot.
And so is Lion. Rawan with that Winchester. Picking up a couple in his name. Drop the player, quick on the confirmation as well. Team Secret, after finding a full-on wipe, they have another challenge right in front of them. That's going to be Fluxo, the roaring fans right here in Paris. And now they have a challenge in front to try and push out Team Secret. It's not been easy. From game number 2, the pacing, and especially after what PLS1 did. And look at his position. I don't think they have an idea about it. He starts hitting, and he does. MAD to B, he puts Bobs down, and Trouble already striking for Fluxo. And they cannot get closer. Bobs wants to get closer to his teammate, but Simba is not going to happen because there's the Bolt Maker also called. Could be trouble here. for Fluxo, but there might be a disguise of blessing by Twisted Minds if they decide to take a fight with Team Secret.
Potential three-way fight here. Team Secret having a bit of a compound to work with, and on top of that, a vending machine right at their doorstep. So any emergency supplies or revives can be achieved. And Fluxo now to step on the gas. PLS1 out of there with the launch pad to reconvene with the rest of his team and complete the rendezvous. So dodging a bullet, but putting themselves in the vicinity of Twisted Minds. But fighting one team is better than two. Fluxo could take this opportunity to get a couple of free points.
That was one of the smart moves coming in from Fluxo to make sure that they go behind the sniper and not give him position. And now Twisted Minds have the advantage of it because all the players from Team Secret have been crunched. They've been forced to be together, and Twisted Minds like this. Diamond on the flank. He spots the players, but also, he puts Diamond down from afar. This is the problem. When you let another team take control of a position, especially in the circle, they feel a lot more confident. Now Fluxo, that's what they're feeling. Now they're chasing the players. Bobs, the man who was knocked by Team Secret, is now wanting to revenge for that action.
Yeah, Fluxo really pushing forward right now. They had control of the stage zone. They could play a gatekeeping, but they wanted more. And in this case, thankfully for Team Secret, nothing of value was lost. Even the vehicle wasn't completely wrecked, so they could rotate up to the high ground. And in fact, right now, because the circle doesn't hurt as much just yet, Team Secret could set up shop on this high ground and actually scout out the area before making a future rotation. There's also a zip line that they could utilize in times of emergency, but the decision will be made to cross past the northern side of the map, get around both Twisted Minds and Fluxo.
already complete.
This fight has been going back and forth. Twisted Minds trying to kind of itch towards Team Secret and Team Secret as well. It happened in the previous game, but right now it has to conclude, because if Twisted Minds do not get taken down, then it's going to be Team Secret.
Team Secret right now, Twisted Minds এর সাথে আরো একবার মানে তাদের ফাইট কখনো শেষ হবে না। Team Secret ঘুরে ফিরে আবার Twisted Minds এর সামনে, আর Twisted Minds এর সেবা ডায়মন্ড একের পর এক নক, জাম্প নক, এক্সপোজি লাস্ট ওয়ান, এক্সপোজি বের হতে পারবে কিনা। ও অসাধারণ ঈশ্বরের মাধ্যমে কিলটা করছেন, এন্ড এক্সপোজি রাইট নাও একাই থাকবেন। এক্সপোজিকে তুলে নেওয়ার চেষ্টা, এন্ড এক্সপোজি গন।
And Team Secret finds another wipeout here. First starting with Ali and now following it up with Twisted Minds. They should have no problem bringing their teammate back. There's a vending machine right in front, and right in the same zone as well. And they can't get there on time. Seems like everything is laid out for Team Secret to potentially make it to the final stage again.
Could be a back-to-back. Not something that we've not seen. We've already seen in Group A that happened. Maybe Team Secret try to replicate the same for their own. And that is the revive.
Right now it's your head rotate করা try ভাই, একটা পারফেক্ট রোটেশন, বাট এক্সপ্লোকে তুলে নেওয়া হয়েছে ভাই। Neil and Shaw.
That's going to be an end for Miyakop. They've not been having a great start at all here in Group B. They've been at the bottom of the charts. They need to pick up pace, but Fluxo, they've been picking it up. They're already the top of the charts. The only thing that they're missing is the Booyah. Game number 1, they're very close. Game number 2, they couldn't. They got taken down. But now, if they fight Team Secret and put them down, the challenges for Booyah will be swept out.
And this is round 2. They put Team Secret in a very uncomfortable spot, but Team Secret conquered that hurdle and now are back for revenge.
And Team Secret এর উপর গিয়া এটা আর সুন্দর চার্জ করতে নক তুলতে, বাট গিয়াকে তুলে নেওয়া হয়েছে টিম সিক্রেট থেকে লাস্ট রান অ্যাথলেট PLS1। তিনি কি সার্ভাইভ করতে পারবেন কিনা দেখা যাক এই মুহূর্তে।
Doesn't seem like it is going to be a reality this time. Fluxo coming out on top.
এটা দেখতে দেয় না এই
PLS1 again quickly running away. He was the saving grace. Yes, an ace was found, but now no challenge for him to take the player down. He had to go out of the zone. An extra effort that he has to put and win it out. But on the other end, the team who's putting a lot of efforts after getting their very first Booyah here in Group B. That's going to be MIB a loss. They didn't lose out a player, but they already have 8 eliminations. Playing inside the circle, but Quadra with the duel puts the last player of SHL Esports down. It's not working for them yet. They've not found their winning ways. These young guns are missing their player, their captain Prince, and they are not able to yet adapt in such a highly competitive pace.
And a different story for Team Vitality this time, racking up double digits in terms of elimination as Yago cleaned up the remnants of Team Secret. No more back-to-back this time. 5 teams remain. Fluxo looking incredibly healthy, same as Vitality, as both teams have gone on a tear. But there's a very good chance that we see RQ run up the Causeway and into Total Gaming, who are controlling both areas. MT7 finding a sneaky one from behind. Abai right into the fire. And of course, gets the burns to a crisp.
Eliminated. Team TV.
That was a very quick save coming in, and that's the reason I was talking about how crucial Mafia is. He lets them all rush through and back again into the game. All 4 men standing, Total Gaming ready for this final 4 standoff. MIBR lost are the only team who have a 3-man playoff that they have to go against the 4 lot of all the survivors we have.
Will be the first time on the world stage that a team from India gets a booyah, and how close are we to that, Lucifer? Dreams can come true, and we take it a step at a time. Total Gaming has to face off against MIBR Lost, and Haone is the one that gets the upper hand. The Winchester, Sabank, up against Fluxo on the other end. VSS doing a magic there, but Shanky has been brought back up. The nades now come true. Riptide Rhythm unleashed. Yago in danger, but still putting up a bit of a resistance to pin down the members of Total Gaming, but they're in the face of MIBR Lost. General takes out Water. The members of TG cut down to just 3.
General bringing it down to a 3v3, troubling Total Gaming, and now Total Gaming with the zone closing in. They are forced out of space. MIBR Lost are able to hold their own as they get taken down by Yago with the sniper confirmation coming through. Shanky a little too late to just find the knock there. And MIBR lost for India, who wanted to see if there could be a booyah. They put those dreams to rest for now. And MIBR lost are not stopping there. Yoga again once more picks up on Godzin. That's going to be on Fluxo. And MIBR lost might be looking forward to another booyah. And Yago already at 7 total eliminations.
And Koja speeds up that process. The nade takes out Bobs. Unfortunately, Daze is now going to be in the crosshairs of MIBR lost. Haone with the rush as well. Team Vitality, they actually have more members. Daze with the rush through. Getting tagged but not down just yet. Jaco with the confirmation. Someone needs to stop this guy.
I think MIBR lost. MIBR lost. Right now, Yago একের পর এক সুন্দর sniping ভাই মারাত্মক last one and lost 4v3 scenario কে 1v3 বানিয়ে ফেলেছে MIBR lost again booyah.
MIBR lost with the second booyah.
Again is the boo.
It looks like Brazil is here in EWC for the title, taking it away from SCA, taking it from any other region.
MIBR lost.
They have conquered the world stage
20.
once, but EWC is something that they've been missing for a long time. And what a game coming in from MIBR lost, especially Yago. That man to hold his own on the sniper when players are rushing. 8 total eliminations on his own.
Insane performance. Last year, when Los was on the cups of victory, they were the only team from Brazil that had a chance to win Champion Rush. They were denied. But that time, Yago wasn't with them yet. And he could be the missing piece. He was one Magic squad. That FFWS Global Finals in 2023. He was the one that showed that Skylar still has value when everyone else has forgotten about that character. 2024, he got dispatched, not a part of Fluxo. MT7 took his spot and won that trophy. But right now, under the banner of MIBR Lost, he is reminding everyone who he used to be.
This is just incredible to pull off like this, and especially when we have teams who want to make sure that they get their very first booyah. MIBR lost already having 2 of their own. And look at it. It just seemed like point and shoot for him. That was the POV for us. It didn't look like he had a bit of an hassle. He had to look for opponents. They were right in front, just put up the scope, and the players were taken down one after another. And you can see the happy faces of MIBR lost. That's another victory that they get for themselves. A booyah that will be written in their overall rankings to put them on the top of the charts.
They've technically already won the tiebreakers in a way, right? 2 booyahs is not easy to achieve, but if there's a team that has put ahead, I think we just found it. MIBR lost. Really just incredible performance, right? We were looking for teams to hit the ground running, but we are also looking at the same time for them to close out strong, because that what matters the most. And I think MIBR, they have the recipe for both of their category.
Yeah.
They hit the ground running, and they've closed out strong 3 games in a row.
Right now, see, we've done with almost the halfway, if you want to call it. Yes, we have 12 games in total, but at least for day 1 of the group stages, Group B has played their 3 games. They should have understood the whole lobby. Now, if you take one team out, there's 11 other teams that they have to understand of what they need to do better off. And let's hope they start doing better, because right now, they are taking a quick breather, and they will be jumping back into the lobby. So you guys don't go anywhere.
We're between some of our matches right now, so I decided to run up here and catch up with Nonstop Gaming. Talk to me a little bit about what it's been like co-streaming here from EWC 2026.
Yeah, I think the setup is literally crazy, and the vibe of the whole stadium is literally good. And this is the first time, like I streaming, this time I selected for the co-stream, and this is the first time. And you know, the 3 Indian teams are there, and hopefully they will do very good. We are expecting a very good matches. Let's see.
All right, now tell me what it's been like being in Paris this year.
Yeah, I think, I mean, might be it's about we are lucky that the Bastille Day, I think yesterday we saw the Eiffel Tower and the fireworks and the many, yeah. There is a very good show, and we have been like, we are very lucky to have the EWC and the same thing happening in the, I think around same date.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, you can be biased in this question, okay?
Okay.
Who is your favorite to win the whole thing here for Free Fire?
I think for sure, I want that our team will win. So we have like 3 teams: Asset 12, Ico Toll Gaming, and Team Apex Gaming. So I don't like for Team Apex Gaming, it's not a very good start, but hopefully they will come back tomorrow, because today we score only 41 points. But let's hope for best for the Asset 12 and Ico Toll Gaming, because I think they did a very good start, but we have 4 games remaining. So let's see.
We still have not only 4 games remaining in this, but lots of gameplay left so far in Free Fire. So we'll have to see how everybody does. And I don't want to take you away from your chat for too much longer. So thank you so much for chatting with us. You know, enjoy the rest of the series.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, it's Tyson Kachita here to bring you more
And
of the
আমাদের
storylines
চতুর্থ
from
নাম্বার
Free
ম্যাচ
Fire. And I
অলরেডি
think
শুরু
Buriram
হওয়ার
United
পথে দেখা
Esports
যাক
better watch out
কখন
because
শুরু হয়।
MIBL just got their second booyah.
Yeah, that was amazing. 3 games and 2 booyahs. That is quite something for MIBR. But also, we need to talk about Team Secret, because for a second there, I thought this was going to be their game.
And
They
আমরা
wiped
match
out
standing
Ali, and then they
দেখতে
wiped out
পাচ্ছি
Twisted
MIBR
Minds.
lost total
And
31
if I
point
remember
gather
correctly,
করছি
they
ম্যাচে
won
Team
the
Vitality
FFWS
23
Spring
in total
2026 by getting consecutive
gaming
booyahs,
Esports IQ
back-to-back booyahs,
19
and I
points,
thought it was
Barote
something
থাকবে
that
তাদের
they
side
would
Secret,
actually achieve
Justin
again
এর সাথে
on the
total
3rd
15
game, but
points,
unfortunately that
Flux
wasn't the
30
case,
এর
because
সাথে 15 points, Team
MIBR
RRQ,
are
Gazu,
surely the strongest
8
contender now.
elimination points,
And I
এর সাথে
mean,
14
Team
points,
Secret and
and
Twisted
Asset
Minds
7
kind
থাকবে
of are
Twisted
forming this
Mind,
little bit of a
12 elimination
rivalry.
points
If
এর
you've
সাথে total
noticed
points,
in those
12
first couple of
থাকবে
matches, it was them
কোনো
in that
position
final
point তারা
zone.
পায়নি
Then in that
Mia
previous
Corp,
game
10
there, they had an
elimination point,
altercation
80
in kind of the
position point, total 11
northwestern
points,
side as
Leon,
well. But it looks like
first
Team
elimination
Secret just
point,
have that
total
little
point
extra
7.
secret sauce to be able to take out Twisted Minds, and they don't seem to get their footing.
Yeah, but speaking
Yeah,
of
that Bangladeshi
MIBR,
team,
once
তারা
again,
কিছু
that
করতে পারে
last
কিনা।
circle, girl, that was so
করতে পারলে তো
intense.
ভাই পুরো
That was
অন্ধকার
crazy
হয়ে যাবে
intense.
ভাই,
And
এত
to see
কষ্ট
that
করে
they're
খেলতে
now
খুব
at the 4th place with 31 points, 18 elimination points. I think you're right. Buriram United Esports better watch their back. I mean, we still got 3 games to go. Anything can still happen, right?
And if we've seen it in Free Fire. So, you know what? I feel like it might be happening. Can they get a 4th? I don't know. It's going to be a little bit exciting, but to be able to achieve that sort of thing in the starting rounds, I mean, MIBL, you'll be watching them, because 3 booyahs is coming their way. But of course, I know we're very much itching to get into those next matches. Lucifer, do you think MIBL is going to be able to achieve that 3rd booyah?
Yes, there could be another opportunity here for MIBR. They've been looking really good. And the action that they brought in, they've put themselves on the top of the charts. A total of 62 points, 37 eliminations. And as you guys already pointed out on stage, that maybe Buriram might have to watch out. Yes, Evo's Divine, they're not have to be worried about, but a close competitor very soon.
Yeah, very close. In fact, MIBR was actually a big competitor to BRU last year in Rio. It's coming together, baby. It's coming together. That's what makes Free Fire such a competitive and fun esports title. And that's why it's hard to escape the allegations that, hey, we predetermine some of these things. As I gotta say, it's so intertwined right now. You can step on any part of the machine, and something will fall into place. But one thing that has yet to fall into place is where do we place RQ again?
I'm not sure. I think we have to ask Conchita as well as Neptune again, because they've been the ones who've been talking about it. And hey, I don't know if there's a jinx, but maybe something that we will look later towards. But I think there could be an opportunity where RRQ now recover, right? They've had an idea what Team Secret is doing. It might be a loss on the other end on a spree. Looking forward to Yago of how he's been sniping across, and Fluxo almost getting to all the top fours in the final fights.
And we did say that the second half of the matches for Group B theoretically should be ID favorite. Theoretically should be RQ and Team Vitality that gets put under the microscope again. Nextera, Kalahari, Nextera. It starts with here. And honestly, I think on Nextera, I look at RQ. We're not looking at number 1 placement stats, but it's good enough, right? It's good enough to suffice for RQ to give us something to be happy about. I think same with Team Vitality. Lion going over the Intellect Center, a very less desired spot. But we also have S8UL against Straw Hats. Actually, Straw Hats are very spread out.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate, very early clash that we're seeing at Deca Square happen right now. And Straw Hats are already looking at the bottom, and it seems like it could be trouble. But as we look at our stats, we can see S8UL are the ones who are dropping the numbers, and S8UL, they are also close to those bottom 2 that we've been talking about. And teams need to now start worrying, because as we have reached the halfway mark, if they start losing points, it is trouble. They'll miss out on opportunities. They'll miss out to getting back towards the top 4. Staying in the 10, because if they're in the bottom 2, they will be eliminated.
I think at least in
কিরে ভাই 1 মিনিটের মধ্যে
হ্যাঁ ভাই 1 মিনিট মানে তুমি আরো 30 সেকেন্ড ধরে রাখো 1 মিনিট আগে
RQ Straw has problem.
হয়তো দুইটা টোকেন ক্যারেক্টার ইউজ করতেছে না হয় ফার্স্ট টোকেন বাড়ি দিছে দেখাচ্ছে দেখো
just hit the ground running slightly slower. And the mini Uzi can make a lot of difference in this early game. And unfortunately, these 1v1s didn't really go in favor of S8UL. Straw has coming on points.
দেখো বল মেকার কত মারছে 50 সেকেন্ডে মারছে 50 সেকেন্ড
rebound between the players of
50 সেকেন্ড ওরে বাবা
the skills coming into play.
তো ফাস্ট টোকেন কে মেকাল ছিল ভাই
Straw Hats did not have enough time to get back.
এটাই তো
আর এন্ডা দি স্ট্রো এর উপর চার্জ শুরু হয়ে গেছে ভাই
enough time. They're picking up the players. They confirm
অবস্থা ট্যাকটিক্যাল
and get to eliminations. Nil is also stuck with that rhythm, and that is going to be his defense is blown open. And with that, that's going to be a third elimination. And you were talking about where do we place RRQ? This is where always looking at eliminations. This placement points is something that they have to add on to this aggression.
I mean, they're the masterminds after all, right? Maybe they have some grand plan that we haven't figured out just yet. And for a good reason, because if we figured that out, we probably would know the results.
But 50 সেকেন্ডে ভাই বল মেকার কেমনে মারলো
somewhere out there.
বাংলাদেশি টিম, তারপর হচ্ছে তোমার পাকিস্তানি টিম, আর একটা কোন টিম মনে হয় টার্গেট করে করে ওরা মারে কিল ওঠানোর জন্য একদম শিওর একদম ড্রপ ক্লাসগুলো দেখো এসএসসি এর সাথে পাকিস্তানি টিমগুলোর সাথে দেখো ট্যাগের সাথে দেখো 100 তে ডেডিকেট করে 100 একদম
Diamond gets gunned down as well. Team Secret with the third.
ওই যে কিল ওঠানোর জন্য কিল
eliminations are happening. Vitality also picking up so MT7 out of the play, but instantly Vatsin gets the player revived. So it's just back and forth for the time being, and the player who just got revived got picked mid-air. So Fluxo have another to go to the vending machine. But Mafia, the man who picked up the elimination, spots another opponent right in front of him. Riptide rhythm being used, but extra because he had the max 7 and his teammate as a backup. And Mafia's down.
ভালোই খেলতেছে ভাই নতুন টিম গেছে
প্রথম তিনটা ম্যাচ তুমি দেখলে কইতা প্রথম তিনটা ম্যাচ অনেক ভালো গেছে
5 eliminations so far at the start of this game.
And the revives keep on coming, right? We see so many bodies.
কিরে ভাই এতগুলা ম্যাচ হয়ে গেছে
acquired by different squads, and yet we still have 44, 43 again. It's gonna cycle. We're gonna cycle through these numbers for a while. As Jump finds a trade with him and the Team Secret. Losing our number just a little bit. In the last game, they had to rely on PLS1. And here comes the
aggressive
location lockdown. PLS1 deny the pickup. Is still gonna come in onto it. The shoulder is showing. And falling
ভাই
to
এগুলো কি
9.
দর্শক নাকি
Twisted
এখানকার?
Minds this time will not
এই যে
let
দেখ
Team Secret walk away scot-free.
Unfortunate.
দেখছো বাহিরে টুর্নামেন্টে ধামাকা আমাদের বাংলাদেশে নাই দেনা একটা ল্যান্ড দিলে পুলিশ আইসা পড়ে
Might be taken down. Nan 7 is also
আরে
spotted.
এটি
Direct with
ফ্রি
this
ফায়ারের
all puts
অফিসিয়াল
him down, but the
গতিতে
trouble is
জানালা
not
বুঝছো?
done yet because Miyakop
না,
they
না,
enter
হওয়ার
into this
কথা।
fight. They want a bet in
পুলিশ
terms of
ওরাই ফোন
eliminations
দেয়
because
যায়
they've not had
আটটা
a
নাহলে
great
টেয়া
game so
খাইতাম
far
না
in
তো।
the start. 3 games done. This is game number 4.
না
Miyakop
এবার
need to get
ট্রিপলার
back to those
ট্রিপলারটা
eliminations. Need to
কেমন
get back
হইছে
to placement points and
ট্রিপলার
they've found
তো অফ
3
করে
so
দেয়
far. And Twisted Minds
পরে
অফ
ট্রিপলার
করে দিয়েছে ভাই
a little bit of a
তিন ম্যাচ
silent
খেলে
approach,
ম্যাচ
but the
শেষ
boss,
করে দিয়েছে
I
তিন
know he
সিক্রেট
is
বা
he spots the player while he
তিন
was
তিন
very
ম্যাচ
unwary of another team being available or for a fight, and instantly the boss puts him down and Miyakop suffered a loss, but another team who suffered a big loss is going to be Team Secret who are now swept out.
ভাই তোমার স্ক্রিন লাইক করতেছে নাকি আমার মোবাইল লাইক করতেছে
He
আমি
turns
বুঝতেছি
around and
না
finds Josper. Another
আমার
body
মোবাইল
slam in
ল্যাগ
the face of
করতেছে
Miyakop. But the boss is hit on a one-night
না
mission.
হয়তো
আমার
John Wick
স্ক্রিনটা
আচ্ছা, আমি
style
ব্যান।
here.
চলতেছে ভাই
Can Nix find him though? I mean, the boss could still do some heavy damage, and all with the absence of his teammate. So can you imagine
Our
the
screen
amount of
by
chaos they could
একদম
rain
correct
on
চলতেছে।
Miyakop when the rest of Twisted Minds complete that rendezvous in that
হ্যাঁ
area? It might be a loss playing on the outskirts this
আমারই
time
লাইক
at the coastline. SAUL in front of them, and Rick B
তো হ্যাঁ
really
ঠিক
got
আছে,
information.
এবারে যে
Diocles
20 পয়েন্ট যদি নিতে
spotted
পারে
slightly ahead,
একটা ভালো
confirming
কামব্যাক
the
হবে
presence of no one.
কি
Now they can focus on the members of
এই
SAUL.
ম্যাচে
Oh
যদি
no,
That's the way.
20 প্লাস
trouble.
পয়েন্ট
SATL
নিতে পারে
Esports already receiving big
জি
damage.
জি ওয়াইপ খাইছে
And every loss
এস এস এর পয়েন্ট 14
He puts the player down. He knew what was
That's
happening,
right.
so he had already gotten closer to the
হ্যাঁ
hairstyle.
এসএসসি এর
And as soon
অবস্থা
as
কি খারাপ
SATL decided
ফ্লুক্সো
to
আবার
maybe go for a flank,
ভাই
the player
ফ্লুক্সো কি
instantly gets
বুঝলাম না
shut down.
ফ্লুক্সো কি
And
বাংলাদেশ
Troll
এই
and Jack are
ইস্টো
now
হেডস
stuck in a
টার্গেট
building.
চলে যাচ্ছে
Bunny
নাকি
way too far to help out.
আল্লাহ
Troll
জানে
will
ভাই
be taken down.
দ্বিতীয়
Jack
ম্যাচও ভাই
will be
সেম
very soon
কাহিনী
found out, and Bunny all he can
নেক্সট
do is
ইয়া
run
সোলারের
away, go for
ম্যাপটাতে
a revive. But Jack
সুন্দর মতো
is
ইস্টো
thinking
হেড
he
বয়ে
wants to
দিছে
step
ওরা
out,
আয়াই
maybe look forward to an
ইস্টো হেড
approach
খাইলো
if
ওরা
there is save. But I don't think there is going to be a save button here for his teammate. All he
ভাই
can
ধরো
do is
এখন তোমার
try to
কারেন্ট চলে
find
গেছে
time for Bunny.
তো লাইফ কি অফ হয়ে
As
যাবে
long as Bunny can get
Yeah,
out and get
that's
that
all
revive, his job is done. Jack putting up a valiant fight. The result
আর
goes
তুমি
on
কি
to
ঘুম গেলে
lost.
চোখে
10
দেখতে পাও
eliminations already.
হ্যাঁ ভাই
Just
হ্যাঁ
short
মানে
of 7
ইস্টো হেড
of minute
এলিমিনেট
7.
হইব ভাই
We just see the standout
Kill
player
দেয় নাই এসে
Thiago in the previous game, who clocked in 9
39টা
eliminations.
তাহলে তোমার 4-11 4-11
Well, I mean,
46
MIB Outlaws have been outclassing Fluxo, right? I mean,
ভাই
as much as again,
এই লবিতে রিভাইভ তো অনেক অনেক টাফ লাস্ট একদম তোমার
ever since the loss in
জোন আসে গেছে তাও জোনের বাইরে তোমার প্লেয়ার থাইকা যায়
something in them. You see the fire burning. And not to mention with Yago's
Direct
addition to the
back
squad,
আছে।
this
আর না
team
ভুয়ো
has
আছে
powered up.
Big
দুইজন
time.
দুই সাইডে তো দুইটা প্লেয়ার রিভাইভ দিবে
And we might be looking forward to another opportunity for MIB Alas. We saw the stage all
Flukzo
the
bhai, ঠিক
the
আছে,
same thing. But
Flukzo.
one team that I do want to see who have opportunity is going to be Lion. And now they spotted Joel.
Mai?
They're just out in the open, running across these tracks like
এটা কি নতুন টিম
and Lion instantly
Leon,
put him
nah.
down. In this
Like,
game,
I
Lion also has 4 eliminations. Seems like they
Oh.
are trying to
The
move in
phone,
the
they said
direction
it,
of finding a lot more elimination. But I'm surprised that we've not
Leon,
yet
like,
seen
but
any
Leon,
elimination
like,
from Gamez or Games
It's
King
right, yes.
because
That's
he's been
why.
the
দুইটা
MVP
দুইটা
for
player,
their
দুইটা
team.
reason.
Rather, it's been Hacks who's been picking up
Sir.
the weights on his shoulders.
কি সুন্দর
And this is
শুরু
something that
করলো
I think they need to dig deeper to find, right? In this case, they could start with getting solid confirmation
Match
of
কয়টা হবে
team
আজকে?
vitality. Makes
আর
it
দুইটাই
5
হইবো।
now. Again, you call back to games.
Total match কয়টা? 12টা?
Stage, he has been
হ্যাঁ,
a
প্রত্যেকটা
pillar
টিম 12টা
of
খেলবে
his
আবার
squad.
কালকে সেম ফুড
One of the youngest player in the entire tournament, but also one of the most
12টা
gifted
খেলবে
long-range
12টা
players.
থেকে
Even the
তোমার
man
কয়টা
of the
টিম
snipers
নিবে
were sort of
এই
shoved
যে
aside.
বি
He
গ্রুপে
was
তো উঠবো
the bright
চারটা
star.
ডাইরেক্ট ফাইনাল
Right now,
আর
everyone
এই
is
গ্রুপে
looking at him,
চারটা
and all
ডাইরেক্ট
eyes
ফাইনাল
are
তারপরে
on him.
5
And
নাম্বার
yet,
থেকে 10 নাম্বার যদি
still leaving
উইডি
one to be
থাকবো
desired. Axe tags
আর 11
kind
12
of trace
এলিমিনেট
himself
হয়ে
for
যাবে
one. Total gaming up
দুই
to 2
গ্রুপে
launch
আল্লাহ।
pad available to disengage from Lion.
হ্যাঁ
Lion now getting hit up.
11-12 শুধু নকআউট হ্যাঁ
puts Joker down, but quick
11
save coming in from
ডাইরেক্ট এলিমিনেট
Games.
এই কালকের
That's
ম্যাচ
not going to be a
খেলার
confirmation.
পরে
Oh,
যারা
finally
11
it is. So they do also lose a player. So even
আল্লাহ
Story Gaming
তাহলে
had
তো
to go
পয়েন্ট
for a
লাগবে
quick
ভাই
revive.
আজকে
And
পয়েন্ট
Vota is the
লাগবে
one who
মোটা
did that. Lion on the
আমি
other
তো
end,
ভাবছিলাম
they want
আজকে
to chase the player
বাংলাদেশের
who went
দুই
for the
টিম
revive. The vending
টাইটানিক
machine has
স্পোর্টস
going
আর
to be
এই
Vota. He gets spotted.
দুজনেই
Winchester in
আটমায়
hand for
থাকবে
hacks.
ছয়
He gets
সাথে
taken down with a rush coming in
যে
from
খেলা
Vota.
জিতাছে
And Vota all alone trying to hold
ইন্ডিয়ান
himself
টিম
off.
কত
James King, he's closer than Vota.
কে কত
With the
নম্বরে
final
এখন
taken away
বর্তমানে
because Joker
কে
from
11
afar
নম্বরে
with the sniper puts him down.
আল্লাহ
আর এই
Good
যে
attempt
ইস্ট্রো
there
হ্যাক
from
হচ্ছে
Water
12
to really
নম্বরে
keep Lion pinned
ওরে
down for the
বাবা
rest of his team. Gonna
ভালোই
be recuperate
আর দুই
themselves.
ম্যাচ
So
আছে
he
ইস্ট্রো
gets
হেডে
revived
আছে
regardless. So TG back to
পয়েন্ট
full
টানতে হবে
force.
পয়েন্ট না টানলে
This game's
ঢুকতে পারবে না
been slow. I mean, game 3 was the game that had the faster pace.
Yeah, it did.
Now we're slowing down a little bit. I say we slow down just because we still have 39.
20-30 পয়েন্ট নিতে হবে, 20 পয়েন্ট নিতে হবে, দুই ম্যাচে 20 বের করতে হবে।
Plenty of reincarnations at this point. We've only lost 2 teams, Straw Hats and Team Secret.
এখানে ভাই 20 পয়েন্ট তোলা
Healthy.
অনেক কষ্ট। আর বাংলাদেশ লবিতে 20 পয়েন্ট তো এমনিতে কু দিলে চলে।
Group A, this entire set of teams are. Because
বুই একটা নিলা 12 পয়েন্ট, কিল আটটা করলা 20 পয়েন্ট।
But here everybody wants to read each other,
দেখছো লাস্ট জোনে দেখছো
because they all
কই
know
থেকে
elimination is not the biggest threat, but it's about going into the finals directly. You mentioned about it. Miss that survival stage 10 games and walk into the finals. Prepare better strategies and be ready for it. That's what they're eyeing for, and that is getting difficult for some of the teams to figure out, even though we are at game number 4.
Even when we look at the numbers, so far from the accolades of these players, right? Yago, 39 most eliminations. He has 13 in total, and 9 of them came from the previous game. Total Gaming now facing RRQ, Water.
ভাই দেখো 52 লসের হচ্ছে 52 পয়েন্ট নাকি 62 পয়েন্ট।
Total Gaming's members cut down in
দেখাই
half.
যাচ্ছে।
Shanky might have to hold the fort here.
So
and they're not in the best of the position. Aztec, who just went in for the revive, his position's compromised.
Look,
Fluxo
Judy
going in
gets
for the
it,
chase.
look.
Shanky, he can't do anything because if he steps out, then another casualty strikes. And there it goes. The players in mid-air, Al-Ali, they pick out Wota once more. So nothing is working here for Total Gaming. Aztec, the man who went for the revive, he will also be taken down. And the bell is not ringing in the favor of Total Gaming. They were closer in the previous game, but in this game, they're still not able to figure out what works in their favor. But Vitality, they had to made a jump, but right into the crosshairs of Twisted Minds. 13 eliminations already, and they're looking forward to
আরেকটা আছে ভাই ডিউ
Expo, he gets one more added to the team.
ওই দেখতেছিও না খেলাটা উইথ স্পিকার দিয়ে ভাই যে হেড মারে ডিউক আছে, তারপর এমএক্স আছে, MX9 তো কোয়ালিফাই করে না মনে হয় ব্রাজিলিয়ার, বুঝছো ব্রাজিলিয়ার। চলো তামিম ভাই আমি আর তুমি মিলে আর্জেন্টিনার দিক থেকে খেলি, আর্জেন্টিনা থেকে একটা টিম আসে।
Has basically hunkered down on
Yeah,
the southern side of the safe zone. It could give them a good entry, get a couple of points under their belt, but I'm looking at Al Ali again.
Yeah.
Last game was the only game that they didn't make it that far, but now in the 12-minute mark, Al Ali
ভাই আজকে জিতবে নাকি আছে কি মনে হয়?
Before Ali, we have Fluxo, who have another
একটু
challenge.
প্রেসার হইবো বাট
Always
দেখা
look
দিচ্ছে
closer to
আমার মনে হয় না
but they've
প্রেসার হইবো,
never
আগে
converted
দুইটা
yet.
ম্যাচ
This is
আগে
game
দুই
number 4,
তিনটা ম্যাচ
match number 4
সবগুলো
that we're
প্রেসার ছিল
witnessing, and they
আর্জেন্টিনার।
still are trying to figure an
এই
approach where
ম্যাচে
they'll be
দেখবা
successful.
আর
But
জিনিস
look at Lion. They knew that the flight with Fluxo will not work
বালের
out in
কাছে
their
একটা
favor.
দিছে
They
ভাই
wanted to
রাত
rather be
একটা
in the
সময়
circle, quickly take
না
the
ঘুম
vehicle,
যাইব
whether
না
it gets destroyed or not doesn't matter at this point. Get to a
একটা খেলা শেষ হয়ে যাবে ভাই
safe
4টা
haven
3টা
so
বাজে
that
3:30
you
বাজে।
can fight out here on Nextera,
হ্যাঁ,
because as we
কালকে
still see
Eastern
12 minutes of the
বুঝা
game,
দিলে।
it's about to be 13. The circle's now slowly about to close in
ফ্রান্সের
the next
অবস্থা
30
খারাপ করে
seconds.
ফেলছে ভাই,
And
বল
every
তো
team
ভাই
is
নাই
going to be forced to
ফ্রান্সে।
fight out, and it's getting closer to Deca Square. And if the fight
ফ্রান্সের
goes to
খেলা
Deca
দেখে
Square,
কালকে
it's
একটু
just open
মন মরা
lands.
হয়ে
I
গেছিলাম।
mean, that's a great crash. If I
খেলা
had to
খেলতেছে
see one, but
দেখতেছি
Lion
এখানে
keeps
শুধু
themselves
ডিআই
safe,
তোমার
safely tucked
কি যেন স্পেনে
in a
খেলতেছে।
compound that will keep them afloat for just a
ফ্রান্স
while.
কালকে খেলাই
But this
হয় না
rotating
ফ্রান্সে।
twisted minds might put them in front of
হ্যাঁ ভাই।
MIBL.
আচ্ছা ভাই এটা কি প্ল্যান্টিক ছিল? আমার তো মনে হয় না ভাই, এটা দেওয়া উচিত ছিল না, নাকি নিয়ম করছে নতুন ডিবক্সের মধ্যে যদি কোনো ফাউল করে তাহলে ওইটা প্ল্যান্টি হিসেবে দেওয়া হবে না?
ওই যে ভাই আমি ভাই ফাস্ট বলটা দেখি নাই পেনাল্টি
but it did not work out. And now, after Total Gaming, it seems Lion have found their jaws with a lock on towards SATL Esports. The fight is a little too far that's happening, but they're still able to hammer them down. That tells you of what Lions are also looking forward to, a recovery of a game. But recovery is not yet happening for Mia Corp.
আজকে রেফারি থাকবে হচ্ছে মুসলিম
And they put an end to their run.
হাশেম
And
আলী
now
নাকি কি
RRQ also jump into this flagship battle of
আজকে
taking down
ধরা
SATL. On one
খাবো।
end there is Lion, on the other end RRQ. Funny gets hit.
Asset
No one right now in
Asset
trouble.
দেখো ভাই
And
কি
Jack
মার
becomes the
দিতাছে
last
আর
man
কি
standing. Can he be the Jack of all trades?
আই ভাই
I don't
কিরা
think
বিরা
that's an
লাইতাছে
opportunity
পোলারে
for him to ask or
না
even
একটা
deliver
প্লেয়ার আছে না?
in such a small
একটাই।
position with so many teams
পারে
still
না ভাই আর
surviving.
Did it
স্কোপ
say
দিয়েই
there's
অরেনে
a
জায়গা
risk of fights getting called out in open areas when the circle shrinks, and it's currently the reality that some of these teams
enjoy
have to deal with.
enjoy guys
As the
enjoy
circle starts closing in,
watching
to
কত
force
টাইম
the movements of Lion
টাইম ভাই ওয়াচিং কত?
into RQ's compound. The
by
retire
Eklat.
rhythm doesn't really dissuade them just yet, but bait nade from Captain Dudes sets it up. Pops also firing from behind with support from Gio on the high
ও
ground.
লিওন
Lion,
রেখা দিল
no
দেখলা আর
more.
কিউ
Jack at least gets one in that mix, an additional elimination for SATL Esports, but Cobbs with that
ভাই এটা নিচ দিয়ে
M60.
মারা যাবে
Brilliant stuff
এই যে
being
বসছে
done
না
by
এটা নিচ
SATL.
দিয়ে
They're
মারা
not
যাবে
safe yet. The last man standing, Jack, he
Tap,
was initially
tap করে
kind
মারবে
of
পায়ের
seen by Fluxo, but Fluxo, as the zone's closing in, they know they're not ready for this fight with Jack. They cannot just try to pin him
এটা
down.
তো মোর
Rather,
বেশি
they just
এই
jump
ফ্লুক্স তো
in
কি
front
জাম্প
and
করলো
Jack, he is
ফ্লুক্স
peppering
তো
them
হাইট
down.
দা
But
বান নিল
Purps
ভাই
is also knocked. Two players from Fluxo in trouble. They
Allah.
quickly recover.
RRQ
Having
এর
a
চাপ
shot
চালু
advantage does help you in the nick of time.
কি রিস্ক খেলার
But
কই
she
মান
was
দে
able
না
to find him at the very edge of it, and that was enough to take him out of
ফ্লুক্স
the
দেখো ভাই
equation.
এই
As
মন
we go
চাপের
down to
মধ্যে
this
থেকে
fight,
কেমনে
team,
কভারটা
all of
লইছে
them have a full
এখনো
squad
সার্ভাইভ
left
করতেছে
standing. Right out in the open is Fluxo and RQ ready to receive and challenge them
এই
up
যে
front.
RRQ
Abai leads the
RRQ
charge, and instantly RQ finds himself in the thick of it.
ভাই
With
কিছু
one
দেখ
knockdown, runs
তেরা
also steps
তেরা
up to the occasion.
টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড
ওরে
দিল
বাপ।
এন্ড দা ফ্লুক্স শেষ
And so does Fluxo.
এখন লস আছে না শুধু
লস আছে আল আহলি আছে
About them, talking about them, and now they
70
place
পয়েন্ট লস
themselves in the top three.
আল আহলি আগে
This is
যাবে
what they wanted. They had
Eliminate.
placement. They did
Oh.
not have placement points. They
ওরে
had
ভাই
placement,
কি
but
স্নাইপিং ইয়াগো ভাই করা স্নাইপিং করতেছে পোলারে
man from MIB a loss. He is just
Pata.
shooting players down like they're standing still.
দুই সাইড
Targets.
থেকে দুইটাই কিন্তু
One more.
ব্রাজিলি
Rewind gets
না
confirmed.
আর কি তো
And now
ব্রাজিলি
MIB a loss in trouble as Maal finds General.
আমার মনে হয় RRQ win
has to be
With
the
the
saving
Mal and
grace. He
the
has to
Shuri
pull them from the jaws of death from
আমার মনে হয় RRQ
And I think it's very
বুঝছো
doable. Hawk could also be
এটা
the
কি
X
লস
factor.
আছে না
Quickly
নিচেরটা
gunned down again by Rans.
না আর কি
Lost
এর
it.
নিচে হলো আল আহলি
If they make it far
ওই
enough into the game, they
উপরে মার
can be one of the contenders, and here they are in top 3.
স্নাইপার স্নাইপার
With less than members
Down
to
করে
work
দিয়েছে
with, but
মনে হয়।
enough to
না না
threaten
ডাউন হয়ে
RQ and give
আরে
them
দেখা যাচ্ছে না তাই
some
প্লাস্টিক
breathing
থাকলে
room.
হইতো
And this seems to be
তুমি
the
ভাই
reality
তোমার
right
নেট
now.
ঠিক
Those
করো ভাই
walls need to be
এই
taken care
মোমেন্ট
of because they need line of sight, and Hawk is making
Oh
it incredibly
my
difficult for
God!
RQ to
আল
focus
আহলি
on the
খেয়াল
task
আছে
at
খেয়াল
hand.
আছে আল আহলি শেষ
Consented to eliminate
আরেকটা
Hawk
আছে
from the equation,
লসের
and now
তিনটা
it might be a loss.
লস
Makes it
কেমনে
closer
রোটেট
to the
করতেছে
compound, but
ও
Mike, great on his
ঠিক
shot,
কি দেয়
fighting
ভাই
for the money,
Oh
focuses the
my
general, and it might be a loss down to just 2.
It's trouble. They tried to tread the line as fast as possible, use that
আই
distraction, but still did
খেলা
not
করে
work out.
দিছে
There was only
একেবারে
one knockdown.
স্নাইপারি খেলা করে দিছে
দেখছো
In front of the
ডাইরেক্ট
game.
এন্ট্রি
They're
নিয়ে
already super aggressive. Ravan has already received
দুইজন
damage.
দিকে
What
দেয়া
magic
নাকি
can Yago
একটা
do?
দিকে
He's out in the open this time.
আর কি ভুইয়া
Of any song,
Oh
still
my
found
God.
elimination. It's going to be
দেখা যাক কি আর
RRQ.
ভুইয়া আর
Rans
কি
and Duts
Hi,
finding the
stop.
very first booyah for Indonesia.
তেরা
RRQ
And the captain holds the hands of the young
আল আহলি
blood and leads
মাথা
him to
গরম
the
হয়ে
first
গেছে
booyah
আল আহলি
on the
প্লেয়ার
world
দেখছো
stage, and that is
এরকম সিচুয়েশনে ভাই মাথা গরমে কোনো কাজ আসে না মাথা ঠান্ডা রাখে খেলা খেলতে হয় তো 12টা ম্যাচের মধ্যে একটা ম্যাচ দুইটা ম্যাচ বের হয়ে যাবে
another
ইজিলি
heartbreaking loss in the final circle, and he's starting to show something that needs to be kept in check.
এটা
because
সাকিব
we've
ভাইয়ের
seen
কি
them in the top 4, we've seen them at the podium at least for the round itself, but it's about closing it out the game. We've seen the exact same performance from Dragons Esports last year. But it's not about the rotation. They're pretty smart about it, but it was about how you take those fights, and in this case, they are outgunned by their adversaries again.
As you can see, it seems
Camera
like the
over
plan
the
over there in the last fight did not go
লুকসু
into
মনে হয় লঞ্চ পেটে বুল মারছে
something else.
এই জন্য মাইরটা খাইছে
Have to, or they did not intend to take the fight with RRQ.
Yeah, but
I think
rotation
that's
was
everything messed up, and that is
Ala
the reason we see the
Ala
play a little bit heated up.
রোটেশন ঠিক আছে ফাস্ট রোটেশন বলো তুমি প্রেসার ক্রিয়েট করতে জানে প্রেসার নিতেও জানে ঠিক আছে এমনি খারাপ না
আল আহলি যেটা 3 নাম্বার ওয়াইড ছিল
We have to give kudos to them as well of how
ভাই
well
এটা নতুন
they
টিম
held
চিনি না
themselves,
তেমন
but the fight
একটা
instantly
Oh,
turned
এটা
into a loss.
তোমার
আমিও তো
Somebody
আসছি
they
ফার্স্ট
did not even think that was so close by,
রোটেশন নেওয়ার
and they
টাইমে
held
ম্যাচটা
themselves. And
দুই
instantly
টিমের
on
কাছে
one
আর
end,
কেউ আর
how Fluxo, their fans have been roaring for so long. Now instantly it turns around to RRQ fans, and they are happy.
আমাকে অফার দিয়েছিল তো ওদের টিমে খেলার জন্য খেলি নাই ছিল না যে।
Yago was
RRQ
stopped in a different
Nah.
way, right? By eliminating everyone around him. But again,
যে কি
when
বললা না?
MIBR took the opportunity of a distracted RQ to
হ্যাঁ
make that
ভাই
rotation,
তুমি যদি
RQ,
অফারে
they understood the
খেলতা ভাই
urgency,
তাহলে
right?
মনে
They
হয়
took care of
EWC
Ali as
পর্যন্ত
fast
আইতো
as possible and made sure that they still have
না
eyes
নিষেধ
on the
করছিলাম
rotation
ভাই
of
অনেক
MIBR
কল
loss,
দিছিল
and
আজকেও
that
সকালে
gave
কল
them
দিছে
more
যাইতে
than
বলতেছেন
enough
আমি
resources
ফ্লাইট মিস
and
করছিলাম
intel to get this booyah.
Now, with Al Ali already performing in such caliber, right? This
ভাই
is not a game they have to be upset
তোমার
about. Yes, emotions
ইয়ে
are
আছে
high
না
because
ব্রেক
everybody
22
understands
আছে
that
না
every game is going to be crucial. Even Seven was
ওই
mentioning
ভাই
that
আসলে কোকা বুঝছো
consistency
কালকে
is going to
বলছে
be
ভাই
very crucial
ফ্রান্স
when you're
ফুল
in the group
সাপোর্ট ভাই
stages, especially if
ফ্রান্স
you
এর
want to make
জন্যই
it to the
হারছে
grand
ওর
finals
জন্যই
directly.
হারছে
I think that's
ফ্রান্সে
what Al Ali thinks, and that is the reason we see
ভাই একটু
emotions
আগে আমি
ভাই
ফুল সাপোর্ট
high at this
দিতেছিলাম
time,
যেই টিম
especially of
দিতেছিলাম ওই টিমই
a game so close to a booyah. Nobody wants to miss or mess it up. And I think it does happen. That's what RRQ, for example, the first 3 games.
ভাই এগুলো সব মনে হয় ওদের দেশের ইউটিউবার না সবগুলা
Explanation of RRQ being in the overall ranking, but now
ইউটিউবার বা
there is chances of making a comeback. You have to just reset.
I think at the end of
দেখাই
the
না
day, is how
পাত্তাই
you
দেয় না এমনি বাংলাদেশ
kind
বললে
of
সবাই
finish the run, right? There's still
যাবে
chances
ওখানে
left. And speaking of chances, we're gonna give this team some room to take a breather and readjust themselves
ভাই
for the
মিষ্টি
upcoming
খাবে
game.
মিষ্টি
So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We've got more to come.
ও ভাই হ্যাঁ দিয়েছি
কবে করলাম
7 তারিখ 7 মাস 777 সাল 7 তারিখ 7 মাস 777
City, an activation right in the heart of the
Kuching
Esports World
Chong.
Cup. And let's be honest, you
Chong Ching
can't
Chong
miss
Ching.
it. It is so bright, it looks incredible. This activation, we have
The
VR, we have
Red
consoles,
Hawk
and we
কোনো
have
poster
simulators
এলো তো?
that you can take part in. It's so much fun. If you're going to the
না
Esports
ভাই
World Cup in Paris,
দেখি না
make sure
খেল
you come
করিনি
down
তেমন
here.
একটা
And my
এখানে
friend Luti is
মেসি
over here,
মেসি
my
মেসি
stunning
ছাড়া কিছু
co-host.
আসতেছে না
How are
ভাই
you feeling?
খেলার কোনো
I'm into golf
আত্মা
now
ফাত্তা
because
নেই
football is
এই
over for me.
দেখো একটা পোস্ট
Oh
করি
dear, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's see how accurate you can be in
Bora.
this golf simulator. If there's one thing that I
Thank
know,
you.
নাম
it
হলো
is being
রিফাত
a
বুঝছো
dad, gaming and golf.
পোস্ট করছে
So this
হ্যাঁ
is my third one. Let's see your
করছে যে
accuracy
এক
on this
ঘন্টা আগে
one.
পোস্ট করছে এত বাজে পারফরমেন্স আমরা কেউ আশা করি নাই ফ্রি ফায়ার
82.3%.
ইডব্লিউসি
Luti, let's see if I can beat ya.
2026 এতে মোট 5টি টিম
hope for you.
প্রথমবার ইডব্লিউসি এর মতো বড় টুর্নামেন্ট খেলতে গেছে যেখানে
Okay, Bunny, basically now
গান
it's your
ডাইনাস্টি
turn. And in
115
life, you're
ডিআরএস
doing two
গেমিং
things.
52
Both teams
টিম অ্যাপেক্স
and
গেমিং
playing golf.
43
So
প্যারাডাইস
hopefully you're
গেমিং
gonna do
41
well. If you're not wrong,
ড্যামেজ
if I
ফাইট
don't beat
30
you, I'll be really
এন্ড
upset. I'm
টাইটান
gonna have to
স্পোর্টস
quit golf
30
forever. So we're just gonna have to
কিন্তু
wait and see. Here
অন্যদিকে
we go.
ইডব্লিউসি
It is your
25
time.
এবং
It is my
এফএডব্লিউএস
time.
25 খেলে এই 5টি টিম থেকে বেশি এক্সপেরিয়েন্স নিয়ে বাংলাদেশের
Okay, that
গর্ব
looks a
টাইটান
little bit better
স্পোর্টস
than
ক্লাব
me.
11
I have to
11
say.
নম্বরে ফিনিশ করে যেটা এক কথায়
The
একদম
sword
বাজে
goes back in
পারফরমেন্স
the
এখন
sheath
কোনো
at
এক্সকিউজ দিলেও কাজে
90%.
আসবে না ডে 2 তে
Barney
কামব্যাক
Banks
দিয়ে টপ 10
absolutely
না
bringing this
করতে
one home.
গ্রুপ
It's
স্টেজ থেকে
okay.
বাদ
You can
করবে
focus more on
মনে হয়
golf. I'll
টিসিকে
pro
পারবে
focus more
সেকেন্ড
on
ডেতে
football for
কামব্যাক
now. But for
করতে
now, Lauren
কামব্যাক
and
মাই বয়স
Lace, it's
উই
your
বিলিভ ইন
time.
ডমিনেশন পরের
I
পোস্ট
hate
দিছিল
football.
টিসিকে হেড দিয়ে নিজেকে বলদের পরিচয় দিয়েন না আজকের দিনটা ভালো যায়নি প্রথমে
Alright,
কতক্ষণ
Barney,
গাইলেই
you had
পড়াবার
to show
ভালো
off those golfing skills. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget
কি
to
বলবো
join
ভাই
the
একই কমিউনিটি
Esports
থাকে
Foundation
এত বড়
Creator
টুর্নামেন্টের
Program.
ফরম্যাটই অনেকে
Register
ঠিক
on
মতো
the
জানে না 6টা
EWC
ম্যাচ শেষ হতেই
website.
শুরু হয়ে গেছে
It's
গালি
pretty
ট্রোল
straightforward.
বাংলাদেশ
There's going to be a QR code at some point. Make sure you scan it. Join up, earn reward, score points, and we might end up
ভাই
interviewing
এফএফবিপিএল এ মনে হয় এই জেবি তোমার বাংলাদেশ টপ 1 এগুলো মনে হয় কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারে না
Go scan it right now. Because one team that has been
এফএফবিপিএল এ
able to step it up in a big
FFBPL
way, especially this last match.
এই জেবি আর হচ্ছে বাংলাদেশ টপ 1
It's about time. Honestly, it's about time. And yeah, we
না
still have
ওই
2 more games to go.
গিয়া
Right? So this is actually
মাহফুজ
a
ভাই
good
মনে হয়
way for
এদিন
them
লাইভে
to
বলছিল যে
reset, to find that
আমার
rhythm, to find that
ওই হ্যাকারের জন্য
attitude
খেলতে
bond
পারতেছে না
that
মেবি
they're
153
showing.
পাবে এরকম
And again, like I said, Mal turned out to be the
yeah,
saving
কি খবর
grace of
এই
the last game for RRQ,
এফএফডব্লিউএস
I think.
ফলের
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Miles is one of those that
Huh?
at this point, I
FFWS
think
fall
that even
season
pressure
চালু
is
করলো,
not
শুরু
facing
করলো।
him anymore because
Already
there's
the খেলা
so
হয়ে
many
গেছে,
times in
qualify
previous
কি?
competition when he's going solo.
ও
he
কিছুতে
will
দেখা
just be
কিছুই
going
তো
down
আপডেট
that
পাইনি
quickly. That happened a few times
পাও
in
নাই?
the earlier games, but now
না
because he's the
FFWS
one
fall
who's
দি
bringing that
রেজিস্ট্রেশন হয়ে গেল খেলা
energy
শেষ
to the
জানো
table
নাকি
right now, I think there's a lot more that we can
আরে
see
না
from our
জানি না কিছু
Please don't talk to me about RRQ.
দি করে তো দেখি না
Close. Girl.
No, honestly, Carol,
ওয়াচিং
I
থাকবে
was
কই থেকে
concerned
ভাই
because I really
দি কাল
thought there was
লাইভে
going to
টপ
be
1
another
লাইভে
Booyah for
ব্রেক
MIBR. I
লাইভে
was like, enough.
It would have been the third one.
Yes,
Remember,
the third
at
one.
the beginning
Right?
of Group B, I
Break
asked
by.
if anybody maybe mimic
Non-stop
what
gaming
we're-
live,
and
eh?
We were saying it honestly in a joking manner because nobody expected to see what happened in Group A, here in Group B.
জিরো ওয়াচিং ভাই জিরো
Carol, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. The fact that that squad got so close,
আর খেলা
Brazil
দেখলে
in
মজা লাগে
Group B, they're looking
একা
good.
একা বসে
Oh my
থাকা থেকে
gosh,
খেলা
they
দেখে
are
আমার
doing it amazing here at the EWC. And the funny thing is that during the grand finals in Brazil,
এই
for
ভাই
Fireworks
ওইটা কি খবর
Series
ক্যাশ পাইছো
Brazil,
হাতে
they were almost the
Sakib bhaiya
champions. The thing
সাথে
is,
রাত্রে
the
কথা
format,
বলবো,
the
দেন
champion
তোমরা জানো।
point, Didn't give the opportunity to
Okay.
have their final
না হয় ভাই ইয়ার
and
জন্য
go for the
কাছেটা
win.
আবার অফার দিয়েছে বুঝছো
They were the
দুঃখ
best team of
বলতেছে
the day.
I think that's why we're seeing them just go
Oh,
after
bhai.
those wins. They want to make
Nasib,
sure that
nasib.
when they go to the finals, they're gonna be ready to get those booyahs because right now it's working
না
out for that
দেখি না
squad.
করবো নি
Honestly, consistency.
এখন
we were
লোভ
talking
লাগতেছে
about it
ওরা
earlier.
মানে
We're
একজনরে
seeing it once
দিছিল
again here, not only with
মানে
the
হিসাবে
step
ভুল
out
টুল
of RQ,
করতেছে
not only with the
তোমার
performance of
মাল
Brazil.
ঠিক মতো দিতে পারতেছে না আনতে পারতেছে না কারণ পুরাতন মানুষ হিসেবে তো আমি আছি এখন এখান থেকে যদি আমি যাই একটু তো হিমশিম খাবে ওখানে নতুন তো দাম করে কাজটা নিতে পারবে না হাতে
It's just like refreshing that we're
2-3 মাসে
seeing
গিয়ে
one team
কাজটা হাতে নেওয়া যায় কোনো কাজেই 2-3 মাসে নেওয়া যায়
and it's bringing themselves higher in the table. Hopefully it's high enough to get to that top 4 because there's a lot who's taking the top 3 right now and the lead is increasing.
Yeah, but one thing that I did realize post-match was that there was an obvious tension at the Al Ahly table. Maybe there was some sort of miscommunication. Maybe there was a couple of bad calls between the players. So that's something that they really got to watch out for because consistency, it has something to do, obviously, with chemistry. So we have still 2 games left today, and yeah, let's see how they handle this.
Super Jet.
It happens, right? You don't want to see teammates starting to maybe not go the same path. In the first day, to save that for the last day. Actually, don't even save that for the last
হ্যাঁ ভাই ওর অনেক ইনকাম তোমার গিয়া লাইভ দিয়ে হয়ে যায় আর বাংলাদেশ টপানের কথা কি বলবো পিজা দিবে জিরা বিরিয়ানি দিবে যার দাম হচ্ছে 200 বিরিয়ানির দাম হচ্ছে 500 টাকা আর একটা দিব এটার দাম হচ্ছে 1000 টাকা ওরে ভাই ওইগুলোই করে সবাই দেয় দেখি কালো ভাই বলো এই সেই বক্তব্য
Definitely there is this
ফ্রেগের
competition between
ফ্রেগ 22 ওর মধ্যে মানে 4000 ওয়াচিং থাকলে ওইখান থেকে ওর কমসে কম খেলা চলাকালীন ওয়াচিং বাইরে যায় সব সময় সব ইয়াতে তো অন তোমার এদিকে ওই 4000 ওয়াচিং থাকলে এখানের মধ্যে ওর ইনকাম থেকে তোমার ম্যাক্সিমাম ধরো 20 টাকা করে ধরলাম আমি 500 টাকা 50 টাকা করে ধরলাম আমি 1000 টাকা ধরলাম তাহলে ম্যাচ চলে কয়টা
and right now they got MT7 which MT7
যে
is the
টাইমে
best
গেম খেলি ওই টাইমে থেকে যদি লাইভ করতাম
probably
মানে
that's
ভিডিও
makes
টিডিও ছাড়তাম
so mad
তাহলে এত
that
দিনে মনে
right
করো
now
লেভেলেই
Iago is
থাকতাম
stepping up here at EWC and man he's the best player today.
ওই সময় এই
Yeah, I know, agree. I mean, Iago, when last time we saw him,
আমি অনেক আগে থেকে
making highlights of his
আমি হচ্ছে তোমার
I would say even when MT7
আইডি হচ্ছে তোমার তখন আইডি হিসেবে বুঝতাম না বুঝছো আইডির পাসওয়ার্ড টিমের এগুলো সেটআপ করতে জানতাম না ওই সময় অনেক আগে
for the team rivalry. There will be, they will
আইডিও গেছে সবকিছু গেছে আবার আইডি একটা নিয়েছিলাম এটা আবার 11000 টাকা দিয়ে সেল
that can unfold out of this, but judging from the scores that they managed to maintain right here, even before we end this day for this Group B, like the lead is pretty much sure enough for MIBR loss. So I don't know what miracles will happen for the other teams who's trying to catch up. Because imagine, RQ guys, I know they just had RQ, they just had their booyah, but they're still far away.
ব্যানার ট্যানার সবকিছু বানাইছো টুর্নামেন্টের জন্য
Yeah, I think it's going to be very hard for them to catch up, and I cannot
ওরা
deny
বানাবে
the fact
সবকিছু
that
মানে ওরা করবে না
today would be the day for the Brazilian team. So Carol, I think you can smile and be happy about that just today.
Is that good for you?
At least I'm admitting that today is really the day for MIBR loss as well as Fluxo. But then again, if we're talking about the rivalry, I'm not really sure. One thing for sure though, Taylor Swift should really write something about those two. And of course, Iago. It is a love story, a complete love story of Free Fire.
Or maybe Arena Grande. Thank you, next.
They're trying to find out who's going to be big brother, who's going to be little brother. Iago definitely doesn't want to be little brother. I mean, we know his stature is going to be outside of this frame. From all these squads, I mentioned it earlier at the start of Group B, and we're just so close to it. I want to see where you guys stand on this. Does Los end up getting another
লিকুইড না দিয়ে T4B কে দিয়ে দাও না হয়
Man, I think Los is stronger today, so probably I would say they would go for the definitely for the 30 Boya. And one thing very specific about Fluxo is like they got this nickname in Brazil, the boogeyman of ending game, because they only go for ending game. What they are doing here today, going for eliminations, get more points for eliminations, that's not something they used to do in Brazil. Because we like to say they do like skinny booyas. Because it's booyas with not a lot of eliminations, you know. So it surprised me to see Fluxo have this kind of performance here today, but definitely lost Lucas stronger.
Hey, I like that input. Now, quickly, Neptune, is it going to happen or is it not going to happen?
I don't know, because so far for Fluxo, they did manage to get a top 2 without any Booyah, but if they can steal it away from MIBR loss and equalize it like 2-2 before the final, by the end of this day, then there's a lot of things that can happen at this point.
And Conchita,
True.
for you, I want a yes or no. Which one is it going to be?
I think I'm just here for the vibe. I'm happy with either of them. I'm just here for the drums, the music, and of course, I would be happy to see any Brazilian team take this.
Let's go. Well, let's see if it's going to
টুর্নামেন্ট
happen.
ভাই
Husky,
তাড়াতাড়ি শেষ
Lucifer,
করলে ভালো
what do you
বুঝছো
guys think?
মানে
Can Brazil, especially Los, can they get that?
খেলা যদি রানিং এ চলে অ্যাক্টিভ থাকে মেম্বার আর যেটা গ্রুপ খুলতো কমিউনিটি ও সেটা জীবন গেল একেবারে লাইভ গ্যারান্টি ওই যে কমিউনিটি যেটা খুলছো ওইটাতে তুমি 18,000 25,000 50,000 পর্যন্ত তুমি মেম্বার
you name it, they are here to light up Group B, and now it is every other team to prove that they are worthy of stepping up to the occasion and giving MIBR a worthy chance.
I think Husky's mantra in the entire day so far has been vamos. He is just rooting for every Brazilian squad out there. But I think there's a mix that RRQ just brought in the previous game number 4. And that one reason tells me that there could be a change happening in this game of Kalahari. The open lands of the Sniper's Haven and Nest that they love to target on Iago. He's been doing great, and maybe he opens up, but Maal, he's also finding his winning ways. Conchita and Neptune, they mentioned about it, so maybe RRQ, they get another Booyah, back to back.
I mean, we've hired Iago for the entirety of the Group B matches, right? Most damage dealt, most eliminations so far. 21
তোমার এদিকে দেখো না এসএস এর সাথে ল্যান্ডিং পয়েন্টে কি ক্লাস নিতে দেখো
15 so 36 eliminations shared between two of
আচ্ছা তুমি ভাই তুমি বাইনাস সম্পর্কে জানো
unfortunately in 1v3 Shanky stood a no chance so 3 points for Lion.
আচ্ছা জিজ্ঞেস করে তো লিমিট কত থাকে এমনি বাইনান্সে একটু লাগতেছে বুঝছো
It had to be.
Yeah.
টাকা মানে কত টাকা তুলতে পারবো না তুলতে পারবো এগুলো জিজ্ঞেস করো
That was a heated argument. There was something of a disagreement between the players, and this is what happens when emotions run high and you are not ready to kind of bring a reset. You instantly lose a pawn.
তোমার তো প্রোফাইল ব্যানার সেরকম হইছে
ইউটিউবে going out so early is a big surprise.
I think on top of that is also perhaps even when you get the reset, you get a very unfavorable drop, right? You get wiped out by a team like MIBR Loss. That has got to hurt, so that's double the damage.
ওই যে ওইটা দিলে ভালো হইতো তোমার ওই মানে গ্রুপ বি তে কয় টিম খেলতেছে এগুলো লোগোগুলো সুন্দর করে ছোট ছোট করে বসে দিলে হয়ে যেত এমনি ভালো হইছে খারাপ না গিয়া দিবা তোমার ওই এসএস থেকে ওই যে ফার্স্ট রাশার নাম কি জানো নীলের পিক দিবা তারপর হচ্ছে ব্লেডের পিক দিবা শেষ
So Lion, who thought that this position was clear, now there's another challenge. There's still one player.
কারণ হচ্ছে ট্যাগে হচ্ছে গ্রুপ এ তে আর গ্রুপ বি তে হচ্ছে এসএস হয়ে গেছে গ্রুপ এ ভার্সেস বি এটা দিলে হয়ে যাবে থামবেলে
change the factor. Does he call reinforcements here for Lion and look forward to something big? But something big that's done is going to be from Team Vitality Skoja. 4 eliminations already, and I think
আমাদের কিন্তু ওই এর আগে তুমি কয়েকটা লাইভ করছিল না অফিশিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টের
their end of a bargain chip where they
এগুলোতে কিন্তু ভালো ওয়াচিং ছিল ভিউজ ছিল ভালো
I mean they actually got to a
টুর্নামেন্ট অফ ছিল না আমাদের এই কারণে
just got brought back so that they did slow down one of the front runners of this lobby. They themselves now on the receiving end of a couple of lead of their own comrades from Indonesia, RRQ. And runs a newfound confidence from the previous game, right? Like just able to lead him in the battle and kind of just reinforce the fact that he is one of the best.
সবাই সাবস্ক্রাইব করে দাও
always need from some of these newer players and their first appearance on the big stage, right? Just the fearlessness. And that's what France has brought. We're gonna check out here. We did say that MIBR Loss basically decimated our lead and it didn't even look close.
Yeah, we just dropped. We were about to shift from the flight path and this is what happened. Hawk, he's still trying to hold it off, but there's too many players from MIBR Loss. And now too many players even swarming Lion in this fight. They're trying their best, but they're unable to hold it off, and that's still a challenge coming in from SATL. Yes, they've been dabbled a little bit of a damage, but they're able to hold themselves off. Hacks again will be confirmed. Jack picking off one more, and Joker, he is going to be the last
আরে
player who
পয়েন্টগুলো
also
কবে
gets
তুলবে
picked
এখন
off.
যদি
And
এরকম
SATL
অবস্থা
Esports,
হয় 20
off to a
পয়েন্টই
start
তুলতে
that they
পারতেছে না
needed
ভালো
to
করে
eliminate a whole squad. It finally happens for them here in Kalahari.
On a map that usually has a slower tempo, we lose 2 teams 4 minutes in.
অলরেডি মনে করো 6
Yeah,
7
the
যাইবো
volatility of this lobby
হিল
continues
দিয়ে দিয়েছে
to
হিল
rear its head.
ম্যাচে পয়েন্ট আনতে হবে
Hit list put out. Vitality onto GU.
এই ম্যাচে
Team
পয়েন্ট
Secret
তুলতে হবে ভাই দুইটা টিম শেষ
for
এখন
now,
দুইটা
but they
টিম
won't
হয়
have time to kind of get the plans together with
এই
Twisted
ম্যাচে
Fly
হিল দিয়ে
dropping
দিচ্ছে
by. Diamond is on the hunt.
দুই ম্যাচে এই
Couple
দুই
of Team
ম্যাচে
Secret
40
players
পয়েন্ট
nearby.
নিতে
Diamond might get sandwiched by Exposy on the
ও
low ground.
ম্যাক্সিমাম 40 করা লাগবে
Honga
40
getting
করলে
tired
মনে
as
করো
well.
কালকে
Man 7 dropping down to
40
join with the
40
rest of
করলে
his
চলে
team.
আসবে
Twisted
কালকের
Fly
মধ্যে
is
চলে
actually
আসবে খেলা
keeping quite the distance as they call down the storm.
আচ্ছা ভাই 10 নম্বরে ওইটা কোন টিম
Twisted Minds as well as
দেখা
Team Secret
Indian,
Diamonds,
Indian.
it doesn't go
Lawyer
in anybody's
girls, all the
direction. They end
Indian.
up having casualties, and eventually both of them get eliminated of the lobby. So I am a little wary about this action. Twisted Minds are actually getting closer to Team Secret. The position is known, and especially with Team Secret, the trouble is they lose PLS1, and then there is a lot.
ভাই ওই যে লাইভ দেখতেছেন এদিকে
Puts the bus down. He tried to make a jump and it
কি
doesn't
কইতাম
work
ভাই
out.
এখানে
Now
যে
he
পানি
changes
উঠছে
his
ভাই
weapon
পাবের
to
জন্য
take
আমি
players
দেখিনি
from afar.
এই 18
Push
বছর
it.
বয়সে
The side of
ওরে
Twisted
পাপ
Minds back, and Diamond had to go to the vending machine, revive his player,
মানুষ
but he's
জনে ভাই
completely
ঘর বাড়ি
surrounded.
বানতে
He cannot
পারতেছে
do
না পানি
anything.
যাওয়ার
However,
জন্য
he
রাস্তা
puts
রাখতে পারতেছে না
PLS1 down, but before going down himself, he gets a whack to PLS1 as a
বুঝছো
confirmation.
কোটি কোটি
Greed it out a
বাপের
little
কোটি
bit.
কোটি টাকা
Would be better to use that primary, but at the end of the day, still getting the job done.
শহরে ভাই বেশি হয়েছে
Quite
শহরে
a hefty
আমাদের এখান
cost.
থেকে শহরে বেশি হয়েছে ভাই মানুষ
Gaming
পর্যন্ত
on
মারা
the other
গেছে
hand.
ছোট ছোট বাচ্চা মারা
Jackie will
গেছে
need a bit of time to patch
ওই
himself back up. We have
হ্যাঁ ভাই
40
শহরে
other
পুরা
side
ডাইরেক্ট পুরা
of the open field.
ভাই কত
North
বড়
with
বিল্ডিং
him,
ভাঙা পড়ছে জানো
S8UL having one of the better
কতগুলো
starts
মানুষের গায়ে
today.
বিল্ডিং ভেঙে
Same as
পড়ছে
TG, both with
বন্যার
5
কারণে
eliminations, and in fact, with TG,
হ্যাঁ
they're a
হ্যাঁ
lot more
ভাই
spread out. Mafia taking some shots as well, but also doing some
আরে এমন
reconnaissance.
বৃষ্টি হয়েছে ভাই মানে আমাদের নিজের ঘর বিল্ডিং আছে না পানি খায় দেওয়াল পর্যন্ত পানি ছাড়তেছে এই
After
আজকে
their
কালকে
game
এখনো
number
ঘর
1 and
ভিজা
2, I think
পুরা
finally we are seeing a little bit of an change in total gaming. They're picking up eliminations a little more proactive. They're looking a little more confident. A little mess up happened at Santa Catarina, but we can brush that away. It does happen to everybody in the initial drops, but they managed to
Right,
recover. But
SATL
they managed to recover even bigger, and that's the reason they are not caring of who's in front of them. And yes, they don't know who is, but they will look forward to eliminations. They're a very elimination-hungry team, and so far they even pick up.
এরকম এরকম দেখলে ভাই বেন করে দিবে একেবারে বের করে
the
দিবে
key word here, right? A lot of teams, if you play not to lose, you're eventually going to lose the teams that play to win, and it's going to be an oxymoron for majority of the time, but it has been a reality, and that's why, you know, winning these gunfights are eventually going to be the cornerstones of getting that booyah and maybe a trophy lift at the end of the journey. And the end of the tunnel right now for Team Vitality is that they are in the center of the circle, right? They have Bayfront that they can control, and a man like Kalahari having Bayfront under your influence is actually a pretty good area to kind of park yourself under. What surprises me is that RQ didn't immediately go to Refinery.
Exactly.
Right, they're actually playing on the outskirts of that area.
Both Refinery and Command Post are almost looking empty. No teams are taking control of it. They're letting others try to get close by. Surprised to see that. But at least at Shrines, it seems like the fight keeps going on. MIB are lost. They thought this is going to be a stronghold, but right now Straw Hats having the position of the verticality, using the terrain advantage, they're trying to put them down. General answers back. Good shot down. Who is also being taken down? It's up to Extra and Nil, but they're afar. They're so on top about that they cannot be able to easily help their teammates out. But Nil at least trying to hold ground, and he's going to challenge Yago. He's been the man with the big rifle, the long barrel, and he delivers once again. Will not let MIB a loss fall down.
Not at all. And at the cost of no casualty, they should be able to retrieve Rigby in time before he bleeds out. So MIBR lost with points under the belt continues with a full squad. Aztec is brought back for TG. Fluxo now under the storm, having to deal with the Miyako West. Quite made a bit of noise in the previous game. Didn't make it until the end, but does draw some attention to them and reminded that they are also part of the competition here. But in Santa Catarina, it's going to be the hard one with the stronghold basically controlled by Fluxo. Especially Bobs here, who is going to take that move to join up with Butchers in. They could now go for the push.
Carol mentioned, right, they're the boogeyman, but they're a skinny boogeyman, if you would want to talk about. Are they going to get closer to that? Fluxo have
Fine, bye.
always been a step in front of the race for Booyah, but they've never gotten closer to it. They've always missed those last opportunities, even if they have a man advantage. But right now, they are troubling Mia Corp. However, Kappa and they put players from Fluxo down, they're turning the tides around. It's working out. They confirm players as well. Butson has to go on this 1v1 and win it out. MT7 on the other end. He's troubling SA2. A little bit of a wayward approach coming in from Fluxo, but they're still able to hold off Mia Corp.
Yep, and it goes back to what Carol mentioned earlier on, that MT7 was regarded one of the best snipers from Brazil. Today still outperformed by Yago, but has some moments of brilliance, and that was one of it. Fluxo is beaten and battered, only half the roster remain, and S8UL shows up, pushes in, getting chased left, right, and center for to fight, but there was no way out of this one. Jack and Tro with a couple of eliminations on their own, and MT7, the star of the show, now sent packing. With a vending machine right in front of them, but with multiple members of Mia Corp gatekeeping that area.
The approach of taking two-pronged fights is always a problem. You end up sending your resources in two different directions, and if both of them fall, you are left completely alone. And that's what's happening here to MT7. Mia Corp on the other end, it was only Fluxo they had to fend off. They were able to. They got the player back up as well. So MT7 in a very varied position. He'll not be very comfortable in even going towards the vending machine. Kappa right below him. And he and his entire squad is relying for MT7 to get closer to the vending machine and get that revive. And he does. He gets Bobs. Kappa could have held the vending machine, but he doesn't now. MT7 has an opportunity, runs right into the weapon of Nix, and having, come on, an SMG in such a close range, you can't do anything against a weapon that plays the sniper role.
Yeah, there was no way out of that one. I honestly thought that MT7 would just hold that spot and try to take a 1v1, right? So probably didn't have intel of where the second member of Mia Corp is, but at least the captain is brought back to lead the team, in person again on the field. Team Vitality with 5 eliminations and 4 of them from Koja. Yago able to sneak through, but that shot ringing through the eardrums of MIBR Laws. It's gonna give them a bit of intel of a secondary enemy nearby. And it's important information for MIBR Laws because they will have Twisted Minds to contend with in just a little bit, as the Indonesians now might clash. And the last time they met in Kalahari in EWC last year, it was Vitality that denied RQ of a trophy lift. Now it's going to be some of that rematch. Feels like deja vu from a year ago.
Team Vitality, they've been getting closer to the titles, but never been able to lift it off. And this could be an opportunity that they might have to write on their own. Yes, it is tough, especially in stages like this. At least when we had the last EWC season, it was 18 teams, but now the competition is even tougher. 24 teams, you are just put in one group, you have 12 games to play, and Team Vitality has still not picked up enough to get to the top 4. So the distance is more compared to RRQ. If you talk about it, RRQ are even further down because they messed up in their initial games.
Yeah. I mean, both teams have come second a couple of times, but RQ has been there more often. It's definitely a sour spot to be in. Mia Corp actually being in a pretty good position in confinement. There is the blue that they are baiting in right now, but we see the binoculars used on the southern end. Gets to not just cut through the open field, but completely avoid Fluxo, who are on the lookout. This could put them in a spot. If they continue that rotation now, they could end up intercepting Team Secret or maybe S8UL.
Total Gaming.
I think a team to watch out, especially here in Kalahari, is S8UL Esports. They've been taking proactive fights, but this time now they're getting a challenge, and that's going to be Team Secret taking a jump as the circle shifts dead center. All the teams are getting forced to be close to each other. 9 teams in total, 12 minutes so far in the game, 36 players still surviving. Fluxo have only 2 eliminations, but we spoke about this. Team Secret, they were the ones who tried to go in for the bang on a surprise, and TQ is able to deliver. He's trying to put the players down. He wants to look forward to another player from S8UL, but the glue wall blocks it. Jack will be able to recover the player, but can they find another knock? No! Jack and Noor say no to the players of Team Secret. Start confirming them one by one, and now Team Secret are in trouble.
Team Secret funneled to a choke point and entered the shooting gallery of S8UL. Bunny does get dropped, but S8UL have more members as Tro gets called in. It's a 3-4v2 PLS one and none. Getting cut down, Tro sliced them into ribbons. And S8UL with a hell of a performance on Kalahari, 13 points and counting.
That was big to hold off, and this is the reason I said here on Kalahari, watch Watch for SATL Esports, and they are now delivered. They slice and dice through Team Secrets, but now they have another challenge is their own counterpart. That's Total Gaming. But seems like they're deciding to move in two different directions, and that is maybe the best for here in Kalahari. In the meantime, we spoke about it, RRQ, right? Their initial games did not work out, they messed up, but right now they've taken the lead on the overall ranking compared to Team Vitality, and Team Vitality, it feels like they've been holding far too long and not getting a lot of points, whereas RRQ, they've been delivering.
I mean, if you want to talk about a team that moves faster overall, it's always going to be RRQ, right? They sort of get the engines warm out slightly faster and a bit more consistent, whereas Team Vitality, it really comes down to what the weather feels like. It gotta be a sunny day if you want Team Vitality to put out some numbers, and so far, sun still shines as Joe takes off Yago's head, but no confirmation on that just yet. The rest of MIBR lost now. And again, intel of multiple teams in front of them, and look at this bird's eye view. This is going to be a nasty fight, waiting to implode on its own. Diamond even popping a shot onto Bunny, but again, no confirmation there for Twisted Minds.
Look at how the circle moves. It's just moving center to the entire big zone itself. It's never giving an opportunity for any team to take it as an advantage. And now still RRQ and Vitality are inside the circle, so they'll be happy about it. And look at them, they're holding the teams on the eastern end from getting closer, and that's going to be Mia Corp. Already at 12 eliminations, they want more, but all of them are getting stolen by Team Vitality. The deed is being done by RRQ, but the ones who are getting the elimination is Team Vitality, along with MIBR loss.
Yeah, RRQ work hard, but Vitality works smart in that exchange. And Miyako, rightfully so, written out of this game. I mean, Twisted Minds, this is a slower game for them, right? 4 eliminations and counting. You have Vitality on the second floor, and that glue wall is the separation that prevents chaos, and RRQ continues to put on the numbers, this time with help of MIBR loss, taking down the members of Fluxo. Total Gaming shows up, getting blasted mid-air, its ass tag, loses the exchange to Bunny, and Bunny will get his third.
Total Gaming, they don't have the zone. The zone's closing out. They don't have enough space to work with. Whereas SATL Esports, they've looked so confident in this very game. Fluxo, the last man standing, gets eliminated outside the zone. Did not have anywhere to move. MT7 going out. The entire squad of Fluxo is done for. This is one of the first games where Fluxo do not make it to the top 4. This tells you of how cutthroat it's become right now as the zone's shrinking. Mafia also gets eliminated. Players from Total Gaming are falling, but SATL, they're able to hold their own, and now they've gotten to the same building as RRQ.
We're talking about potential of dreams. Total Gaming came close in top 3. Now SAUL in the same position. 6 teams remaining, and they are ever so close to that first big step. For Total Gaming, they have lesser members to work with, so the odds are slightly lesser. Yago removed as well by a grenade from Twisted Minds. It's Vitality. They're going to share the same building as Twisted Minds themselves. And now we see that clear separation, but guess what? Where the circle is moving, the Indian teams, they're going to have a good chance to rotate.
They have to be quick on it because Vitality, they're already troubling MIBR, lost from getting ahead. RRQ on the other end, they'll be able to spot SATL Esports if they're quick in their run. But Twisted Minds, I really like how they're holding the compound. So Vitality, they might be in trouble in case they decide to step out because Twisted Minds, they're already ahead of the game. They're going to be the ones who will try and defend the entry. MIBR lost. The loss is Survivors, General and Rigby. Can they do something different? Yes, they do. They take the roof approach, make a jump, but they do get damaged a tad bit. But SATL, while they change the building from RRQ towards Vitality, the bolt maker being called, they have the challenge of the zone shifting. They have to quickly make a move.
Yeah, and for MIBR lost and Twisted Minds, they are going to be one of the cost dips on the center. Koja taking out dudes as well. In the meantime, SAUL, as much as they're slow on the roll this time with that rotation, but they didn't make the more passive choice to play from behind, and that could work in their favor as TG now bleeding now. Shanky no longer able to be rescued, and Water about to be constricted, suffocated by the blue. And the RRQ as well, removed from the equation. Rigby with confirmation onto Water. We're almost down to the final 3 teams with MIBR lost, barely hanging on with 2 members left.
Yeah, somehow they jumped on the roof and they're still surviving. And thankfully, RRQ ended up becoming a target for everybody. Every team started shooting them down. Everybody got bits and pieces of RRQ in that fight to eliminate RRQ. But how this fight concludes is going to be very crucial. 17 seconds in the clock, and the entire zone is going to start shrinking in. No team wants to get out except for MIB Lost, but finally a challenge coming in from Vitality. General is down. Rigby is the last man standing. He doesn't have enough space. SATL on the other end, they're moving further away.
And SAUL, Exposy actually control as well, and so is Jack. Vitality now joins in on the hunt, and SAUL might just meet an early demise here, unless they can wrestle their way out of this. Diamond to take care of. He is alone, but he's an anchor for Twisted Minds, barricading himself with the glue wall, knocked down by Jack. And even for Rigby, he still wants a piece of the pie in case he ever gets removed. But SAUL, they held strong just for now.
I don't know how they did it, but they are able to for the time being. But the zone's about to close and they had to make an exit. Use the glue wall, but now it's a very small compound that they have control of. There's nothing else. Every other team is right in front of them. Who have a better position, a better compound. Even Rigby, who's the last man standing, has an entire compound, a window through see-through. Whereas Vitality now, it looks like they are the lords above. They're standing on the rooftops, having vision of everybody, and Sibang starts it. Bunny down, troll down, confirmations following one through. Twisted Minds with Exposy picking up confirmations on SATL Esports. Vitality and Twisted Minds join hands together to take SATL down.
Only Nor made it to safety, but Vitality knows exactly where it is. Twisted Minds wants to beat them to it though. It's still an extra point for themselves. The pass on the low ground, it might have been a fatal error as Nor now books it with a baseball bat in hand and a glue wall to keep himself safe. This could be a distraction there. Vitality preoccupied by Twisted Minds. Nor now found out by Joe, but Joe would have to work for that if he so wishes to.
Vitality versus Twisted Minds. ভালো fight চলছে SATL eliminated.
And this is that moment that Indonesia, they come in late, but better late than never. As the
বলা যাচ্ছে না এখন পর্যন্ত, বাট রাইট নাও বলা যায় Vitality, but Vitality সার্কেলের মাঝে আটকে যাবে ভাই।
And Team Vitality brings themselves a booyah.
What a game coming in from Team Vitality. We were talking about it, right? While Brazil is taking all the initial games away, it seems like Southeast Asia finally finding their ways to victory, especially Indonesia. RQ to follow now with Team Vitality. Brilliant game. I think even the rotation, the position they were holding in that final fight, as we saw, we spoke about MIB loss, right? Them taking the rooftop. But unfortunately, they did not have the numbers. If they did have what Vitality did, looking like the giants about the Davidson, the Goliath fight that was happening, it could have been MIB loss, but Vitality played it to perfection in that final fight.
And we even say that this feels like the deja vu from 2025 back in Riyadh, right? Where Vitality was the one that denied the trophy leap on Kalahari, which was a map that people usually look at RRQ, usually look at EVOS, and again, it's Kalahari that delivered them their first booyah in Paris.
Much needed. A lot of expectations on Team Vitality in general. Everybody is looking forward to it. We spoke about it. Asia Invitational, they took it away. That is one title, but they need the biggest of all titles. Esports World Cup 2026. They're here in Paris. They do not want to miss the opportunity. And finally, they've delivered. We were talking about the comparison between RRQ and Vitality. While Vitality were initially ahead of the race, RRQ picked up with their very own booyah. And now Vitality have gotten a step closer. We have to only take a look at the overall rankings, which will tell us, has Vitality beaten RRQ now?
Yeah, I mean, this is a trophy that is the only missing piece of from the BRU cabinet, right? But for everyone else, it is the first piece of what is going to be a complete puzzle of that golden road. And for the Hornets here, they've had quite the round. I mean, even you look at the faces of the Twisted Mind members, they know they've been bested. This was a game that was incredibly hard with how Team Vitality played out that final circle. When talk about the hint about the double sniper, and we saw that play out as well when they took care of SAUL.
Very crucial. I mean, for SAUL to hold their own in a position which is not great at all, that compound is very small. I mean, if anybody tries to hold their position there, they're bound to be taken on. Thankfully, maybe Vitality did not have launchers or anything, because yes, a lot of resources got expended there because multiple teams were present and a lot of fights took place. SAUL also, you have to give it to them, they held their own in such a small spot, took down the player of Twisted Minds, and I think that was also the reason Twisted Minds did not have enough reinforcements going into that final fight with Vitality. If that reinforcement was there, maybe Twisted Minds could have gotten their own booyah.
And with that being said, we are approaching the final round, but anything before the final round deserves a bit of a breather, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a bit with another Nextera round.
Reach your impossible Legion profile, guys. Legion Tower 7. Adrian, so silent. Great cheer impossible. Lenovo.com Libya.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Tyler. EWC play.
It wasn't lost, but it was vitality. Being able to get that booyah, we were wondering when it was going to happen. It finally happened.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a back-to-back for Indonesia right now. Earlier it was RRQ, now it's Team Vitality, and we were talking about how well Vitality is adapting to this gameplay. And hopefully this Booyah would motivate them, because there's only one more chance for today for them to be able to grab
Match
all
is
those
standing,
points. But again, we've
right
seen
now
all
Team
those adjustments,
Vitality
we've seen all
58
those
points,
plays, especially in the
16
final
elimination
moment, how
points,
they isolated
Esports
each player of their
elimination
opponents
points
so
for
that they
23
can secure
points
this
total.
big B.
Team RRQ এর কাছে
One of
থাকবে
the teams that was able to
16
get a top
points and
we had to talk about
Okay,
it because the
type
jump up that
থেকে,
this team has been having
21 total
has been
points
great.
থাকবে,
And I'm talking
MIBR
about
loss
none
18
other
points
than
সাথে
SAUL.
Team Secret
Because
10
this
points
squad,
total,
I
Mia
gotta give you a
Corp
breakdown. Okay?
থাকবে 7
First game,
points, Luke
5th place, 2
W7
eliminations.
6 points,
Second,
Leon 4
8,
points,
6
Expo had 3 points
Seventh,
and Ala
2
Esports কোনো পয়েন্ট
6,
গ্যাদার করতে
8
পারেনি এই
elims.
ম্যাচ থেকে।
This time around though,
দেখা
they
যাক
got a top
সর্বশেষ
3
ম্যাচ কিছুক্ষণের
and
মধ্যে শুরু হবে
boy did they
সেই
back
ম্যাচ
it up with
থেকে
eliminations.
বাংলাদেশি
Yeah,
টিম
exactly.
Team
I mean,
Expo
it's
has
like a
একটা
slow
ভালো comeback
slope
দিতে
where
পারে কিনা।
they're just climbing up. And I'm really looking that there's a few of those adjustments that they're doing right now so that they can secure more elimination. And again, Kalahari is one of those maps where and you can get those aggression from afar. So I'm really loving that
হ্যাঁ
they're
ভালো
pulling that
কথা আমার
off.
তো মনে নেই
Not a lot of teams
আমার
will be
দেখার
able to
কথা ছিল
manage
যে
that. But what I'm seeing is a
আমাদের
pattern
জাকির
we're
ভাই
seeing not only
ঠিক
for
ভাই কি বলতেছে
Team Vitality as well as SAUL is becoming slow from beginning. Like what? 10 teams remaining towards phase 4, phase 5, and phase 6. So it's really getting tougher and tougher. But for those who are in great positions, especially in high ground, they get a lot of elimination.
One of those being SAUL. They ended up actually that last game with 5th in eliminations. Another team that was able to get a lot of eliminations and kind of back it up whenever they ended up getting a booyah in the last round was none other than RRQ. The trajectory of this team, I think this is exactly what Conchita and you wanted to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is their comfort map. With Mal as a sniper, they know exactly how to position themselves. And most of the time, like dropping in the middle in a refinery, that gives them more view of their opponents. And not everyone is contesting that area. And for now, I guess after 4 games, they have a good chance really to understand who would be going against them, who would be chasing against them. And with Dukes in front line with the rest of the squad, I think they have a better positioning right now and won't be surprised if they can carry over onto the next map.
And for Vitality, we're going to go back to this booyah that they just got. Remember, we've been talking about this squad in regards to this strategy and the meta that they've been trying, right? 2 snipers. It worked out wonders here. And I think, would you say this sends a message too going to tomorrow with this strategy that they pulled off?
Well, I think they managed to pull it off quite well in the regionals on their own region, and there's a lot more that you can see right now, especially in global scene.
Alright,
আমরা আবার ম্যাচের
দিকে চলে যাব।
Right now, first place is none other than Los. Are they going to stay in first place? Are they going to go for that third booyah like some of the teams were able to do earlier in Group A? I think it's time. All these questions are answered on the final game of Group B.
Yup, final game of Group B indeed. At least for day number 1 is Husky and Lucifer back on the mic for one last time this evening before we close out this opening day. I gotta say, there might not be no fourth booyah by my BR loss, but I'm still looking forward to a potential third as we head back onto Nextera for one last time today. We've gotten our fair share of Nextera in Group A, and that has been quite the experience. But with how Indonesia teams have been stepping up, let's see if they can keep the train going. Maybe RQ will get the second.
Maybe, but I would want to take the trajectory just like how the map is moving a little towards the east, towards the right hand. It's not something to teams to be worried about already, but still, I want to see another team get a booyah just to even the competition. The overall standing already looks close by in this group compared to the group A. So that's the reason I want to see another team pick that pace up. But let's see if there's any fight. And already, as you can see, Deca Square is being lit up. Boxing gym again being a fighting arena in itself. Yes, irony is that it's a boxing gym, but we also see people trying to pack a punch, and Straw Hats might be in the middle of it because Twisted Minds have looked better in their fights.
So last time in Game 4 we saw the Intellect Center draw, it was only Lion, right? Now we see TG there as well, so it's going to be some early clashes here. We'll see how that one pans out, because Lion, they kind of got close in previous 2 games, but that was the most that we've seen. Twisted Minds also comes under a bit of that pressure, I think courtesy of Fluxo, who actually dropped Diamond out with the WoW, and Exposy is also already gone.
Twisted Minds, they're picking up players from Straw Hats. This was a surprise. And now Al Ali is also in the mix of it. Straw Hats don't know where they have to run in the direction of Shock. Did get the revive, will not be able to turn the corner. Sifo, he's going to be quick. Al Ali, they need to recover. Their games early on were too good. But after what happened in Kalahari, that was a big mess up. But now they would want to recover. And recovery is something even Lion wants to do. It's not working because Total Gaming, they understand that day one has not been the greatest yet for them. They started well, but they're unable to close it out.
I think it's going to be some reassurance if we can get rid of Della here, who actually got a spray down there. No way to retrieve Joker though. So Total Gaming can still look for the finisher. Wota, the opening doesn't have line of sight. Actually, timing slightly off, and Aztec gets brought back. In the grand scheme of things, right, the past 2 games, if we want to talk about teams that are looking to kind of recover in this final game, I want to see Al Ali bounce back. He came close on Nextera, and that was Nextera as well. They came close, finished 3rd. The thing got a bit messy, didn't go according to plan. Last game it was a no-show because they got completely decimated by MMBL. Lost another pick on Nextera with it, top 3. Wota just passing by Della, who held his breath.
Okay, he has no idea. And Della did not take a fight. I think he was worried that maybe there might be more players from Total Gaming following Wota, but Wota, he's on a hit list. He has to be worried about it. Mia Corp are close by. He's just trying to run. Oh, it's not on Wota. It's going to be on Mafia, the hit list, and they have to protect Mafia. But Wota is nowhere close to his teammates. And there's the final revive. Shanky also brought back to life, meaning Total Gaming are a full set of 4 players, but nowhere close to each other yet.
I think it's also a smart choice for Della to not take that fight, because what if you lose, right? And you're not the hobby. You know, strategic move there. Team Secret against Vitality just came off a massive round, and Team Secret looks to quickly extinguish that flame by taking out half the roster. Still, I mean, Team Vitality themselves have 6 eliminations already in the bag. Sabang holding back on the trigger finger. No clear shot just yet. The survival is imperative. Team Vitality at this point, so Team Secret gets to walk away with a couple of eliminations under the belt. I believe it's 5 for now. Even Straw Hats getting into a bit of a fight. RQ coming out on top, and Rans gets a quad.
Straw Hats all the way from Boxing Gym, try to keep running away, but it's not been working out. RRQ, they find them at Deca Square. So as of now, RRQ looking forward to going back to their winning ways, what they did in our game number 4, get themselves a booyah. But in the overall ranking, we just saw both Vitality as well as RRQ both sitting with a total of 77 points. Neck and neck these two whenever it comes to competition. The rivalry is cutthroat between these 2 giants. But hey, it's about getting to the top 4. Today you don't win anything. One thing that you make sure of is you're in the final for the hunt of the trophy, for the hunt of that shield, to put your coin in and smash every other key out.
And take 3 bags as souvenirs.
Oh yes.
Don't forget that part.
And but
also to give yourself a big lead so that you have a cushion to lay back on tomorrow, right? Let's say if you kind of blow 2 rounds in a row, at least you're not out of contention. Which is very important for teams with track record of not being able to show up consistently, right? And in this case, both the Indonesian teams have in this lobby. We even set it up that the last 3 maps are going to be Indonesian favored, and guess what? So far, it has been RRQ and Team Vitality.
One thing that we do have to give it to is, yes, Fluxo, of how they've been trying to control and convert. But their fans out here, they've been roaring from game number 1, even before the game number 1 started in our pre-show. But right as now, Lion, they want to be the ones. The Beasts Unchained against Vitality. The Hornets who just got their booyah. A 1v1 against Koja. And Games King proves better with the duel. He goes in for a second. Banks 2 elimination. and Lion looking better than ever in this final game for themselves.
That looks slightly reckless from Team Vitality, but with Fluxo's arrival, Lion are poking it out of there. Thankfully, Vitality, they split up into 2-2 squads, so not all is lost. Even for Fluxo, despite no Booyah so far, they're still spirited. The fans continuing to cheer on for their favorite team. RRQ on the radar right now against Team Secret. The aggressors are the Vietnamese. T-Quay around the corner, joined by Nan, but the window not really safe. So grenades fly through from RRQ. Abai would take a space. Riptide Rhythm from Ma'ao Wong exposed. PLS1 does the same, runs now getting pushed.
Team Secret after the game 2 and game 3, they've not picked up pace. But right now, Duts is down. PLS1, the man who's been dealing the damage, and Rans, he also gets knocked. That's going to be from TQ. And RRQ in trouble after losing 2 of their players. The newest youngest gun and their captain. That's something to be worried about. Mahal and Abe, they are close. They could get stuck, and Abe gets challenged. Nothing much he can do. Thankfully, they buy enough time for Mahal to go back to the vending machine. Revive will be back up. But so far, whenever we've seen Next Era, it's been very high on elimination. Teams have been reviving their teammates back and forth, getting their teammates out, reviving again. So some of the teams are walking very happy out of Next Era once we end the game.
Yeah, it's just, you get some extra points, right? Some chump change. And I think the teams, they got comfortable after the halfway point to settle in, and now they're more proactive in finding those eliminations. And Ma'ao is gonna fly out of there. Can they shoot him down from the skies? Doesn't seem to be the case. Ma'ao finds safety and a good chance of reconvening with the rest of the squad. But right here, Games King, a reckless rush from D, takes a headshot to the face. A double revolver working wonders here in CQC when you have that pre-fire advantage.
Advantage here on the replay, as we did see Lion getting themselves some extras, and I think Lion is a team that we want to see a lot coming in from, especially as we've already spoken about Games King, Games King. It is just brilliant of what he can do, but so far we've just seen a couple of eliminations that he's been able to deliver, and here on Nextera as well. Not much in terms of aggression, but there is an eye on him if he's able to deliver for the region, for the team, and push themselves forward. Because we saw what Gun Dynasty did. They are sitting at the top of the charts in Group A, in a group which is the toughest out there, and they managed to do that, and we expect nothing short of their champs.
Yeah, I think in this case we're seeing the expected frontrunners to be in front, but there are some standout performers, right? I mean, we saw Team Secret had a good round or two, but even then they are now sitting in 6th place with only 60 points. The cutoff top 4 is actually a lot further than they would have liked. I mean, even TG and SAUL have some good moments, but in this case, SAUL's runs ended pretty early on as they have been wiped out. So all eyes are going to be back on Total Gaming, and maybe Akali again. They can find that redemption, that recalibration from map 4.
I hope a recovery even happens. There might be a loss on the other end. We were rooting for maybe 4 Booyahs on a stretch, but right now they might look forward to a third. They've already gotten game 1 and game 3 under control. This is game 6. And if they do, I think they're already ahead of the race in the top 4 to make it to the finals. And Brazil might end up seeing a champ. I think they've been the ones who've been waiting for the title, except for Fluxo. There's been nobody else from Brazil who's gotten themselves a big international title. And if it happens here, it might be a loss. They're going to be the happiest.
Again, it's a callback to one of the storylines, and I mean, a part of me wish that we could give multiple titles, we could get shared trophies to these teams. You want to talk about MIBR laws? I also want to bring up RRQ, Vitality, those that have missed on the trophy.
So much.
I want to complete the cabinet of BRU so we could finally close that chapter. That could take this. That could be a reality in 3 days or another year. We never know. But one thing is for sure, this competition has been getting harder and harder every year, man. Like I feel like coming to 2026, I think to myself, and I wonder, what else can these teams give?
It is anybody's game out there. You cannot either predict or implicate that these teams are the ones who are going to perform. That's how the stage is so far. It was divine. We came in thinking that, hey, it's not going to happen on day 1 for them. And there you go.
They had 1 year of slump and they come in here and they get top 4 after day 1. I mean, 2 years ago, if you tell me BR is going to lift the trophy, I'm like, of course they're going to lift the trophy. I don't have to watch the match. I'll wake up the next day and look at the finals. I know it's going to beat them, right? It's going to happen in my dreams. It's going to happen in the real world. But right now,
দেখা
And it
যাক
hasn't been the case.
পান খেয়ে যাবে হয়তো স্টো হ্যাশট্যাগ গেইন হ্যাশট্যাগ 10 সরি হ্যাশট্যাগ 11
Maybe a recovery that we did end up seeing around game number 3 and now
লিওনের জোকার উপর পেস্টিনের হামলা এন্ড এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট কনফার্ম করবেন বাটেন
drawing verticals between group A and group B. That's the best part of it. Eventually both these groups of whoever managed to qualify the finals will be fighting against each other, so a sharp eye needs to be kept. And right now in next set, I'm surprised that no teams are yet fighting. We've barely seen an elimination for at least 2 minutes, and we've been just standing and talking about different teams.
Yeah. And it gives us some breathing room to really re-establish some of the narratives that has
টিম
been built
সিক্রেট
up over
সেই
the courses
টিম
of
স্টোহেডকে
maybe a couple
কিভাবে
of
গায়েব
seasons or
করে
even
দেয়
years.
এইটা জাস্ট দেখেন
But now the ice will break with Team
দেখেন
Secret's
জাস্ট এটা
arrival
দেখেন স্টোহেড
at
কিভাবে
Straw
গায়েব হয়ে
Hat's
যায়
mansion
মিনিটের
here.
মধ্যেই
They're gonna box up the attic
এই
first,
যে
but Games
স্টক
King
শেষ
from nowhere
এই যে
takes out
এন্ট্রি নিবে
Extra, and
এখনই
that is bad news for Straw Hats.
Straw Hats are not having their day at all here on day one. They've been trying. I did have high expectations, but it seems like just like Titan Esports Club, they're not finding their foot to lay down on, and or maybe even run. And Team Secret on the other hand, already picked 8 eliminations. They've cornered Straw Hats. Same can be said between Fluxo as well as Twisted Minds. They cornered Expo but
ও
Alex
ফ্লুক্সো আগে গন হও
rushes outside,
ফ্লুক্সো আগে গন হও ফুল
Buts in
সাপোর্ট
trying
টু
to go in for a
ফ্লুক্সো
trade-off. This is going to be a 1. As MT7's been
ফ্লুক্সো এখান
taken
থেকে
down,
বেঁচে
that is
ফিরবে
going
আই
to be
থিংক
a little bit of a worry
বাট
for
স্ট্র
Fluxo,
হার্ট
and their
বাঁচতে
teammates
পারবে
are
না রে
not
ভাই
close by, not
স্ট্র হার্ট
together to play out. And you
খেলা
can
হয় না
see
এই যে
still
ফ্লুক্সো কিভাবে কামব্যাক দিতে হয়
he picks
দেখেন
one player off, but
এই
so
যে আবারও
close,
কিভাবে
in danger
মারা
is
খেতে
Glue.
হয় দিয়া
Puts up glue walls, but for how
তিনি
long
জাস্ট
is he
দেখেন
going to
কুই
defend?
থেকে বাইচে
And was able to
বাইচা
make it out the doorway as well,
বাংলাদেশি
avoid
প্লেয়ার
the
হইলে
blue zone.
এতক্ষণে
Hughes back up in time.
লা হাওলা ওয়ালা
There's now
কুওয়াতা
a
ইল্লা
second
বিল্লাহ
win.
টিম
It could be a
সিক্রেট এই যে
possibility for Gio right here.
হ্যাশট্যাগ 11 এ বিদায় টিম
Takes on the challenge.
স্ট্র হ্যাট নাম আসে না কেন এই যে এসে পড়েছে এলিমিনেটেড
And
টিম
not
স্ট্র
doable
হ্যাট
as Twisted Minds shuts that down.
টেনে বিদায় নেবে ফ্লুক্সো বলছিলাম যে ফ্লুক্সো আগে এলিমিনেট হবে সেকেন্ডে এলিমিনেট
They are looking forward to their booyah. I think they
এন্ড লাস্ট ম্যাচেও টিম স্ট্র হ্যাট কিছুই করতে পারলো না আমরা শুধু শুধু
not always gotten closer to the title from Thailand.
And that's what we sort of established at the start, right? Like they were the last team we talked about. And we went to every single team before we arrived at Twisted Minds. And you look at any official survey, they were never the last. In fact, they were the ones that is upsetting the balance. They were the ones that when
ভাই
they show
কারো
up
শরীরে
big,
এনার্জি নাই
suddenly they take away all
স্ট্রিমারগো
the
শরীরেও
spotlight.
এনার্জি নাই
But it goes
বাংলাদেশি
just as
পারফরম্যান্স
quickly as
দেখার
it
পর
comes.
But as of now, MIB are lost. They're looking forward to getting their own booyah.
কে কি পারফরম্যান্স বাংলাদেশি
Fight
পারফরমাররা
completely against
কি
RRQ,
পারফরম্যান্স
and
দিলেন
it's going to be Total Gaming who win it out, but the zone's closing in. They have to quickly recover, but there is Team Secret to trouble, and whenever it is PLS1, he is the sharpshooter out there. However, trading it out, troubling Team Secret here, and they were not ready for it. The last man standing wants to take a launch pad, quickly jump over. TQ can be spotted out in the open. The zone's very small, the circle's small. However, Total Gaming, they survive. And PLS1, the
Total
confirmation
Gaming
comes through,
অসাধারণ
and
খেলছে
TQ steps right to the Vitality's landmine, and that is done
টিম
for Team
সিক্রেট
Secret.
আসছে
Unfortunate chain of
জাস্ট
events, but it
ইনটেন্স
was a
ফাইট
payoff for Total
সিন
Gaming. A second chance given here. Twisted Minds against MIBR Lost, who are slightly quieter this round. But in the grand scheme of things, Twisted Minds down in numbers. Lion still holding on strong now up against Mia Corp. Vitality
দেখা
also
যাক
in
এই
the circle
মুহূর্তে
with good building to control.
লস
We've
থাকবে
seen that in the previous
টিজি
round on Kalahari, where they play these compound fights very systematically. TG under the
ও
bridge.
টিজির উপর হামলা আসবে ও মাই গড শাঙ্কি লাস্ট ওয়ান এই মুহূর্তে টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড ভাই অসাধারণ খেলছে ওয়ান প্লেয়ার জাম্প এন্ড টোটাল গেমিং এলিমিনেটেড টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড থেকে জাম্প প্লাস ওয়ান সার্কেল স্প্রিন্টিং জাম্পকে জাস্ট দেখেন কিভাবে সার্কেল ধরছে ভাই প্ল্যানিং বাট এই মুহূর্তে আহলে আমি চাই আল আহলি এই টিমটা এই মুহূর্তে আল আহলি টিমটা যাতে বুয়া নেয় বাট ব্যাড লাক ফুল সাপোর্ট দিতে গিয়ে মারা খাইলো
One major problem in Group B that we've seen is multiple teams taking hit on just
এই
one single
মুহূর্তে
team. They're getting forced on those fights, sandwiched on
সার্কেল
those
ক্লোজিং
fights.
টুইস্টেড
They're getting
মাইন্ডও
minced,
গন
and
লস
jump the last man who gets eliminated. That's the end for Twisted Minds. But look at Mia Corp. Of all the 5 games we've seen so far, they've made it to the top 4 for the very
Vitality.
first time, and this looks good. It seems like a recovery for them.
You want an underdog to root for. You have two choices now.
এই
Mia
মুহূর্তে
Corp,
টিম লস
Lion,
রাইট
Latam or USA. And Lion looking good.
লায়ন
Double digits.
আর
Kings,
হলো
Kings.
মিয়া কর্প কারা বুইয়া নেবে কমেন্ট করেন ভাই
Brigby now take on the challenge. You see Lion
এই
on
মুহূর্তে
the
লস
high ground. MIBR
ভি
lost. This is gonna get
ভাইটালিটি
pushed just
লিওন
a little bit.
এন্ড
As
মিয়া
Mia
কর্প
Corp shows up,
প্রত্যেকটা
taking
টিমের
out
4টা
all
অ্যাথলেট
of
করে
this.
বেঁচে আছে
Nobody
বাট
shows
ভাইটালিটির
up
উপর
and
চার্জ
trying
হচ্ছে
to
জোয়েল
pull back
খোজা
over here.
তাদেরকে
Slip
বিদায়
between
জানানো
the
হয়েছে
blues over the
এন্ড
ticket.
মিয়া
Cup
কর্প
losses not
তারাও
gonna
কিন্তু
happen.
এসে
This
পড়েছে
is
এই
Mia
মুহূর্তে
Corp's fight.
বাট মিয়া কর্পের অবস্থা ভালো নয় মিয়া কর্প এন্ড হয়তো মিয়া কর্প এই মুহূর্তে টোটালি শাট ডাউন দেখতে পাচ্ছি এন্ড লিওন ভাইটালিটির অবস্থা তেমন একটা ভালো নয় লস এন্ড লিওনের মাঝে ফাইটটা হবে বাট ভাইটালিটি এই মুহূর্তে লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট থাকবে চুক্তি মেরে আছেন সার্কেলের বাইরে ভাই সার্কেলে এন্ট্রি করতে হবে লিওন এন্ড লিওনের অবস্থা ভালো নয় লাস্ট ওয়ান গেম ইজ কিং এন্ড লস কিন্তু পুরো রোস্টার সাথে থাকবে টিম ভাইটালিটিকে বিদায় দেওয়া হয়েছে বাট এমআইবি আর লস তারাও আর একটি বুইয়া তিনটি বুইয়া চলে যাবে এমআইবি আর লসের কাছে ঠিক টিম বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেডের মতো এমআইবি আর লস আজকে পারফরম্যান্স গুলো দিলেন এন্ড তিনটি ম্যাচে বুইয়া কনফার্ম করলেন অসাধারণ এমআইবি আর লস
Thailand might have dominated Group A, but Group B is their closest contender
লিওন
for the
ফুল
longest
ম্যান
of
নিয়ে
time.
কি করলো
And it's not Fluxo, it's
মানা
MIBR
যাচ্ছে না এটা
loss.
I mean, Iago back on the trail of being Group B. Highest in terms of sniping skills, best in terms of dealing damage, looking forward to eliminations. And MIBR loss, I think, as soon as the zone was about to shift, right, the approach they made to get ahead of it, that sealed the game for themselves. They blocked every other team, and right now they end up holding it off. Even that final battle, Lion did have an opportunity, but we've spoken about this. You split your resources, you split your approach, it becomes difficult. If
টোটালি
both
আমরা
fall, both the
ম্যাচ
pillars
গুলো
are down,
শেষ
the
করলাম
entire building collapses, and that's what happened
আমাদের
for Lion. If they were
6টা
together,
ম্যাচই
maybe there wasn't a chance.
You're only as strong as your weakest link, and unfortunately for Al Ali, this was, we saw the recovery, right? It was in action. They put the plan into motion, all to get intercepted by MRBL loss on the cross. But it's something that is unfortunate, and I think, you know, all things considered, they did achieve what they wanted.
Yeah.
They still have 6 more games tomorrow, and worst comes to worst, 10 more on day 3.
Yeah, but if MIBR loss do what they did today, Al Ali might have a lot of trouble, because when they started the day off, we did see them around the top 4, top 3, but now they've slowly been dipping down, and that is going to hurt for them. And I think that is why we saw that emotion come out from the players itself as soon as they lost that battle between RRQ, and RRQ ended up getting their very first booyah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we even see the players' POV, Iago, of course, keeping the Skylar up close to his heart.
Yeah.
That's what won him his first trophy internationally back in 2023. That could be a callback if he was to lift the EWC
যাই
trophy.
হোক
at the
আমরা
end
আমাদের
of this
6
weekend.
নাম্বার ম্যাচ সবগুলো ম্যাচ শেষ করেছি আর ওভারঅল স্ট্যান্ডিংস আমরা দেখে নেব কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই
It was 365 days ago.
They could do between somebody else and they could take it away. Maybe Brazil
আর
is
সেই
what
ম্যাচে
EWC this time has the
আই
name
থিংক
of.
সেই
But
ওভারঅল
right as now, we
স্ট্যান্ডিংস
have an
আমরা জানতে
interview on
পারবো
stage.
কে
That's going to
কোন
be Dutch.
পজিশনে
Let's
আছে
send it
যদিও
over there.
বাংলাদেশি
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be back here with you and me together, but also it's such a pleasure to interview Dutch right now. Alright, we reached the end of the day, but the day for you guys starts slow with some early eliminations, but you guys keep it up towards the end. What was the reason for the slow start?
Jadi pagi tadi kan bermulanya agak perlahan dengan ada elimination. Jadi mengapa pagi tadi agak perlahan gitu permulaannya?
Oh, ya mungkin ini day awal kita main, jadi ya kita pemanasan aja Cidi day ini.
Maybe it was the beginning, we were warming up.
Okay, yes, that's for sure. It's a good reason, and you guys did amazing. And it picked up massively with a booyah. Was there anything you said to each other, your team, maybe?
যাই হোক আমরা টিম RRQ এর ডাচকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি and ডাচ সেই জায়গা থেকে
yang agak apa elimination itu kan, kemudian jadi lebih bagus. Jadi lebih bagus kan selepas itu sudah ada buya. Jadi apa yang dilakukan dalam tim sama-sama, ada strateginya kah ke apa?
Ya mungkin tadi game tadi sih kita belum tahu cara main musuh di sini sih. Jadi kita baca game di match berapa ya kita akhirnya bisa dapat buya lah.
So at the beginning we cannot read the
other teams' games, and then we got the trend. We know what they're going to do.
আমরা আর কেউ টাচকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, টাচ সেই জায়গা থেকে একটা মিনি ইন্টারভিউ দিচ্ছেন, এন্ড ইন্টারভিউ শেষে আমরা ওভারঅল পয়েন্ট স্ট্যান্ডিংসটা পেয়ে যাবো। দেন আমরা আমাদের লাইভ স্ট্রিমটি অফ করে দেবো। যারা যারা লাইভে যুক্ত ছিলেন সকলকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ, যারা 1 সেকেন্ডের জন্য আসছিলেন তাদেরকেও ধন্যবাদ, যারা বিদায় নিয়েছেন তাদেরকেও ধন্যবাদ। দেখা যাক আজকের পয়েন্ট
selalunya di tangga tertinggi dalam international games. Tapi kenapa masih belum di tempat tinggi dan apa yang perlu dilakukan?
Ya mungkin kemarin kita belum dapat pajalnya lah buat jadi juara, tapi di tahun ini ya kita pasti bisa jadi juara dunia lah.
We may not have had the luck yet, but this year we are determined to win.
Wow, what a strong answer. Thank you so much, Duts. That was Duts from RRQ Kazoo. Congratulations on the day. We are waiting more action from RRQ Kazoo in the next days. And you and me, guys, thank you so much. That was amazing. Back to the studio.
RRQ, you started off slow, but boy, did you finish strong as well. Conchita, are you happy with their performance today?
I am quite happy, even though I know
ভালো
that
পারফরম্যান্স
we could do so much better.
এন্ড
I
ইটস
think,
হেড
yeah,
আরো
they
বাজে
could do so much better
পারফরম্যান্স
seeing
দিয়েছে।
how they performed last year, and of course
দুই
the journey
বাংলাদেশি
throughout the
টিমই
whole
অসাধারণ
year
পারফরম্যান্স
in the
দিয়েছে
regional.
বিদায় নেওয়ার মতো।
I do think that could be so much better than what we see today, but finishing at the 5th position with 88 points and 63 elimination points is quite okay, I guess.
I mean, you gotta be happy.
I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm not gonna say the wrong things again. So, okay, I'm just gonna give a thumbs up.
I mean, even after that, he was just saying, you know, we read the room, and that was exactly what you said. They were like, just give him a little bit of time to like adapt, and that's what came from RRQ. So
Told ya.
it's like, you know. No.
RRQ, that means RRQ tomorrow, she wants a first place finish out of your group, which is going to be tough considering how
আমরা
lost is
কিছুক্ষণের
going
মধ্যে
to play.
লাইভটি
Talking
শেষ
about
করব,
loss,
তো যারা লাইভে যুক্ত ছিলেন সকলকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। আমরা
getting 3 booyahs.
God. Yeah, 3 booyahs. That is amazing. And of course, seeing that
Totally
Buddha United Esports
incredible.
also achieved the same thing, I think it's like, I don't know, it's like a reality call. Like, you're not special, we can do the same thing as you know what I'm saying? But of course, if we compare the points, I think Buddha United Esports is still slightly ahead with 132 points and 80 elimination points. So yeah, loss. This is a great start. Hopefully they can keep the consistency.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that they managed to pull off this third buoy as well, because I was expecting that they couldn't. Because judging from the numbers that they brought in, or everyone out of this group, it was quite close to each other. Like, look at that. Compared to what we have earlier on Group A, right now it's only Lost who have a huge lead, and the rest is quite very close against each other. So I really am loving.
দেখ আমরা ওভারঅল র্যাঙ্কিং দেখতে পাচ্ছি এই মুহূর্তে MIBR loss 126 total points, 73 total elims and 3 booyah থাকবে টিম ভাইটালিটি at 2 তে and 53 elims এর সাথে total 94 পয়েন্ট থাকবে। টিম ফ্লুক্সও থাকবে #3 তে 55 elims এর সাথে 90 total point. Twisted Mind has 55 total points, aliens and 19 points. একদম ফ্লুক্সোর মতো। যাই হোক, টিম RRQ has 5 এ 63 total aliens and total 88 points. পজিশন ধরতে পারেনি এই টিমটা তেমন একটা, বাট টিম has 6 তে থাকবে টিম সিক্রেট with 51 aliens and 74 total points. বুয়া থাকবে একটি টিম RRQ এর সাইডেও সিক্রেটের সাইডেও। আজকে 7 এ থাকবে টিম লিওন and total 49 aliens এর সাথে 72 total points থাকবে। টোটাল গেমিং esports IQ থাকবে #8 এ with total 14 elimination point and 69 total point. #9 এ থাকবে আল আহলি esports, total 33 elimination point and total 61 total point. And #10 এ থাকবে UL esports team Indian, 33 elimination point এর সাথে total 59 point. Mia Corp থাকবে #11 এ 25 elimination point এর সাথে total 41. And Expo has from team Bangladesh #12 with total
teams towards the bottom, because Neptune coming into tomorrow, it is a healthy lead and a healthy gap that they're going to have to make sure they close.
Yeah, I mean,
টিম
hopefully
Expo
they
has
put in a homework
12 বিট
today,
করছে,
after
তারা কি
today,
আবার একটা
and in
কামব্যাক
preparation
আগামীকাল
tomorrow, because
আগামী
again,
দিন একটা
we have
বিগ
Straw
কামব্যাক
Hats
দেওয়া
and
ছাড়া আসলে
Mia Corp.
পসিবল
It's
না
no
স্ট্র হ্যাটসের
way
জন্য
for them. I know
কোয়ালিফাই
Straw
করা।
Hats has a history
অপরদিকে
already
টাইটান
in
স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তাদের জন্য
in
সুযোগ আছে,
playing
কজ তাদের
competitive,
সেই
but in
গ্যাপটা
EWC, This is where
হ্যাশট্যাগ
we
10
want
and
them
9 এ
to
থাকা
pop
টিমগুলোর
off, but
যে
it
গ্যাপ
seems like it's getting
জাস্ট
difficult,
5
more
পয়েন্টের গ্যাপ,
difficult
সেই গ্যাপ আশা করি
by the day or by
টাইটান
the
স্পোর্টস
matches,
ক্লাব
and with
একদম
some of the teams
মুছে
adapting
দেবে
that
এবং
well,
সামনের
Miracle,
দিকে
they
এগিয়ে
try
যাবে
to make an
6-7
adjustment
থেকেই
of
কোয়ালিফাই
just
করবে
playing it passive, not so much of
সার্ভাইভাল
aggression,
স্টেজের
just go
জন্য।
for the placement, and it
দেখা যাক
only
কি হয়।
worked at least
এন্ড
once to get
আমরা
double digits. So
কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে আমাদের
there's a lot
লাইভটি
of work that
করে
needs to
ফেলবো।
be done
রিপ্লে
by both
দেখলাম
of these
একটা
two teams.
শর্টকাট।
Yeah, of course, if we're talking about the bottom two, it's always sad to see the teams that have to go through hell, actually, even though they're trying their best. I mean,
দেখা যাক আর
in the
কতক্ষণ
other
লাইভ
group, we
চলে
have
দেন, আমরা
Titan
আবার
and
আগামীকাল
Demons
দেখা
fighting
হবে
for the
আপনাদের
place,
সাথে।
fighting for the spot. Obviously, wanted to see them
এন্ড টোটাল
exceed
7
and do
ঘন্টা
better
48
tomorrow
মিনিট
because
অলরেডি
then again, like I
আপনাদের
said,
সাথে
Group
আছি।
A is a bit of a hell group, and there's like a huge gap that we can see amongst the teams that are actually making it, making things happen, and those who are still struggling to get things done.
Yeah, I sort of commented. I was like, it's like we're watching two different lobbies in one. There's like the top heavy hitters, and then there's the bottom. So I definitely picked up on that as well. But I mean, yeah, you've definitely got to be in that mid range. Otherwise, it's difficult for you.
And for some of these squads, it is
12
time to make sure you make
total
it happen
24
tomorrow. If
পয়েন্টের
you don't
সাথে
end up making it
16
happen
ইনিংস
tomorrow,
ছিল।
if you end up being on those last two, as
16
we've been
ইনিংসের সাথে
talking, you're gonna end up going
টোটাল
home. If you end up being in the
24
top four,
পয়েন্ট
you get to
বলা
go to
যায়।
grand finals.
8
And if you
পয়েন্ট
end
পেয়েছে
up being in fifth
পজিশনে
place
পয়েন্ট
to
8
10th place,
এক ম্যাচে
you
যেখানে
get a
একটি টিম
chance
12 পজিশন
for
পয়েন্ট নিতে পারে।
survival. Stay tuned though, because
সেখানে
tomorrow
8
will be the
পয়েন্ট 6
second
ম্যাচে
day of groups of Free Fire
টোটাল
at
24 পয়েন্টের
EWC
সাথে।
26. The special shout out to this amazing crew and everybody that was casting, doing interviews,
আর
stage
কথা
hosts,
বাড়াচ্ছি না,
and production, because you guys are amazing. Stay
আজকের
tuned
মতো
for tomorrow.
এখানেই
Free
হতে
Fire at
যাচ্ছে আমাদের
EWC 26. Who's gonna be going?
লাইভের
Who's gonna be
সমাপ্তি।
going home?
আগামীকাল
Who'll be going
দেখা
to
হবে
survival?
ঠিক
We have
দুপুর
the answers to
3টায় আমাদের টুর্নামেন্ট অফ হোমিস স্পোর্টস টুর্নামেন্ট অফ হোমিস এর অফিসিয়াল চ্যানেলে, এবং সেখান থেকে একটা ভালো পারফরমেন্স আশা করবো টিম বাংলাদেশ থেকে। অ্যান্ড ইন্ডিয়া টিমগুলো অবশ্যই অসাধারণ খেলেছে, অ্যাসেটিএল স্পোর্টস অ্যান্ড দেন টিম টিজি, টোটাল গেমিং, স্পোর্টস আইকিউ, অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং তেমন একটা ভালো পারফরমেন্স দেয়নি, বাট এই দুইটা টিম কিন্তু ভালো খেলেছে। যাই হোক, প্রত্যেকটা টিমের জন্য শুভকামনা, যারা নিচের দিকে আছে তারা যেন ভালো একটা কামব্যাক দেয়। বাট টিম বাংলাদেশের প্রতি এক্সপেকটেশন থাকবে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অ্যান্ড টিম স্ট্র হ্যাট, দুইটা টিম যেন ভালো একটা পারফরমেন্স আমাদের উপহার দেয়, সেই অপেক্ষায় রবে। অ্যান্ড যারা যারা আমাদের লাইভে যুক্ত ছিলেন সকলকে অসংখ্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। সকলে শেয়ার করবেন লাইভটি, কমেন্ট করবেন। আমরা কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে দিন করবো, অ্যান্ড আগামী দিনে দেখা হবে আপনাদের সাথে। একটু ম্যাচ রিকেপ দেখে নিচ্ছি, ম্যাচ রিকেপ শেষ হলেই আমরা চলে যাব আমাদের ম্যাচ আজকের দিনের মতো EWC 2026 এর প্যারিস গ্যারেনা ফ্রি ফায়ারের ডে 1 এর ওয়াচ পার্টি থেকে। অ্যান্ড ডে 1 এর গ্রুপ স্টেজে দেখলাম আজকের ম্যাচগুলো, উপভোগ করলাম, অ্যান্ড বাংলাদেশি পারফরমেন্স তেমন একটা ভালো ছিল না। বাট আজকের মতো আর কথা বাড়াবো না, আমরা সেই আল আহলির ম্যাচ ভুইয়া মুখের সামনে থেকে ভুইয়া মিস হওয়া সেই সিনারিওটা হোক, আমরা thanks for watching. আমরা আজকের দিনের মতো এখানে দ্য টুর্নামেন্ট কন্টিনিউস টুমরো at 11:30 কেস্ট। দেখা হবে আপনাদের সাথে আগামী দিনে। তো আজকের মতো বিদায় নিচ্ছি, সবাই ভালো থাকবেন, সুস্থ থাকবেন। থ্যাঙ্কস ফর ওয়াচিং টুর্নামেন্ট অফ হোমিস ইউটিউব চ্যানেল। তো আজকের মতো বিদায় নিচ্ছি, আগামীকাল ঠিক বিকেল 3টায় দেখা হবে, এবং আর্জেন্টিনা ভার্সেস ইংল্যান্ডের ম্যাচ দেখা হবে ইনশাল্লাহ। সবাই দেখবেন, ঘুমানোর দরকার নেই, বিকাল 3টা বাজে দেখা হচ্ছে আগামীকাল EWC 2026 প্যারিস ফ্রি ফায়ার গ্রুপ স্টেজ ডে 2 তে। আল্লাহ হাফেজ।